Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 4401. Chapter 4401, 4401. Chapter 4401, 1 versus 100. The giant beasts were massive, blocking out the sky and sun. Though there were fewer than 100 of them, they obscured everything from view. Each beast radiated a strange energy that interfered with soul sense, preventing Lin Moya from perceiving what was beyond them. Retreat. With a thought, Lin Moya decided to withdraw and observe first, no matter what the situation was. Compared to these beasts, which were like small domains themselves, the Calamity Crossing boat was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Despite the boat's sudden arrival, the beasts took no notice. Little Peng whispered with caution, "Father, these are domain beasts, formed from domain fragments or seeds. They have a talent for blocking soul sense, and their strength and defense are both astonishing. They also possess a mysterious power not recorded in my bloodline memories." He explained that, unlike the chaos races, most ancient desolation creatures tend to be solitary, with few social species. Domain beasts are one of the rare group-dwelling creatures in ancient desolation, and they have two origins. One is the domain seed. Ancient desolation holds many domain seeds, which drift aimlessly. Some drop into chaos, and under its great Tao's influence, evolve into domains. Others, under the power of ancient desolation, become domain beasts. The second origin is domain fragments. When a full completion expert in chaos dies, their domain shatters and fragments drift far and wide. Fragments staying in chaos might eventually coalesce into a new domain, while those reaching ancient desolation might, after many years, become domain beasts. Both paths ultimately yield domain beasts, but there are big differences between them. Domain beasts from seeds have complete roots and are individually the strongest, easily reaching full completion combat power or even exceeding normal full completion beings. Domain beasts from fragments are less powerful but far more numerous, as each shattered domain leaves many fragments. Thus, there are many more fragment-derived beasts than seed-derived ones. Nonetheless, in essence both are still domains. When gathered, domain beasts form groups. Ordinary creatures of ancient desolation avoid them, though exceptions occur like now, as the domain beasts confront a formidable foe. The Calamity boat retreated far enough for Lin Moya to finally see the cause for their alertness. A cultivator. Lin Moya frowned. It was a full completion chaotic cultivator. Though he seemed puny next to the gigantic beasts, his aura faintly suppressed nearly 100 domain beasts. Among those beasts, over 10 possessed full completion level power. The remainder, though weaker, weren't far behind. One would expect the lone cultivator to be intimidated, but it was the domain beasts who looked anxious. Lin Moya peered further and spotted the corpses of several domain beasts in the void, with various magic treasures orbiting and apparently refining them. Little Ping explained, "Domain beasts are pure domain power. Refining them enhances one's own domain. Looks like that guy is hunting domain beasts. He's either highly skilled or extremely daring, unafraid of all those foes." Chaos Child asked, "Should we go around, Master?" Lin Moya shook his head. "We can't. The place we're headed is right there. There's no way around." The area behind the battling cultivator was exactly where Lin Moya needed to go. Catastrophe Supreme's hidden formation was there, now the site of a battlefield. This clash had gone on for some time. Scars in the void from repeated space shattering and mending proved it. A dozen or so times wouldn't have left these marks. Hundreds or perhaps thousands of breaks and repairs must have happened already, each making the scar deeper. While Lin Moya was pondering, the cultivator acted. Hands together in a sword gesture, in a flash, blazing light illuminated the void. "Go!" With a low shout, tens of thousands of rays shot out, transforming into sharp arrows that rained on the beasts. The domain beasts roared in unison, releasing terrifying auras. As pure domains, their powers intertwined, forming a continuous wave that multiplied their strength. It was like a surge of domain force. A sea of phantom domains rose to meet the arrows. Both sides unleashed everything from the start. The cultivator activated magic treasures without pause, each unleashing different attacks against the domain beasts. The beasts' auras wove together, forming their own battle formation, which made them even stronger. Shockwaves from the battle continually shattered the void, leaving scar-like marks. Seated in the Calamity boat, Lin Moya listened to the roaring echoes. If not for the protection of the boat, he would have needed to flee billions of miles to avoid being obliterated by the aftershocks. Lin Moya had fought several full completion level foes, but never had he seen anyone as powerful as this cultivator. This man was holding off close to 100 domain beasts, over 10 of them full completion level, with strength that while maybe not quite at absolute peak could rival the 3 divine phoenixes. The struggle was evenly matched, but the cultivator appeared relaxed, as if he didn't even consider the 100 domain beasts a threat. More importantly, Lin Moya noticed that part of the man's attention was on refining the dead beasts. He wasn't using his full strength on the battle itself. With each domain beast killed and absorbed, the rest only grew more agitated, but could do nothing to stop him. Still, the beasts didn't give up. They lashed out with wave after wave of attacks, blasting the void. Lin Moya watched, fascinated. Such a scene was incredibly rare. At last, another domain beast was refined into nothing, and his sword flew back to the cultivator's hand. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. The sword's quality was extraordinary. Its presence made him feel danger. As soon as the cultivator took hold of the blade, his aura changed. From a mere user of magic treasures, he became a peerless swordsman. That almost supernatural sharpness, Lin Moya had only seen it in his elder sister before. Slash! With a roar, the sword's light exploded. The cultivator unleashed a dazzling strike, slicing open the void. A few beasts screamed and were driven back, blood spurting through the air. Ha ha ha! The cultivator laughed, collecting the blood and a few chunks of flesh with a casual wave. Fire blazed. The blood and flesh instantly roasted. A wine gourd flew out and, in an instant, rich aroma filled the air. Even Lin Moya, miles away in the boat, could smell it. Chapter 4402. Chapter 4402, 4402. Chapter 4402, The Wine Sovereign. Amid hearty laughter, fine wine poured from the gourd and was down in one gulp by the cultivator. In that instant, a rich aroma of wine filled the void, seeping even into the soul. Not even the calamity-crossing boat could block it, and Lin Moya felt for a moment as if he might be drunk himself. This wine is extraordinary. And not just the wine, the gourd, it's a domain treasure. To store wine in a domain treasure, Lin Moya found this remarkable. A man who loved wine so much he'd nurture a domain treasure just to hold it. He didn't have only one domain treasure, his sword was one too. That meant he had at least 2 domain treasures. This also revealed just how powerful his domain was. Domain treasures are not easily produced. Only those with extremely powerful domains can nurture more than one. Suddenly, Little Pun cried out, "I know who he is." His shout was a bit slurred. He was clearly affected by the wine's fragrance and almost seemed tipsy. Lin Moya flicked a wisp of world-burning fire onto Little Ping, giving his soul a jolt of pain. He snapped back to sobriety. "Who is he?" "If I'm not mistaken, that's the Wine Sovereign." "Explain." Lin Moya pressed for details. Little Ping said, "The Wine Sovereign comes from the upper region of the 3 domains. He's an ancient and powerful full completion cultivator. I don't know how long he's lived. My bloodline memory goes back tens of millions of years, and at that time he was already full completion and extremely strong. He's obsessed with wine. His domain treasure is a wine gourd, and he has a sword, loving to fight and drink at the same time. This matches him exactly." Little Pun wasn't 100% certain, but such a person was rare in all of Chaos. Few could be mistaken for him. According to Little Ping, the Wine Sovereign was human, and a top existence among full completion experts. He earned the title Sovereign because he once fought a supreme. Back in those ancient times, the southwestern and northern extremes once jointly attacked the central domain, and the upper region joined in too. The supremes of the upper and central regions confronted those of the south and north, while none could oppose the supreme of the western extreme. So, the strongest full completion experts of those domains fought together to stall the western supreme. The difference between a supreme and full completion being is vast, yet the Wine Sovereign's performance was dazzling. He alone held back the western supreme for several days, withdrawing only when another supreme came to reinforce. Records say he was wounded but not badly. To last several days against the Western Supreme and only be lightly injured speaks volumes about his strength. Some say the Western Supreme didn't give it his full strength, but regardless, that battle cemented Wine Sovereign's reputation, indisputably peak full completion. Wine Sovereign, sword in hand, fought and drank. His battle intent was stern. The previously evenly matched domain beasts were now being beaten back. Their blood and flesh flew as several were grievously wounded. His clear voice rang out through ancient desolation, "I'll only kill 3. If you insist on courting death, I won't be so polite." His words, though not murderous, sent chills of fear. The domain beasts, clearly sentient, seemed to hesitate. Yet they didn't retreat, continuing their assault. Unrepentant. Growing impatient, the Wine Sovereign swept his sword. Sword cuts the Tao. In an instant, the sword gleamed brighter than ever, shredding the void like torn cloth. Under its light, domain beasts screamed, blood sprayed, limbs flew. Lin Moya was momentarily stunned. A sword that severs the Tao. It was exactly the same sword move his own elder sister used, just far more powerful but unmistakably the same style. Could Wine Sovereign be related to my sister? He wondered if Lin Mohan had inherited this man's legacy, but reasoned the odds were slim. As swordlight danced, the domain beasts fled. A protracted battle ended with a single sword. The void was left in ruins, wounds that would not heal for thousands of years. The aura of Wine Sovereign's sword would linger, and unlucky cultivators wandering this region might yet fall to it. Now there was another domain beast corpse in the void of full completion level 1. Wine Sovereign took a swig and muttered, "Didn't know their limits, leaving earlier would have spared one more death." With a gesture, the gourd flew out, generating a strong suction that drew the massive beast's corpse inside. He shook it. A crisp splash was heard. Perfect for brewing wine. Domain beast wine, not the best effects, but tastes pretty good. His every word and action radiated cheerful ease. Taking another big swig, he set his eyes on the calamity-crossing boat. "Little friend, had your fill yet?" It was as though the boat could not block the Wine Sovereign's gaze. Lin Moya felt as if he was being seen through. He piloted the calamity boat over, stopping before Wine Sovereign and bowing. "Junior Lin Moya greets Senior." Wine Sovereign chuckled, "To enter ancient desolation in chaos minor completion, even with a great treasure, you've got guts." Lin Moya replied with a wry smile, "I truly didn't want to come, but answered the call of another. I had no choice." Wine Sovereign drank, his eyes shining, glancing behind him. "You came from Desolation Path, for this array." To Lin Moya's surprise, Catastrophe Supreme's hidden array had been discovered. He didn't let it show, but answered honestly, precisely, Senior. I came for that great array. Wine's Sovereign nodded. That array has existed for countless years. I noticed it long ago, but never managed to enter. It must be the work of a Supreme. I've always been curious. Would you share what you know, little friend? His curiosity was evident, his request direct. Lin Moya hesitated. There are things I can't speak of, Senior. Because someone forbade you to. Lin Moya nodded and bowed. Forgive me, Senior. Wine Sovereign said, in that case, I won't force you. Instead, when you activate the array, would you let me observe? I won't enter, just watch. His tone was calm but unmistakably firm. Lin Moya knew this was the limit, and he had little choice but to agree. To refuse again, Wine Sovereign would either act against him or at least defend this spot endlessly, blocking all progress. Lin Moya could only accept. If Senior wishes to watch, it would be rude of me to refuse. Wine Sovereign nodded. Then let me finish refining these two beasts. There's no rush, is there? Lin Moya shook his head. No rush, Senior. Please, take your time. Chapter 4403. Chapter 4403, 4403. Chapter 4403, Forcibly Bestowing Karma. The Wine Sovereign produced a wine cup, pouring fine wine from his gourd. I won't you for free. Take this cup as my thanks. Lin Moya said, Senior, you are too generous. The Wine Sovereign shook his head. There is always karma. Others may owe me, but I owe no one. With karma involved, Lin Moya had no way to refuse, so he accepted the cup. The Wine Sovereign said, you can save this wine. Drink it once you possess a domain. Before he could finish, Lin Moya had already swallowed the wine. Instantly, the aroma flowed out from within Lin Moya, and 4 domains manifested behind him. The 5 realms domain led the center, largest and strongest. Next was the Great Thousand World, slightly weaker but still a true completed domain. The Science Tao and Mysterious Spirit domains were the weakest, especially Science Tao, which was just a sapling. The wine's essence spread through the domains, passing through infinite space, raising their auras on the spot. This stunned the Wine Sovereign, who exclaimed, Little friend, you actually have 4 domains. Lin Moya had not expected his domains to emerge. He didn't like revealing this, at least not yet. But since it was out, he acknowledged it openly. Just lucky, Senior. I only gained these domains by chance. The Wine Sovereign shook his head. No need for modesty. Owning 4 domains isn't just luck or chance. You must be from the domains, and should have undergone at least 5 ascensions when you broke into the Chaos Realm. Lin Moya nodded slightly. There was no point denying. Better to be open. The Wine Sovereign said, to possess a domain at entry into chaos means you are certain to reach full completion as long as you don't die. But to have 4 domains and 5 ascensions, you may even one day vie for the supreme seat. Lin Moya said, Senior flatters me. The supreme position is so distant. He spoke honestly. It was distant, but also inevitable. There should be 9 supremes in chaos, and there was currently 1 vacancy. That spot was his to claim. The Wine Sovereign said, all it gives you is qualification. There are many with that in chaos, but whether you succeed depends on yourself. I have no fate with the supreme seat. But meeting you is fate, and since I can't help much, let me at least add a bit of karma. He tapped his gourd, and a tide of fine wine rushed out, flooding the void with fragrance so potent Lin Moya nearly swooned. In the calamity boat, Little Pun collapsed from just the smell, already drunk. The Wine Sovereign brought out another gourd, identical in form to his domain treasure, but not itself a domain treasure. It was golden, not green. Collect. With a word, the golden gourd sucked up the entire ocean of wine, and he handed it to Lin Moya. This wine is yours. Drink whenever you like. It will strengthen your domains. Lin Moya knew this wine was unimaginably precious, a treasure for enhancing domains. All full completion experts sought ways to strengthen their domains. Such wine was priceless. This was a considerable karma gift, but forced onto him. Even if he didn't want it, he must accept. Lin Moya was both pleased and helpless. It was what he needed, but the karma. An elder's gift cannot be refused. Thank you, Senior. There was no other option but to accept. The Wine Sovereign laughed. It's not a gift, just binding a thread of karma. Maybe one day you'll help me. Lin Moya thought to himself, is Senior aiming for quasi-supreme? The Wine Sovereign was briefly surprised. You know a lot. Did the Supreme who sent you tell you that? Lin Moya didn't deny it. I know a little, but not much. If Senior is willing to discuss it, I am here. He was polite. Someone who survived countless epochs and reached peak completion must know nearly everything. A living encyclopedia of chaos and ancient desolation, far richer than Little Ping's bloodline memory. The Wine Sovereign glanced at the 2 domain beasts he was still refining. There's still time. Let's chat. With a sweep, he produced a round stone table, not a magic treasure, just a plain stone slab about 5 meters in diameter, loaded with dishes. Amused, Lin Moya saw it was set as a proper feast. The Wine Sovereign said, best place to talk is the wine table. If there's wine, there should be food. This is much more practical than those tea-sipping posers. Lin Moya nodded. Senior is right. Wine's ready, pour for yourself, the food's here, help yourself. Let's eat and chat. As he drank and snacked, he said, after full completion, there's only one path left, the Supreme. But the number of Supremes is limited. I tried for the vacant seat, but it was hopeless. Had I pushed, I'd be dead. If the Supreme path is closed, there's only one other road, Quasi-Supreme. Lin Moya said, as far as I know, Quasi-Supreme isn't equal to Supreme. The Wine Sovereign retorted, who says Quasi-Supremes are lesser? Lin Moya was momentarily lost, took a sip, then replied, that was just my own assumption. The Wine Sovereign sighed. Maybe to Supremes, Quasi-Supremes seem lesser, but not to me. Lin Moyo immediately said, Senior, please enlighten me. The Wine Sovereign explained, Supremes are Chaos's most perfect beings, body, soul, power, Tao, all flawless but none quite at the absolute apex, always a tiny step short. Becoming a Supreme has two prerequisites. First, the domain must be strong enough to leap from full completion to Supreme. How strong? There's no fixed standard, but in my experience, at least 5 times the power of a perfect domain. As for what a perfect domain is, do you know? Lin Moya shook his head. Even if he did, he would have said no. He wanted a thorough answer from the Wine Sovereign. The Wine Sovereign, sipping, said, then let me explain in detail. He talked at length. Lin Moyo understood why he was so willing. The answer was karma. Every bit of knowledge, every piece of advice, was a thread of karma. Should the Wine Sovereign need a favor someday, Lin Moyo would find it hard to refuse. Of course, this was because the Sovereign valued Lin Moyo. For others, he probably would have sent them away. Listening, Lin Moya's understanding of the chaotic cultivation system grew ever clearer. Chapter 4404. Chapter 4404, 4404. Chapter 4404, Beauty's Fate. To become a Supreme, one must first reach the absolute pinnacle of the Chaos Realm full completion stage. To reach that pinnacle, one must refine their domain to perfection. That's what the Wine Sovereign called a perfect domain. But having a perfect domain is not enough. It only means reaching the peak of full completion, still far from a Supreme. If you want to be a Supreme, you need to further strengthen your perfect domain. Yet what makes a perfect domain perfect is that every aspect has already reached its limit. To strengthen a domain further, the only way is to compress its power. This is hard even for domain lords. It demands that the domain lord's own power be strong enough. Even at the same full completion peak, domains can differ in strength. Those differences stem from the number of times one's power ascended when first achieving the Chaos Realm. That ascension is a qualitative leap, a foundation for all future progress. If your foundation was weak, no matter how high you later climbed, collapse was inevitable. How many times can you compress your perfect domain? It depends on the number of ascensions at your Chaos breakthrough. It's a simple truth, but most only realize it too late. Based on the Wine Sovereign's own experience, becoming a Supreme required compressing the strength of a perfect domain at least 5-fold. To do that, you needed to ascend 5 times when entering the Chaos Realm. That's why, upon hearing Lin Moyo had ascended 5 times and owned 4 domains, he was certain Lin Moyo was qualified to challenge the Supreme position. So when Lin Moyo admitted he was sent by a Supreme, the Wine Sovereign wasn't surprised. In fact, he thought Lin Moyo was being groomed for the throne. After all, that last Supreme spot has been vacant countless years, with each of the remaining Supremes coveting it, hence many wars. It's natural they'd want their own followers to take that place. The Wine Sovereign drank and ate, telling stories as if reminiscing rather than giving a lecture. Lin Moya realized if he wanted to become a Supreme, apart from cultivation, he'd also have to survive assassination by the other Supremes. Catastrophe Supreme had friends and plans, but certainly also enemies. His chosen path would be full of hardship. The Wine Sovereign said, my domain is perfect, but compressed just 4 times. That's why when I tried to become Supreme, I failed. I know I'll never make it now. My foundation's inadequate. But chaos always offers another way, so I forged a new path striving for Quasi-Supreme. Quasi-Supreme is also a type of Supreme. You could call it an imperfect Supreme. But Quasi-Supremes also have their advantages. Take the Chaos Wild Ox, for example. He's one. His physical might already surpasses most Supremes, only in soul does he fall short. In a fight, it's a 50-50 split. If I ever become a Quasi-Supreme, next time I meet the Western Supreme, I'd definitely give him a few sword slashes, let his blood soak my wine. So, a Quasi-Supreme is an imperfect Supreme. If the flesh, soul, or Tao reach a Supreme's level, you're Quasi-Supreme. Some Quasi-Supremes even surpass Supremes in certain aspects, and can match them in battle. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, your chosen path is at the Sword Tao. Becoming Quasi-Supreme through sword mastery. Though lacking in body or soul, one's attacking might alone would trouble any Supreme. The Wine Sovereign laughed, can't say if I say it, it won't work. But I'll tell you, it's not the Sword Tao. Lin Moyo was surprised. That sword strike against the domain beasts was so fierce. I thought it was your path. The Wine Sovereign smiled, I am good with swords, but that path is already taken. To tell the truth, I learned that blade from someone else. Lin Moya's heart gave a thump. Surprise grew on his face. The sword Tao is already taken. The Wine Sovereign replied, what's strange about that? Her sword was the truly peerless one. Back in the day, even Supremes retreated before her. Unfortunately, Beauty's fate is brief. He didn't elaborate, heaved a long sigh, and looked full of regret. Lin Moya's heart was turbulent. He forced himself to keep his expression calm, sipping wine. That phrase, Beauty's fate is brief, made him instinctively think of his elder sister. All memories of Lin Mohan flooded his mind. He recalled how, in a small world, he'd obtained a sword, arrogant and powerful with everyone, yet obedient and meek with Lin Mohan. When Lin Mohan drew her sword, one slash split the heavens, the next tore open earth. Now, it was clear that was her sword Tao. No one had taught her those moves. Her sword belonged to herself alone. Matched with the Wine Sovereign's words, Lin Moyo was almost certain the tragic heroine mentioned was his own elder sister. With curiosity, he asked, Senior, I don't use a sword, but am interested in swordsmanship. May I hear about that Quasi-Supreme who walks the sword Tao? He wanted to hear more about this female Quasi-Supreme and also to guide the conversation away from the Wine Sovereign's own path. A glint of nostalgia shone in the Wine Sovereign's eyes. That was long ago. Chaos then had 9 Supremes. The thrones were full, so everyone else could only aim for the Quasi-Supreme path. She became a deist at that very time. There was a Supreme disciple who also studied the sword Tao. The two vied for the Quasi-Supreme title, but the disciple was no match, defeated quickly. Hurt, the disciple's master the Supreme shamelessly intervened, trying to block her ascension, but she broke through on sheer sword intent and became a quasi-supreme. Not only that, she immediately struck back at the Supreme. Those who offend me must be taught a lesson. The Wine Sovereign's face filled with remembrance, reliving the past. Lin Moyo was ever more certain this was his sister. The personality was just too alike. He pressed further, and what happened then? The Wine Sovereign answered, the Supreme sealed the battlefield. No one but her and a few other Supremes knew what happened, but in the end, she was unharmed, and the Supreme went into hiding. Everyone knew the result. She left behind a sword, her proof of the Tao, so that all could understand, but her strike was so powerful, few ever grasped it. After many years of sword study, I gathered only a trace. Sadly, the Wine Sovereign sighed. No one knows when it began, but she suddenly fell. No one knows why. Such a brilliant soul, and yet, sigh, truly, beauty's fate is brief. Chapter 4405. Chapter 4405, 4405. Chapter 4405. She probably doesn't like that title. As the Wine Sovereign reminisced, he couldn't help but sigh between drinks, yet even this sighing had a trace of carefree spirit. In his long life, there weren't many things worthy of such reflection. That quasi-supreme of the sword Tao he spoke of was one of those few. It was easy to imagine, in those days, the Wine Sovereign was likely a bit of a fanboy of that quasi-supreme, his words astonishing talents at it all. Lin Moyo asked, what was that quasi-supreme's name back then? The Wine Sovereign replied, after so many years, few still know her name. Back then, she fought the Supremes head on, letting the world know that quasi-supremes were no weaker than Supremes. At that time, everyone respectfully called her the Great Sword Sovereign. The three words Great Sword Sovereign carried clear reverence in the Wine Sovereign's tone. Even after countless years, this once supreme full completion expert still respected the Great Sword Sovereign greatly. But, Lin Moyo had a feeling that his own elder sister probably wouldn't like that title very much. For some reason, the name just didn't sound quite right. But with Lin Mohan's personality, even if she disliked it, she likely wouldn't bother correcting anyone. A name was just an external label, it wouldn't have bothered her. Lin Moyo commented curiously, Great Sword Sovereign doesn't sound all that pleasant. The Wine Sovereign suddenly laughed. That's not important at all, titles are just labels, after all. Lin Moyo pressed, if she reached such a height, why did she suddenly fall? The Wine Sovereign took a drink and said, no one knows. With her strength, even two Supremes together could barely kill her. So her death was extremely odd. I think there must be a hidden reason, but back then my cultivation was too low to investigate. That said, some people did investigate. Full completion experts skilled in the Tao of Time tried rewinding chaos itself, but they found absolutely nothing. It's an unsolved mystery even now. But I believe, even if the Great Sword Sovereign really fell, with her power, her true spirit must still exist, and one day she will return to chaos. Lin Moyo did not reply, but thought quietly, she may already be back. Lin Mohan was most likely the Great Sword Sovereign reincarnated. If so, it explained everything. Once, Lin Mohan had been an associate in Catastrophe Supreme's circle, a participant in the entire grand plan. With her disposition, after learning of Tao's existence, she'd have refused to accept it. But she wasn't reckless, unwilling or not, she wasn't the type to throw her life away. So maybe, back then, my sister wasn't killed, but committed suicide to reincarnate. This theory now seemed almost definitely correct. According to the Wine Sovereign, the Great Sword Sovereign's power was already at chaos's very peak, no less than a supreme. In all of chaos, except for Tao itself, almost nothing could kill her. Her sudden death was most likely self-imposed. In the distant sky, colors shifted as several treasures naturally flew back. The two full completion domain beasts had been fully refined, nothing left but bones. All their essence was taken up by the Wine Sovereign. He needed vast domain power to attempt his quasi-supreme breakthrough. The Wine Sovereign put away the wine table and clapped. Alright, my final preparations for quasi-supreme are finished. Once I watch you enter the array, I'll be on my way. This trip to ancient desolation, besides the domain beasts, the biggest gain is meeting you. To be honest, I don't know why, but when I look at you, I see some of the Great Sword Sovereign's shadow. Maybe your future achievements will not be less than hers. Lin Moyo bowed. Thank you, Senior, for your blessing. If I ever succeed, I'll never forget your gifts of today. I also wish you a smooth Tao proof. May you reap as you seek. The Wine Sovereign let out a great laugh and gestured widely. Cheers, little friend. The fumes and mists in the void cleared instantly, and everything became transparent. A tiny crack danced in the ancient desolate sky, inconspicuous, almost unnoticeable. Such cracks are common, made by the breath of powerful ancient desolation beings, divine light, or collisions of powerful energies. As such, this crack is easily overlooked, but even so, it didn't escape the Wine Sovereign's eye. He'd known of this hidden array here for a long time, but could never break in. Over endless years, he'd studied array arts deeply. While not the absolute best, he was among the elite. But even with all his skill, he was helpless before this formation, which proved how high the setter's skills must be. He'd once tried brute force, but instinctively sensed danger and stopped. He concluded the array must be the work of a supreme, and not an ordinary one. Its purpose was something special. So he had watched over this array, waiting until he met Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo approached the crack. It was barely larger than a palm. His soul sense naturally reached into it. The moment he did, he sensed a familiar aura and saw a chaos rune inside. This chaos rune was the creation of Catastrophe Supreme. Only Lin Moyo could recognize it. Finding the rune confirmed he had not erred. The next steps were simple. This was not the array's true key. The trick was to decipher the rune, reveal the array, then unlock it. He'd done similar tasks several times before. The rune was not difficult for him. He casually drew several chaos runes, combining them to form a tiny formation. This formation was the key. As soon as it entered the chaos rune, the rune began to tremble. The tremor intensified. The crack in the sky grew bigger. The great array was about to reveal itself. Lin Moya stepped back quickly to give it space. The crack widened, the chaos rune expanded, holding the gap open. At the same time, a strange aura circulated within the rune, tightly sealed off, not leaking. Even Lin Moya could sense it only through his connection to the rune. This was the primordial power of the origin bug. Catastrophe Supreme had gathered power absorbed by the cross-domain array and funneled it here, sustaining this chaos rune. Once activated, the primordial force would shield the grand array, making it undetectable to the Tao of Chaos. Meanwhile, because the power would not leak out, it would not attract ancient desolation beings like the Shadow Desolate Beast. Catastrophe Supreme's skill was truly profound. Even the Wine Sovereign couldn't sense the primordial force within the rune. The Wine Sovereign watched as the chaos rune cracked the sky open, slowly revealing the great array. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible skill! The cultivation in array arts of this Supreme must surpass the art itself." Chapter 4406. Chapter 4406, 4406. Chapter 4406, You didn't disappoint me. The Wine Sovereign's meaning was clear. Catastrophe Supreme, just through array mastery alone, could already be considered a quasi-supreme. The amazement in his eyes was obvious. In his view, a supreme is perfect in every aspect, their understanding of a particular Tao having reached its peak but not yet surpassed the Tao itself. A quasi-supreme, however, would have surpassed the Tao in the path they cultivated, though other aspects remained imperfect compared to a supreme. For a supreme, perfection is the peak, the ultimate, with no further progression possible. That is not the path of a supreme. But what he saw in front of him overturned his understanding of supremes and the Tao. Amidst his awe, he muttered, "How could such a supreme set up this kind of formation? It shouldn't be possible." Lin Moya asked, "Why do you say that, senior?" The Wine Sovereign promptly explained his doubts, and Lin Moya realized the problem too. The Wine Sovereign's confusion was something Lin Moya had never considered. From all appearances, there were only two possibilities. Either the Wine Sovereign misunderstood the Tao. The Supreme is perfect, but not beyond the Tao. Or, the person who laid this formation wasn't just Catastrophe Supreme, but at least had another quasi-supreme who'd surpassed array mastery. However, looking again, the formation was clearly the work of a single person, Catastrophe Supreme. If there were traces of another, Lin Moya would have noticed. So only one possibility remained. Catastrophe Supreme, in terms of arrays, had surpassed the Tao and become a quasi-supreme. Quasi-supreme and supreme in one being, is that even possible? Both Lin Moya and the Wine Sovereign were left pondering, but facts spoke for themselves. The Wine Sovereign was well versed in arrays and also saw that this grand formation was the work of a single person. He couldn't help sighing, "Perhaps my understanding is too shallow. Supremes can also be quasi-supremes. Supremes are not the limit." Lin Moya fully agreed. Supreme is not the end. Above even a quasi-supreme, there is still the Tao. But clearly, the Wine Sovereign hadn't reached that stage when Catastrophe Supreme made his arrangements. The Wine Sovereign wasn't strong enough to even be considered a pawn. Lin Moya's thoughts differed. While the Wine Sovereign marveled at the Supreme, Lin Moya wondered just how many methods Catastrophe Supreme possessed. At the time, Catastrophe Supreme had experienced 9 ascensions, and was the strongest among Supremes. Yet, he seemed to have pursued other avenues simultaneously. Perhaps his skill in arrays was even higher than Lin Moya imagined. What he had seen might not be all there was. The Wine Sovereign saw Lin Moya's contemplation and thought he was strategizing about how to break the formation. He didn't interrupt, just silently waited. After living for countless years, patience was his greatest virtue. Waiting a few hundred years was nothing to him. In his eyes, even spending centuries breaking this formation would be normal. If it were left to him, even thousands or tens of thousands of years would not be enough. The complexity of this formation was above anything he'd ever seen, completely beyond his skill. But after a brief pause, Lin Moya stopped pondering. He knew just thinking would never get him the answer. If you wanted answers, you had to reach Catastrophe Supreme's level, then you might understand. No sense in thinking more, let's begin. Lin Moya shook his head gently and began to draw chaos runes. The Wine Sovereign hadn't expected Lin Moya to act so quickly and was stunned. He wanted to ask, "Are you really ready?" but didn't wish to disturb him. Lin Moya skillfully drew Chaos God runes, one after another, assembling small arrays. Then he combined 10 small arrays into 10 larger ones. Watching Lin Moya shape the formations, the Wine Sovereign felt a hint of familiarity. The grand array Lin Moya set up was different from the one before him, yet there was an intricate connection. The Wine Sovereign sensed Lin Moya's approach was correct. He could indeed solve the grand array. Lin Moya's array skill was astonishing, far beyond what his cultivation level should allow. The Wine Sovereign could only say, a Supreme's chosen successor truly was extraordinary. After he'd finished one formation, Lin Moya didn't stop, but pulled out ingredients, refining them into array discs. He kept building arrays, making each into a disc, 5 arrays in all. Satisfied, Lin Moya arranged the 5 discs in front of him. "Done." The Wine Sovereign asked, "Little friend, your array skill is truly impressive." Lin Moya answered, "Senior flatters me. Arrays are all I know, nothing else." The Wine Sovereign laughed with great ease. "No need for modesty. I already said, with your talent, you'll certainly become a Supreme one day. Even if not, Quasi-Supreme is easily within reach." He now valued Lin Moya even more. The young man's performance in every aspect was flawless. Lin Moya set the 5 array discs flying to the Grand Array's 5 corners, activating. They locked into place like chess pieces. The Catastrophe Supreme's Grand Array suddenly came alive, radiating colored light. An invisible force struck Lin Moya, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing inside the array the next moment. This force originated from primordial power. Even the Wine Sovereign didn't react in time. Catastrophe Supreme's foresight was meticulous. This array could only be entered by the one who broke the code. No one could follow behind. The Wine Sovereign immediately understood, choosing to stand guard outside and protect Lin Moya. Entering the array, Lin Moya found the inner world utterly changed. The real core could only be seen from inside, not out. He carefully observed the core details, every trace showing Catastrophe Supreme's hand. 12 great arrays, all power gathering here. No, not just here, there's another place. The 4 extremes and 3 domains make 7 arrays, add 4 cross-domain arrays, 11 arrays in chaos, all power focused here. But the Grand Array in Ancient Desolation was the final keystone of all 12. Yet even so, Lin Moya noticed that some gathered power also flowed elsewhere. Although Catastrophe Supreme was cautious, he couldn't hide it from Lin Moya. At one core area, Lin Moya pressed down on an inconspicuous spot. At that same moment, a drop of his own blood fell into his palm, transforming into a chaos rune. Instantly, he vanished, passing into the final, true core of the array. A voice rang out beside his ear. You really did find it. You didn't disappoint me. kofi.com/translate Toki. Only donate if you want to. Chapter 4407. Chapter 4407, 4407. Chapter 4407, You are different, very different. The core region of the formation hid another space. If Lin Moya hadn't been so familiar with Catastrophe Supreme's methods, it would have been nearly impossible to find. He understood this was Catastrophe Supreme's safeguard. Even a Supreme would have trouble discovering it. Attempting to force it would cause the grand formation to self-destruct. When the array self-destruct, all the primordial power gathered over countless years would detonate at once. This was power beyond the 4th level. A small amount was negligible, but if amassed, not even a Supreme could withstand it. Catastrophe Supreme was confident no one would try it. Any Supreme would sense the danger in advance and give up, just as the Wine Sovereign had done before. Moreover, Catastrophe Supreme had allies. He was never alone. The plans laid over aeons had always been methodically progressing. Upon entering the true core, Lin Moya heard Catastrophe Supreme's voice while observing his surroundings. All around, clusters of mist floated, each about 10 meters in diameter, like a skyful of stars, their numbers beyond counting. They looked harmless, but inside each was a reserve of primordial power. Each cluster's explosion would be enough to kill a full completion cultivator. Here, there were at least hundreds of thousands. Lin Moya sensed the space teemed with spatial energy. He guessed it was divided into countless subspaces, each a giant warehouse for primordial power. If all this primordial power detonated at once, never mind full completion experts, even Supremes would be forced to flee. Countless ages of accumulation. You're trying to turn quantitative change into qualitative change. He sighed, looking up at a statue within the formation's void. Here, too, stood a faceless statue, Catastrophe Supreme. Seeing it again, Lin Moya felt strange. The featureless face seemed Catastrophe Supreme's last act of respect to Tao. With a scraping sound, the faceless statue turned toward Lin Moya. What do you think? Lin Moya shook his head. It's probably not enough, but I know you must have another move in reserve. Catastrophe Supreme laughed. I knew you'd see through it. Lin Moya said, that's because you never intended to hide it from me. Now let me ask, do you really think it's enough? Catastrophe Supreme was the only one to have fought Tao and knew its strength best. Catastrophe Supreme didn't answer, which in itself was an answer. He wasn't confident. He lowered his voice. The fact you found your way here means you must already know something. How are those two coming along? You mean these two? Lin Moya waved, revealing the phantoms of Chaos Child and the Chaos Ancestral Tree. He knew exactly who Catastrophe Supreme meant. Catastrophe Supreme spoke gravely. When we searched through Ancient Desolation, we discovered that long ago, someone had already fought it. We tried to trace back through broken time, digging through the erased history, and found clues. We attempted to seek those wiped out years, find the severed ages, and in the end, we found them. Once, they were unimaginably powerful and ancient, but after an incident, they were injured, forced into slumber, unable to recover. We devised a method, and perhaps it will help them recover. Lin Moya said, so giving them to me was your method? Yes, said Catastrophe Supreme. Find them a master, let them accompany that master's growth, retracing their old path. It's their only hope of truly recovering. But there's a cost. They lose their freedom, becoming bound to another's will. Lin Moya said, everything comes at a price. That's karma. But what exactly are they? Catastrophe Supreme shook his head. That's not for you to ask. As their master, you should know better than we do. Lin Moya snorted, don't you think you're gambling? Catastrophe Supreme replied, some things can only be gambled on. Take a risk and you might win. Don't, and you're guaranteed to lose. Lin Moya almost objected, if you don't gamble, you don't lose. But thinking of Tao, he realized not gambling meant certain defeat. Though the statue lacked a face, Lin Moya felt it was smiling at him for understanding. He continued, one more question, you had reached the supreme limit. How did you become a quasi-supreme? Catastrophe Supreme burst out laughing, the primordial energy swirled like swaying stars. What's so funny? Lin Moya asked. Catastrophe Supreme said, who says a supreme can't also be a quasi-supreme? Are they in conflict? Lin Moya was briefly speechless. Catastrophe Supreme was right. Just because you reach supreme, why not take other paths? Rules are chains placed by others, why always obey? Catastrophe Supreme said, a supreme is the absolute of the chaotic Tao, the third level, ultimate perfection. A quasi-supreme is the imperfect peak. When you reach supreme, you'll see, the quasi-supreme path is also yours to tread. When I realized all this, it was too late. He had noticed me and I never got another chance. Hide, learn to conceal yourself, break your shackles in one push. When you're near his level, plus what you already possess, victory will be within reach. Otherwise, it's almost hopeless. His strength you can't even imagine. He gets endless chances, you may only get one. But you might be different. Maybe you get more than one chance, maybe you get many. Too many sages lost everything on this road, too many. You are different. Genuinely different. Lin Moya listened intently. The details Catastrophe Supreme revealed were deeply significant, but his voice began trailing off, as if not wanting to say too much, yet wishing to convey something vital. Lin Moya pushed further. How am I different? Catastrophe Supreme stopped his murmurings, then slowly answered, it's not time yet, it's not time. Some things you must sense for yourself. You are our hope, maybe our only hope. If karma is real, if destiny is real, maybe this time we win. Maybe we really will win. His tone was full of uncertainty. There was confidence, yet also hesitation. The defeat long ago had left a mark. Lin Moya replied, at the very least, I'll do my best. Let's start refining the array. Some things I'll have to discover for myself. Chapter 4408. Chapter 4408, 4408. Chapter 4408, From Ancient Desolation to Chaos. Lin Moya began refining the grand array, a task now second nature, requiring almost no effort. He was even able to split his focus, simultaneously refining the pure water provided by Chaos Child and chatting with Catastrophe Supreme. Through several contacts with Catastrophe Supreme's lingering will, Lin Moya noticed a pattern. Though all those consciousnesses came from the Supreme, there were subtle differences between them. Perhaps, after endless years, each fragment of will had evolved a trace of independent thought. This was unsurprising. Each wisp of Catastrophe Supreme's will equaled an ordinary Chaos Realm expert. Thus, these various wills displayed distinct personalities. The will Lin Moya encountered this time especially enjoyed conversation right from the start. He was talkative, sometimes sighing aloud to himself like an old man. As Lin Moya chatted with Catastrophe Supreme, he gleaned snippets about the past. Catastrophe Supreme upheld certain boundaries. What shouldn't be said, he wouldn't say. But Lin Moya could infer much from their roundabout discussions. Their faction was sizable, not just visible allies but secret operatives as well, all to avoid being wiped out in one strike. Everyone around Catastrophe Supreme was unwilling to be ruled or enslaved by Tao. They wanted to resist. Upon discovering the existence of Tao, they began searching for its source, believing all things must have an origin. Over endless years, they found many clues and pieced together a theory. Long before them, many had resisted Tao. Tao had once tried to enslave all of chaos, but was stopped, even injured. But over the vast epochs, Tao eventually recovered and would attempt once again to enslave all chaos and even swallow ancient desolation. This realization drove Catastrophe Supreme and allies to resist with all their strength. If not for that, perhaps they would merely have tried to catch up, not rebel. Catastrophe Supreme's deductions came from their discoveries. Lin Moya, conversing with him, inferred the same though neither had solid proof. In truth, there was evidence, Chaos Child and the Chaos Ancestral Tree. According to Catastrophe Supreme, those two have something to do with it. Lin Moya remembered the first time he learned of Tao's existence he was shocked, but Little Tree, Chaos Ancestral Tree, was much calmer. So was Chaos Child after learning. Maybe, the answers lie with them, Lin Moya thought, though he hoped they would volunteer the truth, not be pressured. He knew if they were silent, they had their reasons, perhaps reasons that could not be spoken. Several days later, Lin Moya finished refining the grand array. Catastrophe Supreme's aura suddenly shifted. He seemed to have fulfilled his mission, with a sense of release. A spatial passage opened behind the blank-faced statue. He was ready to leave. My mission is complete. What follows is up to you. Lin Moya smiled, I'll do my best. After all our talks, is there nothing more you want to tell me? Good luck to us all, the statue said and vanished into the passage. This phase of the statue's mission was over, but the next had yet to begin. Catastrophe Supreme's plan was only just beginning. Once Lin Moya finished refining the array, 12 points of light in his soul world brightened and grew clearer in position. He could now sense the locations of the other arrays with much greater accuracy. This array was the core of the whole set, meant to be the last refined, but he had refined it ahead of schedule. Regardless, with this keystone, tracking down the other arrays would be far easier. After Catastrophe Supreme departed, Lin Moya found himself alone in the array's core. All was quiet. He took time to sense the grand array. Now he could see its form, which matched or exceeded his expectations. Catastrophe Supreme had turned all of chaos into a single weapon, using the 11 arrays to connect chaotic realms, gathered their power here, and then launch attacks from ancient desolation. The array's attack force was divided in three. One part came from chaotic Tao, one from the primordial force of the origin bug, and a third part elsewhere, likely with Tian Suzi and others. As for why power was split this way and why attacks must be launched from ancient desolation, Lin Moya now understood, thanks to his discussions with Catastrophe Supreme. Tao controls chaos. If struck from within, it would be as if using its own hand to slap itself. Absurd. So the attack must originate in ancient desolation, draw chaos's strength, strike Tao from outside, not only attacking Tao but also weakening chaos's power. For ordinary cultivators, chaos's power is inexhaustible, yet for supremes, there's a limit. Besides chaos's force, the power of the origin bug is required. Primordial force is of the same tier as Tao, but a single bug's strength is minuscule, even gathered, not much. Yet when amassed over countless years, it can become significant. That was two parts. Lin Moya didn't know the third, but judged it must also be formidable. This was the fruit of infinite planning by many. Lin Moya was a vital part, but not the only one. He withdrew his mind from the formation, entered his soul world. You too, is there anything you want to tell me? He didn't want to force an answer, though he knew if he insisted, Chaos Child and Little Tree would comply, but he preferred they speak of their own accord. Chaos Child and Little Tree both took human form, exchanged a glance. Clear hesitation. At last, Chaos Child whispered, "Why don't you say it? I'll just mess it up." With that, he ducked into the Chaos Pearl, refusing to come out. It was obvious he and Little Tree had already signaled each other. Little Tree snorted, coward, so afraid of karma. Lin Moya said, "If it's hard, then don't." Little Tree shook his head, "We don't even know if it's hard. The karma involved is just too vast. After all these years, we aren't sure if it's settled. We originally planned to wait until you reached Supreme, but since you're asking." Lin Moya cut him off, "Hold on." He took out the causality ring, sent soul power into it, activated the ring. Effect without cause. His thoughts surged into the ring for the next day. Whatever happened or was said in his soul world would not be entangled by karma. He intended to banish karma. Violent backlash surged. Lin Moya was instantly blown to pieces. Chapter 4409. Chapter 4409, 4409. Chapter 4409, The Hidden Power of Rebirth. The backlash from causality surged wildly. Lin Moya had never encountered such a furious reaction before. The cause-seeking ring buzzed, rumbling like muffled thunder. So immense, this causality. Causality is mysterious, shapeless, and intangible, yet omnipresent. It merges with fate, flows through time, present in every action, every word, every thought. Causality can shift at any time, changing with deeds and events, ever-changing. It feels as if it has no bottom, but also possesses stunning principles, unshakable. This time, what Lin Moya wanted Little Tree to reveal involved enormous causality so grand that not even Chaos Child dared speak, fearing a slip of the tongue. Thus, he used the cause-seeking ring, and the backlash it generated was unprecedentedly fierce, shocking Lin Moya to the core. Life after life, death after death, he died more than a dozen times, but the backlash didn't lessen. Lin Moya sensed he might have sowed the seed of his own destruction. Fortunately, after Little Tree's recent transformation, Lin Moya's new life tally had soared past 5,000, which should be enough. Hopefully it's enough, he thought, but wasn't too sure. When being blown apart becomes routine, dying is a joke, and the so-called great terror between life and death is finally nothing, Lin Moya felt he had truly become indifferent to it. Live or die, what difference does it make? He'd always skirted the edge of death, best to just get used to it. 100 rebirths later, the backlash was still undiminished. This proved how terrifying the fruit he had planted was. Perhaps it touched on a true secret. In the past, 10 or so deaths for a single fruit was already a lot. Never before had he died 100 times for one. Now, 100 deaths was only the beginning. There was no end in sight. Little Tree quietly watched Lin Moya shatter and revive, again and again. The only thing he could do was absorb and convert as much power as possible to fuel more rebirths, just in case. He had no idea how many rebirths Lin Moya would need this time. He could only do his best to help increase them. 200, 400, 800. Lin Moya was speechless. What could possibly cause such backlash? What causality required so much death? Somewhere through this cycle, he sensed something different. After the 5th rebirth, upon forming a new body, he noticed that his physical body had become stronger. Not just his body, his soul had grown stronger, too. As a Chaos Realm minor completion cultivator, he was acutely aware of the slightest change in himself. Even the tiniest improvement could not escape his notice. This was genuine, fundamental strengthening, not just a raw power increase, but a change at the very core. Such a change was infinitely more valuable than simple power. There are many ways to gain strength: advanced cultivation, alchemy, treasures, formations. But to truly enhance the essence of body or soul is exceedingly rare. Most treasures confer only temporary boosts. The higher the realm, the more precious are these fundamental changes. How can this be? Although the gain was just 1%, it was real. He'd undergone countless rebirths before, but had never noticed anything like this, not due to oversight, but because it had never happened. Perplexed, he continued to die and revive. No further change came until the 600th new life. Suddenly, both body and soul strengthened again. Once more, it was just 1% stacked atop the last improvement. That made the actual increase about 0.3% greater than after the first time. The numbers sounded small, but if they accumulated, it would be no small figure. In these elevated realms, even a tiny increase is invaluable. If a treasure could permanently raise the essence of body and soul by even 1%, countless full completion experts would risk war for it. Even Supremes might take action. Again stronger. Is it triggered by the number of rebirths? Twice now, the pattern was clear: the 5th and 6th hundreds, first at 500, then 6, each time at an interval of 100. That couldn't be coincidence. This was a rule. He thought the rebirth talent came entirely from Little Tree, just an ability inherited from the Chaos Ancestral Tree. But now it seemed otherwise. If Little Tree truly bestowed this ability, he would possess it himself, but he did not. So where did the rebirth talent originate from, and why was it tied to Little Tree, finally ending up with Lin Moya? Death and rebirth repeated. Lin Moya studied his body and soul's changes with each cycle. Through the next dozens of rebirths, there was no further strengthening until the 700th. Again, another 1% boost applied on top of the last. 5, 6, 700, all at intervals of 100. Now the pattern was unmistakable: every 100 rebirths brought a new power-up. If the cycle continued, his body and soul could essentially become infinitely stronger. Even without raising his cultivation, his fighting strength would rise dramatically. While this increase didn't directly affect his magic, it was still more valuable. Magic can be countered or restricted, but body and soul are the true foundation. This discovery gave Lin Moya new ideas for his path, to push both cultivation and his essence together. At the 800th rebirth, the pattern repeated again, body and soul grew stronger. He was now certain this was a hidden ability of the rebirth talent, only activated under specific conditions. In truth, he'd never have noticed it before entering the Chaos realm. His tally of rebirths was never high enough to activate it. Everything had changed since entering Chaos. At the 900th, another strengthening. Only after reaching 1,000 rebirths did the backlash of the cause-seeking ring finally begin to ebb. He'd been strengthened 6 times now. Lin Moya almost hoped it would continue a bit longer, so he could grow stronger still. A voice from Little Tree broke in, "Master, your body and soul seem to have grown stronger." As Lin Moya was being reborn, he replied, "Yes, I'll tell you why in a moment." But before he could finish, he was shattered once again. Death followed rebirth, over and over pain, but also joy, as his essence transformed. Finally, after 1,867 deaths, the backlash was spent, and the fruit was planted. Dear readers, sigh. I want to take a moment to be open with you. Some of you may have noticed that chapter releases have been a little delayed recently. The truth is, I've been facing some difficult challenges both at work and within my family, including some serious health concerns. Out of respect for privacy, I won't go into details, but I hope you can understand that it's been a lot to balance. As much as I love sharing this story with you, many of the struggles I'm facing ultimately come down to financial pressure. After a lot of thought, I've made the tough decision to delay releases here by about a day, and at times possibly longer, while offering earlier access on Patreon. This isn't a choice I make lightly. It does feel a little selfish, and I sincerely apologize if it disappoints anyone. My hope is that this change will ease some of my burdens and allow me to keep posting with consistency. That said, please know there is absolutely no obligation to join Patreon. I completely understand if you'd rather continue reading here, or even elsewhere. Your support, simply by enjoying my work, already means so much to me. I've been on this journey with you for nearly 2 years now, and your patience, kindness, and encouragement are what keep me going. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for sticking with me through the ups and downs. I'm truly grateful for every single one of you. Chapter 4410, Little Tree's Memory. Chapter 4410, Chapter 4410, Little Tree's Memory. Chapter 4410, Little Tree's Memory. It's finally over. Lin Moya, cloaked in purple light, spoke softly with a trace of regret in his voice. It was as if he lamented the end of the cycle of rebirth. If only he could experience a few more. More than a third of Little Tree's accumulated 5,000 rebirth opportunities had been used, leaving less than 4,000. Still, 4,000 is more than enough under normal circumstances, though now Little Tree can't keep accumulating them. Lin Moya asked, "Isn't it strange that both my body and soul have become stronger?" Little Tree nodded. "It is very confusing. Through this latest session of rebirth, which lasted less than an hour in total, Lin Moya's body and soul had increased by 14%, a massive leap for someone of Chaos Realm minor completion. In terms of soul power alone, he was now approaching Chaos Realm great completion. But Lin Moya's actual cultivation level hadn't changed, which Little Tree found baffling. If Lin Moya's growth was just tied to rebirth, why hadn't this happened before? Lin Moya said, "It was accidental. I only noticed the first boost after 500 rebirths. Each subsequent 100 rebirths brought another slight improvement." Little Tree said, "So, you're saying, if rebirth is triggered more than 500 consecutive times, it unlocks some hidden ability?" Lin Moya replied, "That's how it looks. If there's another chance, I'll test it again." "Still, wasn't this ability something you gave me? Not even you knew?" Little Tree shook his round head. "That's your talent, master. I'm just a vessel for it." "Huh?" Lin Moya was briefly stunned. "My talent came from you, didn't it?" He remembered gaining 3 flames of talent fragments of Little Tree's previous self when he split into 6 parts. Later, the system optimized those talents, and that's when the invaluable rebirth ability had appeared. He had always thought this talent originated from Little Tree. But Little Tree shook his head. "No, it's yours. I'm just the carrier. I've always known that." The information did not match up. Everyone had their own impression. Lin Moya said, "Then explain, what's your understanding of this talent?" Little Tree described his experience when he first came to be. Even before he had a will, this talent already existed. It belonged to Lin Moya, not to him. He was just a container, a sort of steward. All the energy required for the talent was drawn from him whether he wanted it to or not. Whenever the talent was used, his power was immediately used to replenish it. He couldn't stop this from happening. In Little Tree's view, the talent was Lin Moya's, but it became a part of him as well. Though 10% of his power was always reserved for fueling the rebirth ability. He could help Lin Moya accumulate rebirths faster, but could never stop the number from increasing. He finished his explanation. Lin Moya grew pensive by Little Tree's account. The talent ultimately came from the system. The system had been gone for countless years. The last time it appeared was when Lin Moya entered the Great World, and it hadn't shown up since. What the system was, how it related to him, where it went, these remained a mystery. Lin Moya puzzled over it, but gave up. It doesn't matter. What matters is that after 500 rebirths, both the body and soul become stronger. Little Tree, you focus on accumulating more rebirths, and I'll use the cause-seeking ring to plant some difficult effects to further strengthen my body and soul. That was Molinu's plan, a risky one. Planting a fruit too hard might cost him his life too easy, and he couldn't get enough rebirths for strengthening. After all, the first 499 rebirths are wasted. He needed at least 500, but more is better. 1,000 or 2,000 is ideal. Lin Moya continued, "Let's not worry about that for now. The fruit is planted, you can start. What really happened all those years ago? Little Tree was clearly still hesitant, but since Lin Moyo had asked directly, and planted the fruit, he had no choice but to answer. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, Master, some things touch enormous karma, and saying too much could hurt you. Also, neither I nor Chaos Child has fully recovered our memories, only about 70%. If we combine what we've recovered, it's about 80%. The real core matters, we still don't know. We wanted to wait until you reached Supreme, then tell you more. A very long time ago, actually, it's wrong to call it time. There wasn't a clear definition of years back then. It was a prehistoric era. The structure of chaos and ancient desolation was already fixed, and multitudes of beings proliferated in both realms. Beings of chaos were a bit weaker physically than those of ancient desolation, but their intelligence was higher, so they banded together for greater collective power. In ancient desolation, lone warriors were the norm, but there were a few groups. I was the first tree born from chaos, known as the Chaos Ancestral Tree, the forebear of all trees in chaos. In my prime, my branches, leaves, seeds, roots, and stems reached into every corner of chaos, touching every domain. I became one of the true peaks. Chaos Child was the first domain seed of ancient desolation, but never transformed into a domain or a domain beast. Instead, he absorbed a massive amount of chaotic energy and remade himself into the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl contains its own world, a near-perfect replica of chaos and ancient desolation. In his world, Chaos Child created domains, birthed life, and nurtured powerhouses he dreamed of turning into another chaos/ancient desolation. At that time, realms like ours existed in abundance. But then, here, Little Tree hesitated, eyes growing thoughtful. His memory wasn't complete, a lot was missing. Their memories were self-sealed. Lin Moya knew the missing pieces must be the most important parts. What Little Tree now described was partly his own restored memory and partly things he had learned from Chaos Child's recollections. After a moment's thought, Little Tree seemed to make up his mind. After an unknown time, chaos and ancient desolation started fighting each other. Why the war started we haven't recalled. What we do know is that it was brutal, with countless casualties. I don't know if I took part. How long it lasted I'm not sure. Maybe I was involved, maybe not. I only know that many perished, and it was all over one thing. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 44:11, A Single Flower? Chapter 44:11, Chapter 44:11, A Single Flower? Chapter 44:11, A Single Flower? A single thing. Little Tree didn't call it a magic treasure or any other kind of treasure, just a thing, meaning his memory of that part hadn't fully recovered. The catastrophe scepter appeared in Lin Moya's hand. Was it this? Little Tree shook his head. I don't think so. Lin Moyo asked with surprise, you're that sure? Little Tree furrowed his brow, searching his memory. His youthful face radiated deep age. He'd lived since an era so ancient it predated time itself, survived nearly being erased, but now he was regaining himself. After thinking a long while, Little Tree shook his head again. I really don't think so. I have no memory of it, none at all. I talked about it with Chaos Child, and he has no recollection either. So it wasn't for that. Go on. Lin Moyo put away the scepter and waited for the story to continue. Little Tree continued, I still don't remember what that thing was, but it threw all of chaos and ancient desolation into upheaval. It appeared then so powerful that it suppressed everyone, killed countless, and eventually stood unrivaled. If I'm right, it must have obtained that thing and used it to claim its place. Chaos Child and I think, were both gravely wounded at that time. We chose to disassemble ourselves to survive. Disassembly was an immense risk, but we had no choice. Lin Moyo interrupted, didn't you say you don't remember participating in the war? But that war was fought for this thing. If neither of you took part, how were you both so badly hurt? Little Tree shook his head. That memory isn't back yet. Even if I didn't join the war, I could have tried to get the item. Fighting in the war was one thing, fighting for the object was another. He could have waited and only made a move at the end, and Chaos Child the same, so not all were on the battlefield at first. Lin Moya said, so you and it are from the same era? Yes, the same era. That's why, when you discovered its existence, I wasn't surprised. It he spoke of was, of course, Tao. The Little Tree still dared not say it aloud. But there are things Chaos Child and I still don't understand. It seems like something went wrong with it. Based on my understanding, after it mastered chaos, it should have swallowed ancient desolation and united everything, but it never did. I don't know what happened afterward. Lin Moya said, there must be a reason, but that doesn't matter. What does all this have to do with causality? Little Tree shook his head. It's everything. Chaos Child and I come from different sources. Our every act stirs the great Tao of chaos. That's why we sealed our own memories. If we hadn't, it would have found us. Even exchanging information, we had to be careful, always avoiding taboo topics and substituting other languages for risky words. If not for your shielding of causality, I wouldn't dare say any of this now. Mentioning that thing or the war would rouse the Tao and then it would find us. Lin Moyo asked, but one day your memories will fully return, and the Tao will sense it. What then? We've considered it. Our only option is to suppress ourselves until you're strong enough to fight it. We can't fully recover or regain full strength until then. If either of us rejoins the Tao, we'll be found and erased. Little Tree is the Chaos Ancestral Tree, the first tree of chaos, master of many Taos including time and space. Without returning to the Tao, he can never regain his peak, and if he does, the Tao will notice. Chaos Child faces the same fate. So, they've pinned their hopes on Lin Moyo. Only when he can stand against the Tao will they return fully. Ugh, shameful. Chaos Child's voice suddenly broke in. He didn't know when he'd emerged, face scrunched in dismay. Once we were the strongest, now we only survive by shattering ourselves. Little Tree replied, there's no shame in it. If you're outmatched, at least we survived. Of all our old friends, how many are left? Little Tree's friends weren't ordinary cultivators, but other beings of vast power, firsts of their kind, creatures born of chaos and ancient desolation, but almost all of them are gone. Chaos Child said, they're all dead now but still not quite gone. Some managed to leave something behind. Lin Moyo understood. He took out the cause-seeking ring. Like this. Chaos Child replied, roughly. My memory's not back, but I can guess. That thing must have been one of us who tried for that thing and lost its mind, wiped. Only the item remains. Lin Moyo finally understood the cause-seeking ring's origins, a treasure born of heaven and earth, master of causality, standing atop the causal Dao. As its physical form awakened sentience, it shaped itself, and ultimately fell in the struggle for the great item, leaving only its body. No wonder it's so powerful, it was always in existence, standing atop causality. Besides the cause-seeking ring, other treasures from that era still exist, most the residue of that ancient war. What was the thing you all fought for? Lin Moyo asked. Little Tree shook his head. That's still sealed away, maybe out of fear, we locked it up especially deep. Chaos Child said, I can't remember exactly, but I can show its rough shape. He conjured an apparition, an image of a flower. But this flower was bizarre, countless petals, large and small, folded upon each other, layers within layers, endless. Lin Moyo had seen many types of flowers, but never one like this. Boom! The array's core shook violently, even the soul world trembled. Thunder echoed from beyond the soul world as Little Tree's face paled. Stop! Chaos Child was startled, his illusion vanished instantly. Wasn't causality blocked? He thought the Dao had discovered them, since he'd crossed a line. Little Tree was terrified, worried for Lin Moyo most of all. If we're found, none of us will survive, but Master is what matters most. Chaos Child glared at him, hey, Fat Tree, isn't now the time for some flattery? Lin Moyo was much calmer in the core of the array. His body opened its eyes, instantly understanding the real cause outside the array. The Wine Sovereign was engaged in a fierce battle, causing all the thunder. Lin Moyo assured them, someone's fighting the Wine Sovereign, don't worry. Chaos Child exhaled deeply, scared me to death. Little Tree huffed, coward. I'm worried for Master. If we die, but he's irreplaceable. Chaos Child rolled his eyes at Little Tree. You Fat Tree, not even trying to curry favor at a time like this. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 44:12, Protecting Lin Little Friend. Chapter 44:12, Chapter 44:12, Protecting Lin Little Friend. Chapter 44:12, Protecting Lin Little Friend. Was the object for which countless top experts of that era fought a flower? Actually, Chaos Child hadn't yet fully regained his memory. The only reason he knew it was a flower was that there were 18 corpses in his inner world. These corpses had all been supremes or quasi-supremes, though just powerhouses in his inner world, not the true powerhouses of chaos or ancient desolation. You could think of these experts as Chaos Child's followers. Once they'd fought for him, and they had witnessed that flower. Recently, through their lingering memories, Chaos Child had learned some details, including the image of the flower. He still couldn't be sure. Without Lin Moyo blocking causality, he wouldn't have dared to even mention this. Even so, those memories were fragmented. He truly didn't know exactly what that flower was. Lin Moyo didn't pursue it any further. Everything that could be said had been said. Now he knew what had happened back then. These two, once unmatched beings who had disassembled themselves to survive, were now bound to him. Their fates and his were one. If he died, they could not survive. That meant Lin Moyo could fully trust them even if they regained all memories and might. Betrayal was impossible. He never used any methods to control them. He thought that would be unnecessary and even insulting. Trust is sometimes a strange kind of power. This time, his harvest was immense. Learning the past was only one part. The real gain was discovering, by chance, that surviving 500 consecutive rebirths strengthened body and soul. This led to a whole new possible path. If he could continue, his future would be limitless. He also pondered his rebirth talent. Was it truly from the system? Why did he have a system at all? What even was a system, a thing full of technological flair, and where did it come from? Answers led to further mysteries. The world hid too many secrets. Lin Moyo returned to his body, feeling his much strengthened flesh and soul. As he left the formation's core, outside the array, a fierce battle raged. The Wine Sovereign gripped his wine gourd in his left hand, drinking between strikes, while his sword howled through the air. He faced three opponents, all full completion cultivators, all from chaos. They were nearly equal to the Wine Sovereign in power, and together fought him to a standstill. Lin Moyo did not leave the array. He wasn't qualified to join such a fight. Even the aftermath would be lethal. He watched from the protection of the formation, a mere spectator. After observing for a while, Lin Moyo noticed that the Wine Sovereign wasn't using his full strength, likely not even 60%. He was clearly waiting, sometimes glancing toward another direction. It seemed he was waiting for someone, the real enemy, the one still hiding. The three are just bait. The real foe hasn't shown himself. But how did they find Wine Sovereign in this vast land? Clearly, there's something suspicious here. Lin Moyo quickly worked out many things. The Wine Sovereign drank and swept his sword, the domain treasure sending out endless swordlight and pushing the three back. He glanced toward the grand array, saw Lin Moyo, and smiled before looking back into the void. Old bug, how long do you plan to hide? Don't think I won't kill if you keep this up. A cold laugh came from the void. So that's why you're staying guarding this little fellow? Is this boy your disciple? Didn't know you took on students. A black-robed old man appeared, his aura powerful, nearly equal to the Wine Sovereign. A scar ran across his face, centipede-like and hideous. Lin Moyo realized the other had mistaken him for the Wine Sovereign's disciple, thinking Wine Sovereign stood guard for his sake. Wine Sovereign's earlier glance only reinforced this. Indeed, Wine Sovereign made it clear he remained to protect Lin Moyo. Most people wanted to sever ties, but Wine Sovereign insisted on forcing ties, yet he wouldn't go out of his way for just anyone. His regard meant he thought highly of Lin Moyo. He was no fool unless benefit was involved. He rarely acted. The two had just met, shared a drink and a chat, hardly the stuff of sworn brotherhood. It was simply a win-win arrangement. If Lin Moyo succeeded in the future, perhaps he could help Wine Sovereign. If Wine Sovereign triumphed, he might help in return. So Lin Moyo accepted. Why refuse? Facing the scarred elder, Wine Sovereign tipped back his wine. Old Centipede, Lin isn't my disciple, but you're right, I'm staying here to protect him. Cold light flickered in Old Centipede's eyes, his murderous intent on Lin Moyo. Lin, he's just Chaos Minor completion trash. You make friends with such waste? You must be senile. Wine Sovereign was unconcerned. You have a choice, take your 3 dogs and get out now, or I'll unsheath my sword and butcher dogs today. He spoke with drunken arrogance, not giving Old Centipede any face. His 3 full completion subordinates, called 3 dogs by Wine Sovereign, flushed with killing intent, but deferentially held back because Old Centipede was present. Old Centipede sneered, to the end, you're still spouting nonsense. Today you die, and so does that trash behind you. The formation will be mine as well. He threw out a triangular array disc that expanded into a massive formation, covering tens of millions of miles, including both Wine Sovereign and Lin Moyo's protected array. Wine Sovereign's 3 dogs moved to the array's 3 corners. Old Centipede stood in the center. Wine Sovereign didn't even raise an eyebrow. Old Centipede, have you gone senile? You know I'm a master of formations. Do you really think this array? He was interrupted. Of course I know, but you might not be able to break this one. He activated 2 more discs, creating overlapping formations that combined power and stability sword, making breaking through much harder. Terrifying pressure rolled over as Wine Sovereign's body trembled and his aura faltered, but he showed no fear, calmly studying the array. If I'm not mistaken, this array was designed by fellow deist East, wasn't it? To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4413, Killing Bugs and Slaying Dogs. Chapter 4413, Chapter 4413, Killing Bugs and Slaying Dogs. Chapter 4413, Killing Bugs and Slaying Dogs. Though shrouded by the might of the formation and under its pressure, the Wine Sovereign appeared completely unbothered, making Old Centipede even angrier. He couldn't understand where the Wine Sovereign got such confidence even at this crucial moment. There wasn't a trace of panic, not only that, even Lin Moyo, a mere Chaos Minor completion trash, acted the same. Old Centipede growled coldly, if you know whose formation this is, you should know the consequence. The Wine Sovereign laughed. It's true, fellow East's array is formidable, but do you really think that's enough to kill me? Let me tell you, even if East showed up in person, a single formation would never be enough to do me in. Before Old Centipede could retort, the Wine Sovereign turned to Lin Moyo. Lin, what do you think of this array? Lin Moyo had been watching all along. 3 array discs overlapped to form the formation, multiplying its power. It was an interesting method if used to the extreme. You could overlap 3, 10, 100, even 1,000 arrays. But the more arrays stacked, the greater the power, yet the less the stability, an irreconcilable contradiction. From another perspective, if your power is overwhelming and you can kill instantly, sacrificing stability isn't necessarily a problem. Here, 3 arrays meant a doubling of power. It was strong, but not enough, in Lin Moyo's opinion, to hold down the Wine Sovereign. He answered honestly, it's decent. He didn't know who East was. Must be a master of arrays, stronger in formation arts than the Wine Sovereign, but compared to himself, maybe a bit inferior. Decent made the Wine Sovereign roar with laughter. If it's only decent, think you can break it, little friend? Lin Moyo said, yes, but my own cultivation isn't enough. Senior, I'd need your aid. Hearing this, Old Centipede cackled, ignorant brat. A mere Chaos Minor completion fool, such arrogance. Seeking death, are you? Lin Moyo ignored him. Shall we break it? The Wine Sovereign smiled, certainly break it. Good. Lin Moyo flicked his wrist, and in an instant, several chaos runes spun into a subtle formation. He slipped in a strange material, sent the formation flying to the Wine Sovereign. Senior, infuse this with your soul power and it'll open the lock. The Wine Sovereign's soul swept in a torrent of power, surged. Boom, the material exploded. It could only withstand the power of a Chaos Minor cultivator, far too weak for the Wine Sovereign. But as it shattered, the formation was triggered, almost as if stimulated by the fragments. The Wine Sovereign's soul force, through the shards, infiltrated the enemy array. Lin Moyo's simple-looking formation expanded, clashing with Old Centipede's triple-locked array. It was like sharp needles piercing the formation's fabric, unraveling its delicate structure. With a crisp crackle, the triple array instantly collapsed, splitting into 3 separate formations. How? Old Centipede was horrified. Such a powerful construct, broken so swiftly, unbelievable. But the break wasn't over. Disrupted, the arrays destabilized further thanks to Lin Moyo's trick and the Wine Sovereign's soul force. Cascading damage spread inside. The 3 formations crashed together and detonated. Billions of miles of void trembled, fractures lacing through everything. Old Centipede and his 3 men were hurled away, not harmed, but badly embarrassed. Seeing all this, the Wine Sovereign laughed louder. Lin's array skills exceeded my expectations. What a cause for a grand toast. Lin Moyo replied modestly, you flatter me. Without your help, I couldn't have broken it. The Wine Sovereign waved it off. Not at all. He raised his gourd, drinking deep. The fragrant wine mingled with his laughter, drifting through the void. On the other side, Old Centipede's face turned ugly. Lin Moyo was modest, but the Wine Sovereign knew, even if he'd done nothing, Lin Moyo could have broken the array solo, just with a bit more effort. Among formation experts, it's not about cultivation, but mastery. Lin Moyo's skill was clearly superior. Old Centipede gnashed his teeth. You little trash, daring to meddle in my affairs. His glare toward Lin Moyo was murderous, as if wanting to rip him to pieces. Lin Moyo ignored him entirely, turning to the Wine Sovereign. So, Senior, what now? The Wine Sovereign smiled. I mostly wanted to see if the villain had any hidden tricks. He's out of ideas, so, let me show you how to kill bugs and slaughter dogs. The Wine Sovereign's expression grew grim, his fighting will thundering out to fill the sky. His full strength erupted, instantaneously solidifying massive swaths of space. It was as if the entire world became stone, every gap locked down. In such a space, even if someone had the power of space, it wouldn't help. By sheer fighting spirit, the Wine Sovereign froze all movement. His enemies had nowhere to run. Amazing! Lin Moya gasped. He'd known the Wine Sovereign was powerful, but not to this extent. It became clear how much the Wine Sovereign had held back fighting the domain beasts he'd just been playing. A gleaming sword snapped to his hand, with a true domain emerging behind him. Not illusion, but reality. Unlike others, the Wine Sovereign kept his domain with him at all times. With his domain revealed, the domain treasure sword held, its invisible sword chi shaking the air. Old Centipede grunted, his minions screamed. The unseen sword force drilled right into their souls, causing unspeakable agony. All four were shaken by this point. The Wine Sovereign hadn't even truly attacked still, they were already on the verge of fleeing. But escape was impossible. The Wine Sovereign would not allow it. With a flick, he summoned, sword cuts the Tao. Blinding sword light, hundreds or thousands of times stronger than before, burst forth. The frozen void split as the sword energy shattered ancient desolation, sliced the great Tao, and destroyed souls. Nothing in its path was spared. Impossible. How can you be this strong? You've reached that level. It can't be. No. Screams and shrieks exploded, the first from Old Centipede, the others from his subordinates. After a few beats, the sword light faded. Lin Moyo, peering across the expanse, saw a gigantic centipede fleeing. That's Old Centipede's true form? So he was actually a myriapod monster. Hey all, thanks to everyone for your support, especially those who subscribed to my Patreon. I know a lot of people don't like this and call it a cash grab, and if that's how you see it, I won't try to change your mind. In a way, it is, but trust me, I wouldn't do this if I had any other choice. The final verdict for the setup is this: the novel will be ahead on Patreon by 4 to 8 chapters, so readers on Novelfire will always be 4 to 8 chapters behind. I also know there are many people who aren't in a position to donate to my Patreon, and I understand. This is the best solution available. I hope you can understand the decision I've made. You don't have to like it, but I do hope you'll respect it. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 44:14, The Toy is Gone. Chapter 44:14, Chapter 44:14, The Toy is Gone. Chapter 44:14, The Toy is Gone. Lin Moyo had seen myriapods before, creatures of ancient desolation, but this old centipede came from chaos, so how could his true form be a myriapod? Old Centipede, in his original body, fled after that sword Wine Sovereign's attack left him badly wounded. Some severed limbs and fragments of his carapace were left behind in the empty ancient desolation, and from afar Lin Moyo saw that he'd nearly been sliced in half. As for his 3 henchmen, none survived. They had all become corpses. They weren't human. Upon death their true forms were exposed, 3 dog-like beasts. The strength of Wine Sovereign was now undeniable. He really had been playing with them before, and even now hadn't used his full power. Wine Sovereign had said he was walking the quasi-supreme path and that his greatest strength was not the sword. This time, he used his sword, not his most powerful Tao. Drinking deeply, Wine Sovereign said, "So satisfying. I haven't felt this good in a long time." Lin Moyo flew out from the array to stand beside him, grinning. "Senior, how much strength did you use in that sword?" Wine Sovereign replied, "Maybe 80 or 90% enough for Centipede." He said it casually, but for him only Old Centipede was no weakling, and his henchmen being slain, each was far stronger than the old East Dragon Python ancestor. Even among full completion experts, the strength difference was massive. Lin Moyo was puzzled. Why was Old Centipede's true body a myriapod? Wine Sovereign laughed, understandable confusion. Old Centipede's real name is Lord Myriad Legs. I just gave him the nickname. He was originally a myriapod beast. He once accidentally wandered into an ancient desolation path and came to chaos, where he consumed a strange fruit, shed his old nature, and merged with chaos, gaining the power to cultivate. He later took human form and became Lord Myriad Legs, but his foundations were poor and he couldn't progress farther. As for our grudge, it started over some treasures, but that's too old to bother mentioning. His 3 subordinates are from the Celestial Dog clan of Chaos, not a large group. He once fought them and slaughtered most of the clan. Later, he used special means to control the Celestial Dog clan. Those 3 were the dogs he trained. Celestial Dogs is running dogs. Amusing, said Lin Moyo, smiling. It seems he came especially to kill you this time. Wine Sovereign chuckled. It's not the first time. Our feud is ancient. But after this, I doubt he'll bother me again. No more toys to play with. This sword had shown Lord Myriad Legs he was welcome to try again at his own peril. The fight had reminded Lord Myriad Legs just how great the gap really was. Lin Moyo heard the sigh in Wine Sovereign's voice and caught the deeper meaning. It turned out that, to Wine Sovereign, Lord Myriad Legs was just a toy, a pastime for when boredom struck. These top-level beings had some rather bizarre hobbies, indeed. Lin Moyo did not comment. So you're about to attempt your quasi-supreme breakthrough, Senior? Wine Sovereign replied, the time is about right. But after all this, you may have some trouble, little friend. By that, do you mean that fellow deist East? Wine Sovereign roared with laughter. Truly clever. You are a delight to talk to. East is a formation master of some renown in chaos. He's a decent person, just a bit petty. You broke his array, so he won't let it go. Lin Moyo asked, but chaos is vast. Even if Lord Myriad Legs tells him, how could he ever find me? Wine Sovereign shook his head. He's got his methods. Others who broke his arrays in the past were always found, eventually. But don't worry, he's not vicious, he just likes to challenge others in formation skills, not to kill. Lin Moya thought, so East really is obsessed with formations. Wine Sovereign nodded, absolutely. He's probably trying to use array mastery to break his shackles and become a quasi-supreme. Who knows? It's not a big deal, just a small hassle. He believed Lin Moya was backed by a supreme, so if anything serious happened, the supreme would intervene. Well, I should be off. Take care, little friend. Wine Sovereign drank and turned away, leaving with easy confidence. Lin Moya bowed, until next time, by then, may you have achieved the Tao. Wine Sovereign raised his gourd one more time and vanished into the darkness, his laughter echoing through the void. Lin Moya murmured, time for me to go, too. He sent out a chaos rune, causing the grand array to vanish, leaving only a faint crack in the void. Then, as light flowed at his fingertip, tiny threads of energy drifted out. These threads contained a faint aura not his own. So this is how East tracks people, he thought. They came from the earlier formation he cracked. East had deliberately left them behind so subtly that even full completion experts would likely miss them. This let East track down whoever ruined his arrays. As Wine Sovereign said, East meant no harm, just wanted to compete in array mastery. But East's tricks didn't escape Lin Moya's exceptionally sharp soul. With a tiny search he found the markers and erased them. With the evidence gone, Lin Moya took out the Calamity Crossing boat and flew away into the darkness. After Lin Moya's departure, countless tree roots burst from the void, wiping away time itself. Even anyone trying to peer back into the past through time reversal would find nothing. The space became silent again, everything from before was erased. A few days later, an array disc flew in, unfolded a spatial passage, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He stared around in confusion. It was clearly here. Why did it cut off so abruptly? Did someone figure out my trick? Impossible. Even those ancient monsters can't spot my handwork. Who broke my array? He searched the area, then activated another disc, creating a formation that radiated strong temporal energy but got no results, for Little Tree had wiped away the timeline. East muttered, so clean, even time's gone. But you think that can fool me? He quickly deployed more array discs, forming a giant formation that scanned billions of miles. This time, the temporal scrying wasn't of this spot, but of somewhere distant. Phantasms appeared in the formation shadows of what had occurred. Wine Sovereign and Lin Moya were both among them. East chuckled, the ancient desolation void always leaves a projection. Even if you erase things here, echoes show up elsewhere. Not very clean. What's this? East then spotted the distant crack. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 44:15, She Has Returned. Chapter 44:15, Chapter 44:15, She Has Returned. Chapter 44:15, She Has Returned. East discovered a tiny crack. When he saw what was inside, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He was like a blazing sun in the darkness. His entire aura shifted, energy surging, and behind him illusory formations manifested one after another. He saw a chaos rune he had never encountered before, so complex and advanced it shocked him. And behind that rune, an even more unimaginable grand array was hidden. All of East's focus was captured by this formation. He forgot everything else. At that moment, in his eyes, there was only the chaos rune left by Catastrophe Supreme, and the grand array behind it. He had no idea that, inside the grand array beyond the rune, a pair of eyes were silently watching him. Aboard the Calamity boat, Lin Moya saw East and observed his reaction. A real formation fanatic, he muttered. As Wine Sovereign had said, East was truly obsessed. His devotion to formations had reached a unique level. Yet Lin Moya shook his head. It's a shame, such obsession means he can never use arrays to become a quasi-supreme. His path is wrong. Little Tree, listening, looked doubtful. Master's point is interesting, but doesn't obsession make enlightenment easier? Lin Moya replied, not so. The obsession allows you to touch the peak, but to surpass it becomes even harder. What I've realized lately is, if you worship your path too much, you are shackled by it. Wine Sovereign has his own path, but he learned to let go of his faith in the path and create something entirely his own in order to break through. East is the opposite. Too fixated on formations, he venerates them. That limits him. Sometimes faith is a shackle, you can use it, but don't trust in it too much. Little Tree pondered this idea, use the Tao, but don't let it bind you. Lin Moya smiled, don't think too hard, these are just my recent insights. If you and Chaos Child recover all your memories, you'd know this better than me. Your realm was once far above mine. Little Tree shook his head, no, our power wasn't gained through our own cultivation, so our understanding is shallow. Your words really inspire me. We were too dependent on innate strength, that's why we were stuck. If I'd understood back then, maybe things would have been different. Lin Moya smiled again, not pressing further. Whether right or wrong, only time could tell. Little Tree soon found an ancient desolation path. Now their work in ancient desolation was done and it was time to return to chaos. From earlier conversations, Lin Moya knew this spot was close to the western pole of chaos, though close meant a several thousand-year flight for the Calamity boat. Luckily, Little Tree could locate ancient paths, shortening the journey. There were paths everywhere, even in ancient scars. Whether they led directly to the West Pole depended on luck. Once back in the West Pole, he could search for Catastrophe Supreme's next array. With the ancient desolation array now refined, Lin Moya could much more accurately sense the remaining array's locations. Little Tree quickly found a path the Calamity boat plunged in, rushing toward the West Pole. The force of the path battered the boat with a hammering sound. Lin Moya refined pure water and monitored East's movements, who was still studying the rune with little progress. Lin Moya knew East would never try brute forcing it, that would stain his pride and reputation. Watching, Lin Moya could roughly judge East's skill. After a dozen days, East began his attempt. But his method was wrong. The rune didn't react. He tried over and over for days, but never even approached the solution. Lin Moya noticed his patience never wavered to such a cultivator. Decades or centuries made no difference. 1 year passed, and still East had no success. He paused, sent out many array discs, and started reviewing what had happened here. Since time at this spot had been erased, he surveyed faint shadows and other voids to reconstruct the record. The result was murky, but enough. That's old wine and that old bug, Myriad Legs. So Myriad Legs bought my triple formation to take on old wine? He really doesn't know himself. To take on old wine was suicide. But behind old wine, there's a formation. He saw the shadow of the grand array even faint. It was enough. He instantly resolved to track down old wine. Old wine. Time to find old wine. East muttered. At that moment, the void warped and Wine Sovereign appeared. No need, I'm here. East eyed him. You're back already. Wine Sovereign replied, of course I came to find you. East said, I didn't know Myriad Legs was buying arrays to fight you. He owed me, so I sold him my main triple array. Wine Sovereign replied, that's not why I'm here. That's trivial. Even with your formation, Myriad Legs is just a plaything to me. He continued, I'm here to tell you one thing: you cannot harm that little friend. He's a friend of mine, and I don't have many friends. You understand what that means? A warning was clear in his tone. They were on good terms, but for others, Wine Sovereign might already have struck. East said, I never intended to hurt him, just to discuss arrays with anyone who breaks my formations. That guy is clever. He wiped my marks, so I can't find him. And there's a grand array here, more worth studying. Wine Sovereign said, good. You must have noticed this array is from a supreme. You can't break it easily. That young man was entrusted by a supreme and refined this formation. If you wish to compete in formation arts, use this array as your test. See if you can solve it. East replied, I thought the same. How long did it take him to reach this point? Wine Sovereign held up a finger. East guessed, 100 years. Wine Sovereign shook his head, a day. That's impossible. East shouted. He'd spent a whole year and made zero progress. How could anyone have managed in 1 day? Wine Sovereign lowered his voice, a day. Believe it or not, I never lie. Suddenly, he looked up, startled. East did the same. In the far distance, a fierce sword aura surged skyward. With shock, East said, what incredible sword intent. Wine Sovereign's face lit with joy. She's back. And with that, Wine Sovereign vanished on the spot. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4416, Lin Mohan's Sword. Chapter 4416, Chapter 4416, Lin Mohan's Sword. Chapter 4416, Lin Mohan's Sword. Far off in the ancient desolation path, Lin Moya turned his gaze to the distant horizon. Through the calamity boat, he could only see the scenery of the ancient path, but at that moment he sensed the edge of a sharp sword aura. The sword aura came from his bloodline. This was the first time Lin Moya felt his blood stir. Big sister. By pure instinct, Lin Moya knew exactly what was happening. Lin Mohan was in combat, unleashing her full power and thus triggering the resonance of their bloodline. The blood was not easily activated. It meant Lin Mohan was facing a formidable adversary, forced to go all out, even beyond her limits. Lin Moya closed his eyes, feeling the trembling of his blood, wishing he could rush over, but inside the ancient desolation path, there was no way out except reaching its distant end. The path was long, and he still had far to go. He pondered aloud, little tree, in that direction, see if you can find Lin Mohan. He pointed. Only Little Tree could break past the ancient path's limits and probe outward using space-time powers. Little Tree immediately followed his instructions, extending roots through the void, searching for Lin Mohan. Though not as sensitive as Lin Moya, Little Tree's senses were still sharp, and by deploying thousands of roots evenly across billions of miles, he quickly finished a vast search. Trial after trial revealed nothing. Little Tree pressed onward, reaching farther each time. Lin Moya tracked his blood's pulses, guiding Little Tree as they searched. Blood resonance only gave a rough direction, not an exact location, plus interference from the ancient path made the search tough. Still, he refused to quit. As long as the pulse lasted, he'd keep searching. Found it. At last, after half a month's search, they had a result. Little Tree found a section of the void saturated with sword aura, its source, unmistakably Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's sword aura was unique, instantly recognizable. Little Tree sent back an image of that region. Unfortunately, only visuals transmitted, no aura. Sword aura still stormed through the void, shredding space into jagged remnants, sword light flickering and swirling endlessly. Whenever Little Tree's root brushed a strand of sword aura, it was severed instantly. Sometimes the sword aura formed blades, sometimes it flashed as a lethal light so wild it dazzled the senses. Though only images arrived, Lin Moya instantly knew whose sword aura this was. His blood's trembling persisted, so the fight still raged. He directed Little Tree, that way. Little Tree pressed forward, again and again, nearing the source. The sword aura grew stronger and denser. Many roots were cut, but it was no real trouble for Little Tree. We're close. Suddenly, the blood's tremor dropped sharply, fading. Lin Moya was alarmed, unsure what had happened. At that moment, Little Tree's feed revealed a figure, not Lin Mohan, but Wine Sovereign. Wine Sovereign was covered in wounds, blood streaming, sword aura swirling through his slashes. He looked battered, yet his spirit was undiminished, eyes glowing. That gaze was the look of a pilgrim seeing their deity, his lips even faintly moving as if speaking. Wine Sovereign staggered away, vanishing. The blood's tremor vanished. Lin Moya could give no more directions. Little Tree kept searching along Wine Sovereign's route, sword aura thickening further. Soon, the feed showed heaps of gigantic corpses. Loads of ancient desolation beasts had been slaughtered and left drifting in the void. Little Tree warned, no going farther, Master Pure Sword aura covers everything here, I can't break through. Watching, Lin Moya realized he hadn't seen Lin Mohan a good thing, meaning she should be alright. He asked, can you rewind time here? Little Tree shook his head, no, time's been shattered by power can't be reversed. It wasn't erased, but smashed so thoroughly that even temporal powers couldn't scrape it back. With only current images to work from, Lin Moya reasoned, these corpses were slaughtered by my big sister. She should be fine, but why was she killing so many beasts here? Lin Mohan never did anything meaningless if she came here, there was a reason. Little Tree, did you catch what Wine Sovereign said? Can you analyze it from his mouth? Little Tree replied, according to his lips, he said, she's back. That fit exactly. Wine Sovereign held Lin Mohan in awe and trusted she'd one day return. Looking closer, Lin Moya spotted something else in the image. He asked, what's that, can you make it out? Little Tree zoomed in repeatedly, finally revealing a blurred outline. It was a sword, huge beyond imagining its presence had distorted the space itself. Even now, its traces lingered. Instantly, Lin Moya understood, Lin Mohan had come for a sword, sacrificing dozens of ancient beasts to it. Combining this with what Wine Sovereign said, it confirmed the return of the once brilliant Quasi-Supreme. With this deduction, Lin Moya breathed easy. Just as long as she's safe. He cared little for Lin Mohan's past identity, all that mattered was her safety. Blood ties endure, against all time and space. Now knowing his sister was alright, Lin Moya's heart was at peace. Clearly, she had her own work to do, advancing step by step, nothing could be better. Alright, let's go back. He dismissed his worries, finally relaxing. Little Tree withdrew his roots, rest assured, Master, she'll be fine. Lin Moya asked, why so sure? Little Tree said, I could sense an immense will in her sword aura, must be her intent. It felt familiar, even Supremes would struggle to kill her. Besides, the sword aura injured Wine Sovereign, that alone means her power is overwhelming. Lin Moya nodded, good work. Sister has gotten even stronger, so I must step up my efforts. I'm close to Chaos Great Completion, but before that I want to strengthen my body and soul as much as possible. Little Tree, any way to speed up my rebirth count? To boost his body and soul, his first thought was the rebirth talent. Growing stronger through endless rebirth, straightforward, efficient. It depended on Little Tree and the cause-seeking ring. With less than 4,000 rebirths left, Lin Moya felt it wasn't enough. Little Tree pondered, right now, I'm absorbing ancient chaos energy as fast as possible with help from Chaos Divine Earth. We can manage about 10 new rebirths per day. But if you want to speed up accumulation, we'll need to go somewhere. Luckily, it's right in the western pole of chaos. That place is called West Pole Pure Land. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4417, Space-Time Rift. Chapter 4417, Chapter 4417, Space-Time Rift. Chapter 4417, Space-Time Rift. West Pole Pure Land. A memory surfaced and Lin Moya joked, the Western Pure Land of the Buddha clan in the Great World? Is it related to the Buddhist clan? Little Tree replied, probably not. There's an area in the West Pole of Chaos called the Pure Land. It's very special, a pool of Chaos Divine Water grows at its core. Refining Chaos Divine Water can greatly increase the number of rebirths, but getting Chaos Divine Water won't be easy. Lin Moya smiled, is your Chaos Divine Earth related to their Chaos Divine Water? Little Tree shook his head, not really, just the names are similar. Chaos Divine Earth is my companion object. Chaos Divine Water is the essence of water in chaos. Lin Moya wondered, shouldn't the essence of water be the ancestral water? He recalled seeing a lake called Ancestral Water when he first crossed to the other shore. Its owner, the white-robed elder, was one of Catastrophe Supreme's group. He wondered how Ancestral Water related to Chaos Divine Water, and which was stronger. Little Tree said, in my memory there's only Chaos Divine Water, not Ancestral Water. I've seen the Ancestral Water you possess, it's similar to the essence of Chaos Divine Water, but ordinary Ancestral Water isn't as good. At his peak, Little Tree had gotten Chaos Divine Water, so he spoke with authority. The two were similar, but Chaos Divine Water was superior. Regular Ancestral Water couldn't compare at all. Besides increasing rebirth count, Lin Moya asked, does Chaos Divine Water help you recover? Little Tree answered honestly, a little bit, but not much. If you're only doing this for me, don't take the risk of West Pole Pure Land, but if you want more rebirths, it's worth the journey. The West Pole Pure Land wasn't safe. Little Tree's memories about its dangers hadn't fully returned. Lin Moya guessed from another angle, since Little Tree once successfully obtained Chaos Divine Water, at his peak he must have been able to handle the Pure Land's dangers. With the Calamity Boat today, he should be fine. Chaos Child suddenly popped up, going to West Pole Pure Land for Chaos Divine Water. Lin Moya looked at him, you want Chaos Divine Water too? Chaos Child said, yeah, I want it. Chaos Divine Water would improve my inner world. Chaos Divine Water and Chaos Divine Earth both were rare treasures, the condensed essence of chaos. For Chaos Child, gaining either brought great benefits. Lin Moya decided, then after we reach the West Pole, we'll make a trip there. Even if not for Chaos Child, just increasing my rebirth count is reason enough. Meanwhile, Lin Mohan's sword aura shook ancient desolation, spreading outward through layer upon layer of space, then crossing desolate scars to reach chaos. Suddenly, the sword Tao throughout chaos hummed and shuddered. All sword cultivators were startled awake across the 4 extremities and 3 domains. Ancient existences slowly opened their eyes. Has she returned? Yes, that's her sword intent, she's really back. After countless years, she returns. Looks like chaos and ancient desolation won't be peaceful for long. Back then, she and some others seemed to be plotting something. Is it finally happening? In that case, it's time to wake up and move again. Whispers echoed through Chaos's secret corners, with ancient beings gradually awakening. Chaos and ancient desolation grew lively. The Calamity boat traversed countless ancient paths each time Little Tree found a new route. The journey shortened. A trip that should have taken thousands or tens of thousands of years lasted only 10 years. At last, they exited the final ancient path and saw the desolate scar. The boundary of chaos and ancient desolation, a wound from their clashing powers. Desolate scars exist between the 4 extremities and 3 domains, as well as between chaos and ancient desolation. The desolate scar between chaos and ancient desolation is much larger and more chaotic. Within chaos, the scar's just an offshoot of the real thing. Little Tree explained, desolate scars lack ancient desolation's divine light, but are even less safe. When chaos and ancient desolation collided, many beings were flung into the scar. Most died, torn by the conflicting forces, but a rare few adapted. They were cast off by both chaos and ancient desolation, surviving only in the scar. They're called dual abandoned creatures, witless, mutated, and empowered by both forces. They developed strange abilities. It was a warning to Lin Moya: don't take desolate scars lightly, even with the Calamity boat. Lin Moya asked, the scar is vast, traveling at normal speed would waste much time. Is there a shortcut? Little Tree said, there is a lot of space-time rifts were created in the chaos ancient desolation clash. You can cross quickly through them, but they're dangerously unpredictable. Space-time rifts. Lin Moya thought about their properties. Are they more dangerous than ancient paths? Chaos Child chimed in, not exactly dangerous, just unpredictable. Space and time are scrambled, no one knows where they'll exit. You might pass through one rift and end up in chaos, or pop out back in ancient desolation. You might enter, wander a bit, and thousands of years pass outside. Little Tree added, they are dangerous, though a kind of being called space-time maggots lives there. They can take you to the past. It's not true time travel, more like showing you old events, sometimes your own, sometimes others. The past can change your soul if the influence runs too deep. Your soul dims and you're eventually lost in space-time itself. The two took turns warning Lin Moya, space-time rifts, desolate scars, all unpredictable, all uniquely perilous. For these reasons, many preferred to spend 10,000 years flying rather than enter a rift, but sometimes, a rift would open suddenly, and you couldn't avoid it. Lin Moya asked, Little Tree, can your space-time power see through the rift and find the exit? Little Tree answered, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Lin Moya made up his mind, then when we arrive, check the destination. If you can identify it, we'll enter, if not, let's steer clear. That was my thought too, Little Tree replied. Suddenly Chaos Child asked, what if we need a chaos vortex? Do we go in? Little Tree hesitated, the question clearly troubled him. A chaos vortex? Lin Moya asked curiously. What's that? To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 44:18, not something you can go to just by wanting. Chapter 44:18, Chapter 44:18, not something you can go to just by wanting. Chapter 44:18, not something you can go to just by wanting. Chaos Child chattered away, describing chaos vortices to Lin Moya, with Little Tree filling in the gaps whenever the explanation wasn't quite clear. Chaos vortices only exist within the desolate scars, formed by the collision of ancient desolation and chaos powers. They're similar to space-time rifts but not quite the same, though on the surface they're almost indistinguishable. Unlike well-known space-time rifts, very few know about chaos vortices. Even among full completion experts, most are unaware they exist. A chaos vortex doesn't lead to the past, rather, it connects to the deepest core of chaos and ancient desolation. Legends say the evolution of chaos and ancient desolation produced a true core, hiding its greatest secret. Those who reach and solve this secret might master all of chaos and ancient desolation. Lin Moya found this odd. If the legend was true, supremes and quasi-supremes would leave no stone unturned to find it. To rule all chaos and ancient desolation is a huge lure. Even Dao would surely want to seek it out. But the reality is that no one actively searches for it, which is strange. Little Tree said, in our era, some tried, but whether they succeeded is unknown. Chaos Child added, those people should have failed. This isn't something you can find just by looking. I tried too but found nothing. Little Tree agreed, I don't seem to recall finding it either, but maybe I did and just haven't recovered that memory. The chaos vortex might only be legend, or perhaps someone entered and returned. Either way, chaos and ancient desolation are not under a single master. Dao remains the strongest, followed by supremes and quasi-supremes. Lin Moya laughed, don't brood over things you can't change. Chaos Child said, it's just a hope, you never know. There's always a chance in the world, but this one's slim. Lin Moya did know of a way to improve the odds, like using the cause-seeking ring to make a chance into a certainty, but he doubted it would work. If the ring could do it, its spirit would already have found the core before it was erased. And since it didn't, that says a lot. Yet the thought nagged at him. Not trying felt unsatisfying. To master chaos and ancient desolation is a hard temptation to ignore, even for Lin Moya. Is it worth it? He took out the cause-seeking ring, feeling almost compelled to give it a try. But as soon as the thought arose, a terrifying sense of danger surged from the depth of his soul, instantly flooding his body with cold sweat. His soul shivered uncontrollably. Even at his level, cold sweat was rare. This was serious. Chaos Child and Little Tree looked at him, puzzled. The intensity of the warning snuffed out the impulse instantly. Lin Moya calmly dissected the risk. Either the ring's backlash would be so great that his current rebirth count couldn't save him and he'd perish, or the dangers within a chaos vortex would be unimaginable. Death would be certain. Either way, his soul issued a clear warning. He always trusted his instincts, so he dropped the idea. Seeing his companion's confusion, Lin Moya shook his head. Nothing. Let's stick to the plan, chances are we'll never encounter a chaos vortex, so don't worry about it. After that, Lin Moya was sure encountering a chaos vortex wasn't just a matter of luck. Its existence and appearance must follow some unknown principle even Dao wouldn't know. Mastery of chaos and ancient desolation is beyond easy reach. The calamity boat slipped silently into the desolate scar. Lin Moya sensed something strange. The mixed aura of ancient desolation and chaos invaded the boat, messy and filled with scattered strands of Dao that were shattered beyond comprehension. As Little Tree had said, the creatures of the scar have jumbled power systems. No clear cultivation levels, somewhat like ancient desolation creatures, but able to harness fragments of Dao almost reminiscent of chaos. Some scar dwellers even possess domain powers. In this chaotic environment, intelligence dwindles, instinct rules, so neither chaos nor ancient desolation accept them. They're called dual-born beings. Not long after entering the scar, Little Tree said, "There's a space-time rift 10 million miles to the right." He'd long ago sent his roots out searching for rifts, covering a radius of 100 million miles around the calamity boat. Following Little Tree's cue, Lin Moya saw his first space-time rift. It looked nearly identical to an ordinary spatial crack, like a never-ending bolt of lightning or the aftermath of a battle between titans. Seeing it, Lin Moya sensed danger. With his necromancer's eye, he saw faint soul flames flickering inside. These are the denizens of the rift, space-time maggots, a peculiar life form. They cannot leave their rift. If they do, instant death follows. Some cultivators have tried to use them to decipher the Tao of spacetime, but every attempt failed. Spacetime maggots aren't strong, but their very weakness allows a unique niche to exist. Lin Moya asked, "Where does this rift lead?" Little Tree had sent in his roots and got a fast answer. It leads about several tens of billions of miles backward. So, entering would mean being flung far behind. Little Tree's roots not only explored, they absorbed ambient spacetime power, boosting his own strength. Lin Moya could tell Little Tree's aura was slightly restored, not much, but every bit helps. The calamity boat glided on in silence, piercing darkness and chaotic voids. Little Tree kept finding more rifts, most useless occasionally. When directions matched, Lin Moya steered the boat in. In this way, spacetime rifts let them traverse unimaginable distances, saving huge amounts of travel time. The rift's effect on the boat was minor, less difficult than ancient paths. The spacetime maggots posed no threat. Protected by the boat, Lin Moya and his companions were perfectly safe. 3 years in, after another rift, Little Tree said, "We're about halfway. The aura of chaos grows ever denser." Lin Moya nodded. "That's better than expected." Originally they'd planned 10 years to cross the scar, now it looked to be much less. Suddenly, dazzling light burst from the side. A giant blade appeared in the void, smashing down on the calamity boat. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4419, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl. Chapter 4419, Chapter 4419, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl. Chapter 4419, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl. The blade came too fast for Lin Moya to react. It had already struck the calamity boat. The calamity boat was thrown backward uncontrollably, but Lin Moya's icy gaze was fixed on the sudden great blade. Thankfully, the calamity boat protected him. Without it, he would have died. Whoever attacked possessed immense power, at least full completion level, and stronger than most full completion cultivators. Yet, looking around even with the necromancer's eye, Lin Moya couldn't spot the attacker. The heavy blade flashed in the void again, appearing before the calamity boat and striking down a second time. Boom! The calamity boat was knocked away once more, buffeted so strongly that Lin Moya couldn't control it. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough to withstand these blows, only getting battered, not broken. Lin Moya knew the problems lay with himself. His realm wasn't high enough. If he were full completion, the attacker couldn't budge the calamity boat. If the boat were fully restored, they couldn't split it. But as it stands, neither replied. He was forced to watch as the boat bounced from impact to impact. Little Tree tried to intervene to steady the boat, but Lin Moya stopped him. He wasn't afraid of strong foes. What mattered was that the enemy hadn't even shown themselves. The attacker was the blade itself, with no visible wielder. Again and again, the boat became a ball kicked around by the blade, slashed repeatedly. Still, he saw no sign of the enemy. Little Tree wondered, could it be the blade itself attacking us? Chaos Child retorted, "Isn't that obvious? The blade itself is hitting us." "Quiet," Reserved Ping suddenly piped up. "There's a race called the Warblade clan. Their real bodies are blades. Could it be them?" Lin Moya considered. "If so, they should have souls, but I don't sense any spirit." Peng explained, "The Warblade clan doesn't have souls. They're a kind of artifact spirit, but not true artifact spirits." Lin Moya was intrigued. Explain. Peng continued, "Long ago, there was a clan in Chaos that loved blades, the Warblade clan. It said they found some treasure in the scar and brought it back. Soon after, all members of the clan vanished. Later, people found Warblade clan blades in the scar, but none found any of the people themselves. Eventually, it was concluded the entire clan died out, leaving only blades, which became spiritual, yet not like typical artifact spirits, very odd, with no answer. All that's known, Warblades roam the scar and attack any creature passing by." Now Lin Moya was truly interested. A whole clan destroyed, its weapons gaining independent essence. Little Tree and Chaos Child exchanged shocked glances. They were thinking of something. Peng's long ago was eons after Little Tree and Chaos Child's era, countless epochs between. Back when they existed, time wasn't even counted. The Warblade clan was long in the future. The fact that they thought of something meant the Warblade story was related. Lin Moya urged, "If you two have guessed something, say it." The Warblade kept slamming the calamity boat, but couldn't breach it, so let it keep trying. Chaos Child coughed. "Based on Ping's tale, we thought of a being called the Chaotic Spirit Pearl. Not sure, but the odds are high." The pearl can disguise itself as any treasure, not true disguise, more like it appears as what you most desire to your eyes, it becomes your dream item. It affects all who see it, splitting into countless bodies, so everyone thinks they've secured something unique. But when one tries to refine it, the pearl reverses the process, refining its would-be master instead. It absorbs the essence of flesh and soul, discards the rest, and attaches what's left onto a weapon, making that weapon its thrall. So many of its minions are born this way. Back when everyone was strong, the pearl made little difference. Back then, strong individuals abounded. Now, with fewer powerful cultivators, the pearl's ability could flourish. If the Warblade clan fell to the pearl, then each clan member saw the pearl as their ideal, grabbed it, and, during refinement, were themselves refined. Their essence was devoured, remnants attached to their blades, and thus the weapons became the pearl's minions, their clan wiped out. Lin Moya said, "Isn't that invincible? It just dupes tribes, refines strong cultivators, and adds more underlings." Little Tree shook his head. "No, it has limits. Its targets can't be much stronger than itself, and the number it can control is limited. When it hits a maximum, it must choose. We don't know the exact cap, but it isn't huge. If a cultivator's power is high enough, and unless the pearl has godlike numbers, it can't tip the scales. For us, the pearl wasn't a threat, never entered the big wars." Chaos Child added, "Maybe that's how it survived, too weak for war, so it slipped by. Probably wounded itself messing in those battles." Little Tree agreed, likely true, but even if it survived, it would struggle to return to chaos. Chaos Child concluded, "It might visit occasionally. Unless luck's bad, it'll avoid trouble. But right now, with Tao ruling chaos, if the pearl gets caught, it's finished. So it hides in the scar, which is both its home and a great cover." Little Tree further deduced, the Warblade clan probably didn't find the pearl by chance. The pearl sought them out, needing essence to recover. Chaos Child concurred, the pearl used the clan as nourishment for its revival. Lin Moya said, "All right, now we know the enemy. Next is how to handle it." The attacking Warblade was powerful, better than most full completion cultivators, and without a soul, making several of Lin Moya's methods useless. Little Tree advised, "Master, use undead minions to lure out the chaotic spirit pearl. If you can't beat the blade, defeat the pearl directly." Lin Moya understood, good idea. Chapter 4420, Only the Canny Survive. Chapter 4420, Chapter 4420, Only the Canny Survive. Chapter 4420, Only the Canny Survive. The chaotic spirit pearl requires souls and flesh to restore itself, but it doesn't dare enter the chaos directly and harvest on a large scale, for fear of attracting the attention of Tao. Over the years, perhaps it has made a few careful moves, but it's certainly never fully recovered. It's a cowardly thing, and also cautious by nature. Judging from its actions now, it had targeted the souls within the Calamity Boat. If so, Lin Moya decided to give it a temptation, using sheer numbers to lure it in. Undead minions might not be individually strong, but there were enough of them. Ignoring the blade outside, Lin Moya released a sea of undead minions. The moment they appeared, they scattered in all directions as if fleeing for their lives. Little Tree said, "If it needs souls and flesh, once you release the undead minions, the attack should stop." That Warblade was too strong. Wiped out a horde of undead minions, a huge loss for the chaotic spirit pearl if not careful. Just unleashing the undead would prove whether the pearl needed souls and flesh. As expected, as soon as they appeared, the blade's strikes halted, letting the Calamity Boat stabilize. But the blade hovered nearby, waiting, as if to prevent escape. Lin Moya unleashed tens of billions of undead minions, scattering them far and wide enough to hook the chaotic spirit pearl. Little Tree's roots stabbed deep into the void, transmitting images from afar, watching every angle and corner. Though undead minions looked identical, each had an independent soul. Differences indeed existed. Many Chaos World species looked the same physically, which wasn't odd. Countless blades materialized in the void along with various other treasures, each radiating a powerful aura. Collectively, they formed a siege, trapping the undead inside. Seeing this, Chaos Child yelled, "It must really be him." No matter how many different shapes the treasures took, their aura was identical, proof they shared a master. Lin Moya's gaze swept across them. 10 million by exact count. The pearl's control limit must be 10 million. Little Tree agreed, seems so. Each treasure represented a slain powerhouse, strong or weak, matching the former owner's strength. Very few were true full completion class, most were chaos minor completion or even lower. But under the pearl's control, even the weakest weapons achieved formidable might. Clearly, the pearl was indiscriminate, now devouring whomever possible to restore itself. Little Tree said, "Judging by these numbers, it's nowhere close to its former strength." Chaos Child snorted, "It was never much, always relying on others' power to fight." Little Tree shook his head. "Regardless, surviving till now has beaten most old monsters. Master, send out even more minions, and have them assault the siege. He's so cautious and less forced, he won't show." The two understood the pearl well, knowing exactly how to bait it. Lin Moya flooded hundreds of billions more undead out, ordering them to attack from every angle and at once. While the chaotic spirit pearl could manage massive numbers, fine manipulation was impossible. Minions with individual souls could act on their own. An undead can resurrect infinitely. Once the attack began, stopping them became impossible. The first breakthrough came fast, with swarms escaping the encirclement. At that moment, every treasure trembled, and a fierce will descended. A radiant pearl appeared in the void. As Lin Moya saw it, a flood of illusions assaulted him, objects, some unknown but all strangely familiar. "What's this?" he murmured, dazed. These were things he'd never seen, but somehow recognized. "Is this something I saw in a past life?" The treasures looked powerful, rivaling the cause-seeking ring. In those visions, Little Tree and the cause-seeking ring even flashed by. It lasted barely 2 seconds, then an irresistible urge to possess the pearl rose in Lin Moya's heart. This pearl was what he wanted most, nothing else compared. Danger! A sharp warning screamed from his soul. The catastrophe scepter automatically surfaced, its soul jewel glowing bright gold. Golden light blazed into his soul, instantly clearing his mind. Little Tree reached over, feeding him soul power from a root. Chaos Child readied purified water, all set to help Lin Moya break the pearl's spell. He smiled wryly. Relax, I didn't fall for it. Little Tree nodded. Master is fine, but we can't be too careful. The chaotic spirit pearl can be troublesome in strange ways. Looking again, Lin Moya's mind was clear that greedy hunger was gone. The radiant pearl no longer tempted him. The pearl was powerful. Had the catastrophe scepter's soul jewel not activated, he might have succumbed already. Now, all those flash visions were locked forever in his mind. So many treasures, uncountably powerful. Little Tree and Chaos Pearl were in there, and he even glimpsed the chaotic pearl itself. Most of those things he'd never seen, only past life speculation offered a clue. No time to ponder further. Lin Moya prepared to make his move. Chaos Child warned, don't rush, this isn't its true body yet. Little Tree agreed, he'll move soon. I'll force its real body out. When that happens, strike quickly, there may be only one chance. Still not the real body. Remarkably cautious, Lin Moya realized that even as careful as he was, he fell a bit short of these ancient beings. Little Tree, sensing his thoughts, mused, in our prime, the world was ruthless. Before the Chaos War, civil struggles never ceased. When those first domains appeared, all the creatures born in them were extremely strong, each shouting my fate is mine, not the heavens, each doing whatever they pleased. In that world, only the truly cunning survived. Lin Moya understood, worse the environment, craftier the survivors. Suddenly, Chaos Child shouted, he's moving. Fat Tree, get ready. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4421, The Last Dying Counterattack. Chapter 4421, Chapter 4421, The Last Dying Counterattack. Chapter 4421, The Last Dying Counterattack. Chaos Child was visibly excited, not just for the drama but because he coveted the chaotic spirit pearl. Lin Moya waited for the reveal, sensing he'd have answers soon. The chaotic spirit pearl began its attack. The power of 10 million controlled artifacts surged, transforming into colored rays that wrapped and dragged back the undead minions who'd broken out. To the pearl, these undead were delectable fuel for its recovery. But it overlooked one thing: why didn't the undead fall prey to its charm? Even the cautious will slip up, and here, the pearl faced the special circumstance of boundless undead minions, simply too many to ignore. As the pearl struck, Little Tree instantly responded. The chaotic spirit pearl targeted undead, while Little Tree targeted the pearl. Hundreds of thousands of roots blasted into the void, intertwining into a colossal net that enveloped a million miles of space. The force of space-time crashed like waves, rattling the void like a giant invisible hand, shaking loose any hidden layers. No matter which space or time the pearl hit in, Little Tree's net wrenched it out. This was the first time Lin Moya witnessed Little Tree unleashing true space-time power and realized how shallow his own attempts with the chaos array seemed by comparison. Space alone, or time alone, are nothing before their union. Lin Moya had dabbled before, but only at low cultivation. Such tactics were useful in a single world, but not across the vastness of a domain or, even more so, chaos itself. He could affect space or time individually, but not merge them, at least, not yet. With Little Tree's example, Lin Moya saw the path to one day combine space-time force in his own arrays. Under layered space-time, the pearl's illusions shattered and twisted, revealing its true body at last. Little Tree shouted, he's adapting, he'll make new illusions. I can't hold out long, act quick. He'd already locked onto the pearl's real body. Lin Moya, tuning to Little Tree's spirit, did the same. Corpse bomb. Lin Moya detonated the remains of 2 full completion level corpses, one mixed, one from the Blackclaw clan. He had 6 such corpses remaining, 5 with multiple uses, 1, Blackclaw, slightly weaker but still powerful. This was an all-out gambit, one shot to annihilate the pearl's spirit. As for its main body, it was far too tough for mere explosions to harm. Boom! A muffled bang echoed from within the pearl, its agonized screams followed. The screams became soul attacks, but the calamity boat shielded Lin Moya's crew. The mixed corpse detonated multiple times, and Lin Moya kept firing until it stopped, each blast met by another scream, weaker each time. The aura vanished, all 10 million controlled treasures hung eerily in place in the void. The pearl endured 5 internal blasts. By the 4th, all sound inside was gone. Is it dead? Lin Moya gazed at the pearl, uncertain. Even using the necromancer's eye, there was no trace of soul flame within, but absolute certainty eluded him. The eye can be fooled, he knew that well. Neither Little Tree nor Chaos Child could be sure either an ancient survivor like the pearl could have hidden escapes. With uncertainty lingering, Lin Moya exited the calamity boat and cast out the world-destroying fire. Even if the pearl survived, it was barely hanging on, so cleansing it in fire was a wise final step. Precautions upon precautions. The pearl was wary, but Lin Moya was warier. The world-destroying fire enveloped the pearl, digging inside. There came the faintest whimper, its last gasp. Lin Moya muttered, so it was alive after all. He didn't finish. Suddenly, the pearl flared, hurtling toward the calamity boat. Little Tree's space-time net tried to block the escape, but his senses blinked one instant's hesitation, and the pearl slipped through. At that moment, the 10+ strongest of those 10 million treasures attacked together, with the pearl hammering the calamity boat. A last gasp, a dying counterattack. Lin Moya's face was cold. He understood this was the pearl's final strike, erupting with force even Little Tree felt. But it was useless, protected by the Calamity Boat. No harm came except an ear-splitting boom. After that one furious attack, the pearl went silent, letting the flames consume it, finally yielding. Lin Moya whispered, "This time it should be dead." Little Tree had recovered. "Yes, it should be." Chaos Child insisted, "To be sure, I'll try it with purified water." Little Tree scoffed, "You just want to eat, right?" Chaos Child swore, "I'm greedy, sure, but I wouldn't steal the master's treat." He flew outside, opened his own inner world, and washed the pearl in purified water. Simultaneously, Lin Moya swapped fire for purified water. The pearl soaked, but did nothing. Chaos Child declared, "Truly dead." Little Tree was wistful, such a long life, yet in the end, still died. Chaos Child grumbled, "It's his own fault. Had he not messed with the master, he'd still be alive." With the pearl dead, all those treasures lost their spark. Lin Moya simply ordered his undead to collect them. He'd melt them all down to feed his domain later. Holding the pearl, Lin Moya eyed it, then looked curiously at Chaos Pearl. "They do seem a bit alike." Little Tree said, "They're both pearls, so, of course." Chaos Child cried, "Don't compare that thing to me. He's not in my league." Some things are best left unsaid, so the topic ended there. They may look similar, but their origins are worlds apart. Chaos Child considered himself far nobler than the chaotic spirit pearl. Little Tree noted, "Master, though that pearl is dead, it contains immense energy absorbing. It could raise your strength and empower your domain." To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4422, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl's Memories. Chapter 4422, Chapter 4422, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl's Memories. Chapter 4422, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl's Memories. The chaotic spirit pearl was extremely powerful, its essence on the same level as the cause-seeking ring. Both are spiritual objects birthed from heaven and earth, but the pearl has unique traits and cannot be used by others the way the cause-seeking ring can. Little Tree and Chaos Child were cautious about discussing the pearl in detail due to karmic concerns. They also feared that revealing too much would attract the attention of Tao. Having survived that cruel and terrifying era, after recovering some memories, both of them became even more cautious, aware of the world's brutality and the horror of Tao. Such caution had become instinct. It was perfectly understandable. Yet even if they would not speak, that did not mean Lin Moya could not learn the truth. After the chaotic spirit pearl died, it left behind a massive amount of essence, enough to help Lin Moya break through realms and to strengthen his domain. Contained within this essence was an abundance of the pearl's memories, events of that ancient era, and things the pearl experienced later. These memories required special methods to extract. Lin Moya himself could not do it, but Little Tree could, though perfect extraction required Chaos Child's help as well. The essence refined by the pearl teemed with chaotic will. The pearl itself was immune to these wills, which only made it stronger. But to others, these chaotic wills were poison, threatening their Tao heart and even their soul. Lin Moya needed the memories, the pure power, not the toxicity, but absorbing essence inevitably came with some chaos will, so Chaos Child's purified water was essential. Little Tree said, "I'll use time-space power to extract the pearl's essence. Chaos Child will purify it, and Master can absorb it in sync." Chaos Child agreed, "No problem, leave it to me." Their inner world opened. Lin Moya took the pearl in, and Little Tree's roots burrowed in as well. Inside Chaos Child's inner world, he could precisely control the purification, ensuring nothing was missed or lost. Time-space power surged, and mist started to rise from the chaotic spirit pearl. These were the extracted essence. This mist might not even exist in the present. It could be anchored in the past, as some essence was already spent in prior battles. But Little Tree, taking the pearl as anchor, drew in the essence from other time points, recondensing it now, an astonishing feat, a testament to Little Tree's power. The essence formed mists that shifted through many shapes within. Lin Moya could sense a storm of chaotic will. These wills belonged to many beings, as well as the pearl itself. Resentment, hatred, obsessions interwoven. For the pearl, such chaos was a weapon for cultivators. It was deadly poison. Chaos Child drew out the purified water. "I'll start now." "Go ahead." Lin Moya readied himself. The purified water fell into the mist. Sizzling eruptions sounded as if cold water hit hot oil, and shrill screams echoed from within. Chaotic wills were erased, leaving only pure essence. Yet, without the wills, the essence began dissipating rapidly, so Lin Moya quickly inhaled it, letting the purified essence explode within his body. His power surged upward. Across endless ages, who could count how many lives the pearl had consumed? Its stockpiled essence was staggering. Even if Lin Moya absorbed only a fraction, it was enough for a major breakthrough. His strength rose, and even his distant domain grew tougher. Little Tree kept drawing out essence, Chaos Child tirelessly purified, and Lin Moya zealously absorbed it with seamless teamwork, with zero waste. With each dose of essence, Lin Moya received flashes of memory, some from dead hosts, some from the pearl itself. Images flickered across his mind, blending into a story. He saw the chaos and ancient desolation of that era, space littered with drifting corpses, bodies ground down by the Tao of chaos and the ancient desolation's force, ultimately returning as nourishment to the cosmos. In that time, no matter how mighty even the near equals of supremes, upon death the body would dissolve and rejoin the universe. Unlike today, when even chaos minor completion cultivators can have corpses that endure for millions of years. Lin Moya understood, back then, mighty beings were all born of heaven and earth, fundamentally different from today's. They came from nature and returned to it. Not all corpses dissolved, though some treasures and lifeforms, like the cause-seeking ring, would endure unless shattered. It was a dreadful war that swept all of chaos and ancient desolation. Uncountable powerhouses fell. Each one, if not supreme, at least surpassed full completion. As they died and returned to nature, the world gradually stabilized. The chaotic spirit pearl always hid, watching but not daring to join in. In one memory, a towering tree appeared. Little Tree. It was Little Tree at his peak, overwhelmingly strong, massacring through chaos and ancient desolation, felling countless elites. Then he encountered an utterly terrifying presence. Battered, Little Tree was forced to flee, badly wounded. Lin Moyo understood, that must have been Dao. Wounded, Little Tree dismembered himself and sealed his own memories to survive. The chaotic spirit pearl trembled in a corner, not even daring a glimpse of that terror. It was cowardly but greedy. That dreadful being crushed all opponents unmatched anywhere. Even when chaos and ancient desolation's greatest joined forces, at best it was stalemate. Finally, Lin Moyo saw, in the memories, the object over which so many fought. A flower, with countless petals, a unique blossom, 80% resembling the flower Chaos Child once conjured for Lin Moyo. When the pearl saw the flower, its greed overwhelmed even its fear, and it charged out. There the memory ended. The pearl was mortally wounded, fled to the scar, and barely survived. It didn't even know how it was hurt. It never truly saw Dao. Or maybe it saw and forgot, blocked by terror. After endless ages, the pearl woke, seeking some way to recover. It became even more cowardly and cautious, tempting new prey one by one but never daring to enter chaos boldly. That's why it never fully regained strength. Given the choice between a return to glory or mere survival, the pearl always chose to cling to life. So that's how it was. From the pearl's leftover memories, Lin Moyo finally saw what happened in those bygone days. Though he never clearly saw Dao's true form, he now understood the origins of it all. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4423, Fat Tree, what are you thinking? Chapter 4423, Chapter 4423, Fat Tree, what are you thinking? Chapter 4423, Fat Tree, what are you thinking? That endless war between chaos and ancient desolation, which lasted for countless years, finally ended with the victory of Dao. Dao obtained the flower, and by relying on it advanced even further, becoming the strongest entity in chaos. In theory, after mastering chaos, Dao should have unified and ruled over ancient desolation as well, but the reality was otherwise. Previously Lin Moyo hadn't understood why, but now he did. In that war, Dao was also gravely wounded, suffering wounds so severe they never fully healed. Though Dao seized the flower and grew stronger, the injuries did not recover. The greater the being, the harder it is to heal from such wounds. Because of this, 4 endless years after, chaos entered a prolonged peace. Eras came and went. Waves of new life were born, tribes formed, domains emerged, cultivators thrived and grew into supremes. Through those ages, Dao faded into the background, almost invisible. That past war was so fierce that even time itself was shattered, making it impossible for anyone to use the Dao of time to look back, so none even knew Dao existed. Instead, they believed the heavenly sovereign was the ultimate pinnacle. Only later did someone chance upon evidence of Dao, and then Catastrophe Supreme began to plot, devising a way to challenge Dao. As Lin Moyo continued absorbing and refining the chaotic spirit pearl's essence, his mind kept circling one question: what exactly was that flower? Why do I get the sense that the wars in chaos and ancient desolation were all a setup, purposefully incited by someone? It was just a suspicion. Lin Moyo had no proof. If he had to offer evidence, perhaps the Catastrophe Scepter itself would count. After all, the Catastrophe Scepter was, so far as is known, the only treasure in chaos and ancient desolation to reach the 5th tier. Even Dao is only at tier 4. If the Catastrophe Scepter can seriously wound Dao, where did it come from? Was it also born from heaven and earth? Or was it crafted by someone? Did it once have an owner? If so, perhaps the master of the Catastrophe Scepter was behind the wars, the one who produced the flower. Such a war decimated nearly all the top powers in chaos and ancient desolation, and their deaths nourished, perfected, and strengthened those worlds. The biggest beneficiary was not Dao, but chaos and ancient desolation themselves. Just as Chaos Child tried to perfect his inner world, could someone have done the same? If not, how could the Catastrophe Scepter exist so unreasonably? At this moment, Lin Moyo felt he might be on the cusp of a terrifying secret. Perhaps what I'm thinking is the truth. But there are still so many puzzles I can't solve. And with my current strength, this isn't a secret I'm meant to touch yet. It was only a possibility, and confirming it would be almost impossible. He could only take things step by step. This harvest was huge for him, not just ancient secrets, but the root of Dao's existence. To Lin Moyo, this was critical. Now he was sure Dao is not invincible. Catastrophe Supreme's plans could really work. Long ago, Dao swept chaos and ancient desolation. Now, Catastrophe Supreme dared to overthrow it. How bold that must be. Now that Lin Moyo was riding on Catastrophe Supreme's ship, there was no turning back. As he finished absorbing the last of the pearl's essence, Lin Moyo felt he was just a step away from chaos' great completion. His domain's 5-world domain, Grand Thousand World, Kidaosphere, Spiritual Mystery Domain had all grown. Because he had so many domains, the essence was split between them, so he hadn't quite reached chaos' great completion. Still, having many domains would lay a rich foundation for the future, something others could only dream of, and Lin Moyo valued it. By standard timelines, he'd reached the chaos realm not long ago. To get so close to great completion so quickly was miraculous. Most cultivators spent millions or even tens of millions of years for the same. Now he was only one step away. If his domains improved just a bit more, he would step securely into chaos' great completion. Lin Moyo wasn't disappointed. Gazing at the now refined chaotic spirit pearl, he said, "Split it between yourselves." Both Chaos Child and Little Tree wanted it not for power, but its main body. Lin Moyo had seen from the Pearl's memories that, in ancient times, when powerhouses died, their remains were carved up by others, especially Dao, who devoured countless bodies to become what it is. Dao only came out openly late in the war. Before that it hid, secretly consuming countless powerful corpses. By the time it revealed itself, it had become unstoppable. Not everyone had the ability to do this, but Chaos Child and Little Tree certainly did. Chaos Child didn't hesitate at all, telling Little Tree, "Let's split it." Little Tree shook his head. "I don't want it, you take it." Chaos Child was surprised. "Such a treasure and you refuse? Fat Tree, what's on your mind?" Little Tree replied, "Its essence isn't like mine. I don't want to consume it." Little Tree is the Chaos Ancestral Tree, master of time, space, and life itself. His power is pure and naturally far removed from the Spirit Pearl. Chaos Child, meanwhile, is Chaos Pearl, born of the Primal Domain Seed, whose inner world can devour and contain anything. "Then I'll help myself," said Chaos Child, and immediately absorbed the pearl. Little Tree said, "You saw the past, didn't you?" Lin Moya replied, "I saw you really fought in the war." Little Tree nodded, "I guessed as much, or I'd never have split myself apart." He probably did the same. Lin Moya said, "That villain is incredibly powerful. Defeating him will be hard." Little Tree said, "I trust you, Master. You will succeed." Lin Moya smiled, "Then let's all work hard. Who wants a blade always hanging overhead, ready to fall?" Little Tree said, "Honestly, I hadn't thought much about it. Even now I don't understand why I fought back then. Odd, really, why was everyone so insane?" Even if his memory weren't sealed, Little Tree doubted he'd ever fully grasp it. From the Pearl's perspective, all beings in ancient chaos and desolation were driven mad. Could it really have been just for a flower? Lin Moya doubted it. Surely a few were above such greed. And yet no one escaped. Even the cautious Pearl went mad at the sight of the flower. So was it the flower itself, or something deeper at work? No one could say. Lin Moya said, "No use dwelling. Maybe someday the answer will reveal itself. For now, find another space-time rift. We head to the West Pole." To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4424, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl was a great help. Chapter 4424, Chapter 4424, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl was a great help. Chapter 4424, The Chaotic Spirit Pearl was a great help. The Calamity Boat continued traversing the space-time rifts, racing swiftly toward the western pole. 2 more years passed in a flash, and the Calamity Boat had already traveled 2/3 of the scar, drawing ever closer to the Chaos West Pole. The Chaotic Spirit Pearl, in hindsight, felt like just a passing episode, stirring up only a slight ripple, bringing Lin Moya stories from the ancient past. The space-time rift saved Lin Moya an immense amount of time, but compared to full completion experts, he was still far too slow. Within chaos and ancient desolation, only full completion powerhouses could open space channels using domain power, leaping countless distances in a single instant. Even in the scar, those with such power outstripped the Calamity Boat by leagues. Space-time rifts occupy an awkward place. Full completion experts don't need them. They are too risky for Chaos Great Completion, and Chaos Minor Completion cultivators don't dare even enter the scar. Lin Moya could only venture here thanks to the Calamity Boat. He was like the full completion experts in having a domain, but lacked the cultivation realm and thus couldn't force open travel channels across chaos and ancient desolation. After 7 years traversing the scar, the Calamity Boat exited the last space-time rift, leaving the scars and officially entering the Chaos West Pole. The ancient desolation's energy instantly faded away, leaving only the Dao aura of chaos. The energy of the West Pole felt different from the central region, but both were orderly, lacking the heavy, chaotic feeling of ancient desolation. "We're finally back." Lin Moya smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling. "So you're in the West Pole." Just as he entered, he sensed the locations of the Grand Thousand World and the Kideosphere. In the central region in ancient desolation, he'd only sensed those domains as extremely distant, not their exact position. Now, inside the West Pole, he could feel them. The scars had interfered before. He'd come here for Catastrophe Supreme's Grand Array, and to the Pure Land for Chaos Divine Water to harvest more rebirths. Now he had another task: bring the Grand Thousand World and Kideosphere back with him. Among his own 4 domains, the Grand Thousand World and the Kideosphere's true forms were nearly side by side. 5 Worlds domain was in the central region. Spiritual Mystery domain was inside the 5 Worlds domain. This was only the physical aspect. Each domain also had projections in his soul world, all interconnected. The 5 Worlds domain stood alone, independent of the others. Other full completion experts also brought domain projections with them, locations known only to themselves. Some, like Wine Sovereign, carried the domain bodies themselves, but this required special methods. His goal was the unification of reality and illusion, bring Grand Thousand World and Kideosphere back to the central region, then separate Spiritual Mystery domain from 5 Worlds domain. Uniting the 4 domains was only the start. Following Catastrophe Supreme's blueprint, he needed to cultivate 5 more domains: Heavenly Void, 4th Life, 3rd Life, 2nd Life, 1st Life, critical to Catastrophe Supreme's scheme. Once he raised all 9 domains and fused them together, he could seek a 10th to surpass Supreme and reach the 4th power tier. Combined with the Catastrophe Scepter, that would be enough to stand against anything. Failing this, he risked repeating Catastrophe Supreme's fate. His 10th domain, he'd decided, would be Chaos Child's inner world, a supremely powerful domain, vaster than any standard domain. He planned long ago to make Chaos Child's world the foundation, merging the other 9 within it to shatter all limits. So of course he supported Chaos Child in perfecting that world. This was all part of his plan. And now, with all in motion, the first step was to bring Grand Thousand World and Kideosphere home and achieve the unification of reality and illusion. But first, he had to reach Chaos Great Completion, which required borrowing Little Tree's strength. Catastrophe Supreme pointed the way, but Lin Moyo had to walk the path. If there were errors, he would fix them himself. After sharing his plan with Little Tree agreed it was feasible, at least for merging the first two domains. The Chaos West Pole was equally vast, but here there were no space-time rifts or ancient desolation paths. The best way for anyone below full completion to travel quickly was to use teleportation arrays. The entire West Pole was unified into the Divine Water Alliance at the command of supreme beings. They sourced special materials from the Pure Land and set up teleportation arrays everywhere, making fast travel possible for all beings in the Alliance. Mostly those below full completion used the arrays, but even some full completion experts took advantage. All it cost was a bit of chaos gold, affordable for nearly every cultivator, a big improvement over the central region. But there was a catch: only native West Pole beings could use the arrays, outsiders couldn't. Without the right background, Lin Moya's only option would be slow flight, a journey of thousands of years. Now, though, Chaos Child provided a perfect solution. Having devoured and refined the chaotic spirit pearl these last few years, Chaos Child gained some of its abilities. He couldn't charm countless beings at once like the pearl, but he could mask Lin Moya's presence from view. Even full completion experts would be hard-pressed to see through it. Lin Moya could now pass as a native of the West Pole and use the local teleportation arrays to go wherever he wished. There were also humans in the West Pole, though not among the most powerful races. They were present in sufficient numbers. As long as he projected the West Pole's characteristic Tao attributes, he'd pass unnoticed. Lin Moya couldn't help but feel the chaotic spirit pearl had come at exactly the right time. It truly was a great help. Chaos Child's power washed from his inner world, cloaking Lin Moya's soul in a chilling aura. A Tao blazed up, wrapped in blue flames, oddly cold, not hot. Blue fire appeared around Lin Moyo, filling the calamity boat with icy energy. Startled awake, Sleepy Ping gasped, "Blue ice fire, isn't that the Tao of the West Pole?" To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4425, Actually in the West Pole Pure Land. Chapter 4425, Chapter 4425, Actually in the West Pole Pure Land. Chapter 4425, Actually in the West Pole Pure Land. In truth, the blue ice flame on Lin Moyo was just a hint, incredibly faint, but to Ping's eyes, it radiated the power of a seasoned cultivator of the blue ice flame Tao. This was the ability of the chaotic spirit pearl. With just a subtle disguise, it could mislead others at little cost with great effect. Even full completion experts would find it hard to notice Lin Moya's disguise. In others' perceptions, he was simply a chaos minor completion practitioner who had cultivated the blue ice flame for years. And blue ice flame was a Tao unique to the West Pole, not found anywhere else. Lin Moyo had Peng probe for local West Pole information. Peng's descriptions helped Chaos Child fine-tune Lin Moya's aura, eliminating all flaws. Little Tree simultaneously located the nearest teleportation array. In the West Pole, a Supreme had retrieved many rare materials from the Pure Land, and with the effort of the Divine Water Alliance over thousands of years, almost 1,000,000 teleportation arrays were constructed. Little Tree soon found the nearest array, about 1 billion miles away, not far at all. The calamity boat flew toward it and would arrive soon. As the distance narrowed, Lin Moya sensed other beings within the Necromancer's eye. Clusters of soul flames appeared. Some were weak, barely chaos half-step, others neared chaos great completion and almost full completion. Lin Moya put away the calamity boat, not wanting to attract attention. Anyone who could reach the chaos realm would recognize the boat as a supreme treasure. Peng returned to his mount form, a common thing many use creatures as steeds in chaos. The chaos lonely Peng species is rare in chaos, most people wouldn't recognize one. Lin Moya soon encountered local cultivators, mostly non-humans, but many chose to appear human. Humans in chaos are called innate Tao bodies and are the most suitable for cultivation. The others noticed Lin Moya as he passed, seeing his blue ice flame and taking him for a pure West Pole native. They nodded as a greeting. Lin Moya returned the gesture. West Polar people are mostly cold in temperament. If strangers, they seldom converse, a nod being a mark of politeness. Nearer the teleportation array, the number of locals increased soon. Lin Moya saw the array. It was a stone disc about 100 meters wide and 5 meters thick, floating in the void, with the array built on top. The foundation was clear soul stone, mined from the Pure Land and refined by the Supreme with his own hands. The clear soul stone emanated a strange aura, cold yet with a trace of warmth. The moment Lin Moya sensed it, his soul became suddenly peaceful. "Is this the aura of the Pure Land?" he asked Peng. Peng replied by spiritual transmission, "It should be." The Pure Land's aura directly affects the soul, aiding in Tao comprehension. Some ancestors noted additional effects, but details are vague. Others said that in the Pure Land, clear soul stone is only a second-rate material, not a true treasure. Still, ordinary cultivators rarely get it. One ancestor tried and failed. This fit the lonely Peng tribe style, always craving everything, often failing to attain it. Looking around the array, Lin Moya saw countless beings using the Pure Land's aura to cultivate within 100,000 miles. Many gathered, yet all were silent and still. Suddenly, the array activated and, in a flash of radiance, someone vanished from the disk. Lin Moya felt the space fluctuate faintly, proof that this particular transfer wasn't long range. There were over 1,000,000 arrays in the West Pole, space closely to travel far. One must transfer again and again, hopping from array to array. The small fee in Chaos Gold was affordable, even for Chaos half-step cultivators, but multiple hops would add up. Reaching within 10,000 meters of the array, Lin Moya quietly observed, focusing on the clear soul stone. The stone made his soul calmer and allowed him to analyze arrays more quickly. Perhaps, as he ascended to Chaos Realm, repeated transformations had nearly cleansed his soul of all impurities for him. The stone's effect was faint, but still noticeable. He soon discerned the array's details. It was designed by the West Pole Supreme, laid out by Divine Water Alliance array masters. Although the masters varied in skill, the array's structure was set allowing Lin Moya to assess the Supreme's mastery at a glance. Good, but not as good as Catastrophe Supreme, and just below his own. This array, unlike most, didn't directly connect to another teleportation node. It could send you to only 2 fixed points, both empty mists of void, and to reach the next array you'd have to fly yourself. Lin Moya recognized this as a safety feature to avoid a single sabotage affecting the whole network, perhaps with deeper strategic thinking. Efficiency was lost, but time is nearly meaningless to beings of chaos, so none cared. Once finished, Lin Moya put away Ping and stepped to the array's edge, where a slot waited for Chaos Gold. He paid, light flared up, and he selected a direction. The array activated. The transmission was brief, less than an hour. Lin Moya flew out the space channel. At his destination, about 9 to 10 trillion miles from the previous array, he had 10 billion miles to fly to the next one. Thus when travel in the West Pole, alternate between teleportation and flight, step by step to the goal. Lin Moya continually probed for Catastrophe Supreme's array, always adjusting course, and with repeated transfers, after 2 months he was near his objective. A chill washed over him. The West Pole was always cold, but this spot was even colder. He saw pale blue light blazing from a distant place and narrowed his eyes. It's actually in the West Pole Pure Land. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4426, Entering the West Pole Pure Land. Chapter 4426, Chapter 4426, Entering the West Pole Pure Land. Chapter 4426, Entering the West Pole Pure Land. The West Pole Pure Land was still far away, but its unique radiance and aura had already swept across the vast distance, like a pale blue wind brushing against the face and passing through the soul, allowing one to clearly perceive its extraordinary nature. Lin Moya had been teleporting based on the location of Catastrophe Supreme's grand array along the way, but he hadn't expected that Catastrophe Supreme had actually placed the array within the West Pole Pure Land. The West Pole Pure Land was no ordinary place. It held a special position in the West Pole, serving as a sacred site in the minds of many West Pole beings. Even some creatures living in the surrounding areas regarded the West Pole Pure Land as their ancestral homeland. If anyone dared to cause trouble in the West Pole Pure Land, they would be making enemies of countless West Pole beings. The West Pole Pure Land was also a cultivation sanctuary for many full completion experts. There were quite a few full completion experts inside, and it was possible that some possessed special abilities that could see through his disguise. Once discovered as an outsider who had trespassed into the West Pole Pure Land, he would inevitably face pursuit from countless people. Every step he took in the West Pole Pure Land would need to be extremely careful to avoid exposure. However, Lin Moya always tried to think positively. I was going to the West Pole Pure Land to find Chaos Divine Water anyway, and now the array is there too, saves me from running around everywhere. Little Ping, Little Tree, tell me all the information you have about the West Pole Pure Land. The West Pole Pure Land had existed for an extremely long time. It was already there during Little Tree's era. The Little Tree's information was outdated, and considerable changes should have occurred over the years. Combining information from both would provide a better understanding of the West Pole Pure Land. Listening to their descriptions, Lin Moya sketched out a general picture of the West Pole Pure Land in his mind. The West Pole Pure Land was enormous, shaped like a flat, circular continent. Observing from a great distance, Lin Moya estimated that the thickness of the West Pole Pure Land was about 1 billion miles. Its diameter should exceed 100 trillion miles. It was simply too large for Lin Moya to calculate accurately. Moreover, the West Pole Pure Land should contain spatial materials that would warp space and affect judgment. The real West Pole Pure Land would only be larger than what could be seen, not just by a little, but many times larger. In terms of area alone, a small to medium-sized domain could compare with it, but if a domain were smashed into the West Pole Pure Land, the Pure Land would be unharmed while the domain would be shattered to pieces, at most creating some ripples. According to Little Ping, there had indeed been a domain that flew here and collided with the West Pole Pure Land, then that domain shattered. Little Tree also said that back then, his roots had spread throughout many domains in chaos and had reached the West Pole Pure Land, but he couldn't enter its central area. Based on its characteristics, the West Pole Pure Land was divided into outer and inner layers, plus a central area. Anyone could enter the outer layer. Even beings not yet at half-step Chaos Realm could cultivate and live in the outer layer. Many Chaos races would send their people to the outer layer for cultivation, utilizing the West Pole Pure Land's special abilities to accelerate their cultivation speed. The closer one got to the inner layer, the higher the cultivation requirements. Only those at Chaos Realm could enter the inner layer. Going further in was the central area. Only a few top-tier full completion experts were qualified to enter the central area of the West Pole Pure Land. Ordinary full completion experts couldn't withstand the pressure in the central area. Back then, Little Tree had wanted to enter the center but was blocked by an invisible force. It wasn't that Little Tree wasn't strong enough, but that a powerful being existed in the West Pole Pure Land at that time. Little Tree didn't want a conflict with that being, so he didn't force his way in. However, that being should no longer be there now. The Chaos Divine Water was in the central area of the West Pole Pure Land, and occasionally, some Chaos Divine Water could be found in the inner layer near the central area. In Lin Moya's view, the central area, besides top-tier full completion experts, should be the domain of Quasi-Supremes and the West Pole Supreme. However, the array left by Catastrophe Supreme was most likely in the central area. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't enter the central area, but he had the Calamity Boat relying on it. He had a chance to get in. Moreover, he wasn't going to the West Pole Pure Land to cause trouble, so he shouldn't provoke pursuit from all the West Pole experts. The key issue was how to avoid the attention of those top-tier experts. Lin Moya thought of a method. Little tree, when the time comes, try to use time-space power to envelop the calamity boat and hide it as much as possible. Little tree replied, this can at most reduce the probability of being discovered. If we get too close, we'll still be found. Lin Moya naturally understood this, but it was better than nothing. He couldn't just go in openly and brazenly, as that would be too conspicuous. The abilities Chaos Child had gained from the Chaotic Spirit Pearl were limited and couldn't disguise the calamity boat. Chaos Child said, Master, I suggest you wait a bit longer before going to the West Pole Pure Land. In my memory, I once entered the West Pole Pure Land, and besides the being Little Tree mentioned, there were other dangers. You're already close to refining enough purified water. Why not wait until you revive a Quasi-Supreme before going? That would give you better odds. The Quasi-Supreme in Chaos Child's inner world couldn't leave the inner world for now. If they encountered strong enemies, they would need to find a way to bring the enemies into the inner world. But still, having a Quasi-Supreme as backup would be quite helpful to Lin Moya in some aspects. And with a Quasi-Supreme supporting him, he would have more confidence. He was almost there, and at most a dozen more years, Lin Moya could refine enough purified water to revive a Quasi-Supreme. Little Tree said, this guy makes some sense. If we could do that, the odds would be much better. If Master isn't in a hurry, we could indeed wait a bit longer. Lin Moya understood their meaning. In that case, let's wait a bit longer, but not here. If we're going to wait, we'll do it in the West Pole Pure Land. I'll first take a look around the outer layer, and after reviving the Quasi-Supreme, I'll enter the inner layer. Chaos Child and Little Tree both agreed with Lin Moya's decision. The West Pole Pure Land looked close, but the distance was still considerable, and there were no teleportation arrays. Lin Moya flew for over a month before truly entering the West Pole Pure Land. When ice blue light filled his vision and he passed through an invisible membrane, he officially stepped into the West Pole Pure Land. A chill-laden aura entered his body and drilled into his soul, not ice-cold, but rather dark and cold. Under the influence of this dark, cold aura, his soul became even more tranquil, and Lin Moya's expression became correspondingly stern, with an air that warned others to keep their distance. It wasn't just him. Most beings in the West Pole were like this, all affected by the West Pole's aura. In the West Pole Pure Land, Lin Moya saw many beings from various races, including cultivators from the human race. Humans weren't numerous in the West Pole and didn't hold the ruling position like in the Central region, but their strength wasn't weak. Beings from all races cultivated here, spaced far apart from each other, with warning arrays set up between them, as if they had divided their own territories. The Supreme of the West Pole had issued orders forbidding conflict within the West Pole Pure Land, so it was very quiet here. Everyone cultivated their own way without interfering with others. Lin Moya explored the West Pole Pure Land, circling it round after round, each circle taking him closer to the inner layer. Soon he saw a huge pit from which emanated a large amount of clear soul stone aura. Outside the pit, countless people were cultivating. They had marked out their territories, leaving no vacant spots. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4427, Character Seen Through Arrangement. Chapter 4427, Chapter 4427, Character Seen Through Arrangement. Chapter 4427, Character Seen Through Arrangement. Lin Moya saw the giant pit left from when the West Pole Supreme took the clear soul stones from the outside. There was still no shortage of clear soul stone present. There were many cultivators outside the pit, but not a single one entered the pit to take any stones. After observing for a while, Lin Moya noticed something unusual. Apart from the aura of clear soul stone, there was another power in the pit. Although that power seemed weak, it was actually extremely strong, akin to a thin membrane covering the pit. Only officials can set fires, not commoners light lamps. Lin Moya smirked inwardly. This power came from the West Pole Supreme, ensuring that no one else could take clear soul stones from the pit. Anyone who tried to forcibly enter would be attacked by the West Pole Supreme. In the West Pole, the Supreme was absolute. Anyone provoking him was courting death. Surely, the Supreme had his reasons for such an arrangement. As he traveled through the West Pole, Lin Moya found the locals were rarely contentious, seeming almost without desires. This, he guessed, had as much to do with the environment as with the influence of the Supreme. Around the pit, many cultivators had staked out territory. The clear soul stone's aura was thick here, much stronger than outside the teleport formations. Lin Moya watched for a while and was about to leave, when a rumble echoed through his soul. The clear soul stone's invisible aura suddenly whirled violently. The gentle breeze became a soul-scouring gale. His soul shivered in the cold, then immediately felt a surge of agitation. Lin Moya quickly calmed his thoughts, regaining stability. Around the pit, cultivators' faces twisted in pain as they endured some kind of torment. When any power is pushed to its limit, it transforms. Clear soul stone's calm became a frenzy. Its aura usually calms the soul, clarifies thoughts, and aids Tao comprehension. But this surge sparked agitation. Those gathered were clearly struggling against it, their souls falling into unrest. The effect varied from person to person. Some with firm Tao hearts resisted, but those with less stable minds soon showed madness on their faces. A roar shattered the silence as someone succumbed, falling into a frenzy. His eyes went blood red, all reason lost. But the instant he screamed, a giant hand appeared from the pit and slapped him away. He flew hundreds of miles, coughing blood and covered in wounds. But the blow also shattered the restlessness in his soul. He bowed to the pit, then turned and left. One after another, shouts rang out each time. The hand struck the mad cultivator away and peace was restored. Each ejected person bowed to the pit and left. In an instant, a third of the crowded spaces around the pit were emptied, making room for newcomers. Lin Moya observed the whole process and began to understand. After taking the clear soul stones, the West Pole Supreme had manipulated the aura, compressing it until it changed in quality from calming to maddening, and then let it explode outward. Those whose Tao hearts were unstable and succumbed to the frenzy were knocked out by the Supreme's hand. Essentially, they'd failed the test and lost the right to cultivate here, at least for now. It was unclear if the restriction was permanent or temporary. Through repeated rounds of this, only the cultivators with the firmest Tao hearts remained the true talents. For cultivation, Tao heart is crucial, perhaps even more than talent. If one's Tao heart is unwavering, great achievement is inevitable. The West Pole Supreme is selecting heaven's true geniuses. What a gentle but effective method. Lin Moya thought to himself. Through this arrangement, the Supreme revealed himself as a gentle and calm person, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen this method. Even without meeting him, Lin Moya already had a sense of who the Supreme was. He continued wandering the Pure Land, noting the differences between its various regions. Over the next few months, he found several other large pits, all left from where the Supreme took clear soul stones, all arranged the same way. Each became a cultivation paradise and a trial for Tao hearts. By the 6th year since entering, he had walked a full circle around the Pure Land's outer regions. In that time, he'd witnessed billions of beings here, just the outer rim. Surely, deeper in, the numbers would be even greater. Requesting flowers. But no tribe lived here. They were only here for cultivation, not to settle, nor to lay claim to land. The Pure Land's many zones each had unique effects suiting various types of cultivation. Overall, it truly was a colossal blessed land. I have a pot of clear tea, fellow deist. May I invite you for a taste? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him. Lin Moya looked down and saw someone sitting on a great stone, brewing tea. This man's eyes were cold and solitary, typical of West Pole folk, nothing unusual. His tone was gentle and he gazed at Lin Moya with calm. He was human, at Chaos Great Completion cultivation. In this place, that ranked among the very top. Through all these years, most cultivators here weren't even in the Chaos Realm. Even Tao Master and pre-Tao Master cultivators were everywhere. Now and then a Chaos Realm cultivator would pass by, always heading to deeper layers. To find a Chaos Great Completion expert sitting here, brewing tea, was strange indeed. Lin Moya drifted down and bowed. Lin greets you, fellow deist. The man gestured. I am Xingquan. No need for formality, please, sit. Lin Moya asked, what brings deist Xing to seek me? Xingquan smiled. Nothing in particular. I saw you enter the Pure Land 6 years ago, and now have seen you circle around. A rare coincidence. So I thought, why not invite you for a cup of tea? It must have taken you 6 years to circle the Pure Land. Lin Moya raised his brows in caution. Xingquan hurried to explain, don't misunderstand, I wasn't following you. When I first entered the Pure Land, I circled it too. Took me about 6 years as well. Seeing you now reminds me of myself back then. As you know, we West Pole people aren't fond of socializing. I just wanted to share tea as a small token of fate. Lin Moya heard no falsehood, so his tension faded. Indeed, it must be fate. This is my first time in the Pure Land, and I'm very curious about it. Xingquan replied, the Pure Land is our origin. Any West Pole native would be curious. That's only natural. When you arrived, did you feel as if a traveler had finally returned home? To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4428, The West Pole Supreme. Chapter 4428, Chapter 4428, The West Pole Supreme. Chapter 4428, The West Pole Supreme. While Xingquan spoke, his previously cool gaze changed in a subtle but noticeable way. Perhaps he truly did feel that deep, belonging connection to the West Pole Pure Land. Lin Moya, not being a true West Pole native, naturally felt none of it. Yet, Lin Moya did find himself intrigued by Xingquan's declaration that the Pure Land was the origin of the entire West Pole. In Little Tree's era, chaos was already divided into 4 poles and 3 domains, and the Pure Land existed even then. If the Pure Land really was the origin, both Little Tree and Chaos Child would surely have mentioned it unless something major changed after their time. Lin Moya asked, I wonder if the origin story you speak of is the same one I know. Xingquan managed a faint smile. You're correct, deist Lin. There are many versions of the origin tale, each with differences, but all essentially similar. Lin Moya sipped the tea thoughtfully. This tea truly is excellent. Deist Xing has good taste. If you don't mind, could you say a bit more about this origin story? Xingquan replied, why not? It's said that Chaos once endured a catastrophic war, so fierce that the entire realm nearly shattered. Our own West Pole was left riddled with wounds. At that time, a powerful being dwelled in the Pure Land called the Divine Water Beast, Lord of the Pure Land. Unfortunately, he perished in that cataclysm, using his final strength to awaken the Pure Land's full power. He forcibly mended the West Pole, restoring order and life. That's how our stable, mighty West Pole came to be. Thus, we say the Pure Land is the origin of our region. That's the story I was told. Is it the same as yours? Lin Moya said, how coincidental, it's nearly identical to what I've heard. Xingquan smiled, that's worthy of a toast. Lin Moya replied, your words sound less like tea than wine. If there's wine in the heart, tea is as good as wine, said Xingquan. Well said. That's worth a toast. Lin Moya lifted his tea, and they both drank as if to wine. Xingquan set down his cup and went on, I suspect you're aiming to enter the Pure Land's inner or even central layers, deist Lin. Don't bother to deny it, I'm sure of it. My eyes are keen, you're no average cultivator, you'll get in just fine, but you must be wary within the center. He spoke firmly, not giving Lin Moya a chance to object, so Lin Moya simply said nothing, as explanations would just make things worse. Xingquan continued, there is chaos divine water in the center, and some of it is sentient. If you encounter living chaos divine water, best avoid it. Furthermore, it's said there remains the obsession of the divine water beast. Be very careful if you encounter it. Lastly, there's said to be a special area in the Pure Land Center, one even Supremes can't enter. Many have tried, none succeeded. You may look, but don't force your way in. These tips surprised Lin Moyo. Deist Xing, have you been to the Pure Land Center? Xingquan shook his head. Just rumors I've heard shouldn't be false, though. He clearly didn't want to elaborate, and Lin Moyo respected that, raising his cup in thanks, regardless of whether the advice would prove useful. The two chatted for half a day, Xingquan mostly doing the talking, more tales of the West Pole, often phrased as legends he'd heard elsewhere. But much of what he described matched what Lin Moyo knew, so Lin Moyo listened in thoughtful silence. Xingquan finally chuckled. Excuse me for rambling, I rarely talk, but once I start I can't seem to stop. Lin Moyo shook his head. Not at all, your tales broadened my knowledge. I'm deeply grateful. Suddenly, a radiant glow erupted from the Pure Land's depths, blossoming into luminous bridges across the sky, exceptionally beautiful. Xingquan said, the rainbow bridges have appeared, the inner layer is open. Deist Lin, you should go now, it will save you much trouble. Normally, entering the inner layer from the outer required crossing a barren zone, scarred by ancient war. These scars had evolved into monsters that could not be killed, always harassing and frequently confusing travelers. Getting lost there for centuries was common. At intervals, the Pure Land would emit radiance, forming rainbow bridges. At these times, one could enter the inner layer directly and bypass the wastelands. Peng had mentioned such rainbow bridges before. Lin Moyo hadn't expected to encounter them just 6 years after arrival, but it was a lucky stroke. Will you not go as well? Asked Lin Moyo. Xingquan shook his head. I'm here with family juniors to train, not to enter the inner layer. Go quickly, Deist Lin, may your journey be fruitful. Lin Moyo didn't stand on ceremony, he bowed and headed straight for the rainbow bridge. Xingquan remained, taking tea and seeing Lin Moyo off. Only when Lin Moyo vanished from sight did Zinkin's lips curl in a faint smile and his tone grow deeper. I've said what I should. I hope you succeed. These plans have run for uncountable ages, who knows the outcome? His voice faded, his eyes grew vacant for 10 seconds, then clarity returned. What just happened? I was clearly cultivating at home, why am I here? It feels as if I slept and awoke in a different place. This tea. Xingquan was baffled, he had no idea how he got here, nor why he was boiling tea. He'd been in closed cultivation at home, drifted off to sleep, and awoke in this spot. Strange as it was, a cold sense overtook him. He analyzed with a chaos great completion's mind and quickly surmised. Someone terrifying must have controlled him, soundlessly. But who could wield such power? The more Xingquan pondered, the more frightened he grew and dared not think further. As Lin Moyo headed to the rainbow bridge, Little Tree suddenly said, Master, that man wasn't simple. Definitely not simple, Lin Moyo agreed. He had sensed it halfway through their chat. What Xingquan shared wasn't the knowledge of an ordinary chaos great completion cultivator, those legends were actually true events. Lin Moyo whispered, he probably wasn't himself, and in the West Pole, there's only one who could control a chaos great completion like that. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4429, Riot in the Wasteland Zone. Chapter 4429, Chapter 4429, Riot in the Wasteland Zone. Chapter 4429, Riot in the Desolation Zone. There was only one answer, the West Pole Supreme. Catastrophe Supremes formed a group, their exact number unknown, but definitely not few. Now, it seemed, the West Pole Supreme was one of them. Lin Moyo had figured it out. He muttered, I just wonder if Xingquan is the Supreme's real name, or a name borrowed from someone else. But that wasn't important. Using this method, the Supreme had told him what to watch out for in the West Pole Pure Land and indirectly disclosed the location of the Catastrophe Supreme's array. The array was in the deepest core, where not only it, but also other dangers awaited. The first was the danger of the West Pole Pure Land itself. The second, the obsession left behind by the Chaos Divine Water Beast. From the Supreme's description, the Divine Water Beast was the source of the West Pole. Without it, nothing could have saved the battered region. West Pole Pure Land was the ancestral homeland of its people. As an outsider, Lin Moyo didn't see it that way. He doubted, in an era that harsh and cruel, the beast would be so benevolent as to die to repair the West Pole. When he asked Little Tree and Chaos Child, they confirmed his suspicions. The Divine Water Beast was no saint. It was powerful, brutal, with a fierce territorial sense not to be provoked. If it did such a thing, there must have been far deeper motives. Lin Moyo also reasoned out why Catastrophe Supreme set the array in the core, to harness the West Pole Pure Land's power. The Pure Land held great power unified, its outburst would be unimaginable. The array had likely absorbed energy secretly for eons, perhaps even the Supreme didn't know, as it was not a place easily entered. Apart from Catastrophe Supreme, Lin Moyo himself might be the only one able to step in. In the outer zones of the Pure Land, Lin Moyo encountered no obstacles, and within days reached the Rainbow Bridge. The rainbow glowed, spanning the void like a prismatic arch, joining inner and outer layers. By the time he arrived, there were many people all waiting to enter via the Rainbow Bridge. No one moved upon reaching the bridge. Instead, they waited to be taken by it to the inner realm. More and more strong cultivators gathered, most in Chaos Minor Completion, some in Great Completion, and a few full completion experts. You could easily tell who was from the West Pole by their quiet, reserved demeanor. No one talked, everyone kept their distance. After 10+ days, the rainbow shrank toward the inner zone, carrying its passengers calmly inside. The bridge's pace gradually increased, the transition placid, without the slightest ripple. Passing through the boundary, Lin Moyo saw the so-called Desolation Zone, a pitch-black area, blanketed in fog, like a scar slashed across the land. From afar, it looked as if some ring-shaped treasure had smashed into the West Pole Pure Land, almost breaking it apart. He imagined an ancient scene, a huge artifact falling from the heavens and striking here, thus forming the scar. That scar. At the edge, he spotted patterns. If you shrank them down, they looked eerily like those on the cause-seeking ring. A notion surfaced: could this be the cause-seeking ring's doing? As soon as that thought arose, he felt certain it was true. The cause-seeking ring's patterns were unique. If it struck the Pure Land in the past, it would have left such a scar. Little Tree, you think the Desolation Zone was struck by the cause-seeking ring? Little Tree answered, very possible. I've never clashed with it, but I know it was mighty, an unrivaled master of fate. But alas, it died. Now only the ring remains, its spirit snuffed out, its powers nearly intact, still supreme. At its peak, it must have been incredible. Fate was a force both weird and strong, beyond even my space-time power. Yet even then, it couldn't defeat down or claim the prize flower. Little Tree was always careful when referencing the past, at once cautious and awestruck. At that moment, the cause-seeking ring appeared on Lin Moya's wrist, gently vibrating, sending a sound only he could hear. He felt the ring resonating with the desolation zone below. Then he heard a muffled, thunderous roar. The rainbow bridge trembled as a vast aura surged from the desolation zone, forming a giant fist that crashed into the bridge. Many chaos cultivators were shocked, their power suppressed. They couldn't fight back. Lin Moya felt it too, his soul under intense pressure. But as his immortal Tao alternated, death and life exchanged, the pressure was erased in a heartbeat. Little Tree let loose his space-time power, dispersing the soul-crushing force. All of this happened in an instant. Lin Moya quickly recovered, but the others weren't so lucky. Minor completion cultivators collapsed. Those at great completion barely stayed upright, moving sluggishly. Only full completion experts could move freely, though even they weren't operating at full power. A trace of panic passed over the crowd. No one knew what was happening. Rainbow bridges had existed for countless years and never failed like this. Other rainbow bridges seemed to suffer the same. From all the inner-outer boundary, strength burst from the fog, transforming into giant fists to batter the bridges, nearly breaking them. If the rainbow bridges broke, most would fall right into the desolation zone. From the Pure Land's depths, a furious howl echoed, and a titanic beast appeared, galloping on silvery water, unleashing a silver rain. As if the rain had eyes, it all poured down upon the desolation zone, raining away the fog and releasing endless steam. The shrouded region was revealed, every inch etched with the same strange patterns as the cause-seeking ring. He was now certain the desolation zone was hammered out by the cause-seeking ring. What is that? Someone pointed and shouted at the desolation zone. Lin Moya looked in there. In that scarred region, a black shape appeared. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4430, Wanting to Revive. Chapter 4430, Chapter 4430, Wanting to Revive. Chapter 4430, Wanting to Revive. The mists in the desolate region were washed away by the rain for the first time in countless years, revealing their true face. Deep, crisscrossing ravines like immense canyon fissures were so deep they seemed bottomless. These trenches made up a labyrinth, emitting a strange power. Combined with the mists, it was easy to get lost, unable to find the correct path. That's why it's called the desolate region. Aside from these ravines, there was almost no sign of life. Nothing but the maze of ravines and lifeless ground except for monsters without life that had somehow evolved there. The origin of these monsters was unknown. Everyone only knew they were endless, impossible to completely destroy. Kill one, another would just respawn soon after. Fortunately, the monsters weren't strong, just endlessly annoying inside the region. With the cover of fog, the monsters constantly harassed intruders, keeping everyone's nerves on edge. The mists also distorted judgment and could even affect one's Tao heart, making this region deeply troublesome. Now, finally, all could see the desolate region's true face, its deepest mysteries exposed. Everyone could clearly see the monsters prowling in the depths. Soon, all saw a gigantic beast, crouched like a wild animal. Its body was tightly bound by crystal-clear chains, holding it fast. The beast's eyes burned red as it glared not at the giant beast that strode the sky on water, but with an intense gaze Lin Moya recognized as not just hatred, but longing and greed. There was something off about these two. While they looked different, Lin Moya felt sure they were the same no matter the outward form. Their essence was alike. Only he seemed able to sense this. Someone yelled, "That's the Chaos Divine Water Beast." With that shout, everyone woke to the sight of the mythic creature, the one in the air, walking on water, raining down to clear the mist. For many in the West Pole, the Chaos Divine Water Beast was a totem. Many believed themselves its descendants and claimed its bloodline with pride. Now, faced with what might be the Divine Water Beast, they were beside themselves, even kneeling in worship. Even powerful chaos cultivators knelt before this phantom beast, an astonishing sight to behold. But Lin Moya saw more. In the act of their worship, filaments of faith power poured forth, merging into the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Suddenly, Lin Moya understood. It wants to revive. Little Tree echoed, "Yes, it wants to revive using faith. The one below is its resentment. I think I get it now." Chaos Child added, "Me too." Both had once stood atop all chaos. A single glance was enough to grasp the truth. They discussed it, but left Lin Moya to piece things together, wary of drawing the attention of Tao. Even without every detail, Lin Moya now understood. The cause-seeking ring smashed a pit into the Pure Land, forming the current desolate region. That blow killed the Divine Water Beast, but its flesh and resentment weren't fully erased. They formed a monster, imprisoned here. The fog was a result of the cause-seeking ring, a prison of mist and chains, all made of karmic power. Yet the Divine Water Beast's will and a piece of its soul survived in the West Pole Pure Land, clinging to existence with the help of Chaos Divine Water. In its dying moments, it poured all its power into awakening the Pure Land, so the fragmentary West Pole could be restored. And so the West Pole's legends were born. The natives called the beast ancestor and offered faith in a ceaseless stream. Faith was a mysterious power distinct from the Tao, perhaps even more wondrous. The Divine Water Beast, clinging to a sliver of consciousness, eternal obsession, and rage-given form, used faith's power in a bid for rebirth. It could work, but it would be incredibly hard. Now, at least, the conditions were beginning to appear. The beast was beginning to take shape, still just a phantom, a crucial first step. Its mind was yet to awaken, it acted only on instinct. Lin Moya's arrival, and the presence of the cause-seeking ring, caught the attention of the beast's resentment, sparking today's events. The divine water beast's dousing of the mists was actually to help its own resentment break free. But the cause-seeking ring's power was too strong. Those crystalline chains were built from karma, and tightly bound the monster. Even the ravines were filled with karmic energy, so the divine water beast didn't dare step in, not even with the aid of chaos divine water. For true resurrection, a long road remained. Both the spirit and the resentment of the divine water beast howled, their roars deafening. The one in the desolate region seemed almost frantic, ramming the rainbow bridge over and over. But its strength was limited. The bridge shook and trembled, but did not break. It couldn't speak or express itself, only continue its furious roars. The beast in the sky seemed to grasp what its counterpart wanted, its gaze roving until it fell on Lin Moyo. To be precise, it fixed on the cause-seeking ring. Killing intent flared. The ring was to blame for all this, and as Lin Moyo wore it, he became the most hated enemy. The divine water beast stared at Lin Moyo, but others saw only a beast glaring at everyone on the bridge. What's it doing? Does it want to kill us? Oh no, I sense it. It really wants to kill us. The beast's killing intent was so fierce, it confused all present. Only Lin Moyo understood its goal was to slay him and seize the cause-seeking ring, believing it would free itself at last. Otherwise, the chains alone could not be broken. The killing pressure spiked overhead, thick black clouds gathered, thunder rolling at any moment, a storm of chaos thunder might descend. The clouds were formed entirely of chaos divine water, exceptionally powerful and versatile, deadly as any weapon. Careful, it's about to strike. That's chaos divine water, run. Cries of alarm broke out among the crowd, and chaos erupted on the bridge. Chaos Child used the pearl's charm to spread fear even to other bridges. So many people thought the beast was targeting them. Panic gripped every rainbow bridge. Those were Lin Moyo and Peng's shouts, deliberate, meant to stir chaos. When forced to choose between faith and life, everyone chose to live. In the face of death, ancestral worship ceased to matter. The bridge fell into total panic. Cultivators used every method they could, running in all directions. Those stuck in minor completion couldn't even move, only fret. That's when branches shot out, picking them up and flinging them far away. Lin Moyo, too, spread his wings of chaos and fled far into the distance. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4431, The Obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Chapter 4431, Chapter 4431, The Obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Chapter 4431, The Obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Chaos Child sowed confusion among the masses. Nearly everyone on the Rainbow Bridge believed the Chaos Divine Water Beast was targeting them. Meanwhile, Little Tree dispatched those Chaos Minor Completion cultivators who were unable to move, tossing them far away. In an instant, countless beings flew out like raindrops. Lin Moya seized the moment, spreading his wings of chaos and slipping away with the crowd. He saw confusion flicker in the divine water beast's eyes, surprised that the chaos on the bridge had startled even it. It meant to target only Lin Moya. Why were all the others fleeing? At that moment, with only a sliver of intelligence and much driven by instinct, it could not understand this chaos was Lin Moya's doing. By the time it realized, everything was out of control. Even it was affected by Chaos Child's influence, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint Lin Moya in the crowd. To it, everyone looked like Lin Moya. Everyone seemed to be wearing the cause-seeking ring. If it were at its peak, not even the pearl, let alone the current Lin Moya, could have deceived it. But newly reconstituted, not at its peak, barely stronger than an ordinary full completion expert, it was susceptible. It grew frantic and enraged. With a furious roar, rain poured and thunder raged on the bridge. Screams broke out instantly. About 80% of Chaos Minor Completion cultivators were slain by the lightning. The rain was formed of Chaos Divine Water. When it struck, the body began to melt, soul dissolving with it. If too much fell on you, no trace was left behind. Chaos Great Completion cultivators barely managed to act, bringing out treasures and trying desperately to resist. Even so, they couldn't fully dodge. Most could only try to escape. Full completion experts fared best, knowing resistance was pointless. They fled using flying treasures. The divine water beast, unable to spot Lin Moyo or the ring, lashed out indiscriminately. Unbeknownst to it, Lin Moyo had already fled the chaos, boarding the calamity boat to escape. Far away, a faint figure appeared. He held a memory stone, recording every event at the scene. A thought, and an array activated, causing the stored footage to multiply. A cold smile, he was clearly pleased. The Chaos Divine Water Beast wantonly slaughters West Pole souls. Such a beast is not worthy of being anyone's totem. The races of the West Pole were self-evolved, born of chaos, unrelated to such creatures. We cultivators must rebel against fate, striving forever. How could we revere another, especially a mindless, brutal beast? His tone was icy, laced with warning and provocation, which was transmitted alongside the recordings. When he finished, a wave of his hand warped the void, summoning black-clad figures who knelt respectfully before him. All of them were full completion powerhouses. Distribute these recording stones. See that all the West Pole people view them. They took the stones and leapt through space to spread the recordings. He murmured, revive? Forget it. Without faith, I'll see how you manage. Heh, old Xingquan, in the end, you got played after all. A laugh. A grey-robed elder appeared not far off. Xingquan did not turn. What are you doing here, Boyang? The azure-robed Boyang Supreme smiled. Just came to see how your little ruckus turned out. Xingquan Supreme replied, all is planned. The cause-seeking ring drew out the divine water beast perfectly, and I got this opportunity. Boyang Supreme said, so your wish is granted. After this, whether the beast is resealed or not, its chance of revival is gone. Xingquan Supreme answered, suppressing it isn't hard, changing people's hearts is. Boyang Supreme laughed, old fox, you just don't want to risk your own karma. But if this works, the Order of Chaos can be rebuilt and old karmic bonds erased. Xingquan Supreme's tone was cold, easy to say no one can guarantee success. Even Catastrophe said himself the chances were only 60% otherwise, why would we all hide behind the scenes? Boyang shook his head, that wasn't Catastrophe's exact words. He said, if his judgment is wrong, 60% chance. If right, more than 90%. Xingquan Supreme responded, even 9/10 certainty means a chance of failure and we only have this one shot. If we fail. Boyang replied, if it fails, Bai Zhong and I will handle the consequences, nothing will trace back to you. You can keep your West Pole post with peace of mind. Xingquan said, and if we do fail, I'll find a way to pull you out of samsara. Thanks in advance. Boyang laughed, turning to gaze at the distant Pure Land. Meanwhile, the Calamity boat carried Lin Moyo into the inner region of the West Pole Pure Land, out of the beast strike zone. But the beast, still swayed by Chaos Child's influence, did not stop attacking. Already, at least 100,000 Chaos cultivators had perished, most minor completion. They hailed from every West Pole tribe the loss a heavy blow. After all, nurturing a Chaos-level cultivator is no easy feat. Inside the boat, Peng asked, Father, why didn't you just kill the Divine Water Beast? He knew Lin Moyo could with 4 remaining Chaos corpses, he could kill it easily. Lin Moyo shook his head, no rush. Killing it now wouldn't end it for good. Its root is the obsession left behind. So long as it exists, it'll be like the monsters in the desolate zone, dying and rising again. To truly kill it, you must first erase its obsession. Peng asked, so how do you do that? Lin Moyo smiled, someone already told me the way. Its true obsession is at the heart of the Pure Land. When we reach the center, I'll find a way. Erasing such a thing, especially from a supreme being, is no small task. Even a supreme couldn't cleanse this residue without destroying and refining the entire West Pole Pure Land. Lin Moyo, however, had methods more than one. Chaos Child's purified water could remove obsession, but he didn't have enough to cover the whole Pure Land. Another way was using the world-devouring fire, which could burn away everything, even obsessions. So there was no hurry. Once they reached the heart and confronted the obsession directly, he'd act. Meanwhile, he was almost done refining his supply of purified water. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4432, Supreme's Calculations, Reviving a Quasi-Supreme. Chapter 4432, Chapter 4432, Supreme's Calculations, Reviving a Quasi-Supreme. Chapter 4432, Supreme's Calculations, Reviving a Quasi-Supreme. Leaving the desolate region behind and truly entering the inner zone, Lin Moyo put away the Calamity boat, suppressed his aura, and rode on Xiaoping towards the center of the West Pole Pure Land. There was still some distance to the core. He needed to fly a while longer. However, Lin Moyo did not intend to go straight, and he was almost done refining purified water, estimating 2 more years would yield enough for his plan. At that point, he could attempt to revive a Quasi-Supreme, which would greatly boost his overall strength. Strictly speaking, Quasi-Supremes cannot leave chaos to act freely, but Lin Moyo had methods. This plan would serve 2 purposes at once. At this inner distance, he could sense the Chaos Divine Water Beast. No longer the outcome of the Rainbow Bridge chaos was unknown to him. He had seen the bridge shatter with his own eyes and guessed that not a few must have died, but whatever the result, it had nothing to do with him. It was the Chaos Divine Water Beast who killed, not himself. Such is the way of cultivators. They defy the heavens and risk perishing at any time. If one cannot accept that, it's better not to set foot on this path at all. Months after the Divine Water Beast's massacre, scenes of the event accompanied by Supreme Zinken's voice were circulated across the West Pole. All the locals saw the indiscriminate killing and were enraged, many wishing to seek vengeance against the beast in the Pure Land. Yet some hesitated because the beast was the West Pole's origin, their spiritual totem, and their hopes for it still lingered. Then the Supreme's own voice shattered their hope. As the true leader of the West Pole, the Supreme's words carried immense authority. At this, the Divine Water Beast's legend as a totem collapsed. While not everyone turned away, at least half lost their faith. The Divine Water Beast's supply of belief power instantly dwindled. Its hope to resurrect by faith was severed. Revival, already difficult, was all but doomed. Even though the beast's unique nature and the support of the Pure Land had carried it this far, Supreme's plot ultimately ended it. As belief power faded, the beast grew restless. It was not truly intelligent, but instinct sensed disaster. Over the next year, Lin Moyo met many West Pole cultivators. Everyone in the inner zone, at minimum, was at the Chaos Realm, and the closer to the center, the stronger the cultivation. Several times, Lin Moyo conversed with locals, inquiring about the Rainbow Bridge disaster. The West Polers seemed aloof and unwilling to chat, but remained polite when Lin Moyo asked respectfully. They would respond earnestly. He learned that over 100,000 perished, no small number. The Divine Water Beast went mad that day. Even if Lin Moyo didn't deal the killing blow, some bit of karma would still stick to him. Too much karmic burden is always troublesome, but it couldn't be helped. The day was not yet his best moment to act. Afterwards, the West Pole Pure Land grew unsettled. Many powerful cultivators arrived, nearly all of them mighty full completion cultivators, their auras brimming with murderous intent. Lin Moyo guessed, correctly, that many of those killed were their kin or descendants. What he didn't guess, some were also subordinates of Supreme Xingquan. Nor did he know that once these experts entered the Pure Land, none approached the true core. They were there not to kill the beast, but to drive it into the center. During their efforts, they clashed with the beast multiple times, shaking the void. Their auras reached Lin Moyo more than once. Several times, he even heard the beast's furious roars. The final time, the beast seemed to be almost back at the central zone. This indicated the beast was no match for the combined might of the full completion experts. In his 8th year in the Pure Land, Lin Moyo reached the boundary between the center and the inner zone. Here, there was no desolate region, just a glowing water-like membrane. Within this barrier was the force of chaos divine water, barring entry to the weak. Even here, Lin Moyo felt immense pressure. Based on his cultivation, only great completion chaos experts could stand their minor completion like Lin Moyo wouldn't make it. To enter the true center, only full completion could manage it, and not even all of them would succeed. Within the core, the chaos divine water's force surrounded everything as soon as one entered. Immense pressure fell at every moment, building and building, eventually breaking almost any cultivator. Requesting flowers. Lin Moyo had prepared for this and already had a countermeasure. With his soul in Chaos Child's inner world, he held a sphere of purified water, almost ready now. The water wasn't much if separated, perhaps 100 drops. But it should be just enough to envelop and control the self-will of a quasi-supreme. Chaos Child brought forth a corpse wrapped in purified water. I'll withdraw the water, the rest is up to you. Lin Moyo nodded. Watch closely, no accidents allowed. Chaos Child flattered. Master is so powerful, there's no way anything could go wrong. As the purified water was removed, a strong aura burst from the quasi-supreme's corpse. With that level of power, unless suppressed immediately, the corpse would quickly develop instinctual will. Like the titanic beast felled in the past, its flesh was so strong, new will would arise swiftly. This time, Lin Moyo was prepared. He was 90% confident he could transform this quasi-supreme into a reborn servant. A wave of his hand sent the purified water into a thin film covering the corpse. Infinite summon. The undying fire enveloped the body, the water and fire both belonging to Lin Moyo. Their forces did not conflict. He sensed the change progress was slow, since a quasi-supreme is so powerful. The water suppressed the corpse, preventing the rebirth of its old mind, but with only so much, the suppression was thin. Chaos Child couldn't help his water would interfere with the summoning, likely causing it to fail. Lin Moyo focused all his power into the undying fire, trying to accelerate the revival. This quasi-supreme had been dead who knows how long, and soul condensation was slow, but, since it was from Chaos Child's inner world, its soul remained inside instead of being devoured outside. After nearly half a day, a wisp of soul flame finally sparked. Seeing that flicker, Lin Moyo couldn't help but smile. It was working. Chaos Child murmured, "Master, let me suppress the original will." Lin Moyo nodded. Careful now, the soul is still very fragile. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4433, Yi Yanjian. Chapter 4433, Chapter 4433, Yi Yanjian. Chapter 4433, Yi Yanjian. Lin Moyo had never found the process of making a revenant so complex and delicate. In the past, he would simply throw out the undying flame, activate his spell, and wait for the automatic resurrection. He had experienced failures, but they were never a big deal. Just try again if the spell failed. But this time, it felt less like brute magic and more like intricate needlework. The soul of the quasi-supreme was slowly reforming. So much time had passed. Fortunately, they were in Chaos Child's inner world, so the soul's imprint still lingered after dispersal, and there were no soul-eating shadow pests. Patience would eventually pay off, and the soul would reform. The real difficulty lay in the original will of the quasi-supreme soul. To create a revenant, Lin Moyo had to suppress this original will and let the spell reshape it. The will was alarmingly strong. Lin Moyo's level was barely enough to subdue it. So Chaos Child had to lend the power of his inner world for extra suppression. But Chaos Child himself was not fully restored to his peak, so suppressing the will was still tough. Another issue was the quasi-supreme's body, so powerful, it could birth new will very quickly, requiring purified water to keep it suppressed. Lin Moyo had a limited supply of purified water, so suppression was difficult. Focusing on everything at once, Lin Moyo kept the ritual steady, managing the spell's rhythm. With Lin Moyo and Chaos Child working seamlessly, the process was difficult but smooth. The undying flame burned for over 10 days. At last, the quasi-supreme's soul was fully gathered. Remove the suppression, but stay alert, Lin Moyo instructed Chaos Child. The suppression came off, but everyone remained on guard. If anything went wrong, more purified water would be ready. With the restraint gone, the soul flame blazed so bright in Lin Moyo's eyes. A quasi-supreme rivaled an actual supreme. Not quite as perfect, but far beyond an ordinary full completion expert. The soul flame instantly swept through the body. Its first act after regathering was to take control of the flesh. If any new will had emerged in the body, the soul flame would erase it. Lin Moyo's purified water completed its last mission, being burned off and returned to his hand. Half his supply was gone. Reclaiming his body, the quasi-supreme slowly opened his eyes, blade bright gaze sweeping the chamber. At that moment, Lin Moyo, Chaos Child, even Little Tree clenched in readiness. He looked like a true revenant now, but none could guarantee he wouldn't suddenly go berserk. His gaze landed on Chaos Child first, apparently recognizing him. Then he turned to Lin Moyo, bowed slowly and said, "Yi Yang greets the master." He called Lin Moyo master, but unlike lesser revenants, did not kneel. Quasi-supremes had pride, never kneeling to gods or men, only trusting themselves. Back in Chaos Child's heyday, they would obey him but keep their own will. Now, calling Lin Moyo master proved that the spell was a success. Lin Moyo relaxed. "Your name is Yi Yanjian." Yi Yanjian nodded gently. Ancestor of the Yi clan in the world of Chaos Skies. The world of Chaos Skies was the name of Chaos Child's inner world, chosen by Chaos Child himself. At his peak, Chaos Child's world contained multitudes of beings not as vast as true Chaos Desolation, but much larger than normal domains. As the legend went, its rules and Tao patterns mimicked those of Chaos itself, and even some beings originated in Chaos Desolation. Even in those days, the human race had rapidly risen to prominence, few in number, but with many powerhouses. Yi Yanjian was one of these, founding the Yi clan as its patriarch. But when Chaos Child broke apart, the world fragmented, and the Yi clan perished with it. Yi Yanjian was powerful enough that his body survived to this day. Suddenly he spoke, "Master, I have a request." Quasi-Supremes were different from other revenants, they still had desires. Lin Moya was not surprised. "Speak," Lin Moya said, curious it was the first time any revenant had made a request of him. Yi Yanjian said, "I wish to rebuild the Yi clan." As the patriarch, his attachment to his clan would never fade, even in death. Lin Moya replied, "You know your own situation, don't you?" Yi Yanjian said, "I understand. But to rebuild the Yi clan and revive its bloodline, I need not do it the old way. Though I died, by your hand I have half returned to life. My blood and body still brim with life force. With them 1,000 lineages can be born." It sounded reasonable but would be difficult in truth. Besides, Chaos Child's world hadn't fully recovered hardly the environment to nurture new life. While Lin Moya was thinking, Chaos Child sent a message. "Master, I believe it's possible. But don't let the Yi lineage grow in my world, put them in your domain. There they can thrive. And as a revenant, any offspring of his will be your servants. Besides, if his blood enters Chaos itself, he might someday move freely in Chaos, or even act, which could help you enormously." Chaos Child knew his own world was still incomplete, nothing compared to primeval Chaos Desolation. But if Yi's blood could enter Chaos, he could use it as a bridge to act there, an enormous advantage for Lin Moya. Lin Moya thought it over, it was feasible, and fit his goals to reclaim his own domain. He said to Yi Yanjian, "I can grant your request, but not yet. When I reclaim my domain, I'll place your bloodline there to thrive." Yi Yanjian's eyes shone, "Thank you, Master." Reviving a Quasi-Supreme added one more trump card to Lin Moya's hand. Although Yi Yanjian could not act freely in the real Chaos Desolation, he could lend momentum and, if things were desperate, even risk exposure to Tao. And with the cause-seeking ring, he might even sever karma and escape annihilation. Yi Yanjian was a powerful asset, a card to be used well. Lin Moya took a deep breath. "Time to enter the core, Little Tree, your turn." Little Tree gave a nod, a branch coiling around Lin Moya's waist, space-time power whirled up, erecting an instant shield. With a step, Lin Moya broke the membrane and entered the central region. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4434, Tempering the Tao Heart. Chapter 4434, Chapter 4434, Tempering the Tao Heart. Chapter 4434, Tempering the Tao Heart. A chilling cold pierced directly into the soul. The gloom and coldness of the West Pole was made tangible here. This coldness would not freeze the soul, but it could kill it. So this is the center of the West Pole, Pure Land, the place even great completion Chaos cultivators dare not tread. Lin Moya mused as he surveyed his surroundings. Whiteness drifted through the air, faint traces of water gleaming, distant rocks barely visible. There was no vitality, only desolation and a white, barren expanse. Yet this place was a sanctuary for cultivation, reserved for the select few full completion cultivators. Here lay Chaos Divine Water and the ultimate extremes of the cold Tao, powers that brought massive benefits to those who cultivated similar paths. Chaos Divine Water was special, it could dissolve anything with its cold power. Enduring it offered a chance to comprehend a Tao. The Tao here was named the Chaotic Extreme Yin Tao, a peerless path found only in the West Pole, though few could truly comprehend it. Moreover, the center was pervaded by the lingering obsession of the divine water beast, regarded as a totem by many West Pole inhabitants. Even its lingering obsession contained the essence of a Tao. Comprehending it offered vast opportunity. Chaos Divine Water, the beast's lingering obsession, and the extreme Yin Tao converged here into an immense, crushing pressure, barring most from entry. As Lin Moya moved through the core, Little Tree shielded him from most of the pressure with space-time power. The rest he withstood himself. He sensed immense power within the earth, a force difficult to wield yet undeniably real. In his view, it nearly surpassed ordinary Taos, approaching the fourth tier, comparable to primordial force itself. The chaotic extreme Yin Tao and Chaos Divine Water were all products of the West Pole Pure Land. Only a place like this could give rise to the Divine Water Beast. Though some believed the beast created the Pure Land, it was clear to Lin Moya this was a reversal. The true origin was the land itself. All these powers, the Tao, the water, the beast, originated from the West Pole Pure Land. It's an incredible place. No one knows where it really came from, Lin Moya thought. Not even Little Tree or Chaos Child, both of whom were born long after the Pure Land had formed. Its origins, Lin Moya mused, were as mysterious as those of the Catastrophe Scepter. Still, it was obvious why Catastrophe Supreme had chosen to construct the Grand Array here. He used the array to absorb the vast power of the Pure Land, amassing the strength needed to face Tao. Almost no one else was here, only the top full completion cultivators ever reached the center. Lin Moya wandered for 3 days without encountering anyone. He trekked ever deeper, pressing toward the absolute center. For a moment, he felt like he'd returned to his younger days, to the special battlefield within a minor world. Training, he'd crossed the eternal battlefield, a challenge that now seemed child's play compared to his present experience. Thinking of the battlefield, Lin Moya's mind drifted to his old mentors, their lives uncertain. He believed they were still alive, having been spirited away when his old world vanished. Signs of past battles told him they endured. Someone had left these traces as a message for him. He reflected on his wife. Her cultivation surely advanced, perhaps beyond his own, but what mattered most was not the present, but the future. He was determined to reach the peak, to surpass even Catastrophe Supreme and solve all the mysteries. Suddenly, a chill swept his heart. What's happening to me? He wondered. These memories, so sharply recalled, were unnatural. His Tao heart, he realized, had been subtly affected by the Pure Land's environment and the Chaos Divine Water. His Tao heart was not yet truly firm. The West Pole Pure Land didn't just hone one's power, it tempered the Tao heart. Lin Moya did not resist. Instead, he accepted the challenge, letting his Tao heart weather the ordeal. Cultivators defy everyone yet must face themselves. Pride is nothing without a strong Tao heart. Lose it, and everything else is meaningless. Lingering slowly, Lin Moya measured the Pure Land and noted his own changes. A month passed in the center. His cultivation stayed the same, but his Tao heart was much tougher. Though progress was slow, he traveled far. Wandering in the mist, he neither saw Chaos Divine Water nor any other souls, only his own footsteps echoed in the emptiness. Even after a month, he was no closer to the Misty Mountain, a place more desolate than any other, ideal for tempering the Tao heart, yet also a place of shattered spirits. Pressure mounted daily, but fortunately Little Tree was strong enough to absorb the brunt. Time passed, constant walking, never stopping. After 100 days, Lin Moya finally found a tiny pool. Just 2 meters across, half a meter deep, a mere puddle. He stopped, his face unemotional. After months of tempering, his Tao heart was immeasurably stronger. He knew that with time, Chaos Divine Water was guaranteed. Lin Moya spoke calmly, even a tiny morsel is still meat. Little Tree, go ahead. Got it. Little Tree cheered, stretching a branch in and draining the pool dry. Chaos Child's voice piped up, Fat Tree, give me some. Little Tree ignored him. Chaos Child grew anxious and noisy, to no avail. Chaos Divine Water meant new chances for Lin Moya, more rebirths, not necessarily any Tao benefits. For Little Tree, it strengthened his Chaos soil, benefiting him accordingly. Chaos Child needed it to perfect his inner world that was his foundation. Little Tree seized all the divine water, gaining 100 more rebirths instantly, equal to years of progress. With more water, even higher gains were possible, boosting Lin Moya in turn. Chaos Child, denied his share, squabbled with Little Tree. Lin Moya let them be. It happened often enough that he was used to it. Continuing on, Lin Moya suddenly looked up at a silvery cloud ahead. A soul flame danced within the cloud. It was Chaos Divine Water with true sentience. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4435, All or Nothing Gamble. Chapter 4435, Chapter 4435, All or Nothing Gamble. Chapter 4435, All or Nothing Gamble. Xingquan had warned that the core region contained some Chaos Divine Water that had gained sentience, and if encountered, it was best to avoid it. Lin Moya didn't retreat immediately. He did trust Xingquan's advice, but wanted to see for himself whether sentient Chaos Divine Water matched his expectations. In his view, Chaos Divine Water could develop sentience either naturally by being immensely powerful or through external factors. If it was natural, all Chaos Divine Water in the West Pole Pure Land would unite as one, much like Little Tree's primeval soil. If it was external, the cause would be the obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast, its will fusing into the water and giving rise to spirit. Lin Moya suspected the latter, and seeing the approaching column of Chaos Divine Water confirmed his theory. A soul flame danced within the silvery cloud. Its aura resembled that of Chaos Divine Water. Lin Moya mused, the Chaos Divine Water Beast doesn't simply wish to resurrect, it intends to merge with the Chaos Divine Water and grow even stronger. Back then, the beast could command Chaos Divine Water, using it as weapon or artifact, but never actually merge with it. They remained separate entities. Now, after death, it sought not just rebirth but further transcendence, merging with the Chaos Divine Water itself and surpassing its original self. Bold ambitions, but Lin Moya found them not so grand. He sneered, why not aim higher, swallow the entire West Pole Pure Land? That's the only way to truly surpass oneself. Little Tree said, it doesn't have that ability. Lin Moya replied, ability is one thing, without that ambition, even success would mean barely surviving, and during resurrection it could just be erased. Only by merging with the West Pole Pure Land is there any chance of real survival. Little Tree sighed. Indeed, only such an act could let the Pure Land survive. Luck alone never sufficed. Lin Moya affirmed, it's doomed either way. I'll send it off. Little Tree, do it. He did not evade, flinging forth the world-devouring fire and spreading his wings of chaos, curses raining down on the Chaos Divine Water. The curse targeted the soul in the water, which came from the beast's obsession, weak on its own, but shielded by the water, making it untouchable by most. It mirrored the massive beast in the prime soil, body as strong as the supreme, but soul weak, wiped out with ease by the prime soil. Chaos Divine Water was the body immensely powerful, but the soul within was feeble. Lin Moya's curse struck the soul directly, while Little Tree's space-time force penetrated the body to attack the soul. Chaos Child's light flickered, casting confusion, sending the Chaos Divine Water spinning aimlessly in the void. Chaos Child invoked the Chaotic Pearl's powers to bewilder it. Probably Xingquan Supreme hadn't anticipated Lin Moya would possess so many ways to strike at the soul. His caution almost seemed unnecessary now. Little Tree's roots pierced into the Chaos Divine Water, wrapping up the soul with space-time power. Having just refined some Chaos Divine Water, Little Tree was fearless of its dissolving qualities. Not only did he clutch the soul, he also absorbed and refined the water. Chaos Child shrieked in frustration, Fat Tree, you shameless thief! Stop stealing! Enraged, Chaos Child spun up his inner world, forming a vortex to pull in Chaos Divine Water, yet his efficiency was nowhere near Little Tree's. Still, a little was better than nothing. Without a fight, he'd get nothing at all. Sentient Chaos Divine Water, nothing special. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Moya unleashed the world-devouring fire, perfect for burning away souls, especially those formed from high-level obsession. To the fire, even the beast's resentment was a fine meal, maybe enough to make the fire stronger. At the core of the West Pole Pure Land, Xingquan Supreme caught sight of this and twitched. He even has the fire. My warnings were superfluous. Lin Moya's secrets were far deeper than he'd thought. Boyang Supreme, standing nearby, chuckled. This is a one-shot wager, all cards must be on the table. If we lose, at least we know we gave it everything. Xingquan replied, it's a heavy bet. Boyang laughed, only the bold can win. Besides, could you even wield that fire? Xingquan didn't answer. His silence was explanation enough. He couldn't use it. Boyang said, there you have it, you can't use it, neither can I, nor Catastrophe. Yet he can. Zinken's brow furrowed deeply. Just who is this fellow? Boyang shook his head, no idea. If you want answers, ask the Fate Master. Get lost. Xingquan snapped. Fate Master was long dead, so this was just a jab. Boyang burst into laughter. Don't get so worked up, it's just a joke. Xingquan just shook his head. He's no ordinary man. Of course not, said Boyang, otherwise he wouldn't be chosen. Not by us, not by Catastrophe, but by fate itself. He looked at Xingquan. I think we'll win. Do you believe it? Xingquan mused, and if we do? Boyang replied, don't know, but best to win first. Once we reach this level, power and wealth matter little, just can't stand someone above us. Xingquan said, yet someone will always be above us. The inference, if Lin Moya won, he'd eventually stand above them, too. Boyang responded, nothing is certain, let's just focus on the present. Xingquan fell silent, just watching Lin Moya and the roaring world devouring fire. The fire devoured the beast's obsession, shrieks dwindling to silence. The damage was immense. Instinct warned the beast, or its obsession, that it wouldn't last long. Between Little Tree's spacetime power, Chaos Child's world force, and Lin Moya's curses, the soul had no way to escape, only to scream and suffer, knowing its end was near. Within half a day, the beast's obsession was gone. Little Tree and Chaos Child continued to snatch up Chaos Divine Water, though the latter was always outmatched. Rebirth counts soared. Lin Moya's eyes glimmered with delight. The death of the obsession was like a fuse. Instantly the core erupted. Sheets of dazzling silver shot skyward, rushing toward Lin Moya. The center echoed thunderously. The entire West Pole Pure Land trembled. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4436, You Should Truly Fall. Chapter 4436, Chapter 4436, You Should Truly Fall. Chapter 4436, You Should Finally Perish. Lin Moya heard the roar, felt the West Pole Pure Land tremble. His gaze remained calm, not the least disturbed. So you've sensed it. Good timing saves me from hunting you down. The sentient Chaos Divine Water contained the obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. These obsessions were scattered throughout the Pure Land, seemingly independent, but in truth they formed one body. Touching one trigger set off the whole diseased system. When Lin Moya burned away a sliver, he enraged every obsession at once. Instantly, countless obsessions, wrapped in Chaos Divine Water, charged toward him. Simultaneously, the Chaos Divine Water Beast halfway along its return from the dead roared and charged as well. In Lin Moya's view, sheets of silvery light appeared. Each was a patch of Chaos Divine Water. Some gathered together, forming one illusory Chaos Divine Water Beast after another. All these obsessions now joined, their souls growing more powerful. But to Lin Moya, it was nothing. Little Tree, having refined enough Chaos Divine Water, now completely ignored its dissolving property. His roots pierced the void, intercepting the Chaos Divine Water and preventing any approach. Chaos Child expanded his inner world, devouring Chaos Divine Water with all his might. If he waited for Little Tree to be done, there'd be nothing left to steal. The Chaos Divine Water transformed, forming huge silver beasts that roared. Their bodies shifted from liquid to solid, turning instantly into silver giants. With hardened bodies, space slipped and locked. Little Tree could no longer instantly cut through to strike the soul. His branches thudded against the creature's bodies, producing the sound of iron being struck. Once the Chaos Divine Water's dissolving might was restrained, its threat dropped dramatically. High level as it was, Little Tree could not break it completely, but neither could it pass his defenses. Lin Moya swept out his hand, sending a flood of world-devouring fire broad enough to set half the sky ablaze. The fire targeted the soul. No bodily strength could resist it. He heard faint screams from within. These silver beast souls engulfed, their agony driving them from the bodies they controlled. World-devouring fire was the soul's nemesis. It never let Lin Moya down. The obsessions that remained, even shrouded in Chaos Divine Water, posed no threat in the face of this flame. More obsessions, wrapped in Chaos Divine Water, charged in only to be blocked by a wall of fire. As the Chaos Divine Water massed, Lin Moya carefully managed his inferno, not too large or too small. Too fierce and the obsessions would scatter, too weak and they'd break through. He was waiting for them all to arrive so he could wipe them out in one sweep, so the fire could feast. The core region was vast. It took time for all the obsessions to gather, but Lin Moya was in no rush. He kept scorching the first arrivals. The obsessions screeched in agony, increasing the fury of those who had yet to arrive. With new sentience, they knew the fire was terrifying. They huddled outside its reach, but didn't dare leave, encircling Lin Moya and company. They weren't idle. Their collective aura merged, driving Chaos Divine Water to crush Lin Moya under immense pressure. He endured far more than usual, but Little Tree shrugged it off, having developed immunity after swallowing so much Chaos Divine Water. Curious onlookers arrived. Some West Pole experts kept their distance, simply observing from afar. To them, Chaos Divine Water was a threat. Seeing so much gathered, they were shocked. Seeing it held at bay by fire stunned them even more. What is that fire? Chaos Divine Water doesn't work. It's bizarre. That fire must target souls, hence the beast's obsession can't push through. How strange, the man seems only Chaos Minor completion, but moves unscathed here. They saw Lin Moyu, noticed his level, and grew suspicious. Suddenly someone called, "The Divine Water Beast is coming." In the distance, dazzling silver sparkled, a beast radiated killing intent, treading atop Chaos Divine Water. Wherever it went, torrential rain poured, Chaos Divine Water cascaded down in waterfalls. Lin Moyu saw the beast, muttering, "The real one's here at last." After the ancient war, the beast was mortally wounded, soul scattered, only fragments remained as seeds for rebirth. Its resentment and anger became a curse, lingering as obsession. Its resentment was imprisoned in the desolate zone, caught by the cause-seeking ring and karma. Its obsession spread through the core, fragmenting and reforming into sentient groups wrapped in Chaos Divine Water. There remained a seed, fueled by faith, Chaos Divine Water, and the Pure Land's power, slowly restoring the beast and letting it step onto the path of rebirth. But the Supreme Shinquan had snuffed out that hope now, no chance remained. Still, if it could reabsorb all its obsession and resentment, it might regain some strength, though not like before, at least stronger than most full completion experts. A partial resurrection. Lin Moya's burning of obsession, then, was a direct assault on its roots. Furthermore, with the cause-seeking ring on Lin Moya's hand, the beast saw him as its mortal enemy. It meant to kill Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu was waiting for this moment. This karma needs closure. The power left by the cause-seeking ring in the Pure Land must be reclaimed, including that in the desolate zone. When I saw the desolate zone, the ring trembled. Now I know part of its power remains trapped there. If I can recover it, the ring will grow much stronger. Given that, Lin Moyu would not miss this chance. The Divine Water Beast was just an obstacle to be slain. Roars echoed. The beast strode through torrential rain, as if trying to douse the world-devouring fire. But it severely underestimated the fire. It blazed ever hotter against the deluge. Lin Moyu pointed. Explode. With a thunderous blast, the fire burst out, its range increasing 100-fold to envelop every obsession in sight. Its power surged, burning up the obsessions whose screams filled the air. No more games. Lin Moyu pushed the fire to full force for total annihilation. Obsession was never meant to endure. The beast snarled, dashing at Lin Moyu, water swirling about it. "You should finally perish." Lin Moyu snapped, jabbing out. Corpse explosion. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4437, Still Not Dead? Chapter 4437, Chapter 4437, Still Not Dead? Chapter 4437, Not Dead Yet? With thunderous explosions, the Chaos Divine Water Beast screamed in agony. The explosions came in waves. The chunk of Chaos Corpse flesh contained blood and flesh from at least 5 full completion experts, allowing for 5 successive blasts. Picture 5 full completion experts detonating in its body. Unless the beast was at peak strength, it couldn't withstand the devastation. Now, it couldn't. After holding off 4 blasts, it was completely obliterated. Its hard-won body, having been condensed through faith, shattered instantly and fell from the sky, merging with the Chaos Divine Water. The rain stopped, and a vast lake of Chaos Divine Water pooled below. Seizing the chance, Lin Moyu unleashed further world-devouring fire at maximum intensity. He wasn't about to leave any chances. If any remnant of the beasts will remain, he aimed to eradicate it completely. He had plenty of experience in exterminating by fire. The world-devouring fire seeped into the Chaos Divine Water, fire within water, oddly harmonious. With the beast gone, the residual obsessions grew weaker and were soon burned away, vanishing. All that was left was for Lin Moyu to burn the entire core region with world-devouring fire and wipe out all stray obsessions. Plus, he'd gather sufficient Chaos Divine Water for himself. The mighty beast had fallen so easily that the assembled full completion experts were stunned. They were amazed at Lin Moyu's power. The beast had been above any of them, and yet it had been dispatched so simply. How could someone who seemed like a low-level chaos cultivator possess such skills? Furthermore, the beast was the region's totemic divine beast. Seeing it killed provoked a strange blend of shock and anger in these local cultivators. Had they understood Lin Moyu's killing methods, they'd have attacked already, but now only hostility and unease circulated between them. A few exchanged murderous glances. This man killed the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Unforgivable. Kill him, and use his flesh to nourish the Pure Land. He's after the Chaos Divine Water, too so brazen. Abruptly, their words ceased. Their faces shifted to terror. A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Moyu, pressing down on them like shackles. A supreme. No, a quasi-supreme. This guy is a quasi-supreme. Lin Moya's eyes were cold before his pressure. The full completion experts dared not meet his gaze. None had expected this seemingly minor chaos cultivator to be a quasi-supreme. No wonder he could slay the beast so easily. A quasi-supreme was a whole other level, marked by the honorific title supreme, not comparable to anyone short of that rank. To challenge a quasi-supreme, they would need a supreme to intervene. Mere full completion experts stood no chance. Leave. His voice thundered, and the cultivators fled at once. Whatever vengeance they'd imagined could be left to others, their lives mattered more. The desire to survive grows with age and power. To take on a quasi-supreme required a supreme's intervention they couldn't compare. With the crowd gone, Lin Moya's aura was withdrawn again. Chaos Child laughed. "Master, you scared them silly." Lin Moyu had borrowed Ji Yanjian's aura, though he couldn't fight. Releasing his pressure was no problem. By killing the Divine Water Beast and then revealing quasi-supreme might, Lin Moyu fulfilled his plan. With the onlookers gone, everything grew quiet except for the roaring world-devouring fire. The obsessions had almost all burned away, and the fire expanded in all directions, devouring everything above and below. Little Tree plunged his roots into the lake, devouring Chaos Divine Water. Chaos Child's inner world remained open, steadily absorbing as well, though always far less efficiently than Little Tree. Lin Moyu observed his increasing rebirth count with a smile. Far away, Supreme Shinquan watched the entire episode. He actually has a quasi-supreme protector. Supreme Boyang shook his head, his protector didn't intervene. Xingquan asked, then what was that? Boyang chuckled, beats me, go ask him yourself. Xingquan wouldn't. Boyang wasn't lying, he really didn't know. Boyang went on, perhaps it's his luck. When Catastrophe set up his scheme, many unpredictable factors appeared. Fate's flow brings constant surprises. Requesting flowers. Xingquan said, so you and Witiboi have to correct those deviations. Boyang shook his head, small details we can change, but the grand arc stays put most of the time, we don't interfere. Lin Moyo hadn't just fooled the full completion experts, even the supreme figures were deceived. He continued burning obsessions in countless ages, they burrowed deep, pervading even below the surface of the Pure Land. Luckily, world-devouring fire was pervasive, not even the soil of the Pure Land could restrain it. But the deeper Lin Moyo burned, the stranger things became. The obsession should decrease with depth from the surface, yet the opposite was true. It was as if the source of obsession lay underground. Could it be the beast isn't really dead? The thought hit Lin Moyo. It wasn't impossible. The Chaos Divine Water Beast had once been a top-tier existence, even more formidable than many supreme beings in its time. With such power, it would have always looked for survival options, perhaps many of them. As world-devouring fire pressed deeper, Lin Moyo paid close attention to every returning thread of information. The obsession thickened. He was getting close to the truth. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang up from under the Pure Land. The shriek was so sharp it nearly made Lin Moyo collapse. Master, watch out! The beast isn't dead. Little Tree and Chaos Child cried in alarm. Lin Moyo reacted almost instinctively, withdrawing his fire, though it was already too late. Chaos Divine Water exploded upward, forming clouds in the sky and pouring down in torrents. Not only was the core region affected, even the inner region was inundated. Countless cultivators were dissolved by the rain, fleeing as they screamed. Just this one event would claim untold lives. But Lin Moyo didn't have time to worry about that. In the sky, the terror of the Chaos Divine Water Beast emerged once more. It hadn't died at all. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4438, Tao Descends. Chapter 4438, Chapter 4438, Tao Descends. Chapter 4438, Tao Descends. The sudden appearance of the spectral figure made it clear to all that the Chaos Divine Water Beast was not dead. It roared in the void, its terrifying pressure rippling across the West Pole Pure Land. The earth in the central region split open, terrible forces surging from underground. A colossal soul flame rose from the fissures. Lin Moyo had only seen such a size a few times in his life. The last was the Chaos Desolation Beast. Suddenly, Lin Moyo understood. At the same time, deep in his own soul, he heard both Little Tree and Chaos Child yell, Master, be careful. He's coming. Then, in his ear, a familiar voice spoke, conceal your aura, play dead. Lin Moyo's heart leapt. It was the green-robed elder, unmistakably. He instantly suppressed his aura, becoming as lifeless as a corpse. Little Tree and Chaos Child did the same and feigned death. The massive pressure of the Pure Land crashed down on Lin Moyo. He endured with difficulty, his flesh cracking, but he had no choice. He had to hold on. By now, he knew who was arriving. Only one being could terrify both Little Tree and Chaos Child, and merit a personal warning from the green-robed elder. From the far void, a gargantuan eye opened, reflecting the entire West Pole Pure Land. Time froze, space itself halted. Lin Moyo could not move his body at all, only his soul consciousness retained freedom. Everything in the Pure Land was shackled. Lin Moyo's body no longer suffered the world's crushing pressure. In fact, he felt a little relief. The recently revived, awe-inspiring Chaos Divine Water Beast now revealed terror in its eyes. It struggled, its soul flame jittering violently, but to no effect. With the suppression of that eye, escape was impossible. A beam of light shot from the eye and blasted down onto the Pure Land. What the hell? Lin Moyo cursed as devastation rained down. The attack, though aimed at the Chaos Divine Water Beast, also snared all living things in the West Pole Pure Land. Regardless of realm, even full completion experts at this moment, all treated equally. This was the true meaning of the Tao is impartial. Only, the method was cruel. Lin Moyo watched his own body and soul dissolve in the light. Then, violet light flickered. He did everything to delay his rebirth. 2 seconds later, the violet light pulsed and he reformed. The first thing he did after rebirth was look toward the void. The eye was gone. Tao came quickly and left just as fast, perhaps 1 or 2 seconds total. But in that time, the Pure Land became hushed, as if much life had vanished. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was utterly erased. Almost all the attack had focused on it. Even in perfect health, it could not have survived a strike from Tao. Long ago, before Tao obtained that wondrous flower, Tao surpassed it now, even more so. It was reborn for mere seconds, then annihilated completely. Countless others perished with it. Tao's mercilessness was starkly revealed in less than a 2-second span. Using his undead eye, Lin Moyo glimpsed a few soul flames drifting. Some full completion experts had survived. Tao's true target was not them, so they only endured the aftershocks, paying a heavy price. They managed to live. Almost everyone else was not so fortunate. In Lin Moyo's soul, Chaos Child muttered, scared me to death. He's terrifying. Little Tree added, he's even stronger than before. Chaos Child replied, of course the flower's his now, he's advanced. If I'd gotten it, I'd be this strong, too. Little Tree snorted, stop talking nonsense before he hears us. Chaos Child jumped and fell silent. After that blow, the Pure Land's pressure vanished and began slowly to recover. Little Tree stretched out a branch, using time-space power to shield Lin Moyo. The Chaos Divine waters surrounding them had been utterly scattered by Tao. Lin Moyo flew into the air, surveying the land. The earth was shattered and scarred, a single blow nearly breaking the Pure Land. From some cracks, Chaos Divine Water was already starting to seep. So long as the Pure Land persisted, it would replenish itself in time. Above a gigantic pit, the spot where the beast had emerged, also the site of Dao's attack, Lin Moyo hovered. The pit's surface was polished smooth as a mirror, the handiwork of Dao. No trace of the beast remained, completely erased, not even a whiff. But Lin Moyo, fully aware after the ordeal, now understood everything. For survival, the beast once triggered the Pure Land's latent power and repaired the broken world. In doing so, it split itself apart, leaving a portion of blood and flesh deep beneath the earth. Its lingering resentment seeped from that blood, growing into obsession. Hence, the deeper, the denser. The beast was always born from the West Pole Pure Land, relying on its power. It left a final sliver of hope and strove to return. To repair the West Pole with its own power was a bid to become a totem and reap faith. With time, faith increased, and combined with the Pure Land's resources, let it revive. But to come fully back, it needed much more, and always split some strength off into avatars to appear in the world and gather more belief, while its true self hid and recovered. Not very clever or self-aware, but still shrewd enough to realize it must keep a low profile, else disaster would follow. But with its avatar slain, its obsession destroyed, and its faith supply cut off by Supreme Xingquan, its plans failed. Mad hatred took hold. It emerged, was discovered, and Dao descended, erasing it with overwhelming force. And not just it, countless lives in the Pure Land perished with it. At the pit's bottom, Lin Moyo found uncountable cracks stretching away. This was where Dao's attack had landed. All Lin Moyo had felt was the faintest aftershock. Even now, dread energy still billowed faintly there. Guided by intuition, Lin Moyo selected one fissure and entered. It felt like the center of Dao's power. Little tree's roots extended ahead to scout. He wandered a month, never seeing sunlight, seemingly with no end. At last, one day, the cause-seeking ring began to hum. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4439, Me, a Supreme, Useless as Trash. Chapter 4439, Chapter 4439, Me, a Supreme, Useless as Trash. Chapter 4439, Me, a Supreme, Useless as Trash. With the humming of the cause-seeking ring, Lin Moyo knew he was close and heading in the right direction. Since the Chaos Divine Water Beast had already been exposed, there was no hiding from Dao. In the Border Desolation region, trapped by karmic power, there was the Beast of Resentment, viewed by Dao as another avatar of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. It would not be spared either. A single strike to kill the main beast, then the shockwaves would fan out, destroying all obsessions in the earth and targeting the Resentment Beast in the Desolation region. Following the residual trail of power through the strongest fissure, Lin Moyo finally emerged from the core and surfaced in the Desolation region. He feared no misstep. The Desolation was a ring any direction, circled the West Pole Pure Land and led to the endpoint. As the cause-seeking ring vibrated ever more strongly, he burst from a crack into a canyon. This had once been a desolate fog-shrouded zone, but after Dao's strike, the mist was utterly gone. He saw the shattered karmic chains. This was exactly where the resentment encounter had happened. That avatar was gone, fully annihilated. Lin Moyo raised the cause-seeking ring, activating it. Effect without cause. All that is mine in the West Pole Pure Land returned to the cause-seeking ring. He had sown faith. The only way to use the ring was to plant a fruit. He braced himself for backlash, but a surprise, this time there was none. The fruit immediately succeeded. The ring soared up, radiating multicolored light. The whole canyon blazed. Patterns in the ravines gleamed into view. If you looked closely, those lines teemed with arcane runes, echoing the ring's own script. Dao's strength was overwhelming, but it had not targeted this canyon, leaving it perfectly preserved. The patterns now floated up and poured into the cause-seeking ring, whose power swelled ever stronger. At the same moment, a memory appeared in Lin Moyo's mind. In a vast void, the cause-seeking ring grew gigantic and fell to earth. That earth was the ancient West Pole Pure Land. The ring struck it, opening a tremendous pit. At that time, the Chaos Divine Water Beast was within the Pure Land, struck terribly by the ring. In that instant, part of its soul was seized and imprisoned by karmic might. The beast, at its end, tried desperately to reclaim its soul, but only managed a piece. The fragment the ring imprisoned was mostly resentment, so the impact on the main soul was limited. Still, here was proof: the cause-seeking ring surpassed the Chaos Divine Water Beast. A portion of the ring's power remained, locking the resentment here until now. This memory brought truth, but no particular use. The ring itself survived, its soul erased. The beast, mortally wounded, strove to revive, resurrected for barely 2 seconds before being annihilated. Both losers. There's little point in rehashing their failures. Now, with the ring in Lin Moyo's hand, the goal was to wield it wisely and strengthen himself. The stronger the ring, the weaker the backlash, the fewer his deaths for the same result. This meant he could dare to plant bigger, wilder fruits, though not too crazy, or he'd die anyway. He now had a sense of the ring's limit. He could never surpass Dao, only just edge past the ceiling of the Dao, roughly to quasi-supreme level. As the glow faded and all its lost power returned, Lin Moyo put away the ring and flew out of the canyon, returning toward the center. The Desolation region was now gone. The inner and outer rings were joined. The canyon itself would vanish soon. Dao's blow had shattered even the core's membrane. Now anyone entering would face the full pressure from the edge. According to Lin Moyo's estimation, even the Pale Realm would be needed to cross the new boundary. In ancient times, the Pure Land had always been one piece only. Now would it return to such unity? It would remain a holy land for cultivation, just with a higher threshold. On his way, he saw not a soul after Dao's attack. Almost all inside had perished, only a few elite survivors remained. Lin Moyo felt no sentimentality such as the world of cultivators. One never knows whether accident or tomorrow will come first. The Pure Land, now ruined, would remain sacred ground but would need 1,000 years to heal. All these changes took less than 2 seconds. In Little Tree's epoch, such an event would have been trifling. Little Tree remarked, "It's miraculous the Pure Land survived so long. There must be more secrets yet." Lin Moyo replied, "If so, they're for the future me to discover." He knew his own limits. If Dao hadn't intervened, facing the half-resurrected beast would have been a daunting challenge. Even burning all his corpse meat, he might not have prevailed. And if corpse explosion failed, trouble would follow. He wouldn't want to expose the Calamity Scepter, and even Yi Yanjian's presence might be nothing. He realized the gap between himself and the truly supreme beings. Even 1,000 techniques sometimes offer no escape. Catastrophe Supreme had warned, don't rely on artifacts in the face of Dao, foreign objects might not save your life. This lesson made Lin Moyo all the more determined to become truly strong. In the void outside the Pure Land, Supreme Zinken's face looked dark. "There's nothing I can do." He spoke with suppressed rage, body trembling, deadly aura roiling. Supreme Boyang, in a blue robe, answered, "Yes, nothing. Even as Supremes, before him we're as children." Zinken's voice was icy, "A Supreme like me is just trash." Boyang replied, "Who isn't? We all went through this." Catastrophe paid a heavy price for his resistance. After a long silence, Xingquan sighed, "I misjudged. The beast had already revived beneath the Pure Land, nearly whole." Boyang said, "That doesn't matter. Even fully revived he'd make no waves. After this, do you think our arrangement was wrong?" Xingquan stayed silent. That silence was deafening. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4440, The Birth of Lin Moyo. Chapter 4440, Chapter 4440, The Birth of Lin Moyo. Chapter 4440, The Birth of Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo returned to the central region. The membrane barrier had been shattered, never to reappear. He now judged boundaries by the pressure alone. The West Pole Pure Land's ability to recover was even stronger than he'd guessed. Streams of chaos divine water kept gushing from cracks, collecting into puddles in places. So long as the Pure Land itself endured, chaos divine water would never run dry. Little Tree eagerly began absorbing and devouring. This time, the chaos divine water is better than before. Chaos Child also absorbed as he commented, "Yeah, last time had too many impurities. Now it's much purer." Before, the chaos divine water had always been tainted with some obsession from the divine water beast. It was no longer pure. Now, with the beast gone, each new drop was pristine. This was truly chaos divine water. Its uses were many, for refining pills, forging, and comprehending the Tao. Though the Pure Land had suffered, in the long run, it might be a blessing in disguise. Such is the way of heaven. Good and ill ride together, never alone. Lin Moya's number of rebirths soared again, growing still faster. Little Tree's aura also strengthened. Chaos divine water not only benefited him, but his chaos soil as well, strengthening him from the root. With every drop absorbed, Lin Moya's presence echoed wherever the water gathered. He guided the flow, drawing ever closer to the grand array left by Catastrophe Supreme. Though Dao's earlier strike had been overwhelming, Lin Moya believed Catastrophe Supreme's formation could withstand it. At worst, it would be damaged, but not destroyed. Having controlled several such arrays, Lin Moyo had come to understand their structure and depth. He realized if Dao hadn't descended, and if blowing up his own corpse didn't kill the beast, his last resort would have been to flee into the array to use it as a weapon. Now, approaching the formation's location, he could sense it ever more clearly. Dong! A crisp sound echoed, vibrating directly to his soul. At the same moment, Lin Moyo felt the whole Pure Land quake. He looked ahead in surprise. A lake glowed red at its center, red light pulsating, the source of the sound. Lin Moyo perceived a strand of vitality. His death I saw a soul flame floating within. "Suck it dry," he commanded. Little Tree and Chaos Child rushed to drain the lake. The moment Little Tree tried a sip, he exclaimed, "This lake isn't ordinary." Chaos Child shouted, "It's just too pure to even be chaos divine water." Little Tree added, "If the old water was chaos divine water, this must be the essence." Lin Moyo pressed for more. "Aside from purity, what else is different?" Sensing deeply, Little Tree replied, "Beside incredible purity, there's a surge of vitality." Chaos Child suddenly realized, "I get it. This is where chaos divine water beasts are born. Now that the beast is dead, the Pure Land is birthing new life. The divine water beast was once birthed here, but none since. Once the beast died, the Pure Land could try again. What exactly is this Pure Land? Lin Moyo wondered aloud. The ability to birth top-level beings and host countless cultivators, and the divine water beast once used its power to heal the land. It was clearly far more than just a cultivation ground. Neither Little Tree nor Chaos Child knew its true origins. It had just always existed. They drained the lake, revealing a pulsing heart within the red light. Lin Moyo approached, stretched a hand through the glow, but paused. His intuition and death I raised no danger. Confirming this, he laid his hand on the heart. With a soft pop, the heart burst, releasing countless blood threads into his body. Lin Moyo did nothing to resist. He sensed the blood was harmless, perhaps even beneficial. The eerie blood ran cold, forming icy blossoms on his skin inside. It coursed through his body, then penetrated his soul. His eyes shone with spirit. After the initial chill, a deep comfort filled him. Wherever the blood passed, his body's strength rose clearly. Even his soul grew stronger, as if the fundamental transformation of rebirth itself was repeated. His realm remained unchanged, but his power grew tremendously now. As a mere minor chaos cultivator, he matched or surpassed any great completion expert, both body and soul. As his strength grew, the range of his methods increased. After all, the might of a spell is tied both to one's realm and to one's innate strength. The same spell, in the hands of two equal realm cultivators, still varies because raw power is real, if elusive. As the blood circulated, further chaos divine water continued to wash over him. Its usual dissolving power seemed gone instead, wave after wave of vitality poured in, forging his foundation anew. More memories surfaced, memories of the West Pole Pure Land itself. He saw the Pure Land as a colossal, flawless jewel adrift in chaos. Within, legions of chaos divine water flowed, and 10 mighty beings arose from its depths. The divine water beast was born gifted, able to wield all chaos divine water, strong in every way, yet in an age of monsters, merely average. As the Pure Land's firstborn, it claimed the land as its domain. Later, the land attempted to birth more life each time. The water beast devoured any that appeared, growing ever stronger and unrivaled. With its endless desire, it sought to dominate the Pure Land. Over years, it achieved much though never full control. Then, a battle erupted. The beast was wounded, his blood hid in the land, forcing the land to repair itself, tapping deep into its root in hopes of resurrection. For eons, the Pure Land languished, unable to birth more life. Only now, with the beast slain and its power returned, could the land truly heal and nurture again. The heart in the glowing lake had been this new life, but Lin Moyo had absorbed it before it formed. Thus, the Pure Land had made him its new child. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4441, The Mother Womb of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 4441, Chapter 4441, The Mother Womb of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 4441, The Birth Mother of Heaven and Earth. When Lin Moyo realized his current state, he truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The West Pole Pure Land now treated him as its own offspring. Through a twist of fate, he'd gained a new mother. He felt a growing affection toward the Pure Land, swelling from the depths of his soul. After producing the Chaos Divine Water Beast, the Pure Land had tried many times to birth more beings. This drive was seemingly part of its mission, but each time, the beast devoured the new life at the verge of emergence. For the Pure Land, this was as if its child was murdered again and again, and the killer was also its child. Fortunately, the Pure Land lacked a true intellect, otherwise, it would have been racked with grief and despair. Still, a trace of instinct warned the land to stop birthing new life. Then, after the Great War, when the Divine Water Beast was severely wounded, the Pure Land's full power was roused. It even sacrificed its essence to save the beast's life, dragging itself to the brink of ruin. For ages, the Pure Land was so damaged it could not birth any more beings. Only when the beast met its end and Tao destroyed it did all the essence and lingering power finally return to the Pure Land. Despite severe wounds, the Pure Land's state was now better than before, and so it began to nurture new life once more. However, before the young spirit could truly form, Lin Moyo absorbed it, resulting in the land accepting Lin Moyo as its own child. Yet there was another cause for Lin Moyo's complex emotions. As his bond with the land deepened, he learned that the so-called Chaos Divine Water was in fact the amniotic fluid used by the Pure Land to nurture new life. Its dissolving properties protected against impurities, ensuring every child was strong and pure. The Pure Land, he discovered, was also known as Heaven and Earth Birth Mother. This knowledge was unique to Lin Moyo. Even the greatest of supremes were unaware. Perhaps the Divine Water Beast knew, but it never used this aspect properly. The true function of the Birth Mother was not simply producing food for the beast, but harmonizing and transforming life, adapting it to new realms, a kind of secondary birth. This secondary birth required refining the Birth Mother, but even the beast never managed the right method. Devouring the offspring only built a shallow connection, not true mastery. Lin Moyo pondered a solution. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's begin." With most of the Chaos Divine Water in the lake consumed, Lin Moyo decided to put his method to the test. If it succeeded, he'd have an endless supply in future. Chaos Child whined, "Let me have a bit more." Little Tree bundled him up, "Stop hollering, listen to the master." With wings of chaos unfurled, Lin Moyo shot toward the true center of the Pure Land. Even now, he kept the name West Pole Pure Land. Knowledge of the Birth Mother was his secret. He wasn't yet the region's owner. Once he conquered it, he could call it whatever he wished. Catastrophe Supreme had placed his grand array at the exact center, though that spot was not the essence, as the beast had hoarded it. As the Pure Land healed, approaching the center meant ever-increasing pressure. Only Supremes or Quasi-Supremes could stand it. Now, Lin Moyo was treated as a native child. He moved as if at home, unobstructed. After just a few days, Lin Moyo reached his goal. The true central region. The grand array itself. Here it looked just like anywhere else, with a lake full of chaos divine water. Previously there'd been more, but Tao's strike had destroyed most. What remained was newly regenerated and less abundant. The array sat in the lake. Lin Moyo dove right in, free of fear. Engulfed by chaos divine water, he felt as if returning to his mother's womb. Its chill now felt warm. At the bottom, Lin Moyo found a hair-thin crack, only a few centimeters long, inconspicuous and easily missed. Just like the arrays he had seen in the primeval wasteland, Catastrophe Supreme had sealed this one with his private chaos sigil. Only solving the sigil opened the array. Brute force from a Supreme would cause a deadly self-destruction, powerful enough to threaten even them. Thus, Supreme Xingquan had said even peers could not break in. For Lin Moyo, though, the sigil was easily unsealed. He had done it several times. It used to be tricky inside chaos divine water. Now, it was easy. He painted the sigil in the water. Chaos water dragons circled him, pure power flowing into his work. Now Lin Moyo, too, could wield chaos divine water as the beast once did. A complex sigil was quickly inscribed. It shot into the crack, which boomed open to reveal the grand array. A thin membrane enveloped the array, isolating it from the chaos divine water. The membrane itself was covered in miniature vortices, constantly drawing in more chaos divine water. The dissolving trait of the water was perfectly neutralized. Catastrophe Supreme's skill was truly unfathomable. After careful observation, Lin Moya crafted another sigil with practiced ease. He entered the array. Within, wisps of mist essence of chaos divine water were filtered, absorbed, and gathered, partly powering the array, partly stored for future use. After countless ages, the array had amassed an incalculable reserve. Even Lin Moya could only say it was astonishing. He walked deeper, then crafted yet another sigil to unlock the true core. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4442, The Amnesiac Catastrophe Supreme. Chapter 4442, Chapter 4442, The Amnesiac Catastrophe Supreme. Chapter 4442, The Amnesiac Catastrophe Supreme. The Catastrophe Supreme's grand array was still divided into inner and outer layers. Only by entering the true core could the whole form be seen. In the core stood another statue. Spatial power surged within, dividing the area into independent vaults. Each vault held stores of essence, refined from chaos divine water. Chaos divine water's power originated with the West Pole pure land. What Catastrophe Supreme refined was, in truth, the land's own force. As the birth mother of heaven and earth, it was a supreme treasure of creation, a source capable of birthing chaos divine water beasts. It could even withstand Tao's attacks without destroying its foundation. Now Lin Moya truly felt the magnitude of this power, already beyond the Tao of chaos, nearly touching the fourth tier. He was sure the Pure Land's power exceeded that of Little Tree or Chaos Child, each just barely above the third tier of Tao. Tao's own force, after obtaining the wondrous flower, clearly reached the fourth tier. Catastrophe Supreme's division of power was essentially flawless. Thus, the Pure Land's power, collected for ages in this array, waited to be triggered. Lin Moya looked at the statue in the core. This faceless statue showed no reaction, unlike previous experiences, where it would always greet him as he entered. But now, sensing closely, Lin Moya found Catastrophe Supreme's will was absent. Has it dissipated, or was it never here? He hovered close, examining the statue. It lacked a face, but its gaze fixed on one spot. A roiling mass of chaos divine water essence shimmered in the air. Unlike other still, suspended essence, this blob was constantly boiling. Activating the death eye, Lin Moya saw within two soul flames a pair long locked in struggle, both now faded to near nothing. If they kept at it much longer, both would vanish before 10,000 years passed. One was instantly familiar. It was the very soul of Catastrophe Supreme. He had left a fragment of his spirit here, locked in a battle to the death with another soul. Lin Moya didn't wait. He stepped in, ready to help Catastrophe Supreme, not needing a reason. He would always stand on that side. In his palm, world-devouring fire appeared, now even fiercer after burning through so many of the divine water beast's obsessions. At once, the two clashing souls froze. In that instant, Catastrophe Supreme's voice sounded in his mind, "Burn it. Don't let it escape." Before the words finished, the second soul erupted and tried to flee. Bang, bang, bang. Invisible barriers sprouted in the void. Each time the soul tried to go, it slammed into a wall. Catastrophe Supreme steered the formation's spatial powers, penning it in. Lin Moya swept his hand, sending the world-devouring fire roaring after it. The soul, knowing the flame's terror, ran faster. Catastrophe Supreme kept steering the prison, channeling the burn. Space folded into a cage. The fire consumed everything inside. There were agonized screams. The soul fought a losing battle, finally reduced to ashes. Catastrophe Supreme's soul heaved a long sigh. At last, it's done. He returned to the statue. For the first time, the faceless figure moved. Lin Moya asked, "What was that thing?" Catastrophe Supreme answered, "Some essence of chaos divine water developed its own will. Lucky you came, otherwise it might have escaped into any nearby blob of essence, becoming impossible to catch. I've been fighting it for ages and never managed to kill it. Every time, it escaped again. If you'd come a little later, we'd both be gone together." Fitting his temperament, the Supreme would have chosen mutual destruction if defeat was inevitable. But now, even as things stood, his soul fragment was nearly gone. Finishing his explanation, he sighed again. "Well, you're here, so I'll be going." Lin Moya asked, "Don't you have anything you want to tell me?" The remnant paused. "Maybe I did, once. But after all those years of fighting, my will faded, and I forgot everything." Lin Moya truly hadn't expected that answer. But, thinking it over, it made sense. So much of the spirit had been spent battling, its only purpose left either to warn or to support the array. After so long, memory loss was natural. Yet Lin Moya understood the past and the mission clearly now. Whatever the Supreme had forgotten no longer mattered. He said, "If that's how it is, then go. There are those waiting for you." The Supreme replied, "Good luck, I'll be off now." The statue shifted, making a grating noise. Then, just as it was about to vanish, it froze. Space didn't twist, no portal opened. Lin Moya asked, "Did you just remember something?" From within the statue, the voice answered, "I forgot where I was going. Let me try to remember." Lin Moya smacked his forehead. Even that memory had faded. The Supreme tried and tried, finally without results. Lin Moya conjured an image, a vision of the statue walking away. In the image, primordial wasteland energy flickered. Watching, the Supreme's eyes brightened. "I remember." Space instantly distorted, a portal opened, and without another word, the Supreme stepped through. Lin Moya watched him leave from the aura in the portal. It led to the right place. Whenever the portal opened, not just primeval energy but a very unique aura lingered. Lin Moya didn't understand its meaning, but felt confident it was right. Now, with the Supreme gone, it was time to truly refine the array. The countless stores of chaos divine water essence had produced sentience while the Supreme watched. That was okay. Now it was on Lin Moya. Unable to stand guard forever, he chose the simplest, most final solution. Once the array was refined, every vault, even the core, fell to Lin Moya's command. With one wave, world-devouring fire swept through every chamber. If he couldn't sort them, he'd burn them all, ensuring nothing remained. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4443, Little Tree, Keep Working. Chapter 4443, Chapter 4443, Little Tree, Keep Working. Chapter 4443, Little Tree, Keep Working. No matter if the Chaos Divine Water had gained sentience or not, Lin Moya used the world-devouring fire to burn everything to nothing. It was a simple and brutal method, but extremely effective. With the Grand Array refined, every part was now under Lin Moya's control. The world-devouring fire reached every corner, making sure no trace of spiritual will remained. The flames burned for over 10 days, and Lin Moya made certain that no conscious will or soul lingered. Even if new sentience could form again, it would take tens of thousands of years to appear. He also set up a monitoring array, guarding all the Chaos Divine Water essence. If anything unusual happened, he would instantly know. The work went smoothly. When finished, Lin Moya clapped his hands. Now for the true business. A rare excitement stirred within him. He knew just how great the rewards of this task would be if he succeeded. With a thought, Lin Moya left the array not upwards, but down toward the depths beneath the West Pole Pure Land. The earth, impossibly hard, parted easily before him, as if making way for its own child. For the Pure Land, Lin Moya was still its true offspring. He kept moving deeper, no idea how far he'd gone, following only his sense of direction. Gradually, pressure built against both body and soul. Even he, as the Pure Land's child, could not escape its weight. But pressure meant he was on the right track. We're almost there, Little Tree. On cue, Little Tree erupted with space-time power, sharing the strain. Even so, Little Tree couldn't absorb all the pressure. He could only ease part of it. Chaos Child added his inner world, damping the force too, but not as effectively. Lin Moya's own identity spared him some pain, but the remainder he handled personally. In the end, Lin Moya was subjected to about a tenth of normal pressure, which was still too much for a mere minor chaos cultivator. As he pressed on, cracks started appearing across his body and soul. Seconds later, with a sharp snap, both broke apart. A flash of violet, and Lin Moya was reborn. But even freshly restored, cracks immediately reappeared. The strain here was simply too much. Staying any longer meant instant collapse, and there was still distance to go. This is my limit. Lin Moya retreated slightly with less pressure. His cracks began to heal. He knew his level could go no further. He could not advance by his own strength. He'd expected this, though with a turn, he drew out the cause-seeking ring and infused it with soul force to sow a fruit. Effect without cause. Now, for a time, nothing could harm him. Not attacks, not pressure, not anything at all. The backlash struck. Lin Moya broke apart again, but soon revived in violet light. He muttered, the backlash isn't as strong as before. This happened many times. Each time he died, he returned. The cause-seeking ring was stronger now, having absorbed residual power earlier. This meant stronger fruit with less backlash. But everything has limits. Even the freshest fruit wouldn't let him ignore Dao's attack. If Dao struck, every resurrection would fail. The Pure Land was formidable, an ancient treasure, even surpassing the ring at times, but still not as strong as Dao. Besides, the pressure here was nothing personal. It was simply the land's presence. So Lin Moya knew the fruit would work, and he wouldn't die endlessly. He felt the backlash again and again, dying each time and reviving, always analyzing the changes. After 10 deaths, the effect started to diminish. By the 16th, backlash was gone. The ring truly had grown stronger, just as Lin Moya's flesh and soul had. Now he could withstand much more, and die far fewer times in pursuit of a goal. This let him estimate just how much risk he could take and how many times resurrection would be needed for further growth. He pondered if there was a better way than the ring to make use of the resurrection power. As the last backlash faded, the ring glowed and buzzed. A hidden force wrapped Lin Moya tight, shielding him. He felt a connection to something marvelous, an energetic region that extended protection like an ocean all around him, absorbing all external pressure. No more help from Little Tree or Chaos Child was needed here. Lin Moya was unharmed. Under the new fruit's protection, he pressed on toward his goal. The strain melted away, the magic of the ring turning it to softness as he delved deeper. He felt more and more connected to his destination. Since he'd become the Pure Land's born child by accident, a thread had always drawn him toward the real heart. It was the core the Chaos Divine Water yearned for but never managed to reach. If he succeeded, Lin Moya believed he'd be the only one in the entire ancient wasteland to do so. Deeper and deeper he went, until more pressure rose. The ring buzzed crazily, its protection still holding, but barely. He knew he was pushing up against the ring's own limits. If he passed beyond, the fruit would fail. He would die instantly and endlessly, his infinite rebirths quickly drained. Was it worth the risk to go further? He hesitated. He could hurry onward, since the goal was near, but if he exceeded the ring's limit he'd be doomed. He could plant another fruit, but that wouldn't change the ring's fundamental boundary. Or, he could retreat and play it safe, though that would mean total defeat. Or, Little Tree, keep working. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4444, The Mother of All Waters. Chapter 4444, Chapter 4444, The Mother of All Waters. Chapter 4444, The Mother of All Waters. Little Tree, despite barely having any rest, was called out once again to work. He used his space-time powers to help Lin Moya bear the crushing pressure. With Little Tree's help, the tremors of the cause-seeking ring were noticeably lessened. Lin Moya decided to go forward. He was gambling that, before hitting the next limit, he could reach his goal. All the while, his eyes shone. He'd come up with a method to perfectly use his rebirths to strengthen his flesh and soul, with total control and no danger. Step by step, he pressed closer to the Pure Land's true core. Little Tree was at his absolute limit. The cause-seeking ring never stopped vibrating. Just a bit further, just a little further. Chaos Child, you help too. Lin Moya called, gritting his teeth, determined not to fail after coming so far. Though Chaos Child's help was limited, every little bit helped. The closer Lin Moya came, the more his body and soul neared collapse, and so did his resolve. If he faltered here, he would die, no exceptions. But retreat was not an option after coming this far. He could not turn back. He thought, if I give up now, would I stand against Tao in the future? The only way to win is to move forward. He had boarded Catastrophe Supreme's ship, or more accurately, he was fated to ride it since birth. All that remained was to see it through to the end. He believed in himself. He believed he would win this gamble. Step by relentless step, he marched on, never turning back. Finally, as the last layer of earth opened before him, a blue glow shone into his eyes, and Lin Moya's face broke into a smile of joy. Blue light filled his sight, its radiance washing over him, every pressure falling away like a receding tide. We've arrived. Lin Moya let out a breath of deep relief. He had reached the true core of the West Pole Pure Land, a place even the Chaos Divine Water Beast had never accessed, a place in the entire chaotic wasteland that only he had ever reached. The core was vast, boundless, a sea of void, awash in azure water light. Blue Chaos Divine Water. Little Tree blurted in shock, but then shook his head. No, not Chaos Divine Water, this is higher, stronger. Chaos Child exclaimed, heavens, there's something higher than Chaos Divine Water? Master, what is this water? Lin Moya answered, Heaven and Earth Mother Water. At the core of the Heaven and Earth Birth Mother, the true name of the Pure Land, resided the single greatest water in existence, the Mother Water. Chaos Divine Water was simply this Mother Water, diluted and cultivated by the Pure Land. Even the purest ancestral water could not compare. Lin Moya continued, the Birth Mother's power comes from this water. Without it, there would be no such thing as the Birth Mother. Could we drain it all? Chaos Child blurted. Lin Moya shook his head, even a single drop would destroy your inner world, if not outright kill you. Little Tree extended a root, forming a clone with his own powers. Even as a mere clone, it retained all his attributes, including space-time might. The clone reached out, cautiously touching a droplet of Mother Water. Instantly, blue light spread over its entire form. The clone dissolved like melting ice, vanishing without a sound. Chaos Child shuddered, gone, just like that. He knew how tough Little Tree's clone was. If it vanished so utterly, he'd stand no chance either. Little Tree said, the dissolving powers here are magnitudes above Chaos Divine Water. Lin Moya agreed, right. The Mother Water can nurture all things and is the purest existence, surpassing even Chaos Child's purified water. Its power of purification is beyond the limits of any Tao. Anything within Tao is dissolved by it. Little Tree asked, Master, did you come here to refine this water? Lin Moya chuckled, that's the idea, but I'm not strong enough, at least, not yet. Then why did you come? Chaos Child pressed. For a reason. Get Yi Yanjian out, Lin Moya replied. Chaos Child hesitated. Yi Yanjian was a quasi-supreme from his own world, and setting foot in the chaos would draw Tao's attention and bring disaster. But Lin Moya explained, here, everything is hidden by the Mother Water. Even Tao can't see us here. The Chaos Divine Water Beast had hidden for years by draining the core energies here, but those energies were mere condensed chaos water, not true Mother Water. Within this place, nothing they did would be noticed. Still, Chaos Child was afraid, but Little Tree snapped, when Master says do something, just do it. Stop dithering. Humph, fat tree. Chaos Child muttered, but did as he was told. Yi Yanjian, exuding his quasi-supreme aura, stepped out, but his energy faded almost immediately, erased by the Mother Water as if he'd never existed. He gaped at the sight. Master, what is this? Lin Moya said, something very good. Instead of explaining further, he moved to act. Space-warped, Lin Moya manipulated the Mother Water using his mastery of Chaos Divine Water. At his will, the edge of the blue water twisted and shifted, and a tiny drop, humming with terrifying power, was drawn out. He split the drop into 2, then 4, then 8, until he had 100 portions. Chaos Child, give me some purified water, he commanded. Chaos Child produced a ball of purified water. Lin Moya fused 1/100 of a drop of Mother Water into it. Instantly, the water turned a deep blue. Purified water was famed for cleansing anything, but in the presence of Mother Water, it was itself purified, overwhelmed by its superior essence. Handing the blue water to Yi Yanjian, Lin Moya ordered, don't move. A blue mist coated Yi Yanjian instantly. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 44-45, Awakening the Power of Bloodlines. Chapter 44-45, Chapter 44-45, Awakening the Power of Bloodlines. Chapter 44-45, Awaken the Power of Bloodlines. Watching Yi Yanjian enveloped by the blue mist, a glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Moya's eyes. Just now, Yi Yanjian's gaze had flashed with a hint of resistance. But, as a revived follower, once he heard Lin Moya's command, that resistance was forcibly suppressed and he ultimately stood his ground. A quasi-supreme follower with self-awareness is good. Having a rebellious will, however, is not. Yi Yanjian hid his opposing thoughts well, likely plotting ways to break Lin Moya's control. But on the surface, he showed nothing, because if he did, he'd be crushed. Lin Moya held complete power over his followers' lives. If he truly wanted Yi Yanjian dead, he wouldn't survive. Yi Yanjian knew this. Until he found a way to break free, he would comply, perhaps only expressing occasional independent thought to seem normal. Not even Chaos Child was aware of this subtle game. At present, Chaos Child still hadn't fully regained his former might, so the Supremes and Quasi-Supremes in his inner world were not entirely under his control. But for now, Yi Yanjian's entire aura was thoroughly masked by the blue mist, and Lin Moya's gaze changed, becoming both sharper and subtly more amused. Little Tree noticed, Master, what's going on? Lin Moya shook his head, nothing. I'll tell you later. Xiaoping, come out. Summoned, Xiaoping barely at the half-step chaos realm immediately shrank his giant body down to less than a meter, curling up like a snake and trembling with his wings wrapped tightly around him. Just the presence of the heavenly mother water filled him with terror. Even knowing Lin Moya was nearby, guaranteeing his safety, Xiaoping could not suppress the deep-seated fear in his blood and soul. Teeth chattering, he barely managed to stammer, "Father, what is this place? It's terrifying." Lin Moya smiled, "It's a good place. Keep still, you'll get something good soon." Much more obedient than Yi Yanjian, Xiaoping fought his own fear and kept completely still, shivering with effort. Lin Moya continued dividing the heavenly mother water. A single drop was split 100 times, but even a tenth for Xiaoping was still too potent. He divided it again and again, finally into 10,000 parts so tiny as to be almost invisible, sensed only by the soul. After splitting, he asked Little Tree, give me some chaos soil." Little Tree directly produced a chunk of chaos soil the size of a fingernail, precious indeed, requiring at least 100 years to cultivate such a piece. Lin Moya combined the minuscule mother water with the chaos soil, and the fragment glowed blue, radiating terrifying vitality. The soil already contained immense life, and now that was multiplied 10,000-fold, so much so it seemed it might gain sentience at any moment. Little Tree was amazed. "Master, what's going on?" Lin Moya replied, "Heavenly mother water doesn't just dissolve all things, it can fuse with treasures to create new ones. I've merged it with the chaos soil to form a treasure bursting with life. It's not useful for you, but it's valuable for Xiaoping. It will stimulate his bloodline and sharpen its potential." With a flick, the new chaos soil exploded into mist and covered Xiaoping. Xiaoping let out a dragon's roar, a mix of ecstasy and pain. Lin Moya smiled, "Bear with it, nothing comes free in this world. Any gain has a price." As his bloodline was prodded, Xiaoping's bloodline force multiplied, and his aura soared, breaking rapidly toward the chaos realm. Judging by the current pace, it wouldn't be long. Little Tree looked at Yi Yanjian. "What about him?" Lin Moya said, "I used heavenly mother water fused with purified water to alter some of its properties, stripping Yi Yanjian of the inner world aura from Chaos Child. Now, the mother water lets Yi Yanjian blend with the very air of chaos, making him invisible. He'll be able to fight in the chaos now, as long as he's careful not to draw attention. If we were in the primeval wilds, he could use his full power without attracting Dao at all. I promised Yi Yanjian to help him pass on the Yi bloodline in the world, and with the heavenly mother water, it's a sure thing." Little Tree understood completely. This heavenly mother water is truly wondrous, and its uses surely aren't limited to this. Lin Moya caught the deeper meaning. "Don't worry, it won't get out of hand." He now had the heavenly mother water under total control woven into Yi Yanjian's body and soul. It ensured Yi Yanjian would never break free. If Lin Moya wished, he could even erase his follower's self completely. Whether that would ever be necessary depended on Yi Yanjian's future behavior. Minutes later, Xiaoping broke into the chaos realm, his bloodline still raging and growing even stronger. Chaos Kunpeng bloodline is impressive, no wonder it once dared to challenge supremes. There's power behind the arrogance. Lin Moya understood that his technique's benefit depended largely on Xiaoping's bloodline itself. Weak blood meant a small gain. Little Tree recalled, "We had no Chaos Kunpeng back then, there was a golden wing ping, incredibly strong." Chaos Child muttered, "If memory serves, that guy died horribly, hunted by hundreds on his level, torn apart afterwards. His true form was vast, spanning millions of miles, even larger than the Pure Land. His body was torn to pieces, flesh scattered everywhere. Some said the smell of blood haunted the chaos for ages. That was the Golden Wing's blood." Chaos Child interjected, "That's probably a tall tale. Chaos was a killing field, blood everywhere. Not all of it was his." Little Tree didn't argue, just said, "You're right." Who knew what he really believed? Lin Moya mused, "Are you saying Xiaoping might possess Golden Wing blood?" Little Tree answered, "It's possible, we'll see as he grows stronger." Meanwhile, Xiaoping's aura soared ever higher, bloodline strength billowing an endless surge, constantly lifting his realm and power. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4446, The Golden Winged Pung. Chapter 4446, Chapter 4446, The Golden Winged Pung. Chapter 4446, Golden Winged Ping. Xiaoping's bloodline power was still surging, and Yi Yanjian's purification and fusion were likewise ongoing. Both processes needed time. Lin Moya kept busy as well. He took out some earth along his way here. He'd brought ample soil from the West Pole Pure Land. At the core of the Pure Land is the heaven and earth mother water. Chaos divine water is produced when this mother water seeps into the Pure Land and evolves. As long as mother water exists, chaos divine water will appear endlessly. A single drop of mother water can be transformed into a vast amount of chaos divine water. That entire previous lake was probably but 1,000th of a drop. He used the soil to build a square pool, 100 meters per side, and mixed in divided portions of mother water. Shortly, pure chaos divine water pooled inside. The formation of chaos divine water was rapid. Before long, the pool brimmed with it. "Go ahead and drink," Lin Moya told them. Little Tree and Chaos Child immediately dove in, greedily absorbing the water. Lin Moya kept making pools with more soil, infusing more mother water to evolve more chaos divine water. He'd collected plenty of earth and built 3 pools, enough to satisfy the 2 of them. Most of the mother water got used up, but whenever it ran low, he extracted and split out another drop. Some of the split portions went to Yi Yanjian, others evolved into chaos divine water, and the weakest, 36th parts were reserved for Xiaoping. At that moment, Lin Moya felt like a true family had an oddly pleasant feeling. After 10 days, Xiaoping's bloodline power erupted a second time, surging him into the great completion stage of the Chaos Realm. Lin Moya's surprise wasn't at Xiaoping's breakthrough, such a bloodline almost guaranteed such a feat, but rather at an ancient, noble aura that was awakened during the bloodline's second surge. Formerly hidden deep, it now surfaced under the stimulation of the mother water. Little Tree marveled, "It really is golden winged ping." Chaos Child echoed, "It is. But the blood is thin, who knows how diluted it's become." Little Tree said, "That's to be expected. When he died, his blood flooded half of chaos, much of it eaten or absorbed by others. But now, with the mother water, Xiaoping's bloodline might someday return to its source." Chaos Child muttered, "Bloodline return? Unless he's got a death wish. If he did, that old guy would come kill him instantly." Little Tree shook his head, "Of course not a total return. I mean, in terms of power he'll still be Xiaoping, not strictly golden winged ping. If he develops well, he could become quasi-supreme." Chaos Child questioned, "You mean by inheriting the old ping's power?" Little Tree replied, "I saw him fight once. The golden winged ping's greatest strength was speed. If Xiaoping inherits that, surpassing Dao in speed, quasi-supreme status isn't out of reach." Chaos Child sighed, "He really was insanely fast." Intrigued, Lin Moyo asked, "How fast was the golden winged ping?" Chaos Child said, "Ask Fat Tree, I never witnessed it myself." Little Tree answered, "His speed. The golden winged ping was so fast that he roamed free through chaos. Even if defeated in battle, none could catch him. In the end, over 100 peak experts had to join forces, setting countless traps and using supreme treasures just to kill him. His quickness was so extreme, he could even outrun the response of a conscious ancient formation. Once, a living formation housed a priceless treasure. The golden winged ping darted in, seized the treasure, and escaped before the formation or its spirit reacted. By the time they noticed, he was long gone. This was so beyond normal speed it bordered on the absurd. Outrageous was the only way to describe it. Thanks to such speed, he could almost never be bested one-on-one. He even borrowed many treasures from other strong beings, eventually igniting widespread vendetta. Over 100 top-tier experts joined together, using several supreme treasures to finally subdue and kill him. The golden winged ping perished long before the Chaos Wars truly erupted, an early and tragic end. Now, the ancient blood in Xiaoping was being awakened, empowering him more than ever, and he had received the greatest fortune. This time his combat power now exceeded Lin Moya's by level. Yet he still wasn't at the limit. His power continued growing, possibly approaching perfection. Whether or not he would finish the journey to fullness was anyone's guess. Modern chaos beings need the aid of domain power to achieve perfection. Ancient beings didn't. They were born perfect, even transcending perfection. Back then, strength, not just realm, was what mattered. In Little Tree's opinion, even if Xiaoping never reached perfection, his fighting power could still match it. 100 days flew by. Little Tree and Chaos Child kept absorbing chaos divine water as if they could never be sated. By now, Lin Moyo had extracted and divided 10 whole drops of mother water, transforming them into chaos divine water vast as an ocean, all consumed by the pair. Yi Yanjian's purification and fusion was nearly complete. His aura shifted, still quasi-supreme, but now more in harmony with chaos, and missing the influence of Chaos Child's inner world. With his fusion complete, he'd be able to act freely throughout the chaos, drawing no attention as long as he didn't fight at full power. In the ancient wasteland, there'd be no limitations at all. This upgrade greatly increased Lin Moya's forces. Xiaoping, now at the peak of great completion, was only a step from perfection. The golden winged ping bloodline was now fully awake and merging with his own. Once the fusion finished, he'd gain full access to the golden winged ping's abilities, a process that would still take time and could only be minimally sped up by outside force. After several dozen more days, Yi Yanjian's purification and fusion was at last complete. With his soul fully cleansed, he kneeled respectfully before Lin Moyu. Yi Yanjian greets Master. Now, his soul was so thoroughly purified that every last trace of defiance was gone. Though his self-awareness remained, he would obey Lin Moya's every command. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 44-47, Master, go die without worry. Chapter 44-47, Chapter 44-47, Master, go die without worry. Chapter 44-47, Master, go die without worry. Lin Moya's voice was calm. Rise, from now on serve me with peace of mind. Whatever I promised, I'll make happen. Only then did Yi Yanjian slowly stand. Understood, my lord, your command is my vow unto death. It was only after this purification and integration that Lin Moya fully gained control of Yi Yanjian, the Quasi-Supreme. The Quasi-Supremes of Chaos Child's inner world were weaker than those from the primeval Chaos Wasteland, but still far above the level of a perfected one. A few days later, the blue mist around Xiaoping finally dissipated. He opened his golden eyes, and the wings on his back had turned golden as well. His form had changed entirely. Gone was anything snake-like. The python was gone, leaving only the ping. The blood of the golden winged ping was merging with his own, taking the dominant position. The chaos solitary ping was a fusion of the golden winged ping bloodline and that of a serpent, part ping, part pythons, but they favored calling themselves ping, hence the name chaos solitary ping. The name had always been a little misleading, but now that the golden winged blood was awakening, driving out the serpentine ancestry, Xiaoping fit the title at last. He truly was solitary now, the only ping in all primeval chaos with awakened golden winged ping blood, utterly unique and alone. Lin Moyo asked, how do you feel? Xiaoping replied, very good. Why is my power so much greater, and why do I look? Thanks to his golden winged blood, Xiaoping not only grew stronger but nobler, such that even here, he was no longer afraid. Lin Moyo placed a hand atop his head. Don't move, I'll check. Xiaoping sat still for examination. Lin Moya's spiritual sense swept into his soul, now gleaming with golden purity, all remnants of the old Supreme's curse gone. Even a Supreme's curse was wiped away by the revived Golden Winged blood. Clearly, in ancient times, the Golden Winged Peng rivaled or surpassed the Supremes. After checking, Lin Moya confirmed, "Your curse has been lifted." Xiaopeng's eyes shone with golden light. "Really? My race is finally free." Lin Moya shook his head. "You are free, your race? No. Feel within your bloodline, the answer is there." With the Golden Winged blood awakened, it now held vast inherited knowledge. A little focus let Xiaopeng understand everything. He was disappointed the memories of his kin weighed heavy, and their greatest mission had always been to break that curse. Now, that mission and that race had vanished. After reviewing the legacy in his blood, his expression shifted. Now he understood. In a subdued tone, "We're truly the descendants of the Golden Winged Peng. The ancestral blood is so potent, it's overwritten mine. I can't remember much of the past. Even the ancestors' memories are mostly gone, except a single cultivation art and one technique." Lin Moya replied, "Your old blood was full of impurities. It was natural for the Golden Winged Pengs to wash it out, along with the memories. The ancestor left no stories behind because he didn't want future generations to repeat his mistakes. By erasing karmic entanglements, he was protecting those who'd follow. But mark this, you are not your people. You are the only one. There will never be another Golden Winged Peng. Your job now is to train, let your blood return to its roots, and become the true Golden Winged Peng." Xiaopeng nodded. "I understand." He felt a pang, but accepted his fate. Some things, once changed, cannot be unchanged. One must accept and move on. His heart was steady. He knew what he had to do. Lin Moya turned to the two others. "Have you two eaten your fill yet?" They'd been gorging themselves on Chaos Divine Water for days. At first it had obvious effects. Chaos Child's inner world grew clearly stronger, but in recent days, that progress had plateaued, changes faded, a sure sign he'd reached his limit. But he kept drinking, as if in competition with Little Tree. It was much the same for Little Tree. The fastest increase in rebirths came at the start, now it was nearly halted. In the past 10 days, the increase was all but gone. The limit had been reached. Now his rebirth tally stood at 50,000, over 10 times more than when he entered the Pure Land. As the divine water was absorbed, Little Tree himself underwent strange changes. The water fused into the chaos soil, which shone with new life and even a faint blue light. Now hearing Lin Moya's question, Little Tree stopped. "Master, I feel as if with a bit more strength, I could absorb the mother water directly." Lin Moya replied, "You're right, but not yet. I'll prepare some for you later." Little Tree understood, to get much stronger now would bring Tao. He'd then have to hide inside, forever step outside, an instant doom. Lin Moya once again added mother water to a pool, filled it with chaos divine water, and stored it up. "You've all gotten your share. Now it's my turn." Little Tree perked up. "How will you do it?" "Simple. I sow a fruit. Once I've died enough, activate the cause-seeking ring. You two then help shield me from the strain. Hopefully, you won't even need to help by then. I might be strong enough on my own." "I'll keep watch," replied Little Tree. "Go die without worry, Master will handle the rest," said Chaos Child with odd cheer. Lin Moya ignored him, then activated the ring. Effect without cause. With a thought, he began sowing his fruit. After dying 10,000 times, "I want 10 minutes without harm from the outside world." The power of the ring was in making wishes. If you dreamed it, it made it real. Backlash surged. Lin Moya's body shattered. This was an artful sowing. Asking just 10 minutes protection needed only a little causal power, meaning the backlash was less. After just 5 deaths, the backlash faded, the ring sparkled, the wish accomplished. Lin Moya exited the core through his original entry point. Not even a 10,000th of a second later, body and soul broke apart again. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 44-48, Life and Death, See It Lightly. Chapter 44-48, Chapter 44-48, Life and Death, See It Lightly. Chapter 44-48, Life and Death, See It Lightly. The closer to the heart of the West Pole Pure Land, the more crushing the pressure became. Approaching the heaven and earth mother water, it peaked. Before, Lin Moya had only barely made it to this place with the combined strength of the cause-seeking ring, Little Tree, and Chaos Child. Now, without any preparations, he couldn't endure even a 10,000th of a second. The pressure obliterated both body and soul in an instant. This didn't surprise him in the least. If it didn't kill him, that would have been strange. Amidst violet light, he began a new cycle of resurrection. Before he could even fully revive, he was crushed again. Again and again, one resurrection, one death, as time trickled by in cycles of life and death. He kept count of his deaths. Though body and soul were smashed to dust, his awareness always remained wholly clear. He could even, in a detached, third-person view, see himself die, an uncanny, indescribable sensation. After 500 deaths, his flesh and spirit suddenly grew a bit stronger. Under such pressure, although he still shattered each time, he knew he was growing stronger. So it's just as before. If resurrection happens continuously more than 500 times, both body and soul advance in essence. Every 100 deaths after that brings another 1% increase. Don't know if there's a limit. He had resolved, ever since conceiving this approach, to push and discover that limit. Without raising his realm, he wanted to toughen body and spirit to the very extreme. Then, when his realm did rise, his strength would be nearly unmatchable. Much like his ancient world training of his body then, it was through the power of the Tao of Force, repeatedly breaking and rebuilding the body, eventually gaining immunity and growing ever tougher. Now, rebirth itself became the means. Each resurrection made body and soul stronger, a method even more direct and fundamental. Life and death kept cycling. At death number 600, again his fundamentals advanced. Throughout, Lin Moya kept his heart unmoved, no joy, no sadness, watching the changes as a calm observer. Rebirth remained steady, about once per second. 10,000 resurrections would take several hours, each cycle increasing body and soul nearly 1% after 96 cycles. For a nearly 100% increase, both would double in essence. His calculations weren't exact, but they would be close. Even before, his soul and flesh had been very strong. 10 prior refinements at the Chaos Realm had put him far above his peers. Now, doubled again, he felt few, even at the great completion of Chaos, could match him. Perhaps only some innate freaks might be close, in specialized aspects. As flesh and soul toughened, at 3,000 deaths, he noticed the pressure weakened its effect. Now he could endure 2/10,000ths of a second, double the time before. That tiny increase was a qualitative leap. This showed that his instincts were right. He was much stronger now. The pain of each death had long since faded, now little different from an itch. Any fear had simply vanished. Instead, there was only excitement at the slow river of progress, feeling Dao heart honed ever more sharply. The process continued relentlessly. Strength trickled and gathered into a mighty river, eventually an ocean. Masters getting stronger. Even Little Tree could feel it, and was delighted. Lin Moya's growth meant he, too, might someday stand unveiled in chaos, recapturing or even surpassing his ancient glory. Chaos Child was just as elated. At the end of 10,000 resurrections, Lin Moya could now withstand 1,000th of a second before destruction, 10 times better than his start, his body and soul each twice as tough. If this continued, he felt he'd soon be able to move freely in such a place. A feat no ordinary great completion expert nor even the ancient chaos divine water beast could manage. Not even the water beast's body could survive such pressure. In its maternal instinct, the heaven and earth birth mother creates conditions only fit for beings it creates. Maybe the chaos bull could handle it. Its flesh was legendary. Maybe even a supreme could stay, but it's hard to say. Supremes are perfected in everything, but don't truly surpass all boundaries. After 10,000 deaths, the cause-seeking ring auto-activated, shrouding Lin Moya and neutralizing the pressure. Go! Little Tree and Chaos Child each moved to share the load. The 10,000th and first rebirth completed at last, and Lin Moya at last restored. In the next moment, he returned to the core, the mother water surging everywhere and no pressure oppressing him. He carefully felt the changes. His realm had risen a bit, but truly what had changed was the doubling of his core physical and spiritual essence. If before, his soul and body were like wood, now they were like iron. Even compared in terms of raw power, he felt more than 5 times stronger. He even suspected that his flesh might now rival, or exceed, most great completion chaos cultivators, perhaps even matching the perfected state. Xiaopeng, come test this out. He called Xiaopeng, the two comparing pure bodily force. One punch, Xiaopeng brought down a golden wing. There was a massive boom. Lin Moya was thrown back for 100 miles, Xiaopeng hundreds more, squawking in shock. The impact cracked the local space. Though it looked like Lin Moya lost, Xiaopeng stood at great completion, just shy of perfection, and with his awakened golden wing blood, his bodily force was off the charts, greater than most perfects. What mattered more was, Lin Moya took no damage at all. Defense over offense. If even a great completion's best hit couldn't hurt him, his safety was massively increased. With this confirmed, he activated the cause-seeking ring, planted a new fruit. Effect without cause. This time, he set it for 30,000 deaths, after which he'd gained temporary immunity again. Backlash came and body and soul broke, but with their newfound strength, the pain lasted only 2 deaths before vanishing. With the ring empowered, Lin Moya set out again, ready to enjoy the pleasure of dying. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4449, A Terrifying Aura. Chapter 4449, Chapter 4449, A Terrifying Aura. Chapter 4449, A Terrifying Aura. Death after death, rebirth after rebirth, Lin Moya's body and soul gradually strengthened. The pressure's effect on him grew less each time, from holding on for just a 10,000th of a second in the beginning, to now withstanding 1,000th, then 100th of a second. Every time his body and soul doubled in strength, the time he could endure multiplied tenfold. Similarly, every such strengthening multiplied his offense and defense by more than 10. There was a clear proportional link. By the time he had died 20,000 times, his body was over 4 times as strong as when he started, and he could now survive almost a 10th of a second under the pressure. He couldn't fully assess how strong he'd become, but knew he far surpassed Little Strong. As his rebirths accumulated, the boost from each doubled, making the final increases astonishing. When he hit 25,000 deaths, his body was 7 times stronger than at the start, and he could now endure nearly a full second of the crushing power of the Pure Land's core. A second was long enough for him to recover and attack several times. This timing also approached the limit for continuous rebirth. If he took longer than a second to die and revive, the cycle would break and no further strengthening would occur. Continuous, rapid rebirth was essential for the gains, and as the base strength rose, the efficacy and requirements increased. If he grew much stronger, even the Pure Land's pressure might not suffice for further growth. At that point, he would need to create a new, extremely difficult fruit, using the cause-seeking ring to keep the resurrection cycle unbroken. But this carried dire risk. Too weak, it would be useless. Too strong, he could die for real. He knew even the cause-seeking ring had an upper bound. If he ever reached that, its protection would fail. So I'll have to find another place. But ones like the West Pole Pure Land are rare. Instinctively, his mind turned to a location, the deepest part of the ancient wasteland, a sight beyond even the Supreme's reach. Strange, I've never been there. He marveled at the feeling. He hadn't even seen the place, only heard Little Tree mention it once. Yet somehow, he felt certain that was where he could take his plans to the next level. The feeling was indescribably odd. Rebirth went on. The Pure Land's pressure slowly faded. It had nearly fulfilled its purpose for Lin Moyu, with only the heaven and earth mother water untouched. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine it, he simply wasn't ready, plus Catastrophe Supreme's array was still needed here. After another 2,000 deaths, the exact total was lost, some 27,000 in all. By now, his body and soul had grown tenfold in strength. Suddenly, the Pure Land's pressure vanished like a receding tide. It hadn't gone, but it no longer affected him. He realized he'd broken through a threshold, a barrier between life and death. A sliver less would mean death, a sliver more, life. Body and soul broke past a membrane, surging to a new level. With resurrection ended, he could freely stand in the deadliest core of the West Pole Pure Land, feeling no harm at all. Boom! The Pure Land thundered, a terrifying aura descended, and Lin Moya's expression changed as he stepped back into the heaven and earth mother water domain. Blue light, right? Even the mother water twisted in response to the sinister force now present. It's not him. Relief swept Lin Moya as he probed the aura. It was strong, but not Dao. But then, who could wield such presence? Little Tree was tense. Master, what is going on? Chaos Child shrieked. It's terrifying. Xiaopeng, who'd recently awakened the golden winged Peng blood and no longer feared the mother water, now quivered in terror again, curled tightly. Lin Moya said, I have no idea what this aura is, but I'm sure it's not him. Meanwhile, outside, throughout the primeval chaos wasteland, everything panicked as the aura descended over all. Every being at or above the chaos realm felt it clearly. Creatures shuddered, and cultivators in seclusion woke with alarm. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? What's happening to chaos? Such omens are calamities coming. Last time meant a return, will blood rain begin again? Ancients everywhere shared shocked glances. Soon after, colored clouds appeared, draping chaos in rainbow-like brilliance. Dao severing. Swordlight swept the ancient wasteland. Lin Mohan unleashed a mighty swing, making an ancient lifeform scream and flee, leaving only a severed limb for Lin Mohan to pocket. She didn't pursue, instead sheathed her sword and looked deep into chaos. A white-robed elder arrived, stepping through the air to her side. Lin Mohan's voice rang, fellow deist Beizhong, what do you make of it? Supreme Beizhong likewise gazed into the depths. I'd say you look with your eyes. She smiled, still so witty, I'm glad I bet right. Beizhong chuckled, when has the Sword Supreme ever been wrong? Mohan shook her head, I'm not the Sword Supreme, I'm Lin Mohan, Lin Moya's elder sister. Beizhong grinned, all right, deist Lin is never wrong. Indeed the disturbance is from there. Mohan mused, none of us have ever gone there, only Catastrophe made it to the outskirts, and nearly died. If it weren't for that thing he had, maybe he'd have perished. Afterwards, Catastrophe never spoke of it, but I think he saw something unimaginable. All the strategies and plans fell into place after that. I really want to know what's inside. Beizhong nodded, I'm curious too, but I know our place, some things aren't meant for us. Then again, once you couldn't, but maybe one day you'll be ready. If deist Lin ever learns what lies inside, please enlighten us all. Mohan didn't answer, speaking more to herself. Back then, Catastrophe said if the plan worked, maybe he'd return. I hope he was right. So far, Catastrophe has never failed, let's hope for the best. Is your sword ready for more? She shook her head, not sharp enough yet, got to keep sharpening. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4450, The Seven Colored Key. Chapter 4450, Chapter 4450, The Seven Colored Key. Chapter 4450, The Seven Colored Key. A terrifying aura from the deepest reaches of the ancient wasteland arrived, followed by a brilliant glow that blanketed all of chaos. The radiant glow shone everywhere, as if trying to communicate something to the world, but none could understand its message. Except for a select few, no one knew the origin of this radiance and the dreadful aura. Only the strongest knew of the ancient wasteland's depths. Most perfected cultivators didn't even realize such a place existed. There were too many secrets hidden in the chaos wasteland for anyone, not even Dao, to claim complete understanding. This time, no one knew the reason for the sudden terrifying aura or the glow that flooded chaos, only that both originated from the very deepest part. In that most mysterious, unreachable place, a giant eye emerged, and a deep voice echoed, I, personally, will go there someday. Inside the heart of the West Pole Pure Land, the same glow covered everything, shattering the blue colors of the heaven and earth mother water. The glow then condensed, forming a single beam that fell upon Lin Moyo. He suddenly heard a whisper in his ear. He couldn't make out the words, but they sounded incredibly familiar, as if he'd heard them somewhere long ago, though no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember where. The glow gave Lin Moya no special feeling. His flesh, soul, and cultivation all felt unchanged. It seemed like the most ordinary light. But then, in his field of vision, a key appeared. Seven-colored light flowed over the key as if it were liquid. He reached out, but his hand passed right through it. Was like grasping air. The key did not vanish, it just couldn't be seized. He tried using his spiritual sense, but with the same result. His soul force passed through the key without the slightest resistance. The key was right before his eyes but felt as if it didn't exist at all. Lin Moya grew ever more puzzled at his current level. His soul should easily handle illusions and reality alike. Yet this key was neither real nor illusory. What sort of existence was this? What is this key? Lin Moya muttered. Chaos Child asked, what key? Where? Lin Moya was surprised. There's a key right in front of me. Don't you see it? Chaos Child shook his head. Nothing at all. Fat Tree, do you see a key? Little Tree confirmed, no key. He asked Xiaopeng, still trembling, do you see a key? Xiaopeng shook his head desperately, no key. Lin Moya grew even more bewildered. This key was visible only to him, yet still couldn't be touched. Suddenly, Little Tree said, Master, I feel this glow is from there. Lin Moya's heart jumped. You mean the very depths of the ancient wasteland? Little Tree nodded. Yes, that's right. Chaos Child chimed in. I agree, but I have no idea why it came. Lin Moya muttered. Just what is at the heart of the ancient wasteland? Both Little Tree and Chaos Child shook their heads. They had no idea. He knew there was no answer to be had for now, so he turned his focus back to the seven-colored key. The glow in the key had come from the same source. If the radiance was from the ancient wasteland's depths, the key must be linked as well. No one else could see it, so the key was meant only for him. But why give him the key? What connection did the heart of the wasteland have with Lin Moya, and why now? A possibility arose in Lin Moya's mind. It might be that his power, the sheer strength of his body and soul, breaking through the limits, had triggered a response from the ancient wasteland. I'm just at minor completion in the Chaos Realm, but after 10 rounds of refinement, my power was already top tier for my stage. Now, with all this strengthening, I'm easily 10 times above my peers in the same realm. But would just this strength trigger such a reaction? That seems unusual. He knew there were plenty stronger true supremes, the wilderness-born, all were above him, but for now, there was no way to know for sure. With little information, precise analysis was impossible, so he switched tactics and focused on the key itself. Since it was sent right to him, it had to be for him, but it couldn't be taken. Was it always to hang before him like this? He tried several different approaches, none worked. As the prismatic glow faded after several dozen seconds, the dreadful aura ebbed too. The key before Lin Moya's eyes also faded. He started to panic, as if some priceless treasure was slipping away forever. No, there's got to be a way. I must be missing something. Driven by instinct, his thoughts raced. He mentally scanned for any overlooked detail. With every flash, the seven-colored key dimmed further, nearly vanishing before his eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea, something he hadn't tried. He triggered his storage space, commanding it, store. Since both his body and soul couldn't grip the key, he unleashed the full pull of his storage space, trying to suck the key in. A rift appeared in the void. On the other side was his storage space. A powerful suction acted upon the key, and for the first time the key moved, slowly floating toward the rift. Success! His heart leaped. His storage space was unusual, never based on any artifact, always following him wherever he went, always remaining unharmed no matter the circumstances. Most cultivators relied on artifacts or domain worlds for storage, but his space was utterly convenient. He'd compared before. His storage space was simply in a league of its own. Things put in never aged, living or dead, time was still. Each living being within had its own isolated little space. Most cultivators had similar spaces, but he didn't know if theirs were quite the same. Now, as the seven-colored key was pulled in, the miraculous nature of his storage space became evident again. No sooner had he relaxed than the key, once inside, burst with brilliant light and detonated. Inside the space, a door appeared. The key had unlocked it, and a strange, indescribable aura flowed out from beyond. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4451, A Second Primeval Wasteland? Chapter 4451, Chapter 4451, A Second Primeval Wasteland? Chapter 4451, A Second Primeval Wasteland? Within the storage space, the seven-colored key unlocked a door that, astonishingly, seemed to have always existed, but even Lin Moya as its master had never noticed until now. Only with the appearance of the seven-colored key did this door finally open. For Lin Moya, this was a rare moment of utter shock, so much so that it was visible in his eyes. He had used this storage space countless times, but never once detected a hidden doorway. This was ranked among the most mind-blowing revelations of his cultivation journey. From behind the door, a mysterious aura poured in like mist, quickly spreading through the entire storage space. The aura was ancient and vast, transforming the storage space and causing its territory to expand at a breathtaking pace. Before, the storage space was already enormous. Half a great world could fit inside, but now its bounds receded into infinity, beyond even Lin Moya's estimation. He even had the sense that not only one origin continent, but even entire domains could eventually fit inside his storage space. If it kept expanding, he could one day bundle all his domains and bring them anywhere, far more conveniently than by refining them and carrying them as ordinary cultivators did. If that's possible, then please keep growing. Right now, Lin Moya was hoping for even more mist and for the space to grow without limit. As the space expanded, its very nature also began to transform. Lin Moya faintly sensed a spark of life forming inside the storage space. It was resilient and strong, growing ever more powerful. Is life being nurtured in the storage space? He was stunned. His own storage space was about to breed new life, something he'd never even heard of. It was clearly occurring right under his nose. As the first life began its gestation, he immediately sensed a powerful sense of kinship, like a child of his own. It would take a long time to gestate, and what kind of life form it would be, Lin Moya had no way to know. A storage space that could birth new life was no longer a storage space, but an actual living world. With more mist pouring in, the space's scale and strength ballooned further. Lin Moya sensed increasing barrenness and grandeur. He hardly recognized his own storage space anymore. Dong! A heartbeat sounded, and Lin Moya was startled. His storage space had started gestating a second life. Not just one but two. What kind of situation was this? Once again, that sense of kinship surged within him. Another child. Lin Moya couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Not only had he become an unexpected father, but now he was getting more children all at once. The changes didn't stop. Without any signs of slowing, the expansion continued, stronger and vaster still. The mist thickened, but thankfully it didn't hinder Lin Moya's vision. He could see clearly, regardless of its presence. He watched as the edge of the storage space receded farther and farther away, its essence changing with each moment. An astonishing transformation. There can't be more, right? As soon as that thought came, there was another faint sound, this time not a heartbeat, but a call from his soul. A new life took shape, this one specifically soul-based, seeming especially unique. The process was slow, such birth would take ages to complete. Yet the numbers, with continuous expansion, one life after another started gestating. Each built a tie with Lin Moyu, every one became his child. The seven-colored glow and aura from the ancient wasteland's depths had long faded, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had ever occurred. But for Lin Moyu, this was a transformation beyond precedent. In only half a day, his storage space grew unrecognizable, now hosting more than 100 embryonic lives at once. He became numb to it all, his control long gone. This was not a process he could halt. Given all that, he simply let things progress as they would. In the core region of his storage space, he created a separate subspace and stowed all his previous possessions there. This subspace was big enough for a great world, yet compared to the new storage space, it was only the tiniest fragment. The space had grown boundless as the process continued. Lin Moyu thought he might even fit the entire ancient chaos wasteland inside. When he finally opened his eyes, Little Tree, Chaos Child, and Xiaoping were looking at him. Off to the side, Yi Yanjian stood respectfully, as if guarding him. Xiaoping asked, "Father, are you all right?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I'm fine. No need to worry." Little Tree said, "Just now, Master, you gave off an aura like the chi of primordial beginning. I wonder what happened." No one but Lin Moyu knew what his storage space had just undergone. He asked, "What is the chi of primordial beginning?" Little Tree replied, "It's the primal breath from the dawn of the ancient wasteland. When I was born, I carried a wisp, but it was quickly spent and never returned." Chaos Child added, "I had some too, but it merged with my inner world and vanished." After their explanation, Lin Moyu basically understood. Those born in the first wave of the ancient wasteland all had a special primal aura chi that could be refined into power and helped them through their earliest stages. This was called the chi of beginning. Later generations no longer possessed it, not even living beings born within Chaos Child's inner world. Just now, Lin Moyu's body had emanated that same primal aura, the chi of primordial beginning. No one knew why he should have it, especially in this era when it should long since have vanished. Lin Moyu, however, realized it came from his storage space, more precisely, from the lives starting to grow inside it. Does this mean my storage space is becoming a new world, independent of the ancient chaos wasteland? Otherwise, such primal aura should never have appeared. What on earth was that mist behind the door, and how had his storage space changed so drastically? He thought back to the dawn of the wasteland, when untold numbers of living beings were born at once, not one by one, but by the multitudes. Now, his storage space was repeating that history remarkably similar. Could it really be transforming into a second ancient wasteland? The very idea was staggering. Yet the reality was that it seemed to be happening, and evolution was already underway. Lin Moyu realized his path was diverging, no longer following the script Catastrophe Supreme laid, but forging forward on a brand new road. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4452, The Right Path. Chapter 4452, Chapter 4452, The Right Path. Chapter 4452, The Right Path. A new path. Lin Moyu realized that the road he now walked was utterly different from the one Catastrophe Supreme had planned. That Supreme's hope had been for Lin Moyu to merge the 10 domain worlds, transcend limits, and reach a level equal to or near Tao, and with the Catastrophe Scepter, to slay Tao and break the yoke over the Supremes, perhaps even open the way to further breakthroughs. But such a path brought its own problems. Most crucially, during the final fusion and promotion, Tao would inevitably act to prevent success. In that moment before full ascension, how would one withstand Tao's strike? Catastrophe Supreme had considered this, the Great Array, and an unknown hidden force, were prepared for just this. Yet to Lin Moyu, the odds of success with this plan were slim, maybe 30%, at best. Unless Catastrophe Supreme had further hidden cards, or measures to increase the success rate. Knowing Catastrophe Supreme's personality, he was a gambler. If there was even a 50-50 chance, he'd stake his life on it. But Lin Moyu now saw a newly revealed road. His storage space was evolving independently from the primeval chaos wasteland, likely to become a whole new world of its own, unlike Chaos Child's inner world, which, while following its own rules, was still ultimately tethered to the wasteland. Lin Moyu's space, though, was fully self-contained, unrelated to the outside world. The proof. The appearance of primordial beginning chi, something only worlds truly independent of the wasteland, at their genesis, could possess. If his storage space truly completed its transformation, he would not merely hold 10 worlds but a vast cosmos, equivalent to the wasteland itself. At that point, facing Tao, he would not just be a cultivator but a true sovereign of a pure universe, possibly even outranking Tao in cosmic hierarchy. Already the newborn cosmos brimmed with the faintest taste of this power beyond the third tier, just a whisper now, but sure to grow. Lin Moyu glanced at the heaven and earth mother water, pulled out a lump, and no refining, threw it straight into his storage space, knowing the ongoing evolution would change it without further intervention. Little Tree, give me some chaos soil and a seed. Chaos Child, give me a piece of your treasure ground. Xiaoping, I need a drop of your essence blood. All complied promptly. Chaos soil and the ancestral seed might produce wonders in this new world. Chaos Child's treasure ground, after exposure to primordial beginning chi, might transform anew. Xiaoping's blood, containing golden winged ping heritage, was too rare to waste. Little Tree's eyes suddenly gleamed. Master, there. Lin Moyu cut him off. Don't say anything, just know it. Little Tree nodded vigorously. Little Tree understands. Chaos Child, too, sensed something. The piece of his treasure ground remained linked to him. Only Xiaoping looked blank and confused, not comprehending the deeper meaning. Lin Moyu didn't explain, simply told Little Tree to continue absorbing chaos divine water, to restore his rebirth quota as it dwindled during their ordeal. Soon, Little Tree's rebirth tally returned to about 50,000, the current limit. With this settled, Lin Moya sent Yi Yanjian back to Chaos Child's world. The rest returned to their soul domains, and Lin Moya shot from the core region like flowing light. All the hard pressure of the West Pole Pure Land receded around him. His bodily strength now surpassed almost every perfected being. Perhaps only top-tier perfected beings of exotic origin matched his physique, but their souls were often weaker. Lin Moya excelled in both. He was confident that pure physical power alone could slaughter any great completion chaos cultivator. That old feeling from the big world returned, the feeling of being able to leapfrog realms in battle, rather than just relying on techniques and artifacts. That was always his true goal, not just strong spells, but strength itself. When the day came to abandon spells, he would still dominate. It was a difficult ideal, but now, not impossible. As he neared the surface, the oppressive force was like a gentle breeze. Splash! With a surge of chaos divine water, Lin Moya burst from the lake. Below, Catastrophe Supreme's formation was once more hidden, ready for the next activation. On the surface again, Lin Moya felt the familiar chaos aura, saw chaos's unique radiant light. This journey had changed him, and revealed a new path, one he now knew was the truly correct path, one Catastrophe Supreme could never have envisioned. The gift of rebirth was his alone. Only by rebirth could he truly transform and surpass the limit. He was only starting. The real transcendence was a long way off. The West Pole Pure Land was not enough. He needed even mightier places. Young friend, why are you at the lake bottom? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking, Lin Moya saw 6 perfected experts arrayed around him, clearly some of the most powerful, though perhaps not as mighty as the Supreme Wine Lord, still not far off. The Pure Land's pressure had reverted to normal. From the restoration, Lin Moya deduced that quite some time had passed since Tao descended. He'd sensed that time flowed differently in the Heaven and Earth Mother Water region, its power so great it altered space-time itself, making time pass abnormally. Linking up with the greater world, he learned that 1,000 years had passed since he entered that region. For him, less than a year had gone by. No wonder the Pure Land had recovered so well on the surface. Looking around, he saw that pools of chaos divine water were everywhere, again filling the air with their special aura. Once more, the Pure Land was a sanctuary for perfected experts Tao-seeking. One of the 6 boomed, "You were asked a question, youngster." Such rudeness. Lin Moya replied, "Greetings, seniors. I do not wish to answer for now, I simply do not know." Their faces darkened. His reply was indeed bold. "How dare you? A mere minor completion dares to address us like that." To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4453, shall we continue? Chapter 4453, Chapter 4453, shall we continue? Chapter 4453, shall we continue? The perfected stage of the Chaos Realm was its pinnacle, second only to the Supremes, a solitary elite among billions. Among these, a handful stood at the very top within the West Pole. As long as no Supreme emerged, these few controlled all. In their own races and forces, they were even more supreme, never contradicted or defied. To these lords, Lin Moya, an upstart who'd suddenly rocketed from the Chaos Divine Water, was nothing but a curiosity. They were simply interested in what treasure he might possess to allow him to enter the divine water, not his actual cultivation. His realm was so beneath notice that, at first, their words still carried a trace of patience. But when Lin Moya delayed answering, thinking his own thoughts, they felt disrespected. Lin Moya was not inclined to defer to them, either. If they were rude, he'd respond in kind. His "I don't know" trampled their pride. At their level, face meant more than treasure. They could not abide such a slight. He smiled coolly, "Seniors, I've already answered your question. Now, I need to go, please make way." The irritation in their eyes deepened. He was clearly treating them as if they were unworthy of his notice. As Lin Moya tried to leave, they blocked him. An invisible barrier sprung up, barring his path. One sneered, "And if we don't? Insolent brat, where are your elders? If you won't answer, I'll gladly teach you proper respect on their behalf." Lin Moya glanced at him, "So you're sure you won't let me go?" This peak expert, outwardly just a middle-aged man, but in truth ancient and not human at all, likely transformed from some other creature. He laughed, and space around Lin Moya warped, freezing solid, the invisible barrier turning to a golden cage. "Why not call your elder?" Before he finished, Lin Moya slammed a fist into the golden cage. The unbreakable prison shattered. Lin Moya burst free, stepped forward and, without the slightest flourish, struck with a second punch straight at the peak expert. Impertinent. The others turned grim. They'd planned only to teach this young brat a lesson, never dreaming Lin Moya would dare attack. Traditionally, the gap between lower chaos and perfected was infinite. Even a casual sigh should obliterate Lin Moya. But he attacked, and his power was unfathomable. The first punch shattered the golden cage. The second unleashed such strength that the West Pole's void itself was torn open. Chaos divine water erupted in a sky-high pillar, and half the domain responded to his might. The targeted perfected's expression changed. His very soul felt locked in place, the punch utterly unavoidable. Humiliated by a mere junior, his only response was to roar and unleash a palm in defense. Fist met palm. The palm was instantly smashed, the perfected's body hurled thousands of miles away, nearly half exploding to pieces in mid-air. Only the intact soul saved him, and his body swiftly rebuilt. Deprived of human form, his true shape emerged, a colossal wolf beast. He stopped himself after flying thousands of miles, regrowing all the lost flesh and bone. Yet shock and terror filled his gaze. The power Lin Moya had shown, just from his body, surpassed most perfecteds and rivaled the strongest unique beings. The other peak experts could only stare in disbelief. That a lower chaos cultivator could blast apart half a perfected's body? This wasn't merely defiance, it was the inversion of all things, an event that just should not be possible. Yet it had happened, right before their eyes, shaking everything they'd ever believed. Lin Moya was quietly satisfied as he'd guessed, his refined body and soul now matched even the greatest unique beings. It was no wonder he had provoked the response from the ancient wasteland's depths. One tried to soften things, Tianlang, are you alright? But the wolf's ears heard only mockery. He roared in response, brat, I'll kill you. He drew a crescent blade, flickering like the moon, sweeping toward Lin Moya. The strike wasn't just physical, it roared with devastating soul power, aiming to destroy Lin Moya completely. Lin Moya only snorted, fearless, and punched head-on to meet the blade. Boom! The blade was sent flying, and Lin Moya was knocked into the lake, but an instant later, he exploded from the water, cleaving the void itself as he charged right back. The blade spun in a wide arc, came at him again. He answered with another punch. Ascend! With a low shout, his cultivation rose instantly to the great completion of chaos, his force multiplying. This time, his punch sent the blade hurtling away, while Lin Moya himself stood motionless. All the perfected's faces darkened. Suddenly, boundless soul energy formed a cage to keep the wolf from fleeing. Lin Moya struck again, this time with the soul punch technique he knew, learned from the World Force Supreme. A giant loomed in the heavens, and a punch crashed down as if to shatter the whole pure land. Tianlang roared, spat out a powerful artifact, a giant hammer in donned armor, his figure swelling. He fought purely by force, meeting Lin Moya head-on, but was just barely able to keep up by relying on his treasures. Again and again the blade assailed, but every time, Lin Moya batted it away. Slowly, the spirit of Tianlang's gear began to fade, the blade, armor, hammer, all weakening under the relentless assault. Little by little, Tianlang fell behind in terms of pure bodily strength. He could not match Lin Moya. If news spread, few would believe that someone of lower chaos could outbrawl a perfected expert by strength alone. The wolf howled, but it was futile. Lin Moya's raw power simply overmatched his own. Brilliant aura exploded. Suddenly a domain world emerged, as dazzling as the sun itself. At last, Tianlang resorted to his full domain, regaining the upper hand. Steadying himself, Lin Moya stared coldly. Senior, shall we continue? To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4454, The Heart Cannot Be Too Soft. Chapter 4454, Chapter 4454, The Heart Cannot Be Too Soft. Chapter 4454, The Heart Cannot Be Too Soft. In just under 10 seconds, Lin Moya had fought with abandon. He hadn't felt such exhilaration in a long time. He'd triggered his ascension, unleashing nearly all his power and thoroughly suppressing his opponent. The toughness of his body was a true surprise, not just in raw strength but in defense. He had no need to even block the incoming crescent blade, his body alone could withstand it. Even attacks laced with spell power could do nothing. Only when the opponent unleashed his domain was Lin Moya knocked back. Even then, he was unharmed. He realized he could now stand before perfected experts, even without relying on spells. He'd fought enough, didn't intend to keep going, and never planned to kill just to use this man as a test. His last words, tauntingly, made the wolf's face darken even further. He'd lost all dignity, forced to use his domain just to keep up. I'll kill you. The wolf's eyes gleamed with murder. Lin Moya shook his head. You can't. If you keep fighting, I will accompany you, but be warned, life or death is on you. The threat was clear. Lin Moya plainly had the power to kill. If you can't calm down, don't blame me for showing no mercy. But before the wolf could finish, a tremendous pressure descended, silencing him instantly. Everyone looked up to see a blurry figure in the sky. A Supreme. The Supreme has come. Their voices shook with surprise. Why had the Supreme arrived? The voice of Supreme Xingquan rang out, stop. You are free to go. Lin Moya met the Supreme's shadowy gaze, then turned and left without a single word of deference. The wolf tried to protest, but one cold hum from the Supreme sent him howling, crashing to the ground in disgrace. Before the Supreme, even perfected experts were like children, utterly powerless. After Lin Moya left, the Supreme announced, an omen shrouds chaos. Calamity will descend. You must prepare. A great many will die. If you want to survive, avoid creating causal entanglements, or I won't be able to help. As for that boy. Here the Supreme paused, then finished, do not provoke him. My words are done, watch yourselves. With that, the Supreme vanished. The remaining perfecteds glanced at each other, pondering the Supreme's true meaning. Calamity and chaos would soon follow the omen. Something huge was coming. The message to avoid causal entanglements implied this event's roots lay with karma and consequence. If tangled in too much karma, they would perish. For anyone else, they wouldn't have believed it, but from a Supreme, it was gospel. And for Lin Moya, the Supreme not only let him go but warned others not to mess with him. Was even the Supreme wary? Such a person as Supreme Xingquan shouldn't fear anyone unless Lin Moya carried massive karmic weight, and whoever involved themselves with him would suffer misfortune. That, at least, fit the facts. His own combat strength was extraordinary, further proof that he was not ordinary. They were thankful not to have made an enemy of Lin Moya, nor to have risked any karmic ties. Some gave sympathetic glances to the wolf, beaten by Lin Moya and humiliated by the Supreme. His luck could not be worse. Don't take it too hard, Tianlang. The Supreme meant well. Yes, the warning is for our good. Whoever tangles with that kid is inviting disaster. Forget it, let it go. Even the Supreme would rather avoid him. The wolf, regaining human form, seemed calmer, though his eyes were dark. I understand. The Supreme is right. I'll take my leave. And with that, he flew away. In the aftermath, the others all pondered deeply. Lin Moya's performance was unbelievable. Tianlang's blade was a real treasure. None of them would dare face it head-on, yet Lin Moya did, with a fist. Such a body was beyond reason. Could he even be human? Surely some unique breed. After a few more comments, each left intending to follow the Supreme's hint, keep a low profile, and stay away from fate's entanglements. No one knew what chaos would soon erupt. Leaving the West Pole Pure Land, Lin Moya shrouded himself in blue flame and headed for the nearest teleportation array, once again in disguise as a local to avoid trouble. Given his power, only a Supreme could stop him in this domain, but he preferred to avoid all fuss. He found the teleportation array, inserted Chaos Gold, chose his destination, and left. He was searching for his personal domains. Both the Grand World and Law World were somewhere nearby, and now that his soul was stronger, he could sense their exact positions. Meanwhile, Supreme Xingquan and another in green, Supreme Boyang, watched Lin Moya leave. Sighing, Xingquan said, "The anomaly from the wasteland shrouds chaos. I checked with the Wheel of Fate, the future will be wild. We must prepare." Boyang smiled, "There's always chaos before anything big. Didn't the last tides of chaos stir the South Pole powers? This time is different, more than a mere war of realms. Something deeper, but even the Wheel of Fate can't see it." Boyang remained unconcerned. "There's too much none can see, not even him can discern all." "Enough. Keep your voice down," Xingquan warned. Boyang did, but added, "If chaos and the tides coincide, keep an eye on the South Pole, they're up to something. We must be watchful." "Why aren't you going back yet?" I'm going. But if things go totally mad, let it become a true storm. Go with the flow sometimes, a hard price must be paid. The heart cannot be too soft." Xingquan waved him off. Yeah, enough with your chatter. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4455, The Changes in Chaos. Chapter 4455, Chapter 4455, The Changes in Chaos. Chapter 4455, The Changes in Chaos. Lin Moya teleported again and again, heading toward the location of the Grand World. He locked onto the direction. There would only be some minor course corrections along the way. During this journey, Lin Moya observed the changes in his own power. Previously, he focused on the strength of his body and soul, paying little attention to the shift in his spellcasting. Yet such increases in power would impact techniques as well. For instance, his undead minions had already reached the great completion stage of Chaos Realm, surpassing him once again in tier, just like long ago, when his summons always outpaced his own level until it reversed at Chaos Realm. Now it had swapped back, and it felt wonderful. During his recent battle with Tianlang, he'd noticed something strange while using Ascension. By gathering a fraction of his strength, he could already push his cultivation to the great completion of Chaos Realm, but that wasn't the limit of his ascension. With his current body and soul, if he went all out, he could advance to perfection. But as a being of chaos, bound to its laws, unless his domain matured and fused, the current limit was great completion. Still, that was only a limit of cultivation, not power itself. His strength could keep growing like the living creatures of the primeval wasteland, pushing to perfection or even beyond. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry to advance his realm. The changes that came with it would come when needed. In any case, he had much to do. His domains weren't well developed yet, so even at great completion he needed to perfect his base before advancing. Now was the time to lay the ultimate foundation, progressing step by step. After the final teleport, he was still 2 days' flight from the Grand World. He summoned Xiaopeng, glowing brilliantly with golden light, to serve as his mount, heading in the marked direction. Xiaopeng was incredibly fast, faster than Lin Moya or his boat, covering tens of millions of miles in a blink, trailing a streak of gold through the chaotic void. Traversing the chaos, Lin Moya clearly felt the primordial power hidden in the air avenue, strength power that could be used to enhance any Dao. But he noticed something odd. This chaos power was useless for his immortal Dao. Others could absorb it to comprehend their path, but the force he drew from chaos couldn't strengthen his immortal Dao. It felt as if the level of his Dao had grown too lofty to care for chaos's avenue energy, though he couldn't be sure. Still, this sensation was vague and unproved. In seeking to clarify the relationship between chaos and the immortal Dao, he detected some strangeness. Chaos itself had changed some delicate shift, which, added over time, could become enormous. He murmured, "It feels like the law of avenues in chaos is changing. See if you sense it too. Take your time, be precise." He brought out Chaos Child and released Yi Yanjian. After being refined with Mother Water, Yi Yanjian could freely enter and leave, even use his power as long as he didn't attack too forcefully. Lin Moya asked Yi Yanjian, now a quasi-supreme with a sensitive soul, to feel for any oddities in chaos. Though Xiaopeng's soul was less refined, his golden wing Peng blood gave him an edge in sensitivity. All 5 of them, including Little Tree and Lin Moya himself, concentrated, sensing quietly for 3 days. Xiaopeng whispered, "It's true, something's changed. The avenue power in the last 3 days has grown ever so slightly." Chaos Child nodded, "It's stronger very faintly, but it's there." Little Tree disagreed, "Even if it's a tiny change now, it'll add up in thousands or tens of thousands of years." Lin Moya concurred, "I agree. It may not take that long." Yi Yanjian, what do you sense? Now the answer was clear. Chaos's fundamental laws were strengthening. The effect was small, but persistent and widespread. Yi Yanjian answered, "Master is right. Before long, maybe in 1 or 2 centuries, the change will be obvious. Chaos's avenue power is growing incrementally faster with each passing year." As a quasi-supreme, his sensitivity surpassed theirs. Lin Moya asked, "Can you find the source?" Yi Yanjian nodded, "The ancient wasteland. That's where it's coming from. I feel as if something from the wasteland is heading here, and chaos's change is its result." "Something from the wasteland?" Lin Moya murmured. "Do you know what it is?" Yi Yanjian shook his head, "That I cannot determine." Lin Moya mused, "In a few days, when we reach the domain world, leave a bit of your bloodline, then head into the wasteland to investigate." Yi Yanjian accepted without question his will to rebel had been dissolved by Mother Water now. He was both independent and utterly compliant. Provided Yi Yanjian found whatever was coming, Lin Moya would see it, too. He had the feeling this matter was connected to him after all. The radiance that covered chaos from the wasteland had appeared because of him. Otherwise, the timing was too coincidental. After a few more days of Xiaoping's flight, they reached their destination. Looks lively here. Lin Moya pinpointed the Grand World's location. Many other beings loitered nearby. Most were at the Lord of Dao stage, some looking like rabbits, searching under the lead of their half-step chaos bloodkin. These rabbit-like beings were chaos creatures, able to survive freely in chaos even with lower cultivation. They were searching for the Grand World, evidently. Lin Moya glanced around and saw a great completion chaos bunny, the true target, sitting in the void. This bunny was here to reach perfection, for which he needed a domain. Yet chaos was huge. How did any of them know the Grand World was here? Lin Moya flew over and asked, "What are you looking for?" The bunnies scattered fearful, they hurried away from him. The great completion bunny looked at Lin Moya warily. "None of your business. Get lost or I'll eat you." "What did you say?" Suddenly Yi Yanjian appeared before the giant bunny and slapped it hard. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4456, The Timid Silver-Like Rabbit. Chapter 4456, Chapter 4456, The Timid Silver-Like Rabbit. Chapter 4456, The Timid Silver-Like Rabbit. Pa! With a crisp sound, the giant rabbit at the peak of the Chaos Realm was slapped by Yi Yanjian and sent flying. Before he could even scream, Yi Yanjian reached out and grasped his throat through the void, silencing him immediately. All the power of a great completion chaos being was useless. The giant body twisted fruitlessly in the sky, unable to break free. As a quasi-supreme, Yi Yanjian could kill this rabbit with just a fraction of his strength. The other rabbits were clearly terrified, letting out strange cries, while more rabbits quickly gathered from afar. They appeared ready to fight Lin Moya to the death, but he just laughed, quite united. Unfortunately, these guys rushing over are only heading for death. He flew toward the giant rabbit. "So, should I just kill them all?" The struggling giant rabbit immediately froze, his soul sending a plea for mercy. "No, don't kill them." He called out, "Everyone, don't move, just stay put." Lin Moya signaled Yi Yanjian to release him. "Answer my questions. What is your name, what's your race, and what are you searching for here?" The rabbit lowered his head, all resistance gone before Lin Moya's dominance. "My name is Inda, of the Silver-Like Rabbit clan. We're here seeking 2 domains. Lin Moya's eyes flashed. "How do you know there are 2 domains here?" Inda hesitated, but the pressure forced him to tell the truth. "I have a talent, I can smell the aura of domains. I started searching 1,000 years ago, and sensed it here." Lin Moya said, "That's a useful talent. How do you know there are 2? Inda replied, "Each domain's aura is different. One here has a peculiar smell never encountered before." Lin Moya knew that was the sense of the law domain, where the main Dao is the physical Dao. Such laws were indeed strange. In all his time in chaos he'd never met anyone else who possessed the physical Dao, nor even anything similar. Even after asking Little Tree and Chaos Child, neither had ever heard of anyone else. It seemed that only his law domain existed with such a Dao, though by right it shouldn't, but here it was, and that mystery remained. He asked, "Ever thought these domains might be weak, and can help you reach perfection?" Inda instinctively replied, "I don't need to wonder, I know one domain here is weak, I can smell it. One is better, the other's freshly born, not more than 100,000 years old. For a domain, such time is just to start. True growth is counted in tens of millions." Lin Moya asked, "If you can tell, what's the point of getting a domain?" Inda hesitated again, but Lin Moya said, "If you won't answer, I'll kill you now and ask your corpse." Inda's eyes widened. "That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible," Lin Moya chuckled. "Chaos is full of odd things, no reason to be surprised." Frightened, Inda shivered. Silver-like rabbits, even at the highest level, weren't known for courage. Lin Moya held up 3 fingers. "I'll count. If you don't answer, just keep quiet." He hadn't even started counting when Inda blurted out, I'll tell. Our silver-like rabbits have a technique for accelerating domain growth." Relieved, he poured out the whole story. Silver-like rabbits possess a unique spell. They can merge various materials into domains to make them grow faster. While merging resources into domains is common, the right materials and methods are needed, and the results are often modest. But the silver-like rabbit's method stands apart. They can use any material, maximizing the extracted power, multiplying the effect 1,000-fold. With enough resources, a domain that would require millions of years might be shaped in tens of thousands, 1,000-fold reduction in time. And with superior materials, even greater gains. For Inda, tens of millennia was no obstacle. If he could find a domain, he could nurture it quickly. But although he could scent out the rough area, even after years he'd never found the exact spot. Unmerged domains remain hidden by chaos's laws, hard to find until they ascend. Lin Moya smiled. "This magic of yours is clever, can you teach it to me?" Inda shook his head. "It's a bloodline spell, only our kind can use it." "A bloodline spell? Not entirely impossible. If all silver-like rabbits were slain and resurrected as puppet slaves, it might still work, but perhaps the bloodline would be lost in the process. It wasn't foolproof." Lin Moya had another thought. "Your rabbits don't seem strong, you must get bullied a lot." Inda gasped. "How did you know?" Lin Moya laughed coldly. "Just remember, I'm the one asking the questions." Terrified, Inda stammered, "We're always oppressed by the 6-tailed green foxes." He spilled out all the details, describing the foxes' domination. The 6-tailed green foxes were also a chaos race. Reportedly, both clans originated in the same domain, and even then, the rabbits were bullied. When that domain's lord broke through to chaos, he brought the whole world into chaos, turning its residents into chaos beings. With one king's rise, myriad races ascended too soon, many clans achieved the chaos realm and founded their own lines. That's how the Silverlight Rabbits became an independent race, but so did the foxes who never stopped bullying them. In truth, the foxes could have wiped out the rabbits, but kept them alive to raise domains, making the rabbits little more than enslaved livestock. Inda said, the six-tailed green foxes have 8 perfections, while our rabbits have only 4. Lin Moya replied, even if you'd 16, you wouldn't win against them. Inda grimaced, wanting to object but unable to. He knew Lin Moya was right. Ever think of escaping? Inda shook his head, it's hopeless. The foxes have a bloodline spell like a curse. If we run, they sense it and send someone to kill us. We've wanted to break it for ages, but never succeeded. Now that I've found 2 domains, if I can fuse both, I'll be stronger, maybe enough to rebel. Lin Moya laughed, clearly skeptical with Inda's temperament. Even 4 domains wouldn't help. He had an idea, let's make a deal. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4457, Insist on Courting Death. Chapter 4457, Chapter 4457, Insist on Courting Death. Chapter 4457, Must You Rush Out to Die? Cutting a deal. When Lin Moya said he wanted to make a deal, it made clear he meant the Silverlight Rabbits would have no choice but to accept. His words left no doubt, the rabbits had to cooperate whether they wanted to or not. He considered, if they refused, he could simply turn their clan into his undead servants. The few perfection experts might not be converted, but they'd just be discarded. He valued their domain nurturing skill, since he had several domains needing development. Such an ability was exceedingly rare in all of Chaos, not something to let slip by once encountered. If others knew what the Silverlight Rabbits could do, they'd be seized and bred for use just like the green foxes did, kept as a secret resource. Inda blinked his big bunny eyes. You said, a deal, with us. Lin Moya replied, not urgent. I'll finish my business and speak with your clan then. With that, he flew past and vanished into the chaos. Yi Yanjian stood guard, and with such a powerhouse there, Inda didn't dare move. With his sense aligned to the grand world, Lin Moya quickly found his goal, a hair-thin crack in space, masked by chaos, screening all auras. Unless someone stumbled directly upon it, it was unfindable. Domains that hadn't fully entered chaos existed in semi-concealed forms, protected by its rules. The 5-world domain, for example, always hid in chaos's far corners until it emerged. The grand world was guarded even more closely, its small rift in chaos aura making it easy to miss. Lin Moya's spiritual sense identified, beyond that slit, a fair-sized space home to the grand world and the law domain. He stretched out to touch the slit. It twisted and warped under his hand but gave no welcome or resistance, simply no reaction at all. A thought, and his spiritual power pried the slit open further. Chaos gas dispersed and strong domain aura poured out. Suddenly, a shrill laugh rang out. So there really is a domain here. Lin Moya turned. Why not stay hidden? Must you jump out just to die? A great completion realm male in blue robe emerged. His form flickered from illusion to reality, eyes greedy as they fixated on the rift's secret, the domains. He ignored Lin Moya, speaking only for his own benefit. I saw that dumb bunny searching this spot for years, so I knew there must be a domain. He never found it, but you did. As thanks for helping me find the domain, clear off. I'm in a generous mood. Though human in appearance, the man was certainly not of human race. The thin face, monkey cheeks marked him as one of the 6-tailed green foxes. He'd tailed Inda, seeking a domain for himself. Lin Moya instantly put the clues together. There was no need for talk, just action. He punched. With no sound, the void shattered completely. One blow pulverized the space, and the fox didn't have time to scream before being blasted to atoms. His punch far beyond great completion, more than most even at perfection could handle. Lin Moya muttered, couldn't stay hidden? Had to leap out and die. And I hate blue robes most of all. With a sweep, a flame of undying fire flew out. Infinite summon. Even dead, this great completion fox wouldn't escape servitude. He'd simply be reborn as Lin Moya's thrall. The fire burned over the shattered flesh as Lin Moya ignored it, stepping into the spatial rift. Beyond was a vast space, its laws slightly different from those of chaos. This was a region created by chaos's rules to protect nascent domains. Without this, new domains would constantly be robbed and destroyed before maturing. From the grand world came a wave of joy, so too from the nearby law domain. Both worlds were linked in soul projection and now, in reality, were physically conjoined. The grand world spewed thick chaos gas, forming a special region. Here, Lin Moya's undead servants floated in an endless sea. Billions upon billions of undead, seemingly asleep, waited in the darkness for Lin Moya's command, ready to cross all space and time in an instant. He marveled at the sheer magic of the art across any distance. A thought could summon his army in a flash. By this logic, he realized his summoning was truly unparalleled. Its command of time and space far exceeded even Little Tree, who'd been dominant in those arts in ages past. Perhaps only a quasi-supreme who had mastered the Tao of time and space could rival it. As for true supremes, Lin Moya doubted even they could match him. Supremes were near perfect in all, but had not breached the highest limits of any one path. It was the first time he had seen his undead servants in person. The grand world's chaos gas had a purer, more primal essence, almost like the breath of the beginning. Besides the grand world, he soon sighted the law domain as well. By Lin Moya's will, the grand world always channeled some of its strength into the law domain, spurring its growth. It advanced even faster than expected. The grand world had already developed quickly, especially with Lin Moya's help. Still, it would take countless years to reach true maturity. According to the world's natural progression, another 10 million years might see it fully formed. The law domain would take even longer. As for others such as the Lingniao domain, still restoring, and several not yet born, time was needed. Before, Lin Moyo hadn't had a solution, but now, with the Silverlight Rabbits, they'd help solve the bottleneck. With a sweep of his hand, a flood of power wrapped the Grand World and Law domain. Being their master, Lin Moyo met no resistance. The two domains celebrated at his approach, delighted he had returned. He'd already decided how to take them away in the past. He'd have needed tiresome prep, carrying them round himself. Now it was simple, just toss them into his storage space. That space, day and night, was still expanding beyond imagination, stowing both worlds inside barely put a dent in its expanse. At this rate, his storage space might truly become a second chaos itself. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4458, The Ancestor of the Six-Tailed Green Fox Clan. Chapter 4458, Chapter 4458, The Ancestor of the Six-Tailed Green Fox Clan. Chapter 4458, The Ancestor of the Six-Tailed Green Fox Clan. The whole process went smoothly like storing materials or treasures. Lin Moyo easily sent both domains inside. Since he was the master of these domains, they had no resistance and cooperated entirely. If it were anyone else's domain, even with all his strength he wouldn't have managed it. The Grand World and the Law domain, along with his undead servants, all entered his storage space. He checked his spells still worked fine, unaffected by the transfer. It was obvious now that the storage space was a world totally separate from the primeval chaos wasteland. Their laws were simply different, connected only by Moyo as a bridge. He hadn't expected his spellcasting to remain unaffected. The scope of his power surpassed what he had imagined. With both domains gone, this interstitial pocket space had served its purpose. Chaos's grand laws automatically dissolved it. In a sound like breaking glass, Lin Moyo returned to the chaos. The undying fire had burned out. That six-tailed green fox of great completion was kneeling, waiting for Moyo to give further orders. "What's your name?" He answered quickly, still kneeling, reporting to master. "I am called Su Changqing." Su? Lin Moyo thought instinctively of the Heavenly Fox clan from the big world, also with the surname Su. There's some irony, since the six-tailed green foxes and heavenly foxes are both foxes but fundamentally different. One is chaosborn, the other a typical domain race. He had Su Changqing describe his clan being a high-ranking member. Su knew plenty about both his own people and their neighbors. As a reborn thrall, he answered everything in detail without prompting. Just as Inda had said, both their clans had originated in the same domain, their natures locking them in perpetual conflict. The Silverlight Rabbits were always oppressed and bullied by the foxes. However, the rabbits bred swiftly, sometimes over 100 to a litter, and were adept at hiding. No matter the foxes' efforts, they could never exterminate them. When their domain's lord broke into the chaos realm, he brought the whole world into chaos. Over time, all sorts of races and offshoots from that domain became chaos beings, with both foxes and rabbits soon producing chaos-level descendants. Even after leaving their original domain, the foxes clung to their old ways until they discovered that the rabbits had two invaluable powers. The first was the ability to nurture domains, the second, an uncanny sense for finding other domains not yet merged with chaos. Suddenly the foxes changed tactics from trying to exterminate the rabbits to keeping them as penned-up resources. They branded a controlling spell into the rabbit bloodline, restricting them to a certain area. Escape meant death. The foxes grew ever stronger, and the rabbits improved somewhat too, but always remained under the fox's thumb. Originally there had been dozens of races from that domain, with the foxes only mid-ranked, but thanks to the rabbits' abilities, they surged to the top. The other exiles understood the truth too late. By now, the six-tailed green foxes were a force, boasting 8 perfections. Even if the other clans wanted to band together, they couldn't match them, especially not when considering the domain's original master, now one of the strongest perfections of all, who could squash the others like ants. Lin Moyo mused. "So you all serve a common master?" Su Changqing replied quietly, "He's not really our master, but we all follow his orders. We call him Ancestor." Lin Moyo understood immediately. If he tried to simply walk off with the rabbits, the foxes couldn't stop him, nor could any of the other clans, but this Ancestor would be another story. If it came to a fight, Lin Moyo wasn't afraid, but he didn't expect to have an easy victory either. Better to avoid him, or make a deal, if possible. He asked, "Does the Ancestor know the Silverlight Rabbit's ability?" Su Changqing nodded. Naturally, when we first moved into chaos and awakened our talents, Ancestor was already a top-level perfection. The rabbit's ability is useless to him now. But I do recall elders saying Ancestor always warned, "Pen up the rabbits, don't ever wipe them out, but also don't let any escape. Be sure to keep guard." By now Lin Moyo realized the situation was complicated. Though that old Ancestor no longer needed the rabbit's abilities, it didn't mean he wouldn't want them around in case his own kin or friends needed them. Essentially, he used the foxes as sheepdogs to corral the livestock on his behalf. So if Lin Moyo wanted to leave with the Silverlight Rabbits, it wasn't going to be simple. He might even end up having to fight. He still preferred to avoid a direct clash with an ancient perfection, one who had lived who knows how many ages, but nor was he afraid. After clarifying matters, Lin Moyo had Su Changqing follow him back. He passed through the chaos, first encountering the Silverlight Rabbits clustered in a group. The sight of Su Changqing filled them with panic. The fox's aura brought instant fear. Returning to Inda, the old rabbit puffed up with terror at the fox's approach. Su Changqing, now just Lin Moyo's servant, made no sign unless commanded. He'd not speak. Unlike Yi Yanjian, he never took initiative, just a silenced thrall. Lin Moyo watched Inda's panic display with some amusement. Despite both being top chaos beings, Inda was so obviously cowed by Su Changqing. Clearly, the rabbits were no fighters. Even with chaos power, they were easy prey. In fact, if the foxes hadn't herded them as slave stock, the Silverlight Rabbits would likely have been extinct already. Lin Moyo didn't explain, just ordered, "Lead the way, take us to your home." Inda hesitated. Do we have to go? If you'd rather not, I'll kill you and ask someone else. There are plenty here who'll lead. Even Su Changqing probably knows the way. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4459, To multiply is the greatest power. Chapter 4459, Chapter 4459, To multiply is the greatest power. Chapter 4459, Being able to give birth is the strongest ability. Timidity is the nature of the Silverlight Rabbits, unrelated to realm. Frightened by Lin Moyo, especially with Su Changqing nearby, Inda had no real ability to refuse. He could only lead the way. Producing a soft blanket, he caused it to grow, thickening until it became a whole grassy field. The gathered Silverlight Rabbits were summoned and burrowed into the field, which was riddled with interconnected tunnels, just perfect for them to hide in. Interesting. Lin Moyo found it amusing. Every race had its traits, and here the blanket, clearly a treasure, could become a living field and home to so many rabbits. Inda controlled the field as it flew swiftly toward their territory. Lin Moyo saw that, as they traveled, the field manifested illusions at a distance, copies of itself, visually and in aura, that flew off in all directions. Multiple illusions continued to multiply en route. If one lost track of Inda himself, they'd likely tail after the wrong field and lose him completely. A rabbit has 3 burrows, Lin Moyo thought, and Inda's methods seemed to involve several hundred. For the timid race, every trick was about survival. He asked, have you ever thought of becoming stronger? Inda hesitated, glancing at Su Changqing, afraid to answer. Lin Moyo, understanding his concern, waved away Su Changqing. Go on, you can speak now. Inda stared in surprise. He couldn't imagine where Su Changqing had gone. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, Lin Moyo said coldly. Keep talking. Inda shivered. Understood. We do want to be strong, and we've tried. But it's hard, really hard. We've even gotten a few powerful combat techniques and tried to blend them into our bloodline, but it never sticks. With us, even the best skill loses 2/3 of its might or more. We tried everything but couldn't make it work. Eventually we just had to accept that fighting wasn't our path. Luckily, we cultivate quickly, our ranks grow fast. That's our advantage. Lin Moyo grinned. Your advantage is being able to reproduce, right? Inda, utterly unashamed, replied, exactly. Reproduction was the greatest asset of the Silverlight Rabbits, a litter of hundreds, several times a year. Their numbers multiplied exponentially unchecked. Their population would surge by 1,000-fold in just a year. Lin Moyo thought, being able to reproduce truly was their greatest strength. If given time, they could fill chaos itself. But chaos's rules being what they are, a race given such powers would also be given a counterbalance. For every gain, a loss. Sheer lack of fighting power surely wasn't the only weakness. There had to be more. He asked, with so much birthing, you must face some drawbacks. Inda shook his head. What issues could there be? Lin Moyo could tell he didn't understand, and doubted the elders did either. After flying for many days, they reached the Silverlight Rabbits' territory, a piece of world peeled from their original domain, now grown into a giant continent in chaos. The whole place looked like a rabbit-shaped landmass, covered in grass, some tall as trees, full of burrows rather than houses. Though unfortified on the surface, Lin Moyo detected faint arrays, clear signs of Fox clan surveillance and apparent protection. Were it not for Inda leading the way, the foxes would have surely blocked them. Inda asked, what is this deal of yours? Lin Moyo replied, it's something to discuss with your perfection elders, not you. Inda muttered, all right then, I'll take you to them. The field descended, the rabbits scattered to their homes. Their ancestral land was called the Azure Silver Grassland, their home for generations. Inda led Lin Moyo through a winding tunnel into a large chamber several hundred meters high, with 4 giant rabbits in each corner, seemingly asleep but in fact overseeing subtle secret arrays that drew off their energy. The rabbits' efforts at subtle resistance were not lost on Lin Moyo, though he knew they'd never succeed. After all, the foxes were just the jailers. The true master behind the scenes was their ancestor, who would never release his grip. No matter how they struggled, it would be futile. As soon as Lin Moyo appeared, the 4 elders woke, 8 huge eyes gazing at him. Human minor completion realm. At his level, they weren't worried what real threat was, a young cultivator, but when they saw Yanjian concealed aura, unreadable power, their confidence flickered. Timidity drives suspicion. Unable to gauge their guests, they hesitated. Inda bowed, elders, this is Lin. He wants to discuss a deal, but says it must be with you all. All 4 were perfection stage, the clan's strongest, known by order of age, and always made decisions together. Lin Moyo traced light with his fingers, conjuring several chaos runes that formed a simple formation, enveloping the chamber in soft glow. All 5 rabbits, including Inda, grew tense. He said, no need to worry, this formation only blocks outside listeners so we can speak freely. With these words, they relaxed a little. The eldest elder asked, so, Lin, what is this deal you want? Lin Moyo smiled, simple. I'd like to pack you all up and take you somewhere new. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4460, The Deal. Chapter 4460, Chapter 4460, The Deal. Chapter 4460, The Deal. Lin Moyo's words left the 4 Silverlight Rabbit elders stunned. They had no idea what he meant. Even Inda was puzzled. They asked Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Moyo replied, I mean exactly what I said. I want to take all of you and the Azure Silver Grassland to a new place. There, I give you freedom, no more bullying from the 6-tailed green foxes, but in exchange you must help me with some things. His proposition was deeply tempting. Freedom, no more foxes, but he had made it clear they'd have some obligations. The chief elder didn't reject him outright and instead asked, and what are these things you want from us? Lin Moyo answered, I have several domains that need developing. I'll supply all the materials, you don't have to worry. And I promise once these domains are cultivated, you will be truly free. Raising domains was their specialty, as Inda had said. Materials were the real challenge. If Lin Moyo could provide them, it would be easy for the rabbits. But, the chief elder shook his head, it's not that we don't trust you or appreciate your kindness, deist Lin, but this deal. Lin Moyo cut him off, no need to decide so quickly. I know your concern is the six-tailed green foxes, especially their ancestor. I can assure you I'll settle that myself. The chief elder looked at him doubtfully, as if to say, on what basis? After all, Lin Moyo only appeared to be minor completion in the chaos realm, while the ancestor was a top perfection, just a step from the next level. The second elder asked, Deist Lin, do you know the ancestor's cultivation? Lin Moyo replied, yes, top perfection, very close to quasi-supreme. In the West Pole, only the supreme is above him. Then, pressed the second elder, why are you so confident? Lin Moyo glanced at Yi Yanjian and said, because of him. A faint aura began to emanate from Yi Yanjian, and it was the unmistakable pressure of a quasi-supreme. Bang, 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 bang. 5 sounds echoed as the 4 elders and Inda prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling beneath quasi-supreme might. They could perhaps endure physically, but timidity conquered them completely. If the pressure had been any stronger, they would have fainted. Does that explain my confidence? Lin Moyo asked. When Yi Yanjian withdrew his aura, they slowly recovered. The chief elder gasped, Deist Lin, you do have the power. But, to be honest, the deal still isn't easy for us. If there's anything else, tell me, Lin Moyo said. The chief elder replied, truly, our bloodline carries a curse laid by the ancestor. If we leave this place, a single thought from him can make us explode and die. Inda was shocked to hear this, utterly unaware. The chief elder nodded, only we foreknow. Years ago, the ancestor sent us to help a friend's descendants raise a domain, allowing us to leave. But he made clear, if we left the West Pole, he'd detonate the curse. As long as we remain here, he controls us. Except for the Supreme, the ancestor is the mightiest in the West Pole. Lin Moyo asked, what is the ancestor's name? The second elder said, we don't know, but once we heard a friend call him Tianlang Deist. Tianlang. Lin Moyo's lips twitched. What are the odds? Deist Lin, you've met him? The chief elder asked. Lin Moyo nodded, once. Which makes this deal much easier if you agree, I'll handle the curse. With his natural caution, the chief elder wondered, are you close with the ancestor? Lin Moyo quipped, we met just recently and I gave him a beating. They all looked at each other now. Lin Moyo's plan made sense. A fight would settle things without politeness or negotiation. But they were still worried about the curse, something none believed could be broken. The fox's secret art was only for tracking, but the curse spelled certain death. Lin Moyo gave the bottom line, well, do you want to bet? If you leave with me, you'll be free. If not, you'll stay slaves, living as penned animals for eternity. He was ready for them to refuse. If so, he'd just kill them all and take them as undead. The elders still hesitated, but Inda understood the threat. He dropped to his knees before Lin Moyo. Deist Lin, I'll go with you. Release my curse, please. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, there's a wise one. Resist if you can, and I'll break the curse. He tapped his fingertip, and 1/1000th of a drop of refined pure water appeared. With his formidable soul power, he willed it flawlessly. A full drop would have killed Inda, but this sliver was more than enough. The drop struck Inda, instantly turning to mist and enveloping him. He shuddered, great black miasma rising from his body. The curse was woven into his blood and soul. The mist crept throughout, deep into every fiber, and at last reached his soul, purifying every trace of foreign will, including the curse. The purification went smoothly. On the verge of completion, Lin Moyo barked, I'm sending you to a different place, don't resist. Inda obeyed utterly, letting Lin Moyo send him into the storage space. Breaking a curse like this would certainly alert its caster. Only by putting Inda in the storage space at the crucial moment could the connection be fully severed and cleansing completed. Moments later, Lin Moyo brought Inda back, now without the curse. Inda's eyes were wide and bright, full of excitement. Deist Lin, what was that place? To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4461, is Primordial Chi really so important? Chapter 4461, Chapter 4461, is Primordial Chi really so important? Chapter 4461, is Primordial Chi really that important? It was rare to see the timid Silverlight rabbits so excited. From childhood, they knew they were penned and lived under constant threat, growing up in perpetual anxiety. They wanted to resist, but were always too weak and only ended up smaller and more cautious as the eons passed. Cowardice and caution had become embedded in their blood and souls, so even in their happiest moments, they would hardly ever be so exuberant. But now Inda was uncharacteristically animated, leaving even the 4 elders deeply curious about where he had gone and what he had seen. What could have changed him so much? Lin Moyo didn't reveal where he'd sent Inda. The curse is lifted, and the 6-tailed green fox's tracking spell is gone. Inda nodded vigorously. Thank you, sir. He couldn't actually tell if the curse was gone. It was usually unnoticeable, but he could feel the fox's tracking spell had definitely disappeared. Inda, step forward. The 4 elders summoned Inda to be checked in turn. Confirming his curse was broken, all 4 stared at him with astonishment. Lin Moyo said, you should know that with shared bloodlines, even if Inda's curse is gone, as long as someone in your clan remains cursed, the pollution will eventually spread back to him. So now you must choose, stay here as enslaved animals, or come with me and gain your freedom. Before the elders could decide, Inda burst out, elders, say yes. Let's go with Sir to his place, there. He said it several times, failing to find words to describe it, finally pleading, please, elders, trust me. We can change our fate, this is our only chance. He prostrated himself in a gesture of sincere supplication. The Silverlight Rabbits had their own rituals. Lin Moyo did not know them, but could see his sincerity. Now the choice was with the four elders. If they chose to follow Lin Moyo, all would be well. If not, Lin Moyo was prepared to act himself. He preferred not to use force, since the four elders were especially skilled at domain cultivation, and losing their talents would be a shame. The four exchanged glances. Lin Moyo waited in silence, giving them 10 minutes in his mind to decide. If they failed, he would make the choice for them. Thankfully, the usually timid Silverlight Rabbits found some boldness. The chief elder eventually said, "Inda, rise. We agree, but, sir, how will you proceed?" The respect implicit in the title sir was obvious. Lin Moyo replied, "Simple. I will first remove your bloodline curse, then gather all your tribe, and I'll handle the rest at once. But if you cause a commotion, the foxes may notice their surveillance is everywhere in our land. If they sense a problem, they'll alert the Tianlang ancestor and he will be here in moments." Lin Moyo smiled. "If he comes, I'll thrash him again. That's the worst case. I'll talk with him first if I can, but only if you follow me, then I'll have my bargaining chip." This was his plan: get the rabbits first, then negotiate from strength, whether by talk or fist. With the elders' agreement, Inda was the most thrilled. "Thank you, elders. Our tribe is saved, our fate can change." His elation sprang from the brief sojourn in the storage space, a sensation only he, and not even Lin Moyo himself, fully understood. "Now that you've decided, don't resist. I'll remove your curse." He sent refined pure water into the four perfection elders, using a bit more for their powerful cultivation. A drop split among them sufficed. As the water turned to mist inside them, scouring out the curse in body and soul, Lin Moyo secretly messaged Little Tree and Chaos Child, "Why is Inda so worked up?" Little Tree replied, "Probably the primordial chi." Chaos Child was sure, "It's the influence of primordial chi, stirring his bloodline. He probably doesn't even realize it himself, he's like this because of that." Chaos Child knew best, having nurtured life in his own internal realm for ages. Lin Moyo asked, "Is primordial chi really that important?" Little Tree was certain, "It's vital. Only the very first beings born had it, the later generations never did. Even a little is crucial, it's the very foundation of life. Whether a being has primordial chi sets its potential and upper limit. We all had it, that's why we're the top tier. There were some without, and they were weaker, their ceilings much lower." Lin Moyo asked, "Do you two still need primordial chi?" Little Tree answered, "Of course, but we're still recovering. Only when fully restored can we absorb it." Chaos Child added, "Primordial chi is wonderful, but only if you can handle it. In our state, we're too weak. If we forced it, it would do more harm than good." This puzzled Lin Moyo. "If you two can't take it, how is Inda okay?" Little Tree explained, "He's different. He's never had primordial chi before, so he can take just a trace and it will transform his roots. Just a little is enough to change his bloodline forever. With primordial chi, maybe the Silverlight Rabbits can evolve and leave their weakness behind." Lin Moyo mostly understood. One more question: when humanity appeared back then, did they have primordial chi? Little Tree replied, "Yes, plenty. Humankind was born in a domain, not directly from chaos. At first, humans were weak, not born strong, but they could cultivate and rise, and eventually stood shoulder to shoulder with us. At that time, about a fifth of all primordial chi in the world went to humans, not to individuals, but to the whole race. That's what set their foundation. Afterward, later humans didn't need any more. It's already part of their bloodline foundation." To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4462, The Gears of Fate. Chapter 4462, Chapter 4462, The Gears of Fate. Chapter 4462, The Gears of Fate. In Little Tree's era, there were countless innately powerful beings, most of whom gained some primordial chi at birth. Each creature only received a tiny bit, sometimes just a wisp, at most a thin strand. Although the amount was tiny, just a touch of primordial chi could establish one's foundation and raise one's entire class. But the human race, weak and born of a domain, received a full fifth of all primordial chi. Some powerful clans of the age received less than a thousandth, many received none at all. Humans, though fragile, hoarded 1/5 of the world's foundational power. How could others not envy that? Yet at the time, not a single strong clan tried to trouble the humans. The domain they occupied seemed protected by some unfathomable force, layered with terrifying prohibitions. To offend the humans was to make an enemy of all chaos itself. Those powerful ancient beings could all feel that the humans were untouchable. They were chaos's chosen favorites. History proved it true. While almost all the ancient mighty species perished in the great turmoil, humans rose from weakness to dominance. Though humanity suffered tremendous losses too, they survived. Their kind now inhabits every corner of the 4 poles and 3 domains of chaos, often holding positions of power. In fact, half of the 8 Supremes are now from humanity. The race has unquestioningly become the number one. Lin Moyo reflected on Little Tree and Chaos Child's words, linking it to the changes in his own storage space. He realized that the laws of his storage space had started to operate. As its master, he could alter the laws at will, but if he did nothing, the laws would proceed on their appointed course. Looking at the big picture, it was the same with humanity and chaos. Their birth, rise, and thriving all seemed laid down by the rules themselves. So the mighty beasts all felt humans were untouchable. He was beginning to understand. He now felt himself standing at a higher level, seeing the world's evolution from a new vantage. The purification of the 4 elders was nearly finished. Lin Moyo opened his storage space and sent them in to complete the process. Seconds later, he brought them back. They emerged with the same intensity and excitement as Inda, the influence of the primordial chi making them exuberant from the depths of their blood. What was that place? they exclaimed together, echoing Inga's earlier words. Lin Moya didn't explain. Please summon all your people. They still did not comprehend, but instinctively sensed that the primordial chi was invaluable. Now, regardless of Lin Moya's intentions, they all wanted to go with him. Their former cowardice vanished, ruled by resolve to follow him. The elders immediately began to gather their people. Countless silver-light rabbits answered the call, leaping from their warrens toward the gathering place. Their numbers were astonishing, big and small. They numbered over 100 million. Most were weak, many just infants who'd barely begun to cultivate. Lin Moyo eyed the vast crowd. Aren't you crazy prolific? Why are there so few of you? 100 million might seem a lot, but by their reproductive potential, far too little. With their talent, hundreds of billions would be no surprise. The azure silver grassland was vast enough to house thousands of billions, but there were just 100 million. The chief elder sighed. It should be far more, but Tianlang ancestor restricts our breeding. Our total is kept between 100 and 200 million. Actually, fertility is our greatest gift, but even that has been strangled. He was helpless. Not only had they been panned, but even their ability to multiply was limited. Their core strength was forcibly suppressed. Little Tree sent Lin Moyo a sound transmission. Tianlang ancestor does that to stop the curse from being diluted if the numbers get too high. Lin Moyo understood larger numbers meant the curse would weaken, finally disappearing. Therefore, Tianlang ancestor kept the population down to maintain the curse's strength. He reassured, that issue will soon be solved. I'll give you a place in my storage space. Develop as you like. He'd already decided to carve out territory for the rabbits in his storage domain and let them reproduce unchecked until the land was filled and natural limits were reached. Living things always find their balance. Resource constraints will regulate numbers. Soon, the whole clan gathered. Some newborn kits were still sleeping on their mothers' furry backs. With a wave, Lin Moya conjured an ocean, adding several drops of refined pure water. The ordinary water instantly gained magical power, becoming a sea of purity that could purify on contact. Lin Moya then drew dozens of chaos runes, forming arrays of various power to match the rabbits' different stages. There were too many to purify one by one, so he assigned them to formations based on cultivation. These arrays would purify them outside, not inside the storage space, otherwise Tianlang ancestor would sense it. Still, even if he did notice, by the time he arrived, Lin Moya would be ready, the purification finished and the clan packed up. By then, control over the rabbits would already be lost and Lin Moyo would have every advantage in the negotiation. As for the six-tailed green foxes, Lin Moyo ignored them altogether. Groups of rabbits entered the correct formations in order and began the purification. Most didn't know what was happening. They just followed orders to leap into the sea of purity. Throughout the azure silver grassland, surveillance artifacts planted by the foxes began to broadcast the changes, instantly alerting their masters. In short order, a perfection-level fox elder known as Su Dingtian, third ranked in his clan, arrived, leading his men directly to the grassland. His soul voice thundered, "What are you doing?" The chief rabbit elder blanched. "Lin, that's elder Su Dingtian, third in their hierarchy." Su Dingtian radiated terrifying pressure from the chief elder's expression. It was clear he normally suppressed the entire rabbit clan by himself. But to Lin Moyo, that pressure was meaningless. Get lost. With a casual fist, Lin Moya conjured a colossal fist 100,000 miles across in the sky above the grassland. It shattered the chaos space itself, sending endless shards towards Su Dingtian. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4463, The Youngster Courting Death. Chapter 4463, Chapter 4463, The Youngster Courting Death. Chapter 4463, The Youngster Courting Death. A giant fist swept across the void. Su Lishan, who had been charging in, felt his expression change drastically. Retreat, quickly. He sensed the terror of that punch, his entire being locked in. There was no escape. He whipped out a shield-shaped artifact, trying to block, retreating wildly with his clan behind him. But the punch smashed the shield artifact, a top-tier chaos-level treasure, like crumbling tofu. Su Lishan's face grew grimmer. His speed was no match for the fist's. In an instant, the colossal fist loomed before him, the space around shattering, the force unshakable. Realizing great peril, he roared, transformed into his true form, and even summoned his domain behind him. Domain power erupted, and he donned chaos armor, forced to meet the blow head-on. Boom! The earth rumbled. Su Lishan was sent flying, a fifth of his domain shattered, his armor crushed to fragments. The punch left Su Lishan horribly injured. His followers, struck by the aftershocks, let out agonized screams, most dying on the spot, with only a few lucky enough to survive. Barely stopping himself, Su Lishan's eyes were full of fear. This fist was just too terrifying, a kind of brute physical strength he simply could not fathom. Then Lin Moya's voice reached his ears. That was only a warning. Try it again and you die. Lin Moya's calm threat was thunder in Su Lishan's ears, making him tremble. At last, he tasted fear, the same fear he'd always instilled in the Silverlight rabbits. Now, the tables had turned. Witnessing Lin Moya's punch, the Silverlight rabbit elders shouted in giddy excitement, "Wonderful strike! Sir Lin is truly a marvel." They no longer cared about his realm or apparent cultivation for them. It was only natural Lin Moya could deliver such a blow. After all, hadn't he claimed to have beaten the Tianlang ancestor? Against Su Lishan, what's the problem? Without realizing it, they'd begun to see Lin Moya as a transcendent, deified figure, limitlessly powerful. Lin Moya knew the foxes would no longer dare meddle for the time being. But with so many rabbits, the purification process was slow. It would still need a few more days. That was plenty of time for the Tianlang ancestor to arrive. Despite their outward composure, Lin Moya still saw worry in the elder's eyes. 2 days later, the purification was almost complete. Suddenly, the sea of purity began to boil. Lin Moyo frowned. From within the rabbits' bloodlines, a powerful force was rising against the purification. Countless rabbits started crying out in pain. The curse and purification were clashing and causing agony. The chief elder's voice trembled. The curse is activating. Tianlang ancestor is here. He's faster than I thought, Lin Moyo muttered. Not too troubled, he noted that while the ancestor was early in the purification unfinished, it was no longer a real danger. He tossed another refined droplet of pure water, further empowering the sea of purity, and murmured, "Little tree, do it." Little tree responded, countless roots plunging into the sea, time and space energy bursting forth. By distorting time, Little Tree forcibly delayed the curse eruption, allowing the purification to continue. Lin Moya said mildly, "He's just a top-tier perfection. Not a supreme, not a quasi-supreme. His curse has its limits." This was as much for the elders as for himself. If it were a supreme's curse, even Little Tree's power wouldn't suffice. But for now, it was enough. Under temporal distortion, the curse weakened and was soon finally purged. Half a day later, some rabbits, now fully cleansed, walked out from the sea of purity. For the weakest, curse removal caused almost no sensation. They scarcely understood what had happened. "Stop!" A furious shout shattered the sky. Tianlang ancestor burst from rending space. Even before his arrival, his attack had already surged across billions of miles, threatening to annihilate the entire grassland, wiping out at least half of the Silverlight Rabbit clan. But in fact, he held back with his true power. Tianlang ancestor could have destroyed the grassland instantly, but he wasn't planning total genocide, just a massacre, trusting their numbers would soon recover. Scram! With a cold snort, Lin Moyo punched again. A gigantic fist slammed into the sky wolf, pulverizing it. The grassland wasn't harmed, and purification continued. Though the elders relaxed, deep-seated terror of Tianlang ancestor lingered. They couldn't help it. Lin Moya smiled. "No need to worry, he can't touch me, and soon, he won't be able to touch you." The purification would be finished in less than half a day. After that, the ancestor's curse would be useless on the rabbits. Shortly after, the sky shattered again. Tianlang ancestor reappeared billions of miles away. And with each rupture, more and more forces arrived. Tens of billions of warriors appeared, sealing off the grassland from all sides. Dreadful power filled the air. The four elders, terrified, collapsed. It wasn't just Tianlang ancestor. He'd called all the tribes under his rule. More than 50 perfection-level experts came, each strong enough alone to wipe out the rabbits a dozen times. They had no idea what Lin Moya would do. For all his strength, he was just one person. Wait, there was still Yi Yanjian. Maybe with his help. But Lin Moya looked utterly calm, and simply snapped his fingers. Pa! A crisp snap, and out of nowhere, countless gray flames ignited in the sky outside the grassland, forming undead minions. In a flash, the heavens were covered with undead, a trillion strong, standing shield to shield, backs to the rabbits, faces toward the enemy. An overwhelming aura clashed with the gathered tribes. A standoff. Ascend. With a single thought, Lin Moya's realm leapt to the peak of the Chaos Realm, and his undead rose with him. Formerly Great Completion, now boosted by Ascension, they reached mid-Great Completion. Their combat power surged several-fold. With a trillion undead, even 50 perfections would struggle to break through. And the undead minions couldn't be killed easily. When struck down, they revived, needing to be killed over and over. "You little wretch!" roared Tianlang ancestor, unleashing his domain. A flood of domain power blasted into the undead, wiping through entire swaths at once. Lin Moya turned to Yi Yanjian. "Don't let him come any closer." Yi Yanjian nodded and stepped out, blocking the ancestor's path in the sky. The Quasi-Supreme's pressure gathered into a blade, slashing at the old wolf. Tianlang ancestor screeched to a halt in terror, staring at Yi Yanjian in disbelief. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4464, I Want to Become a Supreme. Chapter 4464, Chapter 4464, I Want to Become a Supreme. Chapter 4464, I Want to Become a Supreme. In Chaos, the number of Supremes was strictly limited of 9 possible seats. Only one now remains vacant. That last spot is forbidden to ordinary contenders. Many tried for it before and always perished, so now no one will dare pursue it. If Supreme is unreachable, Quasi-Supreme became the goal for top perfection cultivators. Though not perfect like Supreme, Quasi-Supreme offers strength in specific areas, and even has its own Dao seat. Tianlang ancestor desired to become Quasi-Supreme, but now a true Quasi-Supreme stood before him, the unique, crushing pressure like an invisible wall blocking his way. He never expected that in the affair about the Silverlight Rabbits, a Quasi-Supreme would get involved. Earlier, the moment he sensed his bloodline curse tampered with and someone aiming to take his rabbits, he tracked the culprit through the curse. It was Lin, the same man he'd fought in the West Pole Pure Land. Despite Supreme Zinkin's prior warning not to entangle with Lin Moya lest karma cause ruin in the coming chaos, Tianlang ancestor couldn't let Lin dig into his home and steal his rabbits. He planned to settle old and new debts at once. He didn't believe Lin Moya could be so strong. Surely, if he fought with all his power, he could defeat this mere minor completion cultivator. He only needs to die and all karma will be washed away, Tianlang thought. As he understood it, killed a man, and all bonds were severed. What he hadn't foreseen was the arrival of a Quasi-Supreme, a true obstacle, insurmountable by force. If he tried to fight, he'd die no way around it. He coughed and tried to maintain dignity. "Senior, why must you block my way?" Though he knew he couldn't best Yi Yanjian, he maintained his bravado. Yi Yanjian responded coldly, "My master orders no one is to approach." "Master?" Tianlang ancestor stared at Lin Moyo, who smiled and nodded behind the wall of undead. He blurted, "That kid is your master." Silence. Yi Yanjian snapped, pressing his advantage, making clear he'd fight if needed. Tianlang ancestor reeled in shock. Yi Yanjian wasn't joking. Lin Moya truly was his master. How could a minor completion youth command a quasi-supreme? It was against all reason. But thinking back to the West Pole Pure Land fight, it suddenly seemed logical Lin Moya there had battered him like a training dummy. Could he be the reincarnation of that supreme? Tianlang ancestor's thoughts leaped to the empty supreme seat, once held by the strongest now gone. If Lin Moya was that person's reincarnation, everything fit. Supreme Zinken's warning seemed to confirm his suspicion. Tianlang's view of Lin Moya subtly shifted. At the very least, he could not treat him as an ordinary cultivator. Then Lin Moya's voice rang out, I have no desire to kill you. I need the silver light rabbits. When I'm done, let's talk. Lin Moya's tone was equal, but firm to Tianlang ancestor. It felt precisely right. He relented, fine. He had no choice. Even Yi Yanjian alone was enough to stop him. He still had trump cards, but now was not the time. He would wait and see what Lin Moya had in store. As for the bloodline curse, it was of little concern to Tianlang, who could remove or lay it as he wished. The undead shielded the grassland, ignoring the other tribes outside. After half a day, the cleansing finished. With a wave of his hand, Lin Moya warped the void, and, like a pocket opening, the azure silver grassland vanished before everyone's eyes. The grassland was gone, the silver-like rabbits disappeared. Tianlang ancestor twitched, his mouth pulled tight. Lin Moya hadn't waited to negotiate at all. It was more cut and run than a friendly talk. He felt humiliated yet dared not act. Lin Moya approached, setting up a small table. Would senior prefer tea or wine? Tianlang ancestor said quietly, wine. Lin Moya nodded, offering 2 bottles. Not the finest, but good enough. Let's drink and talk. With a gesture, simple dishes appeared on the table. Lin Moya sat down casually. Tianlang ancestor followed suit, unsure of what Lin Moya intended. Lin Moya raised his glass. I'll be direct, I'm taking the Silverlight Rabbit clan. I apologize for the disrespect, but I have a compelling reason, and I'm willing to offer compensation. If senior needs anything within my power, I'll see it done. He drank a cup, poured another, and continued, although we've had our differences, as the saying goes, fighting makes friends. I hope, after today, we can let old resentments go, maybe even become friends. I believe in karma. I want to create good karma, not evil. 3 cups and a few words. Lin Moya tried to be courteous. Yet a close analysis of his words revealed the underlying message. The Silverlight rabbits are mine, nothing can change that. If you cooperate, compensation is possible. If not, there's nothing more to say. Future karma will settle the matter. Or we can settle it now. I don't fear confrontation. I might even come out on top. Tianlang ancestor couldn't miss the message. His face soured, but he reined in his temper. Deus Lin, your words go far. Even with a quasi-supreme at your side, don't underestimate me. I have cards left for one. The quasi-supreme Xingyu owes me a favor. He left the implication hanging. He was not defenseless. Whether the Xingyu quasi-supreme truly owed him was beside the point. It was a question of Lin Moya's belief. Lin Moya smiled. Senior misjudges me. Name your price. I'll see if I can meet it. Tianlang ancestor snorted. Price? I want to be a supreme. Can you do that? Lin Moya shook his head. No. The supreme seat is already claimed. No one else can take it. But why not aim for quasi-supreme? That could still be within reach. I might be able to help. Tianlang ancestor's eyes lit up. You can help me become quasi-supreme. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4465, Achieving Quasi-Supreme. Chapter 4465, Chapter 4465, Achieving Quasi-Supreme. Chapter 4465, Achieving Quasi-Supreme. To become a supreme is the ultimate wish of every top perfection expert, but it is common knowledge that none of them can truly attain it. Countless top perfection cultivators have tried for the supreme position throughout the ages, and without exception, all have failed. Failure meant total annihilation, death of body and Tao, with no chance of reincarnation or a new life. Their ends were varied, some even strange, but over time, this vacant supreme spot became a forbidden goal. Some have declared that the 9th supreme seat will remain empty forever. During these ages, some managed to become quasi-supreme, and this achievement became the main goal for all top perfections. When Tianlang ancestor joked about wanting to be supreme, after meeting Lin Moya, he had already suspected Lin Moya was the reincarnation of the mysterious Catastrophe Supreme. In other words, the empty supreme seat was destined for Lin Moya, and the other supremes would not allow anyone else to claim it. Now that Lin Moya confirmed his guess, Tianlang ancestor was sure he was right. But he never expected Lin Moya would actually say he could help him become quasi-supreme. Tianlang ancestor's eyes shone, his Tao heart trembled, and he was extremely excited. If he really could achieve quasi-supreme, what did a mere Silverlight Rabbit clan matter? He'd give Lin Moya all of them, even every subordinate clan if needed. For experts at his level, true pursuit is personal strength, not the number of subordinates or influence. If he himself were powerful, then influence and minions would come as he wished. If Lin Moya could truly help him, any prior grudge was meaningless. He forced himself to calm down, quietly asking, Deist Lin, is this for real? Lin Moya replied, all I can do is give senior a push. There's a 30% chance of success, but even failure is harmless to you. Tianlang ancestor nodded. I understand achieving quasi-supreme is not possible by mere external help. What matters most is one's own cultivation. Sometimes, however, it only takes a helpful push to cross the final line. If Deist Lin can really help me, regardless of outcome, I am truly grateful. Just to push even a failed attempt would be worth it. He had chased quasi-supreme for countless years, always just one step short. Lin Moya said, then please, Senior Tianlang, drink this gourd of wine. Tianlang ancestor paused. You mean? Lin Moya said, the opportunity is in the wine. His eyes brightened instantly. Good. Without hesitation, he grabbed the gourd and drank it all in one gulp. Though the gourd looked small, it contained a pocket dimension over 10,000 pounds of wine. Tianlang ancestor swallowed the lot as if drinking the sea. During this, Lin Moya quietly injected a trace of primordial chi into the wine. In chaos, only ancient beings like Little Tree and Chaos Child know of primordial chi. Even most current supremes don't recognize it. They joined after humans already inherited and absorbed the primordial chi into their bloodline. Tianlang ancestor, for his part, didn't have the faintest idea. He couldn't even sense it. A wisp of primordial chi entered with the wine and exploded within his body. Tianlang ancestor's eyes bulged. He let out a shriek, instantly reverting to his true form, a massive blue celestial wolf. His true body was over 1,000,000 miles long. Every hair a mountain, Lin Moya like a speck before him. 9 giant blue tails swayed behind him. The 9-tailed celestial wolf, unique in all chaos. His blood surged and boiled with deafening force, rumbling like a tidal wave. All the chaotic energy within billions of miles rushed toward him. Like a vortex, he frantically devoured the chaotic energy. Primordial chi was strengthening his foundation, the basis of all life. The deeper the foundation, the higher the possible future. That's why Little Tree's group could rival Supremes at their peak. Tianlang ancestor had never experienced this nourishing essence, so his ceiling was always perfection. Now the primordial chi pushed him further, toward a breakthrough. He roared, continually gulping chaos energy, his soul and flesh rapidly growing in power. Lin Moya knew even if he didn't become quasi-supreme, his power would vastly increase. He watched as a cold, jade blue Dao emerged above Tianlang ancestor, a Dao Lin Moya didn't know, but he could see Tianlang was using it for his breakthrough. Dao force radiated outward. Lin Moya withdrew billions of miles to spectate. Such breakthrough scenes were ever rare. It was an invaluable lesson. His Dao vibrated, resonating with chaos. Chaos itself was filled with infinite Dao powers, all being absorbed by Tianlang's Dao. His Dao grew rapidly, closing in on chaos's ultimate limits. When Tianlang ancestor's Dao surpassed chaos's natural Dao force, he would break through, becoming quasi-supreme above chaos. Yet quasi-supreme only betters Dao force. Body and soul are not on par with true supreme, and it is not perfect. In desperate combat, most quasi-supremes fall short of supreme, though their power is enough to crush any perfection effortlessly. His Dao thundered, while Tianlang howled at the heavens. His strength and the resounding wolf cries grew strong enough to shatter even chaos itself. Lin Moya watched and felt both Tianlang and his Dao building for the final strike. After half a day, a thundering howl came. I, Tianlang, today achieved the Azure Sky Dao Quasi-Supreme, Domain Manifest. Blinding azure light burst forth as Tianlang ancestor's domain appeared, so strong that it had once thrown Lin Moya flying. Like the Wine Lord, he carried his true domain, not a mere projection. Azure Sky Dao's light merged with the domain, which amplified its power. The Azure Dao light sank gradually, fusing the Dao and domain until half the Dao became one with the domain. Dao, domain, and Tianlang ancestor became one. Break! With a furious roar, all three erupted at once. Lin Moya seemed to hear something shatter immediately. Tianlang ancestor radiated an indescribable, unusual aura. The gap will gradually widen to 20 chapters, after which releases will return to 4 per day. Until then, Novelfire will continue with 3 daily releases. The ultimate goal is to maintain a 40-chapter gap. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4466, ultimately still just a test subject. Chapter 4466, Chapter 4466, ultimately still just a test subject. Chapter 4466, ultimately still just a test subject. No doubt about it, Quasi-Supreme achieved. Lin Moya closely observed Tianlang ancestor's entire process of reaching Quasi-Supreme and gained a deeper understanding. There are many ways to become Quasi-Supreme. Tianlang ancestor used his domain power, Dao power, power of faith, and his own personal strength. For ages, Tianlang ancestor had stored up experience and power within his domain, constantly refining it for this moment. His domain grew stronger throughout, acting as both warehouse and foundation. All that stockpiled energy would now be unleashed in the final breakthrough. His greatest preparation was finally useful. With all powers united, Tianlang ancestor shattered the barrier between perfection and Quasi-Supreme, stepping across. Upon becoming Quasi-Supreme, Tianlang ancestor radiated a new aura reminiscent of a Supreme, but not identical. To Lin Moya, Quasi-Supreme means an imperfect Supreme, incomplete realm, incomplete strength, incomplete Dao, but in some specific ways even superior, resulting in formidable power. Now, Tianlang ancestor was infinitely beyond perfection. He could even battle Supremes on equal ground for a while, though ultimately he would lose. He shrank back down, returning to human form. Lin Moya congratulated him evenly. Congratulations, senior, on achieving Quasi-Supreme. His tone remained calm and unaffected, unchanged by the ancestor's advancements. For Tianlang ancestor, this was proof he was almost certain now that Lin Moya was Catastrophe Supreme reincarnated. It was best to be friends with someone graced by such fate, never enemies, regardless of current power. Even after becoming Quasi-Supreme, Tianlang ancestor felt he couldn't risk Lin Moya as an adversary. Lin Moya's karma and fortune simply couldn't be measured. He let go of all past resentment. Smiling, he replied, "Thank you, Deus Lin." Lin Moya smiled back, "I only gave the push. It was your deep foundation that made success." The ancestor shook his head. No, my temperament may be poor, but I know my limits. Without you, 10 million years would not have sufficed. He couldn't help asking, "What method did you use?" Clearly, it wasn't just wine, something hidden lay within. Lin Moya smiled, "That's a secret. Now that senior has succeeded, my promise is fulfilled, so I'll take my leave." The ancestor didn't try to keep him. Then I wish you success. If you ever need anything, call for me, I'll come at once. As he spoke, a blue wolf hair flew out and became a short blue sword in the void, an artifact that Lin Moya could summon the ancestor with, wherever, whenever. With quasi-supreme power, a journey across realms was no challenge. Lin Moya accepted the sword readily. There's one thing, Senior, that I'd like to say, though I'm not sure it's my place. Please speak, said the ancestor. Respectfully, he no longer regarded Lin Moya as an ordinary cultivator, but as a supreme in waiting. Lin Moya said, Senior, you really shouldn't wear a blue robe. The ancestor blinked in surprise. Why? Lin Moya answered, there's someone who loves wearing a blue robe, and I find him most annoying. Whenever I see a blue robe, I feel like fighting. The ancestor laughed awkwardly. If someone annoys you, just let me deal with them for you. Lin Moya replied, he's probably a supreme, it's fine, I'll handle it myself. With that, he summoned Xiaoping, boarded, and sped away in a flash of gold. The ancestor watched him vanish, musing that among the 8 supremes, only one favored blue robes. He smiled wryly, knowing if he dared confront that one, he'd be the one taught a lesson. He turned to his subordinates. It's done. Everyone go back, there will be no more Silver-like Rabbit clan. Yes, sir. All answered and departed, the ancestor stepping away to consolidate his new strength. A golden streak sliced through the void. Xiaopeng's speed neared the limits of perfection. If not for his lack of domain, he'd be eligible now to challenge perfection, but with pure speed, he even surpassed most. Xiaoping asked, Father, why did you help that guy reach quasi-supreme? Lin Moya replied, can't you figure it out? Xiaoping shook his head, not really. With your strength, you could just kill him. Lin Moya chuckled, not every problem needs fighting. He has lived long and built up a vast network of karma, friends, brothers, and kin, many with significant achievements. If I killed him, I'd sow massive bad karma, and while I'm not afraid, it's messy. My enemy isn't him. Too much bad karma creates trouble, so I prefer to cultivate positive ties. Even unexpected changes can be turned to my advantage. Xiaoping nodded, not really understanding but following along. Lin Moya's life is deeply tied to karma. He can't fully see through it yet, but understands it better than most. He isn't afraid of karma, but avoids troublesome entanglements. This time, helping Tianlang ancestor wasn't solely for karma, there were deeper reasons. He used Tianlang as a test subject for primordial qi, to see what it could do. If successful, it could be used for others. If not, and something went wrong, Tianlang would be the first to suffer. Strictly speaking, Tianlang ancestor was Lin Moya's experiment, but that he'd never admit. On the whole, it worked well. Primordial qi proved useful for his allies, as expected. Little Tree and Chaos Child have already used primordial qi, but its benefits to Lin Moya himself are much reduced. He'll wait until they're fully recovered before exposing them to more. Xiaoping, however, is a good candidate. Back in the day, Golden Winged Pun was a peak being, as strong as any supreme, and his power wasn't limited by domains. You now have his blood, you could reach his past heights. Though Chaos's rules have changed, you'll be limited by domains and the path is harder now. But if I use primordial qi, you might leap past the chaos restriction and regain Golden Winged Ping's strength even without a domain. But primordial qi is risky. Do you want to try? Xiaoping already nodded eagerly. I do. I want it more than anything. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4467, Maturity alone is not enough. Chapter 4467, Chapter 4467, Maturity alone is not enough. Chapter 4467, Maturity alone is not enough. The bloodline of the Golden Winged Pun was changing Xiaoping, and his mindset had shifted from before. Once, everything Xiaoping strove for was to break the bloodline curse left by a supreme. After awakening the Golden Winged Pun bloodline and breaking the curse, he initially wanted to help his kin do the same. But as time passed, that idea faded, and eventually disappeared. Xiaoping had changed species from a Chaos Lone Pun to the Golden Winged Ping. The Chaos Lone Ping, despite the word lone, wasn't few in number. Their kin were united by blood, hardly alone. But the Golden Winged Ping is truly solitary. There was only ever one, and would only ever be one. His soul had shifted. He no longer thought of helping the Lone Ping, unless it was particularly convenient. Now, his greatest wish was to become stronger, especially after spending time with Little Tree and Chaos Child and seeing their past might. Becoming their equal became Xiaopeng's highest aspiration. When Lin Moya offered him primordial qi, Xiaoping immediately accepted. Since Xiaoping agreed, Lin Moya took out the ferry boat in place of Xiaoping, then took out a wisp of primordial qi. Xiaopeng's realm was nowhere near Tianlang ancestors. Even as a rare mutant, low realm is low realm. Too much primordial qi would not help and could be dangerous. Lin Moya decided to administer it bit by bit, prioritizing safety. Xiaoping understood, and absorbed a wisp of primordial qi. The moment it exploded in his body, golden rays shot out, illuminating the ferry boat, and some light broke through to the outside, creating a golden radiance in the chaos outside. The ferry boat sped onward, trailing gold behind it. With primordial qi, Xiaopeng's anomaly flourished. His body swelled quickly, until he nearly exploded. But at the limit, a new bloodline force awoke, helping him absorb the excess energy and avoid destruction. His soul underwent similar growth. Little Tree said, no wonder the Golden Winged Ping's bloodline is truly tough. Chaos Child agreed, the Golden Winged Pung once absorbed primordial qi before. Its blood remembers, it shouldn't be a problem. Both agreed, as long as shopping didn't take too much at once, he could bear it. Ancient standards don't care for realm, only power matters. As long as Xiaopeng's bloodline kept awakening, his power would keep climbing, eventually surpassing perfection, to rival supremes. Lin Moyo had mountains of primordial qi. As long as Xiaopeng could take it, there was no limit. With this, Xiaopeng could even surpass the original golden winged ping. Little Tree and Chaos Child frankly envied him. If only they could absorb more primordial qi, but for now, all they could do was wait and slowly recover. Once sure Xiaopeng was stable, Lin Moyo turned his attention to his storage space. He hadn't given it a new name. It had been called storage space since becoming a professional, and he'd just gotten used to it. If it ever became another chaos, he'll name it. Then the name is just a label. Primordial qi streamed through the storage space, emanating from the gate opened by the key, in a constant flood. The space was still expanding and apparently limitless. The Grand World and the Law World now occupied their own region in storage. Lin Moyo had allotted areas without any primordial qi. The Silverlight Rabbit clan also had their own area, with no primordial qi. The difference, the rabbits' area allowed them to see and sense primordial qi overhead, but not receive any. The 4 elders and a few high completion rabbits stared upward at the qi. They longed for it but didn't show greed, just deep yearning, as years of timidity had dulled greed from their hearts. What others gave, they accepted. What was withheld, they didn't dare desire. It was always thus. Lin Moya's projection appeared in the azure silver grassland, meeting the 4 elders. All is settled. Tianlang ancestor will never trouble you again. The elders' eyes lit up with joy. Sir Lin, does that mean we are free? Seeking flowers. Lin Moya shook his head. Not yet, not until you finish your work for me. They recalled his earlier condition. Freedom came only after helping Lin Moyo. Though timid, the rabbits weren't stupid. They well understood Lin Moyo could have destroyed them just as easily. The chief elder lowered himself. Please instruct us, Sir Lin. Lin Moya said, it's simple. I have several domains. You'll help me cultivate them. I'll provide all materials. Domain cultivation was their forte, not damaging, only laborious. In the past, they were used as tools. It felt miserable. Now, though still a tool, the outcome was different. Once done, Lin Moya would grant them a separate world to live as they wished, with no restriction. That was all they truly wanted. It was perfection for them. The chief elder promised, don't worry, Sir Lin, we 4 elders will cultivate your domains with all our skill. Each rabbit's rank changes the quality of domain cultivated. The 4 perfection elders could produce the very best, and though there were only 4, Lin Moya was content to sacrifice speed for quality. He nodded, good, complete the work, and you'll have freedom and a share of primordial qi. The elders now knew what primordial qi was. They only sensed it as precious treasure. How many domains, sir? The chief elder asked. 9 or 10, no more than that, Lin Moyo answered. The elder agreed. With sufficient materials, a single domain takes 1,000 to 10,000 years to mature. 1,000 years is short for a domain. Mature means it can bring a cultivator to perfection. But I want more than maturity. I want a perfect domain, and I want you to compress the domain's force as well. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4468, Lin Moya's Delusions. Chapter 4468, Chapter 4468, Lin Moya's Delusions. Chapter 4468, Lin Moya's Delusions. Lin Moya's words left the 4 elders deep in thought for a long while. He didn't disturb them, because their faces alone revealed that what he proposed was not impossible. This plan originated in a conversation with Wine Lord and took real root after the transformation of the storage space. What started as a fanciful notion became a real hope for Lin Moyo and, after encountering the Silverlight Rabbits, seemed feasible. That's why he had to obtain the whole Silverlight Rabbit race, not as undead servants, but as living beings. Otherwise, the true realization of his idea would be impossible or, at best, much less likely. To make this dream a reality, he was prepared to kill the Tianlang ancestor or even fall out with Supreme Xingquan if it came to that. This idea was compressing domain power. Wine Lord once explained that to become a supreme, the foundational requirement was a perfect domain with 5 times compression. There were 2 conditions. First, having a perfect domain which already blocked many perfections. Second, achieving 5-fold compression was even harder. Even an elite like Wine Lord, just below Supreme and Quasi-Supreme, improved his domain to perfect but only managed 4-fold compression. According to him, this was due to an insufficient base. He made his domain perfect only after reaching perfection. That constrained him, so after 4-fold compression, he hit his limit. It was also related to having only 4 ascensions on his path to Chaos Realm. Whether path or timing, both closed the door to becoming a Supreme, so he could only aim for Quasi-Supreme. Lin Moyo, with 10 ascensions, already has a peerless foundation. Furthermore, he possesses multiple domains. If he could perfect all of them before perfection and fuse them afterwards, a multi-compressed power core would result, sufficient to make a bid for Supreme. But even Supreme isn't his true ambition. Supremes are simply not enough. If that's all, what was the point of 10 ascensions? Catastrophe Supreme made 9 ascensions, became the strongest of the Supremes, and still fell in the end. Lin Moyo must break past the limits of Catastrophe Supreme to have any hope of victory. He now had 9 domains, 5 realms, Grand World, Law World, Spirit Mist Domain, and the realms of 4, 3, 2, 1, plus Virtual Sky. He needed one more, which he believed he could find. It was not hard to locate, just hard to cultivate. Luckily, now he had the Silverlight Rabbits. Cultivate each domain to perfection, then compress their power 1 or more times. Fusing them afterward wouldn't mean just fourfold compression but perhaps 3 times at least per 2 merged. Merging and compressing 10 domains could, in theory, create the equivalent of a 20 times compressed perfect domain. With 10 ascensions, Lin Moyo believed he could surpass the supreme threshold and go to realms beyond Catastrophe Supreme. Then, even if he could not reach Tao itself, he could be close, and, by wielding the Catastrophe Staff, stand a real chance in the final clash. At last, the elders concluded their consultation. Their glances betrayed careful unspoken debate. Finally, the chief elder spoke. What Lin Sir asks is difficult. Perfecting a domain can be done with some rare materials, we've managed it before. But to double a perfect domain's power, the 4 of us fall short. Lin Moya's eyebrows lifted slightly. Falling short is not failure. State your conditions, whatever you need, I'll manage. The chief elder replied, once, Tianlang ancestor had us help someone cultivate a perfect domain and asked us to compress its power. The 4 of us tried and failed, almost being punished but spared later. We do have the technique, but a perfect domain is so powerful 4 of us aren't enough. If there were 8, our success rate would be over 50%. But we also need some extremely rare materials that are hard to find. How about 16? Lin Moyo asked. If 4 is not enough, perhaps with more, it becomes possible. The elders exchanged another round of glances and communication, incomprehensible to Lin Moyo, before answering. With 8, there's a 50% chance. 12 gives 70%, 16 gives 80. More won't help, it's the limit. 80% sufficed, and if they failed, they could just try again. The worst that could happen was wasting some materials. But if it actually worked, the benefits would be beyond imagination. Now the problem was how to get more silver-like rabbits to perfection. Only perfection silver-like rabbits could cultivate a perfect domain and compress its power. Lin Moyo tossed 4 jade tokens to the elders. Write down your detailed cultivation methods, the more detailed the better. I'll try to help your people reach perfection, let's see how many we can get. Ah. The 4 received the tokens, staring in amazement, big rabbit eyes blinking in disbelief. Lin Moyo asked, don't believe me? The chief elder hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not that we just need a domain to reach perfection, and that requires a domain to cultivate. Lin Moyo cut him off. Don't worry about that, just do as I ask, I have my ways. At this point, the 4 had no choice but to believe. Lin Moya's ability and this place were too mysterious to doubt. They wrote down every detail of silver-like rabbit cultivation and bloodline arts on the jade tokens. Lin Moyo put them away. I'll handle the rest. For now, start cultivating my 2 domains. Boom! A crash of thunder echoed. Someone was attacking the ferry boat. The force was great enough to make it lurch wildly through the chaos. The elders were flustered. What happened? Lin Moyo shook his head. It's nothing, don't worry, I'm opening the passage to those 2 domains. The materials are waiting on the other side, and my avatar is there to supervise. Focus on cultivation, contact me if there's a problem. Let me make this clear, I don't owe anyone here a damn thing. If you don't want to read, then don't, nobody is forcing you. Plenty of people enjoy being able to read here, and if you don't let the door hit you on the way out. Some of you are calling me greedy. Fine, let's say I am. So what? You're not the ones paying for the chapters, you're not the ones translating them, and you're not the ones putting in the hours. So why exactly are you complaining? Read if you want. If you don't, then move along. And just so it's clear, Novelfire gives me nothing in return. Power stones, reviews, comments, they don't mean anything to me. If everyone stopped reading there tomorrow, it wouldn't affect me at all. Those things only boost visibility, not support. Now, about the chapter gap, when I first moved to Piatrian, I held a vote with my early supporters. One of the options was releasing 2 chapters a day, which would have pushed the gap wider every single day. The option that won was to gradually increase the gap until it reached around 40 chapters. I didn't want to slam straight into 40, so I phased it in over time. Translating costs money and time, buying chapters, translating them, editing, all of it. The people funding and supporting me had a say, and their choice was clear. Some wanted a smaller gap, but you can't make everyone happy. The compromise was 40 chapters. Will that change in the future? Maybe. But I want everyone to understand why this decision was made. To those of you who aren't complaining, thank you. To the people reading faithfully, I appreciate you. Sorry if my tone is sharp, but tough choices have to be made, and this was one of them. To read ahead, subscribe to my Piatrian. Chapter 4469, Spacetime Prison. Chapter 4469, Chapter 4469, Spacetime Prison. Chapter 4469, Prison of Time and Space. The ferry boat kept coming under attack. Its structure was incredibly tough, though it was battered and sent zipping erratically. It suffered no real damage. Lin Moyo was in no hurry. He'd experienced this countless times along the ancient wilderness road, and was quite used to it. From the way the opponent attacked, Lin Moyo could already judge their power, a top-tier perfection in the Chaos Realm, even stronger than Tianlang Ancestor had been. Inside the storage space, Lin Moyo opened the passage connecting the Azure Silver Grassland to the Grand World and the Law World, and took out all the materials and treasures he currently owned. Piles of materials and artifacts of all grades and types rose into little mountains. Some were provided by the Central Domains God Alliance, meant for repairing great teleportation formations, but he had only used a small portion. Others were spoils taken from adversaries he'd killed. Much of their wealth was now his. Others still were collections from earlier epics, not high grade, but still usable. Lin Moyo nearly cleaned out his stockpile so the Silverlight Rabbit elders could get to work. He would search for more materials later. The 4 elders immediately got started. After crossing the passage, they arrived in the Grand World and began their enchantments. Their method was extraordinary. It barely seemed to do anything at first, but winds began sweeping silently across the world, gradually strengthening its foundation. Meanwhile, the prepared materials were slowly breaking down. No matter how high grade, no artifact could resist this method. The only difference was that stronger materials took longer to dissolve. Incredible, Lin Moyo muttered. He saw that, aside from domain cultivation, their sorcery could destroy other people's treasures in battle. Any weapon would eventually break. Terrifying. As he watched the domains grow stronger, Lin Moyo left the storage space. He sent his awareness out from the ferry boat and saw the attackers, a top-tier perfection he'd never met before. Why attack for no reason? Then, 2 more soul flames burned nearby, 2 other top perfection chaos cultivators. 3 against 1. What could they want? After a moment's thought, Lin Moyo realized their aim was his ability to help others become quasi-supreme, as he did for Tianlang Ancestor. They must have caught wind of this and come to demand it. But, rationally, they should have tried to negotiate, not attacked outright. Why such aggression? Something else was at play. Lin Moyo, always someone who plans before acting, pondered all the possibilities before devising a solution. These 3 perfection experts attacking him directly made no sense unless they were guided by some unseen cause. Just then, Little Tree's voice sounded, "Master, someone is interfering with time and space." Though Little Tree's soul wasn't as sharp as Lin Moyo's, his control of time and space was unmatched. His perceptions here were keener. At Little Tree's warning, Lin Moyo checked his undead eye. The 3 soul flames moved in orderly fashion, but no sign of time-space tampering. There had to be a 4th attacker, hidden in another timeline, escaping both the undead eye and Lin Moyo's senses. Lin Moyo asked, "What's he doing with time-space?" Little Tree shook his head. "I can't tell. He's concealing himself well." "Force him out," Lin Moyo ordered. Little Tree nodded, sending forth myriad roots, piercing the veil of reality and space-time. Little Tree searched through the infinite layers of time and space, a daunting quest. There were endless layers, and even he couldn't guarantee success. He pierced one moment after another, traversing the epochs, searching for the hidden foe. Rifts tore across the void as Little Tree's attacks destabilized time and brought distant time nodes into the present moment. No matter how deep, all events in time-space would eventually echo back to the now, and anything hidden would ultimately erupt into reality. Finally, Little Tree gave a shout, "Found him." His roots lashed like whips, filling the air with phantom streaks as space and time fractured. Boom! A shadow burst out from the ruined void, its soul flame vast and cold. Lin Moya's brow furrowed, quasi-supreme. But a moment later he shook his head. No, not quasi-supreme, but closer than perfection. This creature's soul flames were strange, stronger than a perfection, weaker than a quasi-supreme, but radiating power beyond Chaos Realm standards. He must have failed a quasi-supreme breakthrough, stuck between perfection and quasi-supreme. His soul showed signs of damage. A repeat breakthrough would be difficult, but he was clearly far above normal perfection. Lin Moyo instantly deduced the plan. The 3 other perfection experts must have been his instruments. This failed quasi-supreme, seeing Lin Moyo help Tianlang Ancestor, figured he'd get the same assistance. Yet instead of negotiating, he'd chosen violence. It simply made no sense. If he truly looked down on Lin Moyo, even after seeing the Tianlang breakthrough, there must be deeper abnormality. Little Tree, still tearing at the time-space, finally drove the foe into the open. As he crossed into reality, the enemy let out a thunderous roar. His body ballooned, rapidly growing into a massive serpent 1,000,000 miles long. Then he shrank, reduced by 100-fold, down to 10,000 miles, then swelled up past 1,000,000 again. He kept growing and shrinking, unable to stabilize. His soul flame wavered, and it was clear he was losing control. Little Tree said, "His body's fractured. Once he leaves the time-space, he loses control." Lin Moyo grinned, probably an after-effect of failing his breakthrough. He can't stay in normal time-space, and has to keep shifting timelines. Little Tree agreed. Yes, he exudes time-space power. He must be skilled in that Tao. Lin Moya's voice rang from the ferry boat. "Senior, do you really want to fight?" The serpent roared, "Time-space prison." A rain of scales shattered in an instant, the timelines twisted and the ferry boat was dragged into another layer of reality. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4470, The Three-Headed Python Reincarnation. Chapter 4470, Chapter 4470, The Three-Headed Python Reincarnation. Chapter 4470, The Three-Headed Python Reincarnation. The ferry boat vanished from real space and entered another layer of time-space. This layer was created by the giant serpent. Even Little Tree, for a time, found it difficult to break through. Lin Moyo didn't order Little Tree to act, since with the ferry boat, even a quasi-supreme would struggle to harm him, let alone this failed quasi-supreme. He must have suffered some soul damage and lost control of his Tao heart, Lin Moyo thought. From the serpent's eyes, he saw madness unusual for life forms from the West Pole, who tend to be cold and calm. Even Tianlang Ancestor's temper was terrible, but madness wasn't his nature. This serpent, however, burned with frenzy. Sanity was present but easily overwhelmed. In this time-space prison, that madness subsided and he could finally stabilize his form, a change that confirmed Lin Moyo's suspicions. With his arrival, the 3 perfection strongmen appeared as well. Lin Moyo immediately sensed something off. Their eyes were empty like soulless puppets. Were they controlled? Or just inherently abnormal? He stayed inside the ferry boat, not confronting directly. This serpent felt truly dangerous. Kill! The 3 perfection experts attacked the ferry boat with savage blows. Fortunately, the ferry boat was sturdy, and no matter the attack, it remained safe. The harder they tried, the more obvious something was wrong. These perfections were all stronger than Tianlang Ancestor had been, but utterly vacant, nothing like a true perfection spirit. Yet their souls betrayed no obvious manipulation. Lin Moyo mused, there's definitely a problem with these 3. Little Tree agreed, something is wrong. Best not to leave the boat, I sense that serpent is very dangerous. Then Chaos Child cried out, I think I know what this creature is. Lin Moyu, do tell. Little Tree, what do you know? Chaos Child, remember in our time, the three-headed python? Little Tree nodded, I recall it was said he died long ago. Chaos Child, maybe not completely. His left and right heads controlled time, space and soul, but no one knew what the third did. Rumor had it, the third head was for self-destruction and reincarnation. Little Tree, you suspect this serpent is his reincarnation, but now it only has one head. Chaos Child, it's not just reincarnation, he could channel the other two heads' powers into the third and carry them into the next life. Little Tree said, it's possible. We can check if Yi Yanjian forces him to show a true domain or not. If this really was the reincarnation of the three-headed python, carrying that ancient blood and having absorbed primordial chi, then he could evade the normal limits of chaos. If he lacked a domain but retained such combat power, that'd be the proof. Chaos Child's tone turned gleeful, if that's him, we're in for a feast. Little Tree, not only us master here could gain a powerful enforcer. If it really was the three-headed python, without a domain, he could be turned into a revived butcher, a nigh unbeatable, quasi-supreme level, time-space and soul power-wielding, restriction-free chaos strongman. A new trump card for Lin Moyo. Yi Yanjian soared from the ferry boat, a surge of quasi-supreme pressure rippled out, scattering the perfection experts. He turned into a fire dragon and charged the serpent, using less than half his power. Due to chaos's suppression, he couldn't use his full might, but even 40% sufficed. The serpent roared, its gaze flaring. Yi Yanjian trembled minutely, but was unaffected. Little Tree muttered, soul control. Chaos Child cheered, it must be him. All could feel the massive soul shock. The serpent had tried to take control of Yi Yanjian's soul, but Yi Yanjian, now one of Lin Moya's revived, was under total control. He was unaffected. Soul illusion failed. The serpent's time-space power lashed out, aiming to absorb Yi Yanjian, but the fire dragon's onslaught shattered the time-space. Both abilities rendered worthless. The serpent whipped its tail scales glowing, summoning a phantom in the air, not a true domain, but a spectral three-headed python. It's him, it's him. Chaos Child whooped, practically drooling. Little Tree added, I wonder if he retained his core through reincarnation. If so, the core of the three-headed python held his talents, time-space among them. If Little Tree could absorb it, his own powers would grow. Time-space power is vast, there are infinite combinations, and Little Tree's own mastery is not absolute. Fusing the three-headed python's style could compensate for his own limits. Lin Moyo himself had once used time-space in the big world and understood it well, but whether the core was present was luck. Little Tree's eyes were eager, he wanted that core. The phantom three-headed python roared at the sky, sweeping its tail into countless afterimages. Yi Yanjian was flung away, but so was the phantom. It was a tie, even with Yi Yanjian only at 40%. That was enough. Lin Moyo gave a telepathic order, kill the three perfection attackers, ignore the serpent. Yi Yanjian righted himself and, blazing with fire, charged the trio. For Yi Yanjian, killing perfection experts was child's play. That they were the absolute peak made no difference. Unless they escaped immediately, they'd fall. Under the serpent's control, fleeing wasn't an option. They stood and fought, and were quickly overpowered. Meanwhile, the serpent ignored their fate and instead attacked the ferry boat. Chaos Child laughed, his mind isn't right. Lin Moyo grinned, agreed. The serpent's storm of time-space power battered the ferry boat, groaning as if about to break. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4471, Who Cares About Ancient Bloodlines? Chapter 4471, Chapter 4471, Who Cares About Ancient Bloodlines? Chapter 4471, Who Cares About Ancient Bloodlines? The time-space strangulation was truly terrifying. The ferry boat was sent into multiple different timelines simultaneously, its body subjected to conflicting forces, as if on the verge of falling apart. If it were any normal perfection-level chaos cultivator, their body and soul would have already been annihilated. But while the ferry boat looked ready to explode, it stubbornly remained intact. In the next instant, Little Tree's roots burst forth, wielding time-space power like a whip. At the same time, a piece of chaos god soil flew out with it. A Little Tree avatar rapidly expanded in power. Little Tree used this avatar to harass the three-headed python, not to win, but to keep the serpent from focusing fully on the ferry boat and to buy Lin Moyo time. The second reason was to lock onto the three-headed python and relay his exact location to Lin Moyo. However, Little Tree underestimated the serpent's strength. The moment the avatar appeared, the serpent's eyes flashed. Little Tree's avatar froze, then immediately started attacking the ferry boat itself. Little Tree yelped and swiftly withdrew his avatar and the chunk of god soil, unnerved. That guy's soul control is terrifying. Chaos Child laughed, his soul powers were famously fierce back in the day. Nobody could resist him. Had he not met his end by that one, he'd not have died so soon. Little Tree shook his head, he died in the ancient wilderness. I never knew who finished him. Chaos Child glanced at Xiaoping. That'd be this fellow here. Xiaoping stared at them, baffled. Me. Chaos Child clarified, not you, Golden Wing Ping. His speed was unmatched. Before the python could use soul control, his head was already cut off. Little Tree nodded. True enough. The Peng's speed surpassed most space talents, nearly impossible to defend. But what now? My avatar can't get out. Chaos Child turned to Xiaoping. Shall we let him try? Xiaoping hurriedly shook his head. I'm still too young. I can't do it. He was only at great completion now, moving toward perfection thanks to recent absorption of primordial chi, but still far from a match for the three-headed python. Chaos Child pressed. You won't know unless you try. Xiaoping insisted. No, I definitely can't. Chaos Child sighed. Then what now? If Yi Yanjian could use his full power, he'd easily suppress the three-headed python, but with only 40% available, at best he could manage a draw and time would be against him. Lin Moya said, "Let me handle this." Little Tree objected, "His soul control is too strong, master, even your soul." He left the last bit unspoken, even Lin Moya might not be able to resist the serpent's control. Lin Moya replied, "Don't worry, I have a little trick." He planned to use the karma ring to sidestep the soul control altogether, and he had another secret up his sleeve. He summoned the catastrophe staff. "Haven't used you in a while, don't disappoint me." All 5 gems on the staff gleamed, each one bearing distinct powers. Ever since entering Chaos, Lin Moya rarely used the staff. Its power was subtly masked 5th level, invisible to Dao, but prudence was wise, and he didn't like relying on tools unless needed. Besides, he didn't want to kill the three-headed python only to use the soul gem's power. Channeling his soul force into the staff, Lin Moya activated the soul gem. An ochre glow bathed his spirit like armor. He didn't act immediately, he waited for Yi Yanjian to finish the 3 perfection enemies first. Even as the ferry boat creaked under the python's time-space assault, Lin Moya just waited calmly. Kill, kill, kill. The serpent kept raging, losing control as it failed to defeat Lin Moya, growing more and more manic until reason nearly vanished. Lin Moya waited patiently. After half an hour, engulfed in Yi Yanjian's flames, the 3 perfection cultivators finally perished. Even until death, puppet by soul control, not one tried to run. Their domains shattered, countless beings perished, massive karma split 3 ways. The greatest piece fell to the python, who controlled them. Lin Moya took the remainder, but the faith of his own domain shielded him from most of it, one of the many advantages of domain mastery. Having many domains, Lin Moya had a bottomless well of faith. Once the 3 were killed, Yi Yanjian turned on the python. But the python's soul control had no effect on Yi Yanjian, nor could its time-space powers do more than equal him. At that, Lin Moya finally left the ferry boat, becoming a giant, channeling the fist of the Power Lord, raining down blows. The python's gaze flashed, soul powers crashing in, but Lin Moya's ochre soul shield flickered and blocked all influence. The catastrophe staff had never let him down this time. Again, his defenses held. Ascend. Lin Moya's cultivation surged to great completion, his flesh sparkled with power, soul force braided through every strike. The time-space cage shuddered with each punch, close to fragments. Lin Moya's fist strength now rivaled peak perfection, he could genuinely harm the 3-headed python. Together with Yi Yanjian, they drove the serpent back, scales shattering, flesh splitting. If it continued, the python would soon lose. The serpent thundered in rage, its tail whipping Lin Moya and Yi Yanjian away repeatedly, yet it could not escape. Not even a quasi-supreme. You haven't fully escaped Chaos Realm. Lin Moya's tone was disparaging as he attacked even harder. The visceral thud of his fists, scales, and blood flying was immensely satisfying. He collected every shred of flesh, precious material not to be wasted. Suddenly, a phantom appeared behind the python, growing solid, as if resurrecting the primordial 3-headed python. The time-space power multiplied, one blow forced Yi Yanjian back, wounds opening, while Lin Moya's giant form was torn apart, thrown back with a grunt. Little Tree warned, "Master, he's awakened his primordial blood, get ready." Lin Moya scoffed, "He has no chance." He pointed at the 3 perfection corpses, and with a thought, reduced them to powder. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge blasts struck the python, forcing it back to its true form. Primordial bloodline? Spare him. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4472, Destiny's Arrangement. Chapter 4472, Chapter 4472, Destiny's Arrangement. Chapter 4472, Destiny's Arrangement. Who cares what ancient bloodline it is, just blow it up. As long as the force is strong enough, nothing can survive. If Lin Moya could use Dao's corpse as material, he felt he might just blow up all of chaos. The explosion was mixed with howls of agony as the 3-headed python's reincarnation was blown to pieces. The attempt to summon its ancient bloodline was cut off, leaving only a shattered snake barely alive. Corpse explosion doesn't just shatter the body, it explodes the soul too. After the explosion, Yi Yanjian stepped forward to finish the job. The 3-headed python struggled to escape. The time-space prison was breaking down, swiftly returning them to reality. In the real world, the python's body began to change again, its soul thrown into madness as well. With a final roar, Lin Moya drew out the soul-sundering needle and stabbed the spirit. The needle flashed and punched into its soul. The needle's power was limited enough to injure, but rarely useful. This time, though, it became the last straw. Next came world-scorching flames, one after another, burning through its soul. Lin Moya wanted to be sure it died, so he kept pushing. At the same time, undead thralls surrounded the void, and Little Tree's roots rose up, stirring a tsunami of time-space power to cut off all hope of escape. The wailing grew weaker and weaker, until it ceased altogether. This ancient, reincarnated 3-headed python was finally dead. He would never return to his former glory, never again stand at the world's peak. In truth, Lin Moya knew he could never rise again. Had he somehow made it back to his prime, Dao would have come for him eventually and he'd still have perished. Almost all top ancient powerhouses were Dao's enemies. With a thought, Lin Moya let his undead swarm in and dissembled the corpse. Soon, a glowing blue core was found. Little Tree cheered, "There really is a core." Chaos Child snorted, "He certainly carried it through reincarnation, or he'd never have reached this level." Lin Moya handed the core to Little Tree, "Take what you need." Little Tree said, "All I want is the time-space talent inside. Soul control isn't much use to me." Lin Moya smiled, "It won't go to waste. I'll turn him into a revenant, and though the time-space talent will be lost, that soul power is still potent. Eat the extra flesh if you want, just save some for me." Chaos Child whooped with glee and began devouring the python's flesh, praising Lin Moyo all the while. Little Tree ate some as well, but his main focus was absorbing the core, merging its time-space gift with his own powers to grow even stronger. According to Little Tree, previously, his time-space power did piercing, but the three-headed pythons was about carving out independent pockets in time-space and using those to crush enemies. Now, Little Tree could do both, and his abilities grew much sharper. Lin Moya set undying flames upon the remaining flesh. The void shook, the flesh slowly reorganized, and soon the soul began to regenerate as well. Because there was no domain, and not quite a quasi-supreme, Lin Moya believed the process should work. Yi Yanjian stood guard, pure water at the ready, any mishap could be handled. The flames burned steadily. The python must have been enormously powerful, as rebirth was incredibly slow. Lin Moya was not worried. He had revived Yi Yanjian before and knew this required patience. Gradually, the outline of the three-headed python reformed inside the undying fire, first the flesh, then the soul. Everything went smoothly. Lin Moya carefully monitored the soul's gradual reformation, up to the very peak of perfection. And there it stopped. There was no more growth beyond peak perfection. The flames went out on their own and returned to Lin Moya, marking the completion of rebirth. The new three-headed python bowed before him, more than 1,000,000 miles of massive coils in space, with Lin Moya standing before it like dust. Lin Moya inspected the change. As a revenant, the python showed no trace of resistance or rebellion, and its cultivation remained at peak perfection. Not beyond. Such a state should never exist. Lin Moya asked, "What's your name? What happened to your soul before? Why attack me?" The python replied, "I'm Spacetime Soul Python. Before, I tried to break through to Quasi-Supreme, but failed at the last moment. It wasn't that I couldn't succeed at the very end, I sensed I'd die if I did. So I chose to stop, but suffered lasting damage, unable to stay in real-time space. If I did, my soul would go mad and I'd lose control of my body, even to the point of self-destruction. Only by drifting through various layers of time-space, using time-space gifts to suppress the after effects, could I keep myself balanced. At the same time, my soul became easily angered. My mind was gone, and I only did the simplest things." He explained that the three perfection experts had been under his soul control for a long time. He could only manage three. His ability wasn't as limitless as others feared. When Tianlang Ancestor achieved Quasi-Supreme, Spacetime Soul Python sensed it. He saw Lin Moya through the fabric of time and instantly knew, by instinct, that Lin Moya could cure him. But deprived of rational thought, out of habit, he assumed that if he just controlled Lin Moya, he could make him fix it by force. So he sent his thralls to attack, which brought everything to this conclusion. After hearing the tale, Lin Moya had to laugh. It was as if fate itself had arranged all of this. But as a revenant, the after effect was indeed cured. That animal instinct had not lied. And Lin Moya had gained a fine new enforcer, one able to match any top-tier perfection opponent. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4473, A Way to Evade Tao. Chapter 4473, Chapter 4473, A Way to Evade Tao. Chapter 4473, A Way to Evade Tao. For the new revenant, Lin Moya's first command was to surrender all his possessions. As the reincarnation of the three-headed python, he had lived countless ages, from ignorance to immense power, amassing vast wealth, all of which now passed into Lin Moya's hands. Spacetime Soul Python could no longer justify that name. Little Tree had drained all the core's original spacetime talent, and even as a revenant, it could not regenerate. According to Little Tree, such a core is unique and non-innate. Once depleted, it is gone for good. The three-headed python's core had possessed three talents: spacetime, soul control, and dissolution/reincarnation. After being slain by Golden Winged Pung, the reincarnation power saved the python's life, but the core never recovered the same. Now spacetime talent is gone too, leaving only soul control, and his combat power dropped sharply. To Lin Moya, the python was now a single-headed entity with only one talent left. The rest was destiny. He didn't believe in fate, but accepted that destiny existed as a rule. All creation, from the mightiest to the smallest, was subject to it, even Tao. Yet self-aware beings can disrupt and change fate. This is defying heaven and rewriting destiny. Lin Moya intended just that, to grow strong enough to master the rules. From the python, Lin Moya gained many materials, some quite valuable, enough to keep the four Silverlight Rabbit elders busy for a while cultivating the grand world. Perfecting a domain is possible for any perfection-ranked Silverlight Rabbit, though the more workers, the faster it is done. But compressing domain power as Lin Moya planned required sufficient numbers. Returning to the ferry boat, he continued toward the central domain. A few more days, and he would reach the first teleportation array for rapid travel. He needed to find the great teleportation array between West Pole and Central Domain, take control of it, and make it one of the 12 arrays for the Catastrophe Supreme's plan. All must be mastered to succeed. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng kept absorbing and refining primordial qi, with Lin Moya providing it steadily. His power improved rapidly. Primordial qi activated his ancient Golden Winged Pung bloodline, allowing Xiaopeng to bypass domain restrictions and achieve perfection, then surpass it. Even so, he feared chaos. Reaching his true peak, Tao would come to destroy him. To reach his peak safely, Xiaopeng had to go to ancient wilderness, away from chaos. There his peak could safely return, but he could never come back to chaos or it would mean death. Little Tree and Chaos Child faced the same dilemma. Lin Moya had not known how to solve this before. His soul world was not enough to shield them from Tao's scrutiny. Not even hiding deep in a domain would suffice. Only by leaving chaos, going into ancient wilderness, could they avoid notice. Now Lin Moya had a new idea: bring them into his storage space. His storage space was like a second chaos, fully linked to his soul world. He could let them help whenever needed. Moreover, paired with Sky Jellyfish's cleansing ability, there was a chance Little Tree and Chaos Child could act in chaos, as long as they didn't go all out, without Dao noticing. Dao isn't omniscient with enough forethought, ways to avoid detection can always be found. The ferry boat raced onward. Lin Moyo entered his storage space and headed for Azure Silver Grassland. The four elders weren't there. Lin Moyo went straight to Inda, who was currently in charge of tribal affairs. Faced with Lin Moyo, Inda bowed respectfully in the silver-like rabbit tradition, huge body flat on the ground, long ears pressed low, drumming the earth. Inda knew exactly what Lin Moyo wanted. The task was no hardship, and he treated Lin Moyo with sincere gratitude. Inda changed to human form. The massive rabbit shrank, taking on a human appearance, but the ears remained unmistakable. In human form, Inda saluted Lin Moyo with a human gesture. "How may I serve, Sir Lin?" Lin Moyo laid out the matter. "For what I discussed with your elders, doing as I wish requires more perfection-level rabbits. 4 is not enough." Inda's eyes brightened. Lin Moyo wanted to cultivate more perfection-level tribesmen. "How many perfections do you currently have, including yourself?" Inda counted. "Including me, 28. "How many do you want, sir?" 12, said Lin Moyo. Inda's eyes widened, shocked at the number. "That's a lot." The resources needed. 12 perfections, each requiring a domain, each domain maturing. Even though his people had the talent to find and cultivate domains, it wasn't easy. When searching for the Grand World, it had taken him many years. Lin Moyo said, "I have a method. If it works, no domain is needed for perfection." Inda was stunned. Is that even possible? Lin Moyo's claim defied all known rules. Reaching perfection without a domain was unheard of. But seeing how much Lin Moyo had accomplished, Inda couldn't help but believe. Lin Moyo said, "Let me test it on you first. Would you be willing?" Inda didn't hesitate. Yes. Timid or not, he recognized good fortune when offered. This was not to be refused. "Excellent. Let's try." Lin Moyo summoned a wisp of primordial chi for Inda. "Absorb and refine this." Until now, primordial chi had hovered out of reach, tantalizing, but now he could claim it. Without a thought for danger, Inda sucked it into his body and began refining. Lin Moyo gave him only a little less than what he gave Xiaoping to be safe. Inda sat cross-legged in human form, silver light blazing as his power climbed. At the same time, Lin Moyo set about changing the rules. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4474, Cultivating Perfection Level Experts. Chapter 4474, Chapter 4474, Cultivating Perfection Level Experts. Chapter 4474, Cultivating Perfection Level Experts. Primordial chi can strengthen one's foundation, and with enough foundation, the upper limit of power naturally rises. At the same time, primordial chi can change some rules when used on ancient bloodline lifeforms. It can make them stronger. However, primordial chi cannot directly help ordinary chaos beings bypass the rules of chaos to break through to perfection. They still need a domain. Except for rare ancient bloodlines like Xiaoping, their birth from heaven and earth means they never needed domains. So Xiaoping only needs to fully awaken his golden winged Pun bloodline to ignore domain constraints and grow in strength. But the silver-light rabbits do not have ancient bloodlines. Even with primordial chi, they cannot bypass the domain requirement. Lin Moyo knew this rule well. However, in their current situation, they were not in chaos proper but inside his own storage space, which serves as a parallel chaos where he can set the rules. Unlike Chaos Child's internal realm, which is partially reliant on ancient wilderness and not fully independent, Lin Moyo's storage space is fundamentally separate. Now, all living beings nurtured inside his storage space do not need domains to reach their peaks. Lin Moyo altered the rules within the Azure Silver Grasslands area, abandoning the domain requirement. As long as their power is sufficient, they can reach perfection. To be precise, this would be equivalent to peak chaos cultivation. Without the rules, boundaries became blurred. Inda's energy started shifting in strange ways. His power kept climbing, his cultivation increasingly indistinct at first. It seemed he was still at great completion, but on closer inspection, he was advancing far beyond. Lin Moyo, looking through Inda's soul, saw that he was progressing toward peak chaos cultivation in the traditional sense. Moreover, primordial chi was solidifying his foundation further, raising his future ceiling. Soon, Inda's body erupted with thunder as his blood surged like tidal waves. His essence burst forth and formed a pillar of blood that shot skyward, strengthened with the help of primordial chi. The silver-light rabbits, being kin, felt the change immediately. The lower-ranked felt little, but those at chaos cultivation noticed their bloodline and personal power increasing. What's happening? The chief elder returned, being the strongest chaos cultivator among the silver-light rabbits, and felt this most intensely. He sensed his own strength leap not just in force but also in skill. After tracing the source of his bloodline change, he found Inda as well as Lin Moyo. He understood just days ago, Lin Moyo had spoken about cultivating more perfection-level rabbits. He had not expected such rapid results or such an unusual method. Lin Moyo said, "I'm trying a new approach to see if we can skip the domain requirement and promote Inda directly to perfection. If it works, then more can follow without finding domains." The chief elder was knowledgeable. "I've heard that in the ancient wilderness, some strong beings can rival perfection even without domains. Is this what you're doing, Lin sir?" Lin Moyo laughed and shook his head. "Not quite. I won't explain the specifics, but so far, it seems to work and is all benefit, no harm. However, there is a drawback. You can't leave this space if you return to chaos. The chaos rules will crush your cultivation, reverting you to great completion at best." The chief elder replied without hesitation, "Our tribe holds no worldly ambitions. If Lin sir gives us a safe haven, we don't mind leaving chaos behind." Lin Moyo agreed, "Of course. I'll allocate a territory for you. but you should interact with others. Sometimes I'll handle these matters. I can't promise everything, but absolute freedom is assured. The chief elder bowed deeply and departed to continue cultivating Lin Moya's domains. The bloodline change made his art stronger and sped up domain cultivation, saving much precious time. Lin Moya monitored Inda's progress, providing primordial chi as needed. He didn't require Inda to reach Xiaopeng's level, just enough for peak chaos cultivation. After several days, Inda's aura stabilized and stopped rising. Lin Moya knew the process had reached its limit. The Silverlight Rabbit tribe, being rather weak, had a fairly low maximum limit. To raise that, long years and major opportunities would be required. Inda now radiated the strength and soul of peak chaos cultivation. In the storage space, cultivator rank is blurred, but that doesn't matter. Lin Moya knew it was sufficient. Inda woke up, ready to speak, but Lin Moya said first, focus on consolidating your strength. Get used to it, and then pick 11 accomplished, bright, and promising clan members. I'll return soon. Inda nodded happily. Yes, Lin sir. Good. Leaving the storage space, Lin Moya felt at ease. With enough materials, his wild idea might actually succeed. If it works, he'll be the first since ancient times to accomplish such a feat. The ferry boat stopped in the void, not far from a teleportation array, surrounded by cultivators. Some were practicing nearby. Many flying treasures waited in the void, but the ferry boat did not stand out. Lin Moya put away the ferry boat, cloaked himself in blue fire, and flew to the array, activating it to travel toward the central domain. After several transmissions and vast leaps in space, he got closer to the central domain. As he approached, the number of cultivators increased. The West Pole's cultivators generally radiated cold, sinister energy, while the surrounding space was chilling. At times, there were cues for the teleportation array. As numbers rose, Lin Moya sensed something off. He listened to conversations, hoping to pick up some news. With his powerful soul, nothing was hidden. He could overhear almost anything, even soul transmissions. But West Pole cultivators were not social. Their conversations were terse and sparse. After analyzing what he overheard, Lin Moya learned the answer. The South Pole and Central Domain were at war. Just recently, Chaos's South Pole and Central Domain had formally gone to war. The North Pole was rumored to be stirring as well, and Upper Domain among the three was restless too. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4475, Fate from the Depths of Ancient Wilderness. Chapter 4475, Chapter 4475, Fate from the Depths of Ancient Wilderness. Chapter 4475, Destiny from the Depths of the Ancient Wilderness. The Southern Pole of Chaos and the Central Domain had gone to war. The Northern Pole looked likely to join, and Upper Domain forces were prepared to support the Central Domain. The chaos of war had erupted. While the Western Pole had no plans to fight the Central Domain yet, they too were preparing fully. Historically, the Western and Central Poles had fought many times before, with heavy losses on both sides. Thus, the West was making its own preparations this time. It's likely not just the West, even the East should be preparing now too. From what is known, conflicts among the domains usually remain localized. This time, though, it looks different. In the West, Lin Moya got precious little real intelligence, nor did he wish to press the locals. After all, he was originally from the Central Domain. If discovered, it could spell big trouble. He would rather wait to ask questions after returning to the Central Domain, where he could access everything through the God Alliance. As he traveled, the population of cultivators increased as he neared the Central Domain's border. He found the West's cultivators were massing at the frontier. The atmosphere had grown tense. Given the situation, Lin Moya was even more wary about his identity. He wasn't afraid of being revealed, just wary of trouble. It could cost many lives. After hundreds of teleports, he finally reached the border. He made his final teleport, plunging into chaos and away from the crowds. Now, he was attuned to the positions of the 4 cross-domain teleportation arrays within the Central Domain, but had no sense for the matching sub-arrays in the West. Thus, he had to guess at the location of the West sub-array based on the location of the Central Domain's main array. Lin Moya used the cause-seeking ring to lock onto a region. The area was large and searching it would take time. The West sub-array was hidden in a rift. Even with Catastrophe Supreme's skill, it wasn't easy to find. Still, with the cause-seeking ring, time would yield results. Lin Moya wasn't searching alone. Little Tree was helping, his command over time-space making him the natural choice. After leaving the transport array, living beings grew rare, until finally they vanished altogether. Little Tree quietly said, "Master, the aura from the ancient wilderness is thicker here." Lin Moya had felt the same. An emanation from the ancient wilderness was several times stronger now, as if something major was coming. Whatever it was, it hadn't arrived, but its aura had a precursor to disaster, like a storm-driven gale before rain. Lin Moya suspected that what approached was anything but simple, most likely from the deepest ancient wilderness territory unreachable even by Supremes, and that it might trigger chaos. He entered the chosen region. Little Tree sent roots to search layer by layer in the rift. Lin Moya used his understanding of the teleportation array to analyze potential sites. His undead spread in all directions, searching not for the array but for people. Anyone from the Central Domain would have an array token. These led to sub-arrays. Finding one Central Domain person would drastically narrow his search. The undead fanned out in groups of 10, encountering many beings but all from the West, not his target. With his undead eye, Lin Moya could easily tell the difference. Central Domain souls were steady like flickering flames, while Western souls, owing to their unique Tao, were sluggish, slow, subdued. So it was impossible to mistake a Domain soul for a Westerner. 10 days searching, Little Tree had covered a tenth of the region's rifts with no luck. There was no use in hurrying, it was a careful, methodical process. Over those days, Lin Moya checked the storage space Inda was still stabilizing. His power had grown tenfold from before and needed time to settle. Seeing that Inda was fine, Lin Moya left him to it. 30 days passed, turning over vast swaths of the region. Lin Moya muttered to himself, next time I go to the south or north, I'll definitely use the central domain's array and save myself this trouble. Chaos Child giggled, Master, next is the north, right? Lin Moya nodded, yes, the south is at war, leave it till last. I'll check the north before the fighting starts. But first, I need to retrieve the 5-world domain and split off the Spirit Mist domain. Chaos Child added, have you noticed, the aura from the ancient wilderness grows ever stronger? Lin Moya replied, yes, much stronger. What on earth is coming? Little Tree interjected, whatever it is, it's not to be taken lightly. It'll turn the cosmos upside down. Lin Moya eyed Little Tree, did you sense something more? Little Tree explained, these days searching time-space for the array, I've noticed the ancient wilderness aura, too. That means whatever it is, it can manipulate time-space and could arrive unpredictably. It may be more than one thing, perhaps not just objects, maybe souls, whatever it is, chaos is about to erupt, maybe ancient wilderness too. Chaos Child agreed, Little Tree's right, chaos is inevitable. Lin Moya frowned, are you hiding something from me? Chaos Child shook his head. Nothing. Little Tree thought for a moment. Ancient wilderness erupted once before the master should remember. Lin Moya realized they'd both survived a past catastrophe. A single flower from the wilderness once caused most ancient powers to perish. That greatest disaster ever nearly wiped out all powerful beings in the chaos. If a similar disaster happened again, you mean that flower came from the deepest wilderness? Little Tree said nothing, confirmation enough. Because of that one flower, most chaos ancient beings died half a world away. Now, something else was coming. Lin Moya thought, last time, as terrible as it was, it laid the groundwork for a new era. Is it happening again? Just then, his undead messengers brought word. Lin Moya focused his vision and smiled, finally found it. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4476, Hunting Western Domain Lifeforms. Chapter 4476, Chapter 4476, Hunting Western Domain Lifeforms. Chapter 4476, Hunting the Western Pole Beings. The undead thralls encountered two groups engaged in pitched battle in the Chaos Void. Both sides consisted of chaos cultivators, fighting desperately, appearing to risk everything. One side was Western Pole natives from the same race, their energies, spells, and treasures were nearly identical. The other group was different, their spells and treasures were all varied, but what connected them was their human race. These humans were not from the same team, but their spells differed from Western Pole style, and they were fighting the Western Pole natives. With just one look, Lin Moya was 80% certain these humans hailed from the central domain. He checked their soul patterns. Because they were in combat, their soul pulse was erratic, but even so it was clear they were central domain humans. Why they were fighting Western Pole natives was unclear, that was irrelevant. Having found them meant he'd found the cross-domain array. Lin Moya didn't order his undead to intervene. The fight was evenly matched, neither side was winning, so he wasn't rushed. His undead quickly surrounded them, forming an enormous encirclement across the region. No one could escape. Lin Moya made his way there, a long flight. Little Tree kept searching separately like Lin Moya. He didn't like putting all his eggs in one basket. As Lin Moya traveled, he watched the ongoing skirmish. Suddenly a flare burst in the void, a brilliant light that raced outward across 1 trillion miles. Help signal. Lin Moya found it amusing they had actually sent out a plea for assistance. Help signals are common, especially in domain wars. In chaos battles, the field can stretch tens of trillions of miles. A help signal can be seen by comrades within several trillion miles. If anyone sees it, they come to help. Usually, that's still unlikely, so the signal often brings no one. Here, Lin Moya thought it pointless. But Little Tree piped up, someone's coming, master. Surprised, Lin Moya sensed many were indeed approaching. A moment ago, he doubted, but now he was proven wrong. Little Tree's spatial powers first picked it up, and Lin Moya followed. A band of hundreds of cultivators arrived, their dress and treasures irregular except all were human. Lin Moya noticed they belonged to the same faction, even the same sect. Everything can be faked except the soul. Their soul pulses were nearly identical as they moved. Their energies camouflaged them as Western Pole natives. Lin Moya ordered his undead to break the encirclement and create a channel for them to pass. Now something seemed fishy. After just a short time, a large group arrived, far too quickly and precisely, almost as if it was planned. Their formation, timing all suggested it. The original battle with Western Pole natives was just bait. It was a trap for the Western Pole natives designed for massacre. Why murder Western Pole natives? Lin Moya knew the answer. Although there are humans in the Western Pole, most residents are not. To the central domain humans, those are exotic beasts. Every part of their bodies is valuable material. Plus, these natives possess wealth. A hunt can be quite profitable. But such acts risk war between Western Pole and Central Domain, bringing mass slaughter. Lin Moya remembered the God Alliance once forbade this. If Central Domain did it, so could the 4 other poles. It would breed endless war. The God Alliance ruled the Central Domain, and most followed their decrees. Exceptions exist. Greed drives some to break rules and hunt non-human beings in other poles. This was clearly one such group. But how did they get here? The cross-domain array is run by the God Alliance. Only members can use it. Are all these people God Alliance? And why break their own edicts? If so, the God Alliance has rotten inside. The arriving hundreds entered the fray silently, forming a siege. Then they all attacked the Western Pole natives, who numbered just 30 plus. Faced with 10 times their numbers, they stood no chance and fell one after another. Dead bodies were quickly divided and stripped. Within half a day, nothing remained. Next, they took out special mirror treasures reflecting light, restored the void, erased the timeline, erasing all evidence of the slaughter. They were practiced, efficient, well-organized, clearly experienced. As expected, they've done this many times. There's no way Western Pole's powerhouses don't know, just haven't caught them yet. If Great Supreme Shinquan intervened, none would survive. They haven't been found, but word must spread. The hatred between Western Pole and Central Domain will only grow. Little Tree asked, Master, are you going to do anything? Lin Moya shook his head. Survival of the fittest. As long as they don't mess with me, I won't interfere. Even if I wanted to, it's not my place. This is Zinkin's turf. If he's silent, it's not for me to meddle. In Lin Moya's mind, life and death are fated. Actions bring consequences, and these people will pay eventually. He didn't need to intervene. The slaughtered Western Pole natives hadn't defied fate, they simply accepted it. As the scene was cleared, Lin Moya arrived. He didn't hide, he flew in openly, but had dispelled the blue flames and didn't disguise himself. Hundreds turned to look, their leadership focused on Lin Moya. Seeing Lin Moya was human and only at minor completion, their guard dropped. A great completion human approached and blocked him. Who are you? Lin Moya answered respectfully, Junior Lin, from the Central Domain God Alliance. Greetings. His tone was polite, though not submissive, just basic courtesy. The man frowned. God Alliance. Lin Moya produced a God Alliance badge. Even so, the man didn't drop his guard. What do you want? To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4477, Central Domain God Alliance, Tangfeng. Chapter 4477, Chapter 4477, Central Domain God Alliance, Tangfeng. Chapter 4477, Central Domain God Alliance, Tangfeng. His reaction puzzled Lin Moya. The Central Domain God Alliance has clear rules. If two members meet anywhere in the four extremes, they're to help each other. Rules may be rigid, but at the very least, people put on a polite front even if they won't actually help. But this man wasn't just impolite, he was openly wary, which was a red flag. Was Lin Moya's prior guess wrong? Were these not really God Alliance members, but people using some other means to get here? Wilderness Scar is so dangerous that bringing so many people would be suicidal, unless they had some kind of safeguard. Even if they had a way to stay alive, time was still an issue. These suspicions ran through Lin Moya's mind. The other man's response was so odd, yet Lin Moya still thought they must be God Alliance members. Only the cross-domain array could explain how so many got into the Western Pole safely. Their outward appearance and gear were quite varied, but soul aura cannot be faked, they must share the same backing. Under the God Alliance sit many allied forces and sects, these were likely one of them. Seeing Lin Moya slow to answer, the man grew even less patient, his soul power throbbing. What do you want? This slight movement set off the whole group. Hundreds stared him down with clear hostility. Lin Moya feigned surprise. Aren't you also God Alliance people? The man said coldly, that's none of your business, get lost. I'm letting you go only because you're human too. Lin Moya frowned but didn't leave. God Alliance rules say we're to assist each other when abroad. He was cut off. Enough talk, beat it. The man seemed moments from violence, but hesitated, glancing at Lin Moya's God Alliance badge, a subtle but telling gesture. Apparently, the badge has uses beyond just ID. That alone was making them uneasy about acting directly. It confirmed they were at least in some way connected to the God Alliance. The badge must have secrets Lin Moya had yet to learn, but he decided to hold off, since they weren't attacking. Seeing Lin Moya standing firm, the man grew furious. Why haven't you left yet? Don't make me kill you. Lin Moya replied, I only have one thing to ask. If you're not part of the God Alliance, then bring someone who is. If he was going to be rude, Lin Moya wouldn't bother with pleasantries. The other's soul power now surged, ready for action right as a voice called out from a distance, what's going on? A middle-aged man arrived, with a powerful and steady aura at great completion, almost peak. If he found the right domain, he could probably become a perfection expert at once. As he approached, Lin Moya's badge grew warm, tingling in his palm. The newcomer also produced a similar badge. There was no doubting his God Alliance status. Between God Alliance members, the badge self-activates within a certain range and is soul-linked, so it can't be faked. Clearly, the newcomer was truly God Alliance. The man who'd blocked Lin Moya explained the situation. The new arrival bowed slightly. Central Domain God Alliance, Tangfeng. Lin Moya bowed in return. Central Domain God Alliance, Lin Moya. This was confirmation the first man who blocked Lin Moya was not of the God Alliance. He could only be there thanks to Tangfeng. That didn't matter. What mattered was that Lin Moya finally had a real God Alliance member to deal with and could ask about the cross-domain array. Do you need something, fellow deist Lin? Tangfeng was polite and didn't look down on Lin Moya despite his cultivation. On the contrary, he respected anyone who could travel this far into the Western Pole. Lin Moya said, I got lost in the Wilderness Scar, ended up in the West. Now I'm looking for the array to return to the Central Domain. As it happens, fellow deist Tang, might you show me the way? Tangfeng regarded him thoughtfully. Lin Moya's claim didn't make much sense. Someone who can't find the array wouldn't have a token, and without a token couldn't use the array even if he found it. These details puzzled Tangfeng, but he chose not to press. That's easy enough, but if you have no token, how will you cross? Lin Moya said, I have my means. Please, fellow deist Tang. Pressed but unconvinced, Tangfeng studied the badge and confirmed Lin Moya's identity. Still, something was off. Tang Feng said, "It's no problem, but I have many comrades here and must discuss things with them first. Please wait a moment." He returned to his group. Lin Moyu, watching from afar, focused his soul power and caught snatches of their discussion. Many voices talked at once, but it was clear Tang Feng led the group and only he would make the final decision. Of the hundreds, most were at great completion, the rest at minor completion. These seemed to be juniors who rarely spoke, only listening on the edge. Soon Tang Feng came back. "Your request is reasonable, but we still have business to deal with. Once that's finished, we'll help you." Lin Moya replied, "Your business must be urgent, since the array can't be far." Tang Feng agreed. "Yes, it's urgent but also close by. Here's what I propose, come with us, and when we're done, we'll all go to the array. We need to head back ourselves anyway." Lin Moya thought it over. That's fine. He didn't pressure Tang Feng, and was even curious what their urgent matter was. With Lin Moya's agreement, Tang Feng called out, "Let's move out." He summoned a sword, enlarged it, and gestured for Lin Moya to board. "Fellow Daist Lin, please join me." Lin Moya calmly stepped up. "Many thanks, fellow Daist Tang." Everyone else summoned similar swords, the design nearly identical. Tang Feng used a hand seal. Hundreds of swords snapped into seamless formation. Through the void, move out. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4478, The Chaos Realm Great Completion Thief. Chapter 4478, Chapter 4478, The Chaos Realm Great Completion Thief. Chapter 4478, The Chaos Realm Great Completion Thief. Traveling through the void, the sword formation was quite incredible. Hundreds of paired swords and chaos cultivators had their chi and power merged into one seamless force. At this moment, the group was like a single razor-sharp blade. The sword pierced through the barriers of reality, firing through space as a shining streak. Lin Moya stood atop the sword, feeling an illusion of entering the ancient wilderness road. Though it was not really that path, it was artificially created. Hundreds of great completion chaos cultivators combining their strength and treasures to make a unique channel. This tunnel used time-space attributes, allowing everyone to move silently. It was stealth rather than raw speed. Lin Moya noticed their pace was actually not fast at all, even slower than his own flight. But the magic was in cloaking their tracks with time-space power. Tang Feng's sword tip kept producing corpses. These were Western Pole natives they'd slain over the years. The bodies were burned in the 487 sword formation, their leftover energy joining the formation and reinforcing it. Because the corpses came from the Western Pole, their burned auras helped hide the group's trail even better. They kept moving quietly toward their goal. Tang Feng, controlling the sword, didn't explain, but Lin Moya broke the silence. "Daist Tang, are you on a special mission?" Tang Feng glanced over, a bit startled, as if to ask, "How did you guess?" Despite seeming stern and poker-faced, Lin Moya could tell Tang Feng was bad at hiding emotion. It took just one question to get his answer. Lin Moya laughed, "No need to be surprised, Daist Tang. I'm no stranger to time-space power. I can sense the unusual state we're in." Tang Feng still kept silent. Lin Moya didn't press, but continued, "If this is really so special, why bring me along? Wouldn't it be safer to let me go to the array first? Adding a stranger to a task only increases risk. What if I somehow mess up your plan?" Tang Feng murmured, "Could be a risk, but it could be something else, too." As he spoke, he looked toward the front. Lin Moya followed his gaze to a man with an odd aura. Lin Moya could see lots of karma wrapped about this person, entangled into an eerily balanced knot. To someone cultivating karma, this man would look like a mystery, impossible to read. But Lin Moya saw it differently. After years of dealing with karma, he knew there was something deeper called fate. Karma and fate are linked. Hardly anyone cultivates fate in chaos. It's too difficult. Most start with karma before glimpsing something more. In standalone domains, fate is easier to tap, but entering chaos makes it far more complex. Those who practice fate in a domain often lose that power in chaos, or must switch to another Dao. In chaos, fate is often called destiny. Lin Moya said, "That man cultivates fate. Very rare." Tang Feng was even more amazed. "You can tell." Lin Moya shrugged, "I dabble in lots of things, but just superficially. Still, I guess you brought me because it was his idea." Tang Feng said, "You're a cut above, Daist Lin. His name is Tang Bing, and he is my blood kin." Lin Moya replied, "From what I understand, fate cultivators have to sacrifice a lot and their fighting prowess is usually lower than others. If you learn fate by starting with karma, your life gets tangled, and danger follows. Any group with a fate cultivator guards them like treasure, never letting them roam unless absolutely necessary. So this mission must truly be special, sending out a fate cultivator." Tang Feng admitted, "Tang Bing ran a prediction and saw our mission had only a 50% success rate. But after we met you, he predicted again and saw the chance jump to 80%. The extra 30% was due to you. That's exactly why I insisted you come. I hope you won't mind." Lin Moya replied, "I won't mind if you're honest with me. If you tell the truth, I don't have much of a temper." Tang Feng explained, "We are sneaking into the Western Pole to retrieve something from the Cold Toad clan. Every one of us is part of the Tang God sect, an affiliate of the Central Domain God Alliance. In a great war long ago, our ancestor died in the West, and our sect's treasure, the Dark God Pearl, was lost. We've traced its location after countless years and found it with the Cold Toads, so we came here to reclaim it." Lin Moya asked, "How strong is the Cold Toad clan now?" Tang Feng answered, "They were powerful once, but in the last Great War, their foundation was severely damaged. Now, at most, 1 or 2 perfection experts remain. They are no longer formidable." He spelled out everything. The Cold Toad were once strong but now lived on the edge of chaos, too weak to risk the core region. So whatever happened internally, no one paid much notice. Their hundreds could slip in, and even meeting a perfection level cold toad, they still had a good chance. They brought many treasures to restrain perfection level enemies. All present were great completion chaos cultivators, because rules strictly forbid perfection level beings from entering another extremity or face instant death. Thus, only great completion experts came. This didn't violate the rules, so Supreme Shinquan wouldn't attack them. As long as the Supreme doesn't act, even perfection experts may not know they're there. With time-space tricks and Tang Bing's fate arts they could sneak in without a trace. The Dark God Pearl can't be kept in a domain or in a storage treasure, so as long as they could get inside, they could find it. The best option was theft. Grab the pearl and slip out with time-space powers. Lin Moya smirked. So you're playing it being thieves? Tang Feng forced a smile. Deist Lin jokes, we're just taking back what's ours. Hardly theft. Lin Moyo asked, if you came for the pearl, why have you killed so many Western Pole natives? Seems you've slaughtered more than one group. Tang Feng said, we've been here over 500 years, and must have killed 10 batches, totaling several thousand. We hate to do it. This risks war between the West and Central, with untold suffering, but it was necessary for us to get inside safely. Tang Bing says you can help us, though I don't know how, but rest assured, as long as I'm alive, you won't be harmed. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4479, I want that ancient ice. Chapter 4479, Chapter 4479, I want that ancient ice. Chapter 4479, I want that ancient ice. Tang Feng's words were sincere. At least, Lin Moya could easily tell he wasn't lying. With Lin Moya's current spiritual strength and level, it would be hard to deceive him. Tang Bing's fate technique had only predicted that with Lin Moya, the odds of their mission succeeding would rise from 50 to 80%. He didn't know why. Fate, also called destiny, belongs to everyone. Destiny can be set or altered. It's always in flux, changed by a million factors. For example, someone might be fated to die at the hands of a lower-level cultivator, only to survive when a stronger person kills that would-be slayer. That cause and effect passes to the new slayer, and the original victim's fate changes. They might still die eventually, or perhaps live much longer. Then again, their survival could itself be destiny. Destiny's shifting unpredictability is what makes it so elusive. The tiniest thing can change the outcome from moment to moment. Now, Lin Moyo had joined their group. This was thanks to Tang Bing's calculation, as well as Lin Moya's desire to save time by having Tang Feng guide him to the cross-domain array. Ironically, by trying to save time, he might spend even longer. It all felt like fate. Regardless, Tang Feng's attitude made Lin Moya decide that if he could help, he would. During their chat, Lin Moya learned how they'd managed to get here. Tang Feng possessed a treasure, or rather, Tang God Sect did, that was obtained from the ancient wilderness by their fallen ancestor. This treasure contained a whole world inside, able to hold living beings. By using his God Alliance identity with the cross-domain array, Tang Feng brought his sect members to the Western Pole to try and reclaim the Dark God Pearl. Tang Feng didn't know what the Dark God Pearl actually did. He only knew it was the unrivaled treasure of the sect, and every ancestor considered it supremely important. If it weren't for restrictions placed by the Supremes, those ancestors would have come in person. The sword formation they traveled in was a secret art unique to Tang God Sect, using a touch of time-space power to stealthily pass through layers, all the way to their destination. It offered strong concealment, but was extremely tiring and quite slow. Chaos is vast, so Tang Feng had paused several times to recover before pressing on. After a dozen days of this process, they were finally close. The cold toad's home was remote, near the edge of the Western Pole, much further, and they'd be in. Here, The influence had begun to seep in, but chaos still ruled the area. The temperature was frigid, even compared to the rest of the Western Pole. According to Tang Feng, this chill came from the cold toad's lair, which was a chunk of ancient ice that had never melted for countless years. The whole clan was born and bred atop it. Supposedly, the ice came from the northern pole, not native to the west, and somehow had remained there all this time. Lin Moya didn't really care about the cold toad lineage. What truly interested him was that ancient ice. Little Tree's power pierced time-space and relayed information about the ice to Lin Moya. Master, the so-called ancient ice is actually the corpse of the cold ancient behemoth. Chaos Child exclaimed, so it's that beast. In its day, it could freeze heaven and earth. Even golden-winged Peng would have to steer clear. Little Tree added, it was a creature of absolute cold. At full power, it could freeze trillions of miles. Even golden-winged Peng would be frozen stiff if it got close, not dead, but its speed would be crippled. Everything has its counter. The Peng's speed bested countless powerful beings, but the cold ancient behemoth's freezing power was an utter counter to the Peng. In reality, the behemoth's true form was the very first ice between heaven and earth. When it died, it reverted to pure ice. During the ancient war, much of it was destroyed. What remained became only a fragment, but still as vast as a domain, and it was on this husk that the cold toads made their home. It was easy to imagine how massive the original behemoth was. In the age of giants, only beings of truly unimaginable size earned the name behemoth. The behemoth's corpse, the ancient ice Tang Feng spoke of, was of great value to Lin Moya. Its identity was too unique to make it irrelevant. If Lin Moya revived it, Tao itself would intervene. But used as the foundation for cultivating domains, it was peerless, especially for compressing domain power. After Little Tree and Chaos Child analyzed the matter, Lin Moya set his heart on possessing the ancient ice. He softly questioned Tang Feng, have you thought what you'll do if you can't steal the pearl? Tang Feng shook his head, that's not an option. If we fail, we'll die here. We may not be able to destroy the cold toads, but we'll wound them grievously. If war truly arrives between West and Central, our sect's perfection-level ancestors will come following the trail left by our blood to avenge us. Tang Feng was totally resolved, either succeed or die, never considering failure. He then added, that was how we thought before, when the success rate was low. Now, with you here, it leapt to 80% we're sure to succeed. Lin Moya caught a key point. So you expect West and Central to go to war? Tang Feng nodded. Tang Bing predicted there's a 90% chance. 90% was a virtual certainty. Lin Moya's instinct told him it was connected to whatever was coming from the ancient wilderness. The group paused. They'd entered the cold toad domain, slipping into the ancient ice, though in another layer of time-space. To emerge, all they had to do was cancel their spell and they'd appear inside. Tang Feng produced a divination compass to pinpoint the location of the Dark God Pearl. They came here to steal, not to rob outright. At the same time, Tang Bing made a last prediction, wanting to double-check their odds. He was closely guarded by 10 great completion experts. Tang Bing was weak in combat and could be easily killed. The compass spun soon, it locked onto the pearl's location. Tang Feng's eye shone. Found it. Simultaneously, Tang Bing finished his prediction, his face lit up in excitement. Brother, the odds are now 100%. 100%. Tang Feng was stunned. Even he knew fate never offered a true guarantee. There's always a variable. The best he'd ever seen was 99%. But now it was perfect certainty. Tang Feng asked, are you sure? Could it be wrong? Tang Bing agreed it was strange and tried to check again, but Lin Moya stopped him. No need, that's normal. Tang Feng, when you take the pearl, I want the ancient ice. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4480, not a small amount of power. Chapter 4480, Chapter 4480, not a small amount of power. Chapter 4480, not a small amount of power. Lin Moya understood exactly why Tang Bing's prediction had reached 100%. Even though Lin Moya didn't specialize in the Tao of Fate, he was clear on the basic principles. Fate is constantly changing, and the Tao always leaves a thread of hope. Even for the Cold Toad clan, there should have been at least a minimal chance for survival. So for the odds to be absolute means the Cold Toad's thread of fate had been cut off. The reason? Lin Moya himself. When he joined the group, he hadn't intended to act directly, so the Cold Toad's fate persisted and Tang Feng's odds were only 80%. Once he decided to intervene, that thread was severed unless he changed his mind. The outcome was fixed. This was why Tang Bing's prediction was beyond precedent. Lin Moya realized something unusual. His own intentions now had such an influence that he could utterly determine destiny, erasing all hope for the opposing side. The impact was subtle on the surface, but deep down, it was terrifying. A single thought, action, or intention could change everything. Tang Feng looked at Lin Moya. Deist Lin, I'm not sure I understand. Lin Moya answered, take it at face value. Tang Feng frowned, you want the ancient ice, but that's the Cold Toad's clan land. How do you expect to take it? Lin Moya replied, just go for the Dark God Pearl. Let me handle the rest. Tang Feng didn't get it, but this wasn't the time to worry. Their divination compass locked onto the Dark God Pearl, and the team readied themselves. His voice rang out to everyone, it's time to move. There's no failure possible. Either return with the Dark God Pearl, or die here. Everyone was burning with fighting spirit. The mood was tense. Tang Feng bellowed, attack. Their hidden technique dissipated, and space shifted. All of them instantly emerged in the real world. Frigid winds tore at them. Even chaos cultivators at great completion felt the cold cutting to the bone, chilling both body and soul, and weakening their power. The whole group was suffering, except for Lin Moya, who felt absolutely nothing. With his soul and physical strength, only a living cold ancient behemoth could trouble him. Mere ancient ice was meaningless. The air glittered with ice blossoms. No snow, just intricate shards blooming everywhere and pelting them. In the distance stood a palace like white jade, topped by a spire with a single black pearl set at its tip. Amid all that whiteness, the black pearl, the Dark God Pearl, was more distinct than ever. One glance told Lin Moya that the palace was heavily warded, protected by a rare bloodline array not easy to break. There was no one inside, but outside, for Cold Toad perfection experts had buried themselves in the ice, hiding their aura from sight. Lin Moya using the undead eye could see all four, two injured and weakened just as Tang Feng had said. But the other two were healthy. Tang Feng's information had been off. The Cold Toads had mostly recovered. Without Lin Moya, these four alone would have doomed Tang Feng's mission. The group's sudden appearance drew instant attention from the Cold Toads. The ice wind shifted with howls, echoing across the ancient ice. Shattered ice erupted as hordes of Cold Toads burst up to attack. No discussion was needed. Tang Feng's party were invaders, and chaos customs dictated, kill the intruders. Tang Feng shouted, initiate the Tang God Grand Sword formation. Hundreds of swords rose and meshed into a titanic sword array. Everyone in Tang God sect quickly made seals, linking their chi with the array. Their clothing transformed, taking on matching robe shapes. These were treasure garments, which glowed with sword light and merged with the formation to amplify its power. Their aura tipped from cautious to razor sharp. They felt ready to slice through anything. At their level, destroying a domain was a single sword's effort. Lin Moya found it amusing. The sword array was using Tang Bing as its core, while Tang Feng handled support. To base a battle formation on fate divination, that's interesting, Lin Moya mused. Tang Bing constantly predicted their next moves, steering the sword formation and the battle with tactical precision. This wasn't the highest level use of the Tao of Fate, but it was certainly practical. Little Tree remarked, using the Tao of Fate this way leads you astray. Out effects, but the wrong path. Chaos Child agreed, anyone who mastered true Fate Tao would be furious to see it reduced to this. In Little Tree's ancient era, Fate Taos had been held by truly powerful beings. One, supposedly, had perished. Little Tree mused, maybe that guy isn't dead. Chaos Child replied, of all us old-timers, he's got the best chance of making it through. Little Tree nodded, last time I saw him, he said he had to leave or he'd die, but I never found out if he actually left. Lin Moyo asked, who was he? Little Tree shook his head. No one remembers he erased himself from fate. We all sensed he existed, but couldn't name him or picture his face. If he walked by now, we wouldn't know. Chaos Child said, I do remember him asking me for a huge chunk of precious earth to build a coffin for himself. Little Tree agreed. He asked me for tree roots and a bit of Chaos God soil too. Said it was for that coffin. Whoever he was, but explained why Chaos Child bet on his survival. He was careful to the extreme. As they spoke, the sword array snapped fully active. The Tang God sect formation spawned countless swords, forcing the Cold Toad experts back. A massive sword formed and slashed toward the palace. They weren't afraid of breaking the Dark God Pearl. Its power made it indestructible at their level. Their aim was to cut through the palace's array. That the Cold Toads put the pearl on top as mere decoration was a calculated insult against Tang God sect. Outsiders wouldn't care, but to Tang Feng and his peers, it was infuriating. The White Palace flared with cold light. A huge toad phantom appeared and screamed shrilly. The noise stabbed at the soul, briefly disrupting the sword array's operation and dulling its power. The giant sword struck the toad phantom, shattered, and the whole squad was thrown back. The toad image also cracked, then crumbled. Impressive power. Lin Moya said. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4481, A Mistake in Performance. Chapter 4481, Chapter 4481, A Mistake in Performance. Chapter 4481, A Mistake in Performance. Lin Moya joked as Tang Feng was thrown back. He had already left the sword formation, left exposed outside. Not that he cared. Instead, he just critiqued the formation's power. The Tang God Grand Sword formation drew strength from hundreds of chaos cultivators at great completion, just barely scratching the gate to perfection. Decent enough for a formation. Yet Lin Moya sensed something missing. It wasn't complete. Probably the Dark God Pearl. With it, the sword formation could be far stronger. Lin Moya noticed the black pearl set atop the palace was stirring, seemingly resonating with the sword formation. But the array inscribed upon the palace suppressed the pearl, keeping it stuck. The formation didn't disperse. Tang Feng regained control and pulled Lin Moya back inside its protection, keeping his word. Tang Bing closed his eyes to divine and suddenly pointed at one corner outside the palace. His fingertip flashed, and Tang Feng shouted, there. Everyone made hand seals and the sword formation erupted again. This strike was even stronger. Sword light swept the emptiness, landing exactly at Tang Bing's chosen spot. With a deafening boom, the ground split open. A massive crack appeared across the palace. Lin Moya observed Tang Bing's foresight had targeted the weak spot in the array. Using the Tao of Fate to divine the array's flaw. Clever, Lin Moya judged. He made mental notes, thinking he could use this for the Fate Master in the Five Worlds domain someday. The Tao of Fate is never easy, even for a Fate Master in Chaos. Since it was his own domain's folk, Lin Moya would help if given the chance. Chaos Child scoffed, that's not how you use the Tao of Fate. Little Tree agreed, he's lost the right path. Both grumbled despite not having a better answer. Lin Moya just kept watching. A couple more sword strikes would shatter the array and let Tang Feng's group claim the Dark God Pearl. If the formation got the pearl, maybe they could actually win. But, for overwhelming auras surged from beneath the ground. The Cold Toad clan's perfection powerhouses had awakened. Tang Feng's face fell. Why are there four? He was shocked but didn't falter. He wielded the formation again, beating back the enemy crowd and refocusing his strike. But too slow. Before the second sword hit, a terrifying force burst forth, destroying the formation's blade, blasting the sword formation apart. Their formation was strong but still a step below true perfection. Tang Bing whipped out a disc-shaped treasure, closing his eyes and spitting blood onto its surface. The magic wheel ascended, hovering above the palace. Countless runes fell like rain, morphing into divine weapons that hammered at the four perfection experts of the Cold Toads. This treasure was incredibly powerful. It briefly pinned the four down, paralyzing them. Ice shards exploded skyward. The ancient ice was so tough, it hadn't been ground to dust by all the fighting. The four perfection experts were exposed, immobilized by the treasure, but they struggled madly, soon to be free. Tang Feng pointed again, slashing with his sword formation at the same weak point. The immobilized experts kept roaring, seemingly sending out some kind of signal. Unable to escape, but able to command. Sword light flashed as more Cold Toads rushed in, bodies blocking the strikes. They unleashed various powers, bombarding the incoming sword light. Instantly, the sword light flickered and was nearly spent before it even reached the array. That sword killed dozens of Cold Toad chaos cultivators, but this was their territory. Even killing a few meant nothing against thousands. There was no way to finish them all. Brother, I can't hold on. Tang Bing cried out, nearly breaking under the effort to keep the experts pinned. Tang Feng growled, hold on just a bit longer. He tossed forth a tiny sword, which expanded and fused with the sword formation. The formation surged in power as Tang Feng signaled, Sword God cleaves the heaven strike. A phantom appeared in the void. A pulse of sword essence rocked chaos. The apparition lifted its blade as if to split the earth itself. Lin Moyo froze. The sword essence was achingly familiar. That was Lin Mohan. Physical appearances change, but sword intent rarely does. Lin Moyo had once been called the Great Sword Sovereign. Now, to Tang Feng, he'd become a sword god. That strike must be Lin Mohan's heaven-cleaving sword. Lin Moyo wondered how Tang God Sect knew Lin Mohan's sword intent. Lin Mohan's sword cleaved the sky, smashing downward. Tang Bing vomited blood. He'd reached his limit, unable to control the treasure anymore. One perfection toad broke free, confronted the sword phantom. Swathed in chaos armor, surrounded by shattered ice, it showed true form, a monstrous toad. Its blue tongue snapped out, gleaming like a blade. Clashing with the phantom's sword, it blasted out freezing mist, coating Tang Feng's people with ice. The sword aura collapsed. Lin Mohan's image faded. The strike was blocked. But the mutant toad was mortally wounded, collapsing barely alive. Its ice casing, for the first time in battle, was fragmented. Lin Mohan's sword shattered fragments of ancient ice. Tang Feng also paid a price, weakened after releasing Lin Mohan's sword essence, but persisted, pointing to unleash another sword at the array's fracture. All they needed was to shatter the array and grab the pearl. But the remaining 3 perfection cold toads broke free, with Tang being injured from the magic backlash. Armored in chaos and wielding shards of ice, the perfection toads easily blocked the sword light. Compared to Lin Mohan's sword intent, the sword formation was much weaker. They simply couldn't win against true perfection. One attack nearly broke the formation. Many in the group spat blood. Tang Feng's face twisted in frustration. He produced another treasure, a bead resembling the Dark God Pearl, but not quite the same. Lin Moya sensed raging power in the bead, more than enough to wound a perfection expert. Tang Bing's expression sharpened. "Brother, it's too soon, don't use it." Tang Feng whispered, "Any ideas left?" Tang Bing shook his head. "I made a mistake in my prediction. I'll take responsibility. Give me the Blast God bead, I'll hold them off, you lead the others away." Tang Feng refused. "I said I'd succeed or die trying. If I die, that's my fate. Everyone take Tang Bing and Deist Lin and leave, I'll hold them here." No one moved, stunned by his order. Tang Feng roared, "Will you defy me?" Tang Bing shouted, "If we go together. If we stay together." He produced a teleportation array disc and handed it to Lin Moyo. "Deist Lin, use this to escape." To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4482, Deist Lin, are you going to massacre the clan? Chapter 4482, Chapter 4482, Deist Lin, are you going to massacre the clan? Chapter 4482, Deist Lin, are you going to massacre the clan? Tang Bing carried a teleportation array disc, an extremely advanced artifact, able to send him trillions of miles in an instant. Lin Moya knew such discs were difficult to craft. The fact that Tang Bing carried one meant he was especially important. Even if the Tang God Sect expedition all died here, they absolutely didn't want Tang Bing to die. It was his own life-saving tool, yet he'd rather hand it to Lin Moyo than use it himself. Lin Moyo had always interacted with Tang Feng, hardly speaking to Tang Bing, so he was surprised Tang Bing would act this way. No one in Tang God Sect objected. None of them wanted to flee, not a single one. Tang Feng was resolute. "If that's how it is, Deist Lin, use it and leave. The fate calculation failed, so if we die, we die. You don't have to join us." They had come with the resolve to die, seeing no hope, so now there was no point in futile resistance. Tang Feng held the Blast God bead, an item which could let a person temporarily surge up a cultivation level enough to reach perfection, at least to buy some time. Yet nobody would go, and Tang Feng was helpless. Lin Moya declined the disc. "Keep it for yourself. You want the Dark God Pearl? I'll get it for you." He tapped the earth with a finger, sending a chaos rune deep below. Instantly, the ancient ice ground began to tremble and quake. The palace protected by the formation shattered with a crash, so did the formations. Freed from suppression, the Dark God Pearl turned to a streak of light that flew their way. Tang Feng reflexively swept his hand. His sword array condensed a sword projection and caught the pearl. Boom! The array thundered its strength sword skyward, leaping up a level. Tang Feng froze, dumbfounded by Lin Moya's actions. How could such an inconspicuous rune suddenly obliterate the entire array? He realized it wasn't the rune, but Lin Moyo, a formation master of unimaginable level. Attacks rained down now, but the sword array imbued with the Dark God Pearl, now glowing brightly, lashed out sword essence and blocked every strike. With the pearl, the array shot up in power, suddenly able to stand equal with perfection enemies. Just as Lin Moyo had predicted, a complete sword array needed the Dark God Pearl. Quick on the uptake, Tang Bing exclaimed, "I didn't expect Deist Lin's formation arts were this profound." Lin Moya smiled. "Well then, you have your pearl and your mission is done. No need to become martyrs." Tang Feng was relieved and happy. He might not have feared death, but no one really wants to die. He said loudly, "It's all thanks to Deist Lin. Let's clear a path and fight our way out together." But Lin Moya shook his head. "Your mission's complete, but my goal hasn't been achieved." Tang Feng suddenly remembered Lin Moya wanted the ancient ice. He thought it was a joke, but now it looked serious. Tang Feng said, "If so, how do you want to do it?" "We'll try our best." Lin Moya shook his head. "No need, just watch." He left the sword array and strode straight for the Cold Toad clan members, drawing a barrage of attacks. He didn't even flinch as everything struck him. Lin Moya's flesh glimmered. Any potent attack dissolved when it got near. He needed no effort. Physical defense alone left him invincible. Seeing Lin Moya swamped in attacks, yet totally unharmed, Tang Feng was first tense then awed. What is Deist Lin's true strength? Is he at perfection? No, he's only at minor completion, but he's not like any minor completion I've seen. I just can't figure him out. How did he get so strong? Just standing there, Lin Moya was like a wall no one could overcome, inspiring despair. Snap! He flicked his finger, and the void twisted. A horde of undead thralls appeared, bloody cloaks flapping in the icy wind. A surge of murderous energy swept the whole ancient ice plain. Lin Moyo only released 1 billion undead, but that alone was enough to terrify anyone. The Cold Toad clan might have over 1 billion members, but every undead Lin Moya summoned was at great completion. Against 1 billion great completion combatants, even perfection masters would be shaken. The Tang God Sect crew were in total shock, jaws hanging open. What are those things? Puppets? How could there be so many, and all at great completion? All these puppets belong to Deist Lin? Is he planning to wipe out the whole clan? Tang Feng at last grasped the truth. Lin Moya's desire for the ancient ice was no joke. He was about to eradicate the entire Cold Toads and seize their ancestral land. There was no doubt, with so many great completion puppets at his command, Lin Moya could do it effortlessly. Their 100-strong sword array was a child's toy in comparison. Only the 4 perfection toads might pose an issue, but Tangfeng felt Lin Moya could handle them. Battle erupted. The undead launched their assault. But it wasn't a battle. It was a massacre, one-sided annihilation. Undead struck from all sides, sweeping across the ancient ice land. The cold toads were slaughtered by the millions. Enraged, the 4 perfection leaders charged for Lin Moya, their hatred beyond words, since in a flash their kin were nearly exterminated. Snap! Another finger flick, a giant python appeared. The Spacetime Soul Python's eyes glazed over as it looked at the 4 toads at once. 3 of them jerked and stopped cold. In a flash, Spacetime Soul Python's soul controlled those 3 and turned them against the 4th. Cousin killing cousin, right before everyone's eyes. Its soul control was terrifying. Few of equal rank could resist. It could only enslave 3 at once, though. The one not taken over, gravely wounded by Lin Mohan's sword intent earlier, was now doomed. Beset by 3 peers, he wouldn't last long. But at least he wouldn't become a puppet. The Tang God sect members were dumbstruck. Lin Moya's methods terrified them. Tang Feng realized if Lin Moya ever turned against them, they'd have no hope. He glanced at Tang Bing. Tang Bing silently nodded. He, too, accepted this truth. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4483, Did the Cold Ancient Behemoth Not Completely Die? Chapter 4483, Chapter 4483, Did the Cold Ancient Behemoth Not Completely Die? Chapter 4483, Did the Cold Ancient Behemoth Not Completely Die? The 2 brothers, Tang Feng and Tang Bing, felt as though their hearts were in perfect sync and were both relieved to have treated Lin Moya with proper respect. They hadn't offended him. Tang Feng sighed, "Little Bing, this time your fate prediction was actually correct." Tang Bing also sighed, "So the Tao of Fate really can show a 10 out of 10 result." Today, their eyes had been opened. Lin Moya's methods were far beyond their comprehension. Most of what he did, they couldn't even make sense of. Imagine living countless years, surviving trial after trial, experiencing the world's wonders, achieving the level of great completion, chaos cultivation, only to realize how little you actually understand. Now, the hundreds within the sword formation stared wide-eyed, shocked and bewildered by what they witnessed, realizing how little they actually knew. In only half an hour, the legion of undead thralls had swept the entire ancient ice lands again and again. Lin Moya turned to Tang Bing. "Deus Tang Bing, please attempt to divine if any members of the clan still survive." Tang Bing immediately agreed, of course. He began his prediction, dripping a few drops of his own blood while the Tao of Fate churned. Millions of possibilities flashed through his soul. Moments later, Tang Bing's expression changed dramatically. His body erupted in wounds, blood pouring out, and the injuries wouldn't stop. The wounds grew larger, his body began to collapse, even his soul sustaining damage. But he could not stop divining. It was as if he'd lost control. Tang Feng shouted, something terrible entered his prediction. Lin Moya stepped up to Tang Bing, unleashing streams of vitality to engulf him. Tang Bing's wounds slowed, but could not be suppressed completely. Tang Feng explained, Little Bing must have encountered a powerful force during his prediction, maybe a supreme, quasi-supreme, or top-tier perfection expert. With insufficient cultivation, anytime he touches upon these beings in the Tao of Fate, he'll suffer a backlash. In the past, when Little Bing wasn't yet a chaos cultivator, he once hit upon a perfection expert in a prediction and was gravely wounded. It took him 1,000 years to recover. But this time is even worse. Tang Feng explained everything in hopes that Lin Moya could help. He was clearly anxious for his brother, but said nothing to blame Lin Moya, only expressing concern. Lin Moya asked inwardly, do you have any idea what's happening? Little Tree said, Tang Feng's explanation is right. He ran into a powerful being, not just a top perfection. This must be a quasi-supreme or a supreme. Chaos Child wondered, does this mean the cold ancient behemoth isn't completely dead? Little Tree shook his head, it's definitely dead. Its corpse was even divided up. My guess is it generated a new will, which then fused with someone from the Cold Toad clan. The cold ancient behemoth was once a monstrous power, even in its peak matching as supreme. After death, parts of its corpse spawned sentience, and by merging with a member of the Cold Toad clan, it could be reborn. Of course, the reborn behemoth wouldn't return to peak strength, but could reach a level close to a quasi-supreme. If that was the case, Lin Moya already had a plan. Just use purifying water. Purifying water could suppress a supreme's or quasi-supreme's will, so it would work for the behemoth's will as well. Tang Bing merely touched that will through the Tao of Fate with purifying water. It could be cleansed instantly. Problems that looked insurmountable to others were trivial to the truly powerful. The saying goes, it's hard for those who don't know how, but easy for those who do. A tiny droplet of purifying water flew out, exploded in Tang Bing's body, and filled him with a mist. Sizzling sounds emerged as white steam poured out, and Tang Bing's wounds rapidly healed. Next, purifying water flooded his soul, isolating it from the invading will spawned in the Tao of Fate. Before purifying water, the behemoth's will was wiped out instantly. Tang Bing gave a groan and woke up. Lin Moya's vitality healed his injuries quickly. Tang Bing gasped, Deus Lin, there's still someone alive. Lin Moya nodded, I already figured, where are they? If there were no survivors, Tang Bing wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Tang Bing's body trembled as he pointed downward, the entire ancient ice is his body. Lin Moya nodded, everyone retreat, leave this to me. The ancient ice was its body. Given its durability, killing it wasn't easy. But it wasn't impossible. World-burning flame and the sky jellyfish would do it. Tang Feng led everyone back, retreating a billion miles. Lin Moya recalled the undead thralls. Now only Lin Moya remained on the frozen wasteland. A ball of flame formed in his palm and dropped into the ice. Instantly, world-burning flame swept across the land, turning it into a sea of fire. The flames sank into the earth, seeking their target. If any soul remained, the world-burning flame would force it out. Lin Moya waited patiently. The ancient ice was just a part of the behemoth's body, still colossal enough that the fire couldn't engulf it all instantly. Time ticked by. Lin Moya was relaxed, while Tang Feng's group grew even more worried. Tang Bing had told them the next opponent Lin Moya would face could far exceed perfection. If not a supreme, it would be nearly as strong, capable of killing them in a blink, even if they had the Dark God Pearl. Half an hour passed in tense silence. Just then, Lin Moya's voice sounded in Tang Feng's ear. Fall back even farther. Without hesitation, Tang Feng withdrew the group another billion miles. As they retreated, rolling thunder sounded from the ancient ice, as if a beast were awakening. The sound grew, freezing everything it touched, snuffing out life. Tang Feng's sword formation became encased in cold, the outer layer turning to ice, slowing their retreat. Looking around, they saw only frozen waters stretching behind them. The cold was pouring into the sword formation. Each person's soul was chilled with terror. They pushed themselves to the limit just to resist, or they'd die at any moment. Even great completion chaos cultivators would be frozen to death. This was a horrifying cold. Luckily, they had retreated early. At the previous distance, they'd already be dead. Break the ice! Tang Feng yelled, slicing the ice apart. It was incredibly hard, but because they were so far away, they barely managed, just slower. As Tang Feng broke the ice, he looked back at Lin Moya, eyes wide. How is this possible? To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4484, Wretched and Disgusting. Chapter 4484, Chapter 4484, Wretched and Disgusting. Chapter 4484, Wretched and Disgusting. The void around Lin Moya was also frozen, and to a much higher degree than what Tang Feng's group was experiencing. Lin Moya stood right atop the ancient ice, taking the brunt of it all. By all rights, with his minor completion chaos realm, he should have been frozen to death in an instant. Technique is technique, but cultivation is cultivation. These are not the same. But reality was wildly different. What Tang Feng saw contradicted all his expectations. Faced with ice meant to freeze all, Lin Moya simply punched, again and again. Each punch shattered mountains of ice. After only a few punches, he had opened a zone around himself, within which not a single block of ice remained whole. The punches seemed ordinary, but the force was far beyond what the Tang God Sword formation could produce. Even with the Dark God Pearl, it didn't compare. How is he so strong? Tang Feng couldn't fathom it. This was minor completion, yet each blow surpassed perfection. It wasn't just defying the heavens, this was beyond absurd, breaking the rules of chaos itself. After clearing space, Lin Moya's body erupted in undying fire, turning his sector into a sea of flames. Waves of grey mist swept outward, constantly corroding the surrounding ice and expanding Lin Moya's domain. The being inside the ancient ice couldn't do anything to Lin Moya with its cold. Tang Feng kept glancing at Lin Moya while controlling the sword formation, retreating farther and farther out until he was over 10 billion miles from the ancient iceland and couldn't make out Lin Moya's figure. The ancient ice was so vast, however, that it remained clearly visible. He saw the ancient ice start to move. This birthplace of the Cold Toad clan, shrouded for eternity in chill, now stirred. Frost spilled everywhere, swelling boulders fused together to form a monstrous beast. The beast looked half like a cold toad, half like something else Tang Feng had never seen. Just glimpsing it made Tang Feng feel mortal dread, a chill in his soul, instantly icing over the outside of his spirit. Don't look! Tang Bing's voice broke and Tang Feng snapped his eyes shut and instantly felt the chill subside. Opening them again, he saw the others had all closed theirs too. Tang Bing whispered, "That's what I touched in the divination, it nearly killed me." Tang Feng now understood the terror. The thing was beyond his comprehension. What is it? Tang Bing replied, "I don't know. It's probably an ancient being, or maybe the self-awareness of the ancient ice itself, merged with a Cold Toad clan member, granting it intelligence. Before, it had always been dormant. This time, all the commotion woke it up. I sense its power exceeds normal perfection." Tang Bing had only ever seen perfection-level experts, so his guess was conservative. Tang Feng said, "That's not the important part, what matters is how Deist Lin fights it." Tang Bing answered, "He'll surely have a method. Still, we should pull back even more, the aftermath could easily kill us." Tang Feng agreed, "Alright, let's retreat some more. If anything happens, I'll distract it while you take the Dark God Pearl and the others and run." This time Tang Bing didn't argue. He understood that retrieving the Dark God Pearl mattered most. They retreated the sword formation another 10 billion miles, watching from afar. The beast finished forming in front of Lin Moya, its chill surging anew, pushing back the energy of death and compressing Lin Moya's space. Lin Moya stood motionless, simply watching, waiting for the monster to finish. Chaos Child sneered, "If that thing could see what it's become, it'd lose its mind." Little Tree nodded, "It really is hideous." Even the cold ancient behemoth wasn't attractive, but at least it wasn't so wretched. This fragment of the cold ancient behemoth, after fusing with a cold toad, became grotesque and even nauseating. Its aura finally stabilized, its soul flame flickering. Lin Moya guessed it was now at the level of a top-tier perfection, maybe a bit stronger, but not by much. Compared to the Wine Sovereign, he felt the latter had a greater chance of victory. Killing the thing wouldn't be easy. The body was too hard, impossible for perfection experts to break. The cold toad massacre earlier was just scraping off its dust, it wasn't even a scratch. The behemoth glared at Lin Moya, blue eyes burning with the whitest, most murderous blue. Roar! A blast of freezing force barreled at Lin Moya, shattering death energy, cutting through undying fire, aiming to pulverize him. Ascend! With a low shout, Lin Moya's aura soared. He instantly reached the peak of great completion, a hair from perfection. His body and soul, already maxed out, rose by another 10% or so. At this level, even a 10% gain was like leaping a whole minor realm for anyone else. His foundation couldn't be compared to ordinary cultivators. He was even stronger at this stage of chaos than old-time Supremes had been. He transformed into a giant and threw a punch. This was the strongest punch he'd ever thrown. He didn't even know where his own limit was, but decided now was a good chance to test it. Neither side had a domain, so it was pure brute force of fair contest. To Tang Feng's eye, a giant materialized in the void, raised a fist, and smashed through the ice, striking the beast. The whole void shook, chaos seemed about to shatter. Massive stretches of space were crushed and revealed the abyss beneath a dozen vortexes spinning, like bottomless pits. That punch etched itself in the memory of everyone present. Even in 10,000 years, when they reach perfection, none will forget it. That fist devastated everything, splintering chaos and hammering the beast, sending it flying. It cracked open, rifts ran across its body, though they closed quickly and the behemoth howled in pain. Lin Moya's fist contained not just physical but spiritual power. That same soul force followed, transforming into a giant fist that pounded into the monster's soul, raining down like a squall. Earlier, world-burning flame had traced the way, letting Lin Moya pinpoint the soul's location. His soul attacks were as straightforward as his physical one's pure overwhelming force. The behemoth's flesh was hard enough to resist most of the pounding, suffering only shallow cracks. But its spirit was far weaker. Repeated soul barrages left it helpless. Unable to control its own body, it reeled as Lin Moya pressed the attack, fists following up. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4485, The Test Subject. Chapter 4485, Chapter 4485, The Test Subject. Chapter 4485, The Test Subject. The giant beast became a punching bag, taking blow after blow from Lin Moya, its body constantly cracking and then swiftly healing. Its physical body was formidable, but with Lin Moya's current strength, every strike shattered it. But its soul was weak. Each wave of soul attack left the beast screeching, utterly losing control over its body. Now it was just a living target for Lin Moya, like an experiment. After a flurry of relentless attacks, Lin Moya grasped the limit of his own strength. Sheer force alone, he had surpassed the Chaos Realm. Even the likes of the Wine Sovereign couldn't match him in raw body and soul might. But top perfection experts had domains, and those were extremely powerful. Once domains were in play, Lin Moya would have the disadvantage. Even so, with his dual physical and soul defenses, killing him would be nearly impossible for them. Chaos Realm level treasures, whether for flesh or soul, couldn't harm him unless they surpassed the Chaos Realm. In other words, he was invincible in the Chaos Realm. As long as he didn't encounter a Supreme, Quasi-Supreme, or Primordial Chaos Beasts, his life was never in real danger. But what Lin Moya valued most was his foundation. Dual strength in soul and body meant an incredibly solid base, which was the springboard for future breakthroughs. Compared to fighting power, foundation mattered more. Lin Moya reflected while he beat the beast, treating it truly like a sandbag. After a while, the beast seemed to give up on its flesh, realizing it couldn't be broken, and focused on defending its soul. Lin Moya's soul barrages kept coming, the beast defending desperately and barely keeping itself together. From Tang Feng's group's perspective, Lin Moya had the beast firmly suppressed, but it seemed he couldn't destroy it. If he stopped, the beast would counterattack. Lin Moya couldn't keep this up forever, and without another trick, the beast might never lose. Tang Bing whispered, "Don't worry, Deus Lin is using it as a test subject. When he's done experimenting, that's when the beast dies." Tang Feng nodded, trusting Lin Moya. He'd seen countless people over his lifespan, geniuses, monsters, regulars, ancient masters. None were as absurd as Lin Moya. He believed Lin Moya had plenty of ways to deal with the beast. Indeed, this was the case. Once done testing, Lin Moya had wrung all value out of the beast. Suddenly, flames erupted from his fists. World-burning flame reappeared, even fiercer than before. Fire-powered punches blasted into the beast's soul world, turning it into an inferno. The soul world trembled on the edge of collapse, its spirit roasting in the fire. Lin Moya's soul attacks kept rolling in, locking down the beast's soul. The beast shrieked and could do nothing but suffer. Before Lin Moya's flood of attacks, it could only await death. Eventually, unable to take it anymore, its soul exploded. Fragments scattered through its body, abandoning its soul state and using its revived will to control its flesh for a last-ditch counterattack. Lin Moya laughed coldly, "I've been waiting for this." Drops of purifying water fell into the beast, churning into a thick mist. Where purifying water went, the beast's will was erased completely. Trying to flee into its body, the beast found the way back to its soul world blocked by world-burning flame and another tide of crushing attacks, hounded and pinned down. With nowhere left to run, mist rolled over the beast and wiped its last thoughts away. Its soul shattered, will cleansed, its body crumbled, the ice breaking apart and exposing the ancient frozen wasteland again. The wasteland returned to its original form, still frigid, chunks of ice swirling in the air. But its chill was no longer terrifying. The floating ice slowly began to melt. Victory at last. Deus Lin's methods are beyond our imagination. Deus Lin wants to claim the frozen wasteland, but how can he possibly move it? Tang Feng's group finally breathed easy. They believed Lin Moya would win, but seeing it was different. Now they wondered how Lin Moya would transport the frozen lands. The frozen wasteland was unique, not the kind of thing that could be put in a domain, not even close. Lin Moya released his soul, covering the wasteland with a thought. With a wave of his hand, a vast tear opened in the void, swallowing up the entire frozen continent. The power of his storage space was on display again. A domain was nothing to it within that space, a domain was a mere speck. The frozen wasteland entered the storage space, reduced to a mote of dust. Lin Moya placed the frozen wasteland into the grand world. In chaos, it couldn't fit into a domain, its grade was too high, but inside his storage space, Lin Moya was master. He modified the rules, gave the grand world an exception, and fit it right in. He also left a drop of purifying water on the wasteland, to prevent a new wool from forming. The 4 Silverlight Rabbit elders stared blankly at the scene. The wasteland was a resource of unimaginable power, like nothing they had ever seen. It was huge, more than all Lin Moya's other materials put together. The chief elder asked gingerly, "Sir Lin, what is this?" Lin Moya replied, "It's the Cold Toad clan's territory. Frozen continent." The chief elder gasped. Lin Moya said, "Yes, the frozen wasteland, their territory, and also a supreme crafting material. I moved it here to grow domains. That's extravagance, using an entire territory as crafting supplies for a domain. Most would never dream of it. The kind of karma that comes with using someone's ancestral land as material is not something regular people could endure." The chief elder asked, "So what of the Cold Toad clan?" Lin Moyo answered, "Naturally, they've been destroyed. Truly, after taking their homeland, how could the clan survive? Chaos's brutal tales of extermination are common, and even Silverlight Rabbits lived under the fear for years." Lin Moya seemed nice, but only because they served a purpose and were obedient. Otherwise, he'd exterminate them too. The chief elder considered it normal. That was the law of chaos. As long as they obeyed, all would be fine. Their lives were already much better than before. He said quietly, "Don't worry, Sir Lin, we'll make full use of the frozen continent." Lin Moya replied, "I've heard it can compress domain power. Research it as you wish, I won't interfere. If you need more resources, let me know, and I'll try to find them." To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4486, Lower Domain Combat Power. Chapter 4486, Chapter 4486, Lower Domain Combat Power. Chapter 4486, Lower Domain Combat Power. He glanced at Eamdal on the silver grass plain, still adjusting to his power. Lin Moya was in no rush. Such a huge boost would take time to absorb. With Eamdal's aptitude, rapid results weren't possible. Lin Moya preferred slow, solid progress over speed. After ensuring Eamdal was fine, Lin Moya left. The ancient ice plane vanished from chaos. The frozen void slowly melted, and the Cold Toad clan was erased from chaos. To chaos as a whole, this was a trivial matter. Countless races exist, losing one among many is nothing. The cold ancient behemoth had been dead long ago. Its body carved up. This leftover remnant was simply a bargain for Lin Moyo. Originally, Lin Moyo had considered saving a chunk as corpse explosion material, but Little Tree advised against it. If the cold ancient behemoth were used this way, it might blow a revered sovereign apart. That would bring Dao's attention, and unless prepared for head-on confrontation with Dao itself, it's best not to stir it up. And by the time he could fight Dao, this corpse might not even be useful. Lin Moya's punch alone could become mightier than an explosion. So, the ancient ice lost value. Better not to tinker with what can't be truly used. Lin Moya crossed the frozen wastes and returned to Tang Feng's group. "Alright, let's go." His casual tone made Tang Feng blink before answering, "Right, let's go." Tang Feng was a bit nervous. He now realized Lin Moya's power far exceeded that of the entire Tang God sect. Being around Lin Moya was more stressful than meeting an elder in his own sect. Lin Moya smiled, "No need to be tense, I just needed a shortcut." Tang Feng tried to calm himself. "Understood. You've done us a huge favor, and Tang God sect will always remember. If you ever need us, just ask." Lin Moya smiled, "Don't worry, I'll call on you." Tang Feng stammered, "I'll gladly welcome you anytime." He produced a jade token. Whoever brought it to Tang God sect would alert Tang Feng. Tang Bing also gave Lin Moya a jade token. "My brother sometimes travels, but I'm usually at the sect. You're always welcome as a guest." Lin Moya accepted the tokens and suddenly asked, "Your Tang God sect's history must be quite long." Tang Feng replied, "Indeed. We're an ancient sect, but we aren't sure how old. Some records are missing. I searched but found no earlier details." Lin Moya said, "Earlier you used a certain sword artifact with unusual sword intent." Tang Feng said, "That's the sect's supreme treasure, the heaven-slaying sword. It's made to work with the Tang God sword formation. At full power, even we can strike with a perfection-level attack. The elders can push it even higher. They say the heaven-slaying sword was left by an ancient senior, but I haven't found any records. Maybe the elders know." Despite his position, Tang Feng was only great completion, so some things were out of his reach. Lin Moya smiled, "I'll ask the elders when I visit." Tang Feng asked, "Are you interested in the heaven-slaying sword?" From his view, Lin Moya had no use for such an item. He was far more powerful than even their sword at full blast. Lin Moya shook his head, "Not really. I'm just intrigued by the sword intent, nothing more." After all, it was Lin Mohan's sword intent. Perhaps Tang God sect was related to Lin Mohan or even founded by him. It was idle curiosity. If there was a connection, helping the sect wouldn't be a mistake. On the way back, there was no need to hide in time-space. They moved openly and much faster. While the Tang God sect group were from the central domain, they hadn't violated any sovereign's rules. All they fought were great completion enemies. Normally, even perfection-level enemies in the western pole wouldn't interfere. And now with Lin Moya present, anyone picking a fight would be courting death. Lin Moya lounged on Tang Feng's sword, letting Tang Feng handle the flight. If he could be lazy, Lin Moya did nothing. Tang Feng made small talk, mainly explaining things about the Central Domain God Alliance. Lin Moya listened most of the time. They were both God Alliance members, but Tang Feng was senior and knowledgeable. Lin Moya knew nothing of the alliance, so he took the opportunity to learn. Through Tang Feng, he learned the Central Domain God Alliance had 4 branches: East, South, West, North. These refer not to directions but to domains, created to deal with fighting the other four extremities. Each extremity has its own traits, so the God Alliance adjusts tactics accordingly. In addition, there is a headquarters in the central domain, holding absolute authority and all the strongest powers. Many their only answer to the supreme leader of the central domain. Having heard about the God Alliance, Lin Moyo asked about the upper domain. With the central domain and west at war, the north stirring, he had heard upper domain would assist. Tang Feng knew a little. Upper domain also has a God Alliance almost the same name. They aren't weak, but within the same cultivation rank, their combat strength is lower. They're too focused on pure power, not actual battle. For the north it's no big deal. But among the three domains, the strongest in war is the lower domain. They just rarely get involved. Once, the four extremities and three domains all fought at once. I forget why, but it was brutal. Even sovereigns were involved. The central domain God Alliance held off the west and south. The upper domain checked the north and east. But the upper's God Alliance was overmatched. The east fell, and we couldn't spare anyone to help. That's when the lower domain stepped in. They routed the east, slaughtered sects and clans, leaving the east too afraid ever to try again before withdrawing. And they only used 100,000 people, while the east had over 1 billion. 100,000 against 1 billion, and they won. That's how strong the lower domain's fighters are. It might be exaggerated, but there had to be some basis in fact. Suddenly, Tang Bing said, "Someone is blocking our path." To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4487, this is all I can help with. Chapter 4487, Chapter 4487, this is all I can help with. Chapter 4487, all I can help with. Along the way, Lin Moya chatted with Tang Feng, while Tang Bing occasionally performed divinations. Simple divination was no burden for him as long as nothing above perfection was involved. He was fine. His predictions helped the group avoid trouble, and now the main aim was to get the Dark God Pearl home, not to fight. This time, Tang Bing saw someone blocking their route up ahead right by the cross-domain array's sub-array, which seemed less than coincidental. Tang Bing wondered, how did they know we'd come this way? It doesn't seem random. Tang Feng mused, West Pole has fortune tellers too. Maybe they divined our route. Or perhaps some artifact could achieve it. Plus, with all the people we killed these past centuries, we were bound to catch some attention. That's probably why we're being intercepted. Is there a perfection expert among them? Or how many? Tang Feng was sharp. He could usually identify the core problem quickly. Tang Bing shook his head. There are plenty, but I don't know how many exactly. My divination is being disrupted. There shouldn't be any perfection present, at least. So far, they're not showing up. Tang Feng said, even if there are perfection experts involved, they won't show for now. Is there a way to slip past? Tang Bing replied, let me check. After another divination, his face darkened. No way, they've got a way to track us. Tang Feng summed up, looks like they're prepared. If we can't avoid them, we'll fight. Tang Bing nodded and pulled out a piece of fur, projecting a void map. He marked a few spots, red for their current location, blue for the enemies, green for the teleportation array. The enemy doesn't know the exact array location, but they know our heading and plan to intercept us midway. Changing our course won't help. My divination shows only a frontal attack will work. Tang Feng finished, by the rules, perfection experts from either side won't take part, but since we're outsiders, anything could happen. And since we've hunted so many West Pole natives, even if we covered our tracks, if they're set on killing us, proof isn't needed. This time, we'll have to force our way through. Are my brothers ready? Everyone's fighting spirit soared. They answered not in words but readiness for battle. War. That was their answer. One way or another, they'd get the Dark God Pearl home. Lin Moya stayed silent until Tang Feng looked his way. Lin Moya got his meaning. Relax. As long as the Supreme doesn't intervene, you'll make it back. Tang Feng was instantly relieved. With you saying that, I'm at ease. Lin Moya shook his head. You'll still need to fight. As long as their perfection experts don't join in, I won't intervene. If you fail, it just wasn't meant to be. Tang Feng suddenly held up the Dark God Pearl. Deist Lin, may I beg one last favor? Lin Moya saw the request coming. Don't worry. If your whole group dies, I'll bring the Dark God Pearl home for you. This interception battle was trouble Tang Feng's group had brought upon themselves. It had nothing to do with Lin Moya. As long as the West Pole perfection experts stayed out, Lin Moya wouldn't touch that karma. If Tang Feng couldn't break through, bad luck. As for the pearl, Lin Moya could help them take it home, but only when it suited him. Tang Feng understood this was Lin Moya's limit. They'd just met, and he'd already done more than enough. Without Lin Moya, they'd never have gotten the pearl. Even this much was already generous. Before engaging, Tang Feng halted the sword formation so the group could rest and prepare for the push. This was the West Pole, not their home ground. They wouldn't linger. And with the teleport array nearby, getting there was safety. After a brief rest, the formation kicked back to life. Tang Feng drove it as a single indomitable sword, slicing through the void. 100 million miles, 1 billion miles in no time, the sword formation breached 10 billion miles. A force appeared 1,000 strong, all chaos, great completion, from 3 distinct non-human races. They had taken beast form, huge bodies like iron walls, blocking the way entirely. When West Pole natives enter beast form, they fight at full power. In human form, they cultivate, but in beast form, it's battle time. Compared to them, Tang Feng's people were tiny, almost ant-like. But size didn't dampen their momentum. Tang Feng cried, Tang God Grand Formation, arise. Kill. A massive sword exploded into space. These West Pole beasts weren't phased. A ram-like beast, with glowing horns, twisted space. A barrier cut their advance. Suddenly progress stalled. Easy to break space now froze them in place. A wall now stood. Progress halved. Tang Feng roared, "It's a Skyram space lockdown. Bing, use the void-piercing spike." Tang Bing launched a small silver spike, which expanded and blasted a huge path through the barrier. Following the spike, the group advanced, coming face to face with their foes. The Skyrams were flustered. They could bend space but not withstand pitched battles. They called up a legion of dragon turtles. Their shells formed a massive shield, guarding the Skyrams. Crash! The great sword smashed the shield. The dragon turtles stumbled back. Yet Tang Feng's momentum also stalled, and their progress slowed again. Surrounding West Pole beasts closed in with giant forms to pin Tang Feng's crew. Explode! Tang Feng muttered. Sword formation split into countless blades, spraying outward to drive back the enemy. He drew another artifact, another small sword like the one earlier, but lacking Lin Mohan's sword intent, a replica. He merged it into the formation, unleashing a tidal wave of sword power. It wasn't Lin Mohan's, but still formidable. Cut! Swords lashed out. Whoever blocked, died. Get out of my way. 100 whips lashed forward. Bang bang bang. Sword shadows shattered. Tang Feng's force fell back. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4488, Breaking Through. Chapter 4488, Chapter 4488, Breaking Through. Chapter 4488, Breaking Through. The sword formation fell back but didn't collapse. Previous battles with the Cold Toad clan had shown its resilience. This formation wouldn't break easily. What forced the retreat were hundreds of giant lizard-like beings, each with long, snake-like tails as deadly weapons, powerful enough to kill any Chaos Great Completion who wasn't strong enough. Their numbers matched Tang Feng's group, and together their strength pushed the sword formation back. Tang Bing closed his eyes and divined. He and Tang Feng formed the core of the formation. Tang Bing for guidance, Tang Feng for control. Suddenly Tang Bing pointed left, and Tang Feng instantly forged a sword seal. At his command, all the Tang God sect members completed their seals together, condensing the formation into a massive sword, slashing in the direction Tang Bing indicated. The formation surged behind the blade, using it as a path to break the siege. Against these West Pole beasts, one must never get surrounded. Once trapped, there's no way out. That had been Tang Feng's plan all along. He stuck to it, keeping the Dark God Pearl in reserve as his trump card. The giant sword slashed a path, but resistance waited. Huge bee-like creatures guarded the way. As the sword approached, they beat their wings, showering the formation with countless stingers like artillery shells. Tang Feng shifted his seals. Explode! The sword detonated, generating a tidal force that repelled the stingers and launched a devastating wave, smashing the giant bees aside and opening a gap. Seizing the opportunity, the formation rushed out through the breach. Anguished roars sounded. Before them materialized a massive creature, shaped like a rhinoceros and gleaming with gold. "That's a golden light divine rhino," Tang Feng said quickly. A renowned powerhouse race in the West, legendary for their strength. Their battle power was unrivaled in their realm. Even among the 4 extremities and 3 domains, they were feared. The gold rhino flared, its size ballooning to 100,000 miles. Its horn unleashed a beam of light that crashed toward the sword formation. Tang Feng's expression hardened. "Hold tight." Smash through. The sword formation slammed into the gold light. Both were deflected, ricocheting aside. More West Pole beasts lay in wait on the new route, unleashing relentless attacks. Again the formation exploded into thousands of blades, meeting the assault head-on. Tang Feng pushed the formation, keeping it moving, never letting them be fully surrounded. From his vantage, Lin Moya watched the chaos with interest, riding Tang Feng's sword and flying all over the field. There were so many kinds of West Pole beings it was like a zoo, every creature imaginable. That gold rhino really is impressive. It had single-handedly blocked Tang Feng's sword formation. Everyone was Chaos Great Completion, but the rhino was several times tougher. Little Tree chimed in. "Of course it has a trace of wild bronze bull blood. Even a drop is enough to put it at the top of its class." Lin Moya replied, "Its aura reminds me of the Chaos Wild Ox." Little Tree added, "Chaos Wild Ox has tons of wild bronze bull blood, so it's even fiercer." How strong was the bronze bull? Little Tree, attack isn't stellar, but defense is nearly unbreakable. Took a lot for me to kill him. So, Little Tree had actually slain the bull, making him an authority. In Little Tree's judgment, the bull's defense was tops the attack, just decent. Defense can always be breached, and in the end it was killed. Here, the gold rhino with just a hint of bull blood was already insurmountable. It kept firing gold beams, foiling each attempt by Tang Feng's group to break out without the Dark God Pearl. Escape seemed impossible. Despite this, Lin Moya noticed the battlefield shifting. Each attempt by Tang Feng wasn't random. He was steering the fight toward the cross-domain array. If they could reach it, they could escape alive. Lin Moya saw the plan. It could work, but not succeed in the end. Through the undead eye, Lin Moya picked out several massive soul flames burning far away, perfection-level chaos beings. They hadn't acted, just watched, waiting for Tang Feng to escape before intervening. After spending hundreds of years in the West, picking off countless natives, Tang Feng's group wasn't going to be allowed to simply leave. The formation twisted and rolled in repeated breakout attempts. Tang Feng's skill was remarkable, and with Tang Bing's guidance, they never got fully trapped. But space to maneuver was dwindling, the encirclement was closing, and Tang Feng's options nearly gone. Finally, the ring locked. Once trapped, they would have no hope left. Lin Moya, watching the scene, knew the hour had arrived. Next instant, Tang Feng drew out the Dark God Pearl and fused it with the sword formation. Its power erupted far greater than before. At once, the formation leapt past Chaos Great Completion, achieving perfection power. The pearl was Tang God Sect's supreme treasure, the real heart of the formation. Divine sword descends. Tang Feng growled, pouring all his force into the formation. A monstrous sword manifested, a masterpiece of lethal majesty, every pattern a work of art. On its hilt, 3 sockets waited for gems. The dark god pearl shot into one, becoming part of the sword. The sword fell void, ruptured, power utterly at perfection level. The surrounding great completion beasts were stunned. It was too late to flee. Stop! Someone shouted. Finally a perfection expert intervened, but too late. The sword struck. Sword light swept out, void shattering, screams filled the air. Sword chi surged outward, eviscerating everything. West Pole defenders were ripped apart, bodies and souls carved up helpless. Tang Feng unleashed the strike, pale after expending almost all his power, but used the formation to speed away. He ignored the carnage behind, focused only on escape back to the central domain. Get back! An enraged roar. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere and smacked the sword formation like a fly. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4489, The Perfection Experts Ran Away. Chapter 4489, Chapter 4489, The Perfection Experts Ran Away. Chapter 4489, The Perfection Experts Ran Away. The just broken through sword formation was sent flying again, and Tang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. So did all those within the formation. That slap was too strong, beyond chaos, great completion. Tang Feng clenched his bloody teeth. Perfection expert. A perfection expert from the West Pole had finally intervened. Tang Feng didn't know what to do. Confronted with such a foe, he had no options left. Earlier, they still had treasures that could briefly stall a perfection expert, such as Tang Bing's artifact or the one/to-heaven sword, but those had already been used in the battle with the Cold Toad clan. Even the Dark God Pearl could only match one sword strike with a perfection expert, and Tang Feng had already swung that sword. He couldn't unleash another. Stabilizing the sword formation, Tang Feng didn't push further. He knew there was no way to break out against a perfection expert. Tang Bing finished his divination and shook his head at Tang Feng. The result wasn't optimistic. With their own strength, they couldn't escape. Both looked to Lin Moyo now. Only Lin Moyo could help. Previously, Lin Moyo had said as long as West Pole perfection experts didn't intervene, even if their side was wiped out, he wouldn't act. But now that a perfection expert had moved, Lin Moyo should step in. They saw Lin Moyo studying the area where they'd broken out. The sword light had dissipated, and the surrounding West Pole beasts were suffering mass casualties. Over 1,000 Chaos Great Completion natives had perished in one strike, and most survivors were wounded, some very severely. It had been a strike equivalent to that of a perfection expert. Immense power. Even the gold rhino, with its vaunted defenses, was battered, its horn partially smashed. Lin Moyo asked, "That divine sword you summoned earlier was impressive. What's its story?" Tang Feng hadn't expected Lin Moyo to ask about the sword, but seeing Lin Moyo's comment reassured him. Lin Moyo didn't fear the perfection experts at all. Tang Feng explained, "Our records say the Dark God Pearl was once a gem in that sword. Our formation's ultimate secret is summoning the sword. Supposedly, it was wielded by a legendary sword god, and its power is on par with the treasures of a supreme. But we can only use the Dark God Pearl to summon a projection. If our elders used it, the summoned sword could sweep most perfection experts away. Sadly, we fall far short." Being able to summon only a projection meant the sword still truly exists somewhere, not a relic but a current artifact. Lin Moyo suspected this divine sword was once Lin Mohan's blade, and Lin Mohan was the sword god in question. After Lin Mohan, none had earned that honor. Given everything, Lin Moyo felt the Tang God sect was probably Lin Mohan's legacy. But Lin Mohan, always reclusive, founding a sect was odd. Maybe reincarnation had changed her disposition. Lin Moyo was curious about his own sister's previous life. Perhaps that's something to explore one day. He pondered why Lin Mohan would be reborn as his sister, sharing a blood resonance. In hindsight, it seemed intentional rather than coincidence. Snapping out of his musings, Lin Moyo saw Tang Feng and Tang Bing watching him, so he smiled, "Keep heading for your destination, I'll handle the rest." He stepped from the formation and stood atop the sword. Tang Feng reshaped the sword formation, forging a giant blade for Lin Moyo to stand on, then continued flying toward their goal. Lin Moyo showing himself drew surprise from their enemies. A chaos minor completion standing so exposed. What was he planning? It didn't matter. The West Pole perfection expert tried again. "Get back. You can't leave." A giant hand reached from the void, swatting at the sword formation. Lin Moyo smiled. "Ignore it, keep advancing." Tang Feng obeyed, driving the formation forward. Twisted void swirled, and 3 gigantic cold toad beasts appeared, launching savage attacks. Their assault shredded the giant hand and unleashed a torrent of frozen energy, exposing the hidden perfection expert. In front of Lin Moyo's necromancer eye, his concealment failed completely. These 3 toads, swinging frozen power, attacked as if desperate. "What are you doing?" He roared. The cold toads were West Pole natives. Why attack him? Then he noticed these 3 looked vacant, their eyes dull. They'd been mind-controlled. He stared at Lin Moyo. "Are you the one controlling them?" Lin Moyo grinned. "Guess." The expert nearly choked. A chaos minor completion controlling 3 perfection-level beasts was beyond comprehension. Furious, but under attack by 3 perfection-controlled beings, he could do nothing but fight for survival. Lin Moyo turned elsewhere. "You two stop hiding and come out." His words thundered across the void, twisting space and forcing 2 other perfection experts into the open. He gazed at them. "You want to fight, too?" They said nothing, but their surging aura made their intentions clear. They'd come specifically to keep Tang Feng's group from leaving. They all knew about the cross-domain array. If Tang Feng's team reached it, they'd escape. Now was their last chance to intervene. But before they could act, Lin Moyo pointed. A distortion appeared, and the spacetime soul python emerged. The 2 saw the python and instantly panicked, bolting away at full speed. They ran. And not just them, the one wrestling with the cold toads gave a strange cry and also fled, vanishing in a heartbeat. Lin Moya was stunned. They just ran off. He hadn't expected the spacetime soul python to be so terrifying. One glance and all the enemies fled. You sure have a reputation. Lin Moya teased. The python calmly answered, a lot of West Pole people fear me. After failing to reach Quasi-Supreme, the python had turned half-mad. Many perfection experts had fallen to its control, losing themselves and dying. Almost every perfection expert in the region knew of this infamous creature. See it, and you escape immediately, lest you become its next puppet. The python was unmistakable. Everyone recognized it. Lin Moya hadn't expected such instant results. If he'd known, he'd have used it sooner and saved a lot of trouble. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4490, Thinking from the Details. Chapter 4490, Chapter 4490, Thinking from the Details. Chapter 4490, Thinking from the Details. The three perfection powerhouses of the West Pole fled 1,000,000,000 miles before stopping. They looked at each other in lingering fear. How could it be the spacetime soul python? Yeah, why would the spacetime soul python be here? No wonder those three cold toad ancients attacked me. Turns out they were being controlled by the spacetime soul python. But why would the python listen to that little guy? Are we really just going to let them go? With the spacetime soul python present, what else can we do? Go and become its puppets? The three were truly helpless. They couldn't provoke the spacetime soul python and didn't even dare appear before it again. In their eyes, the python was an utterly perverse existence. Unless a quasi-supreme or supreme intervened, anyone challenging it would die. For now, they were powerless. Their survival was more important than whether Tangfon's group escaped. With the spacetime soul python clearing the way, and three perfection-level cold toads leading, an overwhelming force filled the void. No one dared approach. Especially those who'd previously tried to block the group. They all watched Tangfon's party leave with strange expressions. You had perfection guardians? Why didn't you say so? Why were we even trying to stop you? Tangfong at last fully relaxed. Just like Lin Moyo had said, as long as no Supreme stepped in and if they could breach the Great Completion blockades, they'd be fine. Perfection experts didn't matter. Lin Moyo never saw them as a real threat. They continued smoothly to their destination, unimpeded. Tangfong took out the array disc. It resonated with the cross-domain formation and began activating. He then pulled out a pagoda artifact. Drawing everyone inside this treasure allowed him to lead everyone through the Great Formation. It was a high-level item. Tang Godsek's ancient legacy ensured deep resources. Tangfong asked, Deist Lin, will you come in? Lin Moyo shook his head, no need. Tangfong didn't insist, understanding Lin Moya's independence. Once the disc activated, it synced with the grand teleportation array. Little Tree quickly synced to the spatial frequency and located the array's exact position. Found it. Before the array disc was fully ready, Little Tree had already pinpointed the array. At this point, Lin Moyo no longer needed the array disc at all. When the activation finished and Tangfong prepared to enter, the grand array would send him back to the central domain. Tangfong asked, Deist Lin, won't you return with us? Lin Moyo shook his head, you go first. I have things to do here. Thank you, Tangfong, for your guidance. When I have time, I'll visit Tang God Sect. Tangfong clasped his hands in salute. We await you at the sect. Your help will be remembered by us all. Lin Moyo just happened to suit each other's needs. No need to be so formal. Tangfong, I understand. He entered the array, the formation fully engaging and linking to the great teleportation array. Tangfong instantly vanished into the void, sent down a spatial channel toward the central domain. Next instant, Little Tree's roots tunneled through layers of space, opening a direct path to the great array's layer. Lin Moyo entered, finding the massive formation itself. The formation had shrunk down to a 10-meter wide flat disk, fused almost perfectly into a spatial seam so well hidden that even races with innate space talents would struggle to find it. Lin Moyo was familiar with this kind of formation. He inscribed several chaos runes to make himself a back door. He slipped in like a stone into water. All these great arrays shared the same design. Lin Moyo had already seen one in the East Pole. He quickly found the core and entered directly. There, the familiar statue awaited. Every formation featured a statue left by the Calamity Supreme, in both main and sub-arrays. As long as Lin Moyo connected with one, he could proceed. The statues served two purposes. First, to hold a fragment of the Supremes will each will stored separately, weaker for stealth and safety. Second, as insurance, in the event of a mishap, the will in the statue could take action. You're here, rumbled the Calamity Supreme's deep voice. Lin Moyo was used to it. I'm here. Anything you want to say? The statue trembled slightly. Everything you need to know, you already know. Since you're here, I'll take my leave. Lin Moyo replied, safe travels. A spatial rift opened behind the statue, which then flew in and disappeared. This time, the Supreme left no further message, but actually, he had through what he didn't say. From that single remark, Lin Moyo deduced that all the statue's embedded wills had now linked together. Previously, each statue's will was independent. Whenever Lin Moyo arrived, each would repeat the necessary information, often redundantly. This redundancy was deliberate as safeguard in case something happened to one, ensuring nothing crucial was lost. But now, this statue stated plainly that Lin Moyo already knew everything, which Calamity Supreme never would have said before, since if Lin Moyo had visited West Pole first, he'd have missed out. Thus, Lin Moyo inferred the fragments of the Supreme's will had linked together. Why? Because he'd already found several arrays, and those statues had all gone to the same place, their wills fusing, forming a stronger will, which could connect with the weaker fragments and keep up to date, eliminating repetitive instructions. From such small clues, Lin Moyo worked out the situation. The most important thing wasn't that, however, but rather something Calamity Supreme once said. I am you, but not you. Now Lin Moyo understood he truly was not the Supreme's reincarnation. If he were, then at a certain strength, the will in the statues would conflict with him, creating a paradox of two Supremes at once. Thus, the phrase I am you, but not you must be reinterpreted. He inherited the Supreme's will but was not his reincarnation. He was only the successor to the will, his selfhood remained his own. If he ever wished to abandon that inheritance, it was possible, he was not bound. The path ahead would be Lin Moya's alone, he wouldn't repeat the Supreme's life. With a flurry of chaos runes, Lin Moya began refining the grand array, using the sub-array to influence the distant main array in the central domain. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4491, Teleportation Array Closed. Chapter 4491, Chapter 4491, Teleportation Array Closed. Chapter 4491, Teleportation Array Closed. The refining process went very smoothly. Lin Moyo had refined many such arrays and felt no pressure at all. His soul's advancement meant that every chaos rune was stronger than before, so the refining went even faster. In less than a day, the sub-array was completely refined, and using this as a springboard, he began to refine the main array. The refining power spanned the vast void, traversed the desolation scar, and silently entered the main array. Cultivators within the main array had no idea the cross-domain array already had a new master. The presence of the new master had no effect unless he chose to exert control. If he did so, the cross-domain array would be under Lin Moya's full command. In the central domain, near the West Pole, stood a city called Lingxi City. There were also Yunnan City and Baikan. The four cities of East, South, West, and North all shared something. Each was refined from fragments of the same domain, giving them common traits, and all were enveloped by the main cross-domain array. The cross-domain array in Lingxi City operated slowly, space distorting as Lin Moyo appeared in the city. The city's formation automatically sensed his token, confirming his identity. If the visitor wasn't a Central Domain God Alliance member, the formation would sound an alert. A sizable army was stationed here, with several perfection experts overseeing its security was not an issue. Using the cross-domain array to enter Lingxi City, Lin Moyo looked beyond the city where the formation lay. He was now its master, whether it worked depended on his will. The God Alliance's layout was systematic. Outside Lingxi City was another city, Wangzi City, mirroring Guangdong City in the east. Now Lin Moya needed to travel from Lingxi to Wangzi, and then teleport to other regions. Unlike the West Pole, every teleportation array in the central domain was built as a massive city. Led by humans, the central domain's setup was totally different. Humans value interaction, so they built the array into city hubs, where people could rest, trade, and enjoy the security guaranteed by the God Alliance. Thanks to these rules and institutions, even the weak could live peacefully here. Compared to the central domain, the West Pole was almost barbaric. Lin Moya returned to Wangzi City, feeling something like a traveler coming home as he walked among cultivators on the bustling streets. He didn't rest, there was no need. Lin Moya quickly found the teleportation array in Wangzi, preparing to head north to Wangbei. The plan was to teleport to Wangbei, then move to Linbei City, and finally enter the North Pole. The South Pole was at war, he just hoped the North Pole was peaceful, if not, things would get complicated. But when he arrived at the array, he was a step too late. Travel from west to north required passing through hundreds of teleportation nodes. Each transfer happened automatically, without his intervention. When he reached the teleport array, something was wrong. It was packed with people, more so than normal, at least 10,000 crowded the area, the air above full too. A cacophony broke out as many people complained, some anxious and even panicking. With a nudge of his soul, Lin Moyo heard fragments of conversation. Why is the teleportation array closed? My family is waiting for me. If I don't make it back, the Domain Lord will never forgive me. I'm finished. My disciples are still in the north, this array can't close. The array was closed? Lin Moyo frowned, seeking the array's overseer, a Dao-life cultivator in God Alliance attire, likely a junior member. Lin Moyo showed his ID. Why is the teleportation array to Wangbei closed? The man saw Lin Moya's credentials and quickly bowed. Senior, the North Pole is on high alert. The Alliance needs to mobilize, so the array is temporarily requisitioned. How long will the closure last? Asked Lin Moyo. The man shook his head. I don't know. The closure was personally ordered by God Alliance elders. They didn't say for how long. Judging by past experience, it won't be short, at least 100 years, maybe 1,000. It really depends on when the war breaks out and ends. The Alliance would not close an array merely to mobilize. There had to be other reasons, just not made public. Closing the array causes problems, but the God Alliance might not care. Lin Moyo continued. What if I detour through Guangdong City? The man answered. The Guangdong to Wangbei array is still open, but since the southern border is at war, seniors can't transfer through Wangnan. As for the central headquarters route, if you have access, you could transfer directly from HQ to Wangbei, which would save a lot of time. So there were 3 routes, via Wangzi City, via Guangdong City, or using headquarters. Only the headquarters route was shortest, but only select people had access. With Wangzi's array shut, Lin Moyo could only go via Guangdong. But with the south at war, going via Guangdong meant first routing through the main HQ. This complicated things greatly, costing everyone more time and money. Worse, some only wanted to make intermediate stops. Now they'd overshoot, ending up even farther away. That explained the swelling crowd and the God Alliance's lack of a solution. Despite the crowd, order held, no one dared cause trouble with the God Alliance in charge. Lin Moyo calculated, from here to HQ and then onward would add over 15 days compared to a direct route via Guangdong, over 40 more days. After thinking, Lin Moyo decided, in that case, I'll go via Central Domain headquarters. He'd never seen the headquarters before joining the God Alliance. This was a good chance to take a look at the massive power guiding the central domain's peace and growth. Lin Moyo paid in Chaos Gold and entered the array, teleporting to Alliance HQ. Maybe due to his empowered body and soul, Lin Moyo noticed space itself seemed to slow, and he could see the shifting scenery clearly as he traveled. Chaos space operated with regularity, unlike the absolute turmoil of the Scar region. During transmission, Lin Moyo studied the changing world, faintly noticing something amiss. 10 minutes after the journey began, the direction shifted not toward headquarters anymore. Each node transfer was very fast, less than half a second fully automated. This entire cluster of arrays was highly instructive. With the right approach, it could yield unexpected opportunities. After a few days in transmission, the destination appeared: Central God Alliance headquarters. An old man awaited, surrounded by women Lin Moyo recognized. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4492, Don't Make Trouble. Chapter 4492, Chapter 4492, Don't Make Trouble. Chapter 4492, Don't Make Trouble. The old man looked unfamiliar, yet he was smiling cheerfully at Lin Moyo, as if he knew him well. At his side were three women, each equally smiling at Lin Moyo. They were all faces Lin Moyo had encountered once before. A distant memory stirred back in the grand world. When Lin Moyo painstakingly reached the other shore realm, he had glimpsed a lakeside scene, a group collecting ancestral water and handing it to a white-robed elderly man. Back then, Lin Moyo hadn't realized the white-robed elder's level, but later learned he was a supreme, as was the green-robed one, Chaos very peak. The three women were among those collecting water at the lake. To Lin Moyo, these three should be subordinates of the supreme, so why were they here? Wasn't the central domain ruled by the green robe? Greetings, Deist Lin, I have waited a long time, the old man said with courteous respect. The three women also bowed, their beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity directed at Lin Moyo. Clearly, these people had come specifically for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo stepped out of the teleport array and greeted the elder. I greet you, senior. What business would you have with me? The elderly man wore the attire of the God Alliance and was a chaos perfection expert, one of the very best, his natural aura as heavy as the wine sovereigns. There were many perfection experts in the Alliance, but few as great as this one. Lin Moyo judged his position was very high. The elder squinted and smiled. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Mu, given name Tins, and I am the vice leader of the Central Domain God Alliance. Vice leader. Lin Moyo hadn't expected this status. The Alliance had one true leader and a vice. The main leader was mysterious and rarely ever seen. On normal days, all major affairs of the Alliance were handled by the vice leader. Mu Tins continued, these three are fairies from the upper domain, here at our alliance for business. Upon hearing you'd arrived, they wanted to meet you, no other reason. Mu Tins didn't elaborate on their purpose. The three didn't speak, only gazing curiously at Lin Moyo. They made no sound or mental transmission. Anyone not in the know might think they couldn't speak. Of course, this was just a joke. Chaos perfection beings can remake their bodies at will. Silence is never disability. Lin Moyo quickly realized the white robe was an upper domain supreme, while the green robe was the central domains. The two supremes were close and so were their domains. The women were likely here on the white robe supreme's business. With war brewing in the South Pole and the Alliance mobilizing, with the North Pole possibly next, upper domain agents were on the move, so this was normal. Lin Moyo said, greetings Vice Leader Mu, may I ask why you summoned me? Mu Tins didn't answer directly. He glanced at the three women. One smiled, since Vice Leader has business, we sisters will take our leave. Mu Tins nodded, give my regards to Leader Luo. She replied brightly, your words will be delivered. Deist Lin, do visit Upper Domain Alliance as a guest sometime. Lin Moyo replied with equal politeness, not committing to when or if he'd go. With a glow from the teleport array, the three women disappeared. Mu Tins beckoned, Deist Lin, please follow me. Lin Moyo wasn't sure what Mu's purpose was, but knew there was no malice. He had a hunch the ever-absent true leader might be the green robe, a very plausible scenario. If so, Lin Moyo knew there could be no harm intended. He followed Mu Tins down a path away from the transmission area, toward the Alliance's headquarters. Tall, awe-inspiring towers lay ahead, refined, majestic, radiating authority. Above the headquarters a floating castle hovered, a powerful artifact surpassing perfection, its aura shocking. Yet Mu Tins took Lin Moyo onto a side path, through a grove to a small, ancient village. The village was quaint, with perhaps 100 houses, scattered but orderly. Behind lay hills and a stream winding through, leaving the village for distant lands. Birdsong and flowers blanketed the scene, a peacefulness pervaded, dissolving all cares upon entry. Mu Tins finally spoke, this is where us old folks retire and rest. Lin Moyo replied, it really is a good place, blessed by nature and talent. He noticed clusters of immense soul flames flickering slowly through the village, a sign that their owners were calm, unhurried. Yet all these soul flames belonged to top-tier perfection experts. Out in the world, such experts were rare, yet here were 100 and doubtless, more were hidden. There may well be other villages like this. The strength of the God Alliance was evident. Mu Tins and Lin Moyo walked the village path. Deist Lin, you once helped solve the cross-domain array issue in the east. That was a huge help. Lin Moyo kept quiet. Although resolving the array was important, he didn't think such a task warranted the vice leader's personal thanks. Seeing his silence, Mu Tins continued, recently, the leader visited and asked us to prepare a little something for you. Lin Moyo asked, what kind of thing? Mu Tins answered, just some materials, nothing of great value, but the leader said Deist Lin might need them, so we prepared a batch. The leader Mu Tins referred to was certainly the green robe. Why not deliver it himself? Why use Mu Tins as agent? There must be some restriction at play. Lin Moyo recalled the green robe once said during his descent to the source continent, the walls have ears. Apparently, there were things he really couldn't do personally, so he had to ask others. Entering the village, Lin Moyo instantly felt dozens of powerful wolves scanning him up and down. Some were friendly, others invasive, attempting to peer inside. Ordinary cultivators would have to endure such prying due to the status and strength of the wielders. But Lin Moyo wouldn't put up with it. World-burning flame flared on his body, instantly incinerating all those probing wills. A chorus of grunts echoed from all over the village, followed by angry muttering. These ancient cultivators clearly disliked Lin Moyo's method. Mutans calmly addressed them. Take it easy, Deist. Lin is the leader's guest. Don't make trouble. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4493, The Green-Robed Elder's Little Test. Chapter 4493, Chapter 4493, The Green-Robed Elder's Little Test. Chapter 4493, The Green-Robed Elder's Little Test. Mutan's voice echoed through the whole village, and instantly all the auras settled down. No one dared feel anger, no one tried to peer into Lin Moyo's mind again. Mutan smiled at Lin Moyo. No need to concern yourself with them. They've been living secluded here so long, any outsider is a novelty. Lin Moyo asked, do these seniors never leave? Mutans replied, hardly ever. They're mostly alone, have no real reason to go out. They've given up on reaching Supreme, and don't even dare try for Quasi-Supreme. This is just how their lives have ended up. Mu's words were blunt but true. Everyone in the village could hear him, yet none refuted or even shifted their aura. Clearly, Mu had delivered this speech before they were all used to it. Becoming a Supreme is impossible for them. Trying for Quasi-Supreme is too risky. Their ambition isn't enough, at least not compared to the Wine Sovereign. To attempt Quasi-Supreme is to risk disaster, but without risk there's no reward. Lin Moyo didn't comment. Everyone picks their path, and it's fine not to regret it. Mutans led Lin Moyo to a small cabin. Everything's inside. Go ahead, take it, don't be polite. Lin Moyo pushed open the wooden door. Its neglected hinges squealed. Inside was another space, suddenly expanding to more than 10,000 meters wide and high. There, piles of materials formed mountains. A chill permeated the room. Every material was coated in pure ice. Freezing them together removed any risk of incompatibility, even if their properties might clash otherwise. This bounty, from the green-robed elder, was meant for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo mused, how did he know so many materials were needed? Compared to what Lin Moyo had collected before, this was millions of times greater. Did he foresee I'd visit the Silverlight Rabbit clan? No, that's impossible. He couldn't predict Silverlight. He just knew I'd cultivate a domain, so he prepared materials in advance. Cultivating a domain was set by the Calamity Supreme, and the Green Robe was in on it. But the Silverlight Rabbit affair is purely personal. No one could see that coming. With Silverlight Rabbit, Lin Moyo could move much faster. Previously he'd been worrying about materials, now they came to him. With these, domain growth could speed up. The ancient ice could be set aside, used later for compressing domain force. Wishing to store the materials, Lin Moyo found they would not budge. A powerful force locked them in place far above chaos level, truly supreme class. The green-robed elder left them here with no fear of theft. It was not an array holding them, so one cannot break an array. To claim them meant overcoming a challenge. That old man really doesn't let you rest. Lin Moyo laughed, realizing this was some little test from the green robe. It wasn't meant to hinder him, probably just for fun, or perhaps the elder was watching from afar. Lin Moyo scanned the vast chamber. Nothing obvious was hidden. 3 mountains of materials stood at trinity points, not a true array but arranged suggestively. Those were the only details to puzzle over. Studying the 3 piles, Lin Moyo saw each was different, but all were exactly the same height, and at each peak the top material was identical. That was strange. The rest looked randomly placed, but the tops were all alike, clearly deliberate. What's more, all 3 top pieces were mirror smooth. A quick glance told Lin Moyo the secret. He smiled and flicked out 10 motes of light. Fire turned to scorching suns, illuminating the space and rising to be level with the 3 peaks. Light shone on the top materials, each reflecting a beam onto the floor. 3 beams overlapping. At their intersection, faint markings appeared on the ground. Lin Moyo made out the traces. They were left by something round. The marks bore vague patterns, which seemed meaningless. But since the green robe left them, they must matter. After a moment, Lin Moyo understood what to do. He flicked his wrist, and the frost jade cushion flew out. The ground's faint marks matched the cushion perfectly. Combined with the cold around the materials, clearly, the frost jade cushion was the key. He placed it over the marks and expanded it to cover them all. Nothing happened. The cushion remained unchanged, as did the material mountains. Lin Moyo sat down on the cushion and began powering it. This was a supreme treasure. He'd only tapped a fraction of its power while in the domain, to great effect. But after entering chaos, he hadn't used it, not because it was weak, but because he hadn't refined it, hadn't drawn out its full power. Now, he understood the green robe's intent. He had to refine the frost jade cushion. To refine it, his soul needed to reach chaos perfection. In truth, this was a test of his soul's power. To cultivate a domain, he needed to do so before reaching perfection. After perfection, he'd run out of time. So the green robe was requesting that his soul reach higher before his cultivation did. Soul surpassing cultivation, this was his requirement. Whether this was the green robe's own intent or something set by the Calamity Supreme, Lin Moyo wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. The point was, Lin Moyo was now fully capable of refining the frost jade cushion. He hadn't had time before, but for all these materials, he'd do it now. The cushion was powerful, but Lin Moyo was not walking the same path as before, and didn't want to rely too much on objects. So let's refine it. Powerful soul energy surged into the frost jade cushion. Lin Moyo's soul was now beyond perfection, perhaps not quite supreme level, but stronger than most quasi-supremes. Refining the cushion posed no difficulty. Soul waves swept through, strengthening their connection at incredible speed. An ordinary chaos perfection might take centuries to refine. A part Lin Moya took a dozen days. Soon, as the refining progressed, the cushion radiated intense cold, resonating with the icy energy in the mountains of materials. The whole space froze. Lin Moya then discovered the cold of the cushion was very similar to the ancient ice, about 30% alike. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4494, Ice Crystal, That Place. Chapter 4494, Chapter 4494, Ice Crystal, That Place. Chapter 4494, Ice Crystal, That Place. Lin Moya believed his intuition was right. The frost jade cushion definitely had some connection with the ancient ice, and more precisely, with the ancient ice behemoth. He brought up the issue with Little Tree and Chaos Child after carefully examining the cushion. Both confirmed Moya's suspicion. Little Tree said, before, Master hadn't refined the frost jade cushion, so nothing special was apparent. Now, it seems that the frost jade cushion was forged from the corpse of the ancient ice behemoth. Chaos Child added, they're both parts of the ancient ice behemoth's body, but they feel different to me. Little Tree said, you're right, the frost jade cushion likely used that beast's soul crystal. Chaos Child, surprised, asked, you mean it was forged from that guy's soul crystal? Little Tree answered, it's just a guess, not certain. Not convinced, Chaos Child pressed, if you weren't sure, you wouldn't say it. You must have seen something. Little Tree explained, I met the ancient ice behemoth once, so I'm about 60% sure it's his soul crystal. Lowering his voice, Chaos Child grew mysterious, if it really is that guy's soul crystal, does that mean we could go there and take a look? Little Tree said, possibly. Chaos Child insisted, then it's decided if there's a chance, we have to check it out. I've always wanted to see what that place is like. Little Tree reminded, it's up to Master, not you. Lin Moya listened in silence, waiting for a proper explanation. As Moya continued refining the frost jade cushion, he gradually discerned its differences from the ancient ice. Both originated from the ancient ice behemoth and wielded cold, but the cushion's power was far purer if used at full strength. Its output could surpass even the ancient ice. Perhaps, as Little Tree theorized, it was truly forged from the beast's soul crystal. Finally, Little Tree and Chaos Child explained what a soul crystal was. Long ago, the first ice formed in chaos, which birthed a will and became the terrifying behemoth, the ancient ice behemoth. At the core of this primordial ice was a unique ice crystal, containing 90% of its power. Over time, the ice crystal evolved into a soul crystal, bearer of its soul. When the behemoth died, the soul crystal disappeared. Little Tree never saw it, so can't confirm absolutely. As for that place Chaos Child mentioned, it is an extraordinary site in chaos, said to be linked to the behemoth's appearance. Normal means can't reach it. The ice crystal is the key to entry. But once it became the soul crystal, the behemoth couldn't enter either. The site was discovered only because, time and again, the behemoth tried and failed to gain entry. Eventually other beings took notice. No one knows exactly what's inside. Theories abound, but all are speculation. Chaos Child elaborated, that place is now the North Pole. Actually, the behemoth once dwelled there too. The ancient ice only ended up in the West Pole after its demise. So now that the beast is dead and its soul is gone, the soul crystal has reverted to an ice crystal, perhaps once again usable as a key. Master, you could go explore when you reach the North Pole. Lin Moya mused, even if it's reverted to the ice crystal, it's since been refined into the frost jade cushion. Not sure it can still serve as a key. Little Tree replied, it should work. Back then, the beast failed because its soul had tainted the ice crystal. Now, in artifact form, it's clean. Chaos Child said, I see no problem, at least Master could try. Lin Moya chuckled, you two are bold. Aren't you worried something dangerous is waiting there? Chaos Child replied, even if there's danger, you'll surely handle it. Little Tree said, back then, the behemoth kept trying to enter the site and was obsessed with it. Must be something inside, otherwise, it wouldn't have bothered. He was at the peak, even stronger than me, stronger than this guy too. If he wanted that place badly, it must be special. Chaos Child protested, what do you mean stronger than me? I'm just not a fighter. Little Tree ignored him, whether to go or not is up to Master, we're fine either way. Lin Moya thought a moment. Once I reach the North Pole, if there's an opportunity, I'll try to find that place. Little Tree said, if you do, use the frost jade cushion as the guide. Partnered with the Seeking Cause ring, you should be able to locate it, though it might take some time. Chaos Child added, even if we find it but can't get in, there's little lost. He was especially curious about what was inside and why the behemoth was so fixated on it. He knew other formidable beings had tried their luck too, all failing to enter. Clearly, the place is extraordinary. As the refinement neared completion, the cold enshrouding the material mountains whipped into wild wind, becoming white mist streaming into the frost jade cushion. That cold originated with the cushion and now returned. The chill vanished from the materials, unlocking one after another. Lin Moya didn't hesitate. Each material freed was swept into storage, sent into the grand world for the Silverlight rabbits to handle. The unlocking sped up. The mountain of materials shrank rapidly. No doubt, the Silverlight elders in the storage space were stunned at the sudden material rain. These materials were impressive. Few were low chaos grade, almost all were upper chaos grade, some even higher. No supreme would risk their reputation by donating weak ingredients. Such paltriness would be laughable. The mountain dwindled, refinement nearly complete. When the last material was taken, the process finished. From this moment the frost jade cushion belonged to Lin Moya, severed forever from the green-robed elder. Wholly refined, the cushion changed form, no longer a seat but a fist-sized hexagonal crystal. Chaos Child exclaimed, that's it, for sure, that's the one. Little Tree concurred, this is the ice crystal, the ancient ice behemoth's very core in its day, it was the vessel for his soul. So the frost jade cushion hadn't been its true form now, as pure ice crystal, it could reach its full power. The ice crystal is not made for cultivation, its greatest use is freezing. It freezes everything, time, space, spells, anything. Its offensive and defensive powers are supreme. Even the golden winged rock would be stopped cold, no way around it. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4495, Using Chaos as a Game Board. Chapter 4495, Chapter 4495, Using Chaos as a Game Board. Chapter 4495, Using Chaos as a Game Board. When Lin Moyo held the ice crystal in his hand, it wasn't cold, instead, it felt somewhat warm and gentle. He sensed that if he placed his soul inside, it would be protected with formidable defense. But, if he did so, his soul would also be trapped and unable to escape. The ice crystal was like a solid cage, while its protection was tremendous, it also sealed the soul within. Very likely, that was the fate of the ancient ice behemoth. Once its soul entered the ice crystal, it could never leave. Moreover, that protection wasn't absolute. Some powers could bypass it and strike the soul directly. For example, world-burning flame. Lin Moyo knew nothing could stop its destruction, not even the ice crystal. If the ice crystal didn't house a soul, even when fully refined, Lin Moyo could only draw out 70% of its power. 70% is enough. Lin Moyo had no intention of risking his soul imprisonment. For him, the ice crystal was simply a mighty artifact. His soul power enabled him to freeze any chaos great completion expert, and even impact perfection levels. All sorts of divine arts could be instantly frozen, and even major arrays could be sealed. In front of this ice crystal, nearly nothing in chaos could resist. This gain was massive. The green-robed elder had prepared an ocean of materials for Moyo, enough to last for ages. With these, Lin Moyo revised his plans. He'd originally intended to go to the North Pole next, but now decided to first retrieve his fifth world domain, placing it in his storage space. He'd also extract the spiritual Miao domain from the fifth, cultivating it separately. Domains 4, 3, 2, and 1 had all reverted to seeds after the Great Cataclysm. Now, with enough materials and the Silverlight Rabbit clan, they could all be cultivated together. Not to mention, the Sky Void was itself a domain and could be integrated as well. With that, all 9 domains would be in his grasp. The last step was to find or create a 10th domain. He had already made up his mind about where the 10th would come from. Under old conditions, raising so many domains would have taken 10 million years and a sea of materials. He was ready for endless labor in ancient chaos. But now, with the green robes materials and the Silverlight Rabbits, everything was simplified. He projected his consciousness into his storage space and asked the 4 elders, "How about these materials, are they enough?" All 4 nodded. The chief elder replied, "Absolutely, they're more than enough to perfect several domains." "How long would it take for 10 domains?" Lin Moyo asked. After a silent exchange, the chief elder said, "Each domain would take about 1,000 years, so 10 would mean 10,000. It also depends on how good the starting point is." Lin Moyo assumed they start as seeds. Then it will take 2 to 3 times longer. If there are more people involved, it could be faster, but likely still close to 10,000 years. Lin Moyo let them work and went to see Yinda. Yinda was already awakening. His power and cultivation were about to firmly settle. After checking that everything was fine, Lin Moyo said, "Yinda, follow my instructions, find 11 top-tier chaos great completions. I'll be back in a few days, I hope you'll be ready." Yinda, filled with adoration for Lin Moyo, replied, "Don't worry, Sir Lin, I'll see it done." He was full of respect. Lin Moyo had miraculously helped him reach perfection level without a domain, breaking the laws of heaven and earth. Though his realm hadn't outwardly changed, Yinda knew his strength had reached perfection, a state only possible here, but that was fine with the Silverlight Rabbits, who never wanted to leave. They simply wished to live, prosper, and pass down generations. Having issued his orders, Lin Moyo exited the storage space and left the room. Without the mountains of materials, the place was just an ordinary warehouse. Under a tree outside, Mu Tins had set up a chessboard, playing against himself. When Lin Moyo stepped out, Mu waved. His opponent vanished in smoke. He smiled, "Deist Lin, want a game?" Lin Moyo shook his head, "I only know how to fight, I'd let you down, senior." Mu didn't mind. He only laughed, "You just haven't lived long enough. Someday, when you tire of fighting, you'll pick up new amusements like playing chess with a chess soul." As they spoke, Lin Moyo saw the immense chessboard, a chaos treasure, with 999 lines each way, covered in joined pieces. Its complexity was staggering. Even a glance would kill a mortal with confusion. Lin Moyo realized this was not just chess, but a mental trial. Mu was playing against himself, refining his will. Mu asked, "How does my chessboard seem to you, Deist Lin?" Lin Moyo replied, "It's a chaos-level treasure, but your way of heart is even greater. Senior, are you preparing for Quasi-Supreme?" Mu laughed, "Brilliant though you don't play, you grasp the subtleties at a glance. I do wish to prove the Tao by chess, but the final step is too difficult. I feel something's missing." Lin Moyo's eyes lit up. "If I may, I have a thought." "Do go on," said Mu. Lin Moyo explained, "Proving the Tao by chess is right, but there's one mistake, chess needs an opponent. Senior, having long found no one to play, made a chess spirit. But a chess spirit lacks true life, the very spark you need." Mu listened attentively. Chess is the art of contest. With an opponent there is victory and defeat, thus, life and death. The battle is not only on the board, but across the whole of chaos. Just look, South Pole is at war, North threatens, West arms, the East is secretive. Isn't this a chess match? Why not use this as your board? Mu's eyes lit up. The chessboard shifted, reorganizing into east, south, west, north, and center, with upper and lower layers. It became chaos itself, the conditions of each pole now within. Mu moved the pieces as if maneuvering chaos itself. Using chaos as the board, all beings as pieces, what a game. He sighed, Deus Lin, your vision surpasses the ordinary. I am enlightened by your words. If I prove the Tao, this favor will not be forgotten. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4496, The Peculiar North Pole. Chapter 4496, Chapter 4496, The Peculiar North Pole. Chapter 4496, The Peculiar North Pole. After the chessboard episode, Mu Tin's attitude toward Lin Moya changed noticeably. He had been cordial before, but that politeness was more out of respect for the green-robed elder than personal sentiment. Mu thought Lin Moya was closely tied to the green robe, hence his courtesy. Now, however, Mu's feelings had shifted inwardly. Lin Moya's advice revealed to him a new path. For years he had felt stuck, believing his journey was at an end, but now saw a fresh direction. If he could follow through, he might become a quasi-supreme, greatly increasing his power and even standing equal to the great supremes. The number of top-tier perfection experts in chaos is large, but only a handful ever reach quasi-supreme. It seems that every leading perfection has the potential, but in reality, few succeed. This pursuit has been Mu's lifelong dream. He thought it almost hopeless, but now, thanks to Lin Moyu, he finds new hope. Mu took Lin Moyu away from the small village to the Central Domain God Alliance headquarters. Along the way, Mu briefed Lin Moyu on the current situation. The South Pole and Central Domain are already engaged, but the fighting isn't fierce, mostly small skirmishes so far, with full-scale war yet to erupt. However, Central Domain God Alliance troops are ready for much bigger battles at any time. Lin Moyu understood they surely had their own sources of intelligence, as likely did the South Pole. He didn't care much, since this was the God Alliance's affair. Besides, conflict here was nothing new by now, they were all accustomed to it. Responsibility for the North Pole had been given to the Upper Domain God Alliance. Mu did not elaborate, continuing to trust his allies there. The Western situation was somewhat better, while West Pole and Central Domain have also fought big wars. Both sides remain relatively restrained, with lower casualties than in the other regions. Most mysterious is the East Pole, which has shown little movement, but the quieter it is, the more caution is necessary. Who knows what may transpire next? With this review complete, Mu asked with a smile, Deus Lin, you're so young, have you ever experienced a war of this scale? Lin Moya replied, I've been through something similar before. Battles within domains aren't as high level as chaos, but the scale can be enormous. Mu offered, would you be interested in commanding a team? I could make the arrangements. Lin Moya declined, not this time, I won't be joining in. Mu assumed Lin Moya didn't want the risk and didn't urge further. Then you're headed for the North Pole, I suppose. Lin Moya nodded. Originally, I planned to transfer to Wangbei Realm via headquarters, then use the cross-domain array to reach the North Pole, but now I want to go to Wangdong first. Mu answered, I imagine you have matters to attend to in the north. I won't pry, but do be careful, the situation there is complicated. You probably already know some things about the North Pole. I have a dossier with more detail, which might help. Mu handed Lin Moya a jade token before the chess conversation. He might not have shared it, but now their relationship was closer. Lin Moya accepted. Thank you, senior. Mu smiled, no need for thanks. Let me show you the headquarters, then I'll send you to Wangdong. Upon entering headquarters, Lin Moya felt an intense air of discipline and tension. The HQ itself is actually a colossal magic treasure, not an ordinary artifact. It is a battle array treasure of truly daunting power. Ordinary treasures are enhanced with engravings, but the base is always the material. Array treasures, on the other hand, are founded on a great array with materials built atop. Such an array must be extremely powerful and made with peerless resources. The array treasure also needs a spirit, and not just any spirit, but one with immense strength and room to grow. All this makes forming an array treasure exceedingly difficult. The Central Domain God Alliance boasts many master array designers and artifact forgers, plus all the resources one could want, and thus produced this one array treasure. Mu informed Lin Moya that this array treasure was beyond the chaos realm, a force that could rival dozens of perfection experts, even unpowered. With numerous cultivators feeding it energy, even those who aren't perfection experts, the combined force can match battles against hundreds of top-level foes. Mu implied that even he himself is not a true match for the array. In sum, the HQ array is the God Alliance's ultimate anchor. After the tour, Mu brought Lin Moya to the transmission array inside the HQ. It's faster and longer range than the public arrays outside. What once took 5 days now took only 2. Though 3 days might seem minor, it could decide the fate of a war. Lin Moya bade Mu Tin's farewell and headed to Wangdong Realm. His target, the 5th world domain, lies to the east, so traveling via Wangdong made the journey much shorter. On the way, Lin Moya studied the Jade Token in detail. As vice leader of the Alliance, the effective administrator, Mu knew far more than most. His knowledge of the 4 poles was second only to the Great Supremes. Everything Mu knew was noted on the token for Lin Moya's reference. Some data was old, maybe ancient, but in chaos, even 1,000,000 years may pass without much change. Chaos evolves so slowly that sometimes it seems nothing moves at all. Lin Moya reviewed every detail carefully and, from the mass of information, assembled a precise picture of the North Pole, understanding why Mu had warned him to be extra cautious there. Of the 4 poles, the North is the most peculiar. It is extremely cold, not merely freezing, but filled with chaotic ice. The North Pole is a world of ice attribute Dows, suffused with cold though lethal chills are rare, soul and bloodline abilities are hampered. Outsiders entering the North Pole will lose at least 20% of their power, and even Mu, an elite perfection expert, is not immune. In contrast, native North Pole beings are empowered by the cold, gaining at least 20%, sometimes up to 50%, in strength. This advantage makes them nearly unbeatable in their homeland. Attempts to explain these phenomena have failed. Even the Supremes have looked into it, with no answers. Key point: North Pole beings hold strong grudges. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4497, Help Me Work, I'll Give You Freedom. Chapter 4497, Chapter 4497, Help Me Work, I'll Give You Freedom. Chapter 4497, Help Me Work, I'll Give You Freedom. Compared to the East Pole beings' volatility and the West Pole's reserved and silent types, the North Pole's creatures stand out for their unity. Their cohesion differs. The North Pole's population is less diverse than the other three poles, and there are even humans among them. Humans hold predominance in the North Pole, wielding significant authority, though not to the extent found in the Central Domain. With humans' leadership, internal conflict among North Pole races was managed and resolved, forging a unified front against outsiders. Over time, enmities faded, and the North Pole's residents became close-knit. Elsewhere, offending one people meant only that group bore a grudge in the North. Angering any group could mean hostility from the entire region. Living in constant cold, they speak little and prefer action to talk. Their solidarity means they rarely bother with reason if provoked. It's never just one against one. Sometimes one foe brings the whole pole as an enemy. The Jade Tablet included not only information on local temperament but also critical environmental details. The North Pole is home to shifting domains and numerous chaotic glaciers. These glaciers drift through layers of space, appearing without warning like phantoms, swallowing all creatures nearby. Anyone caught by a chaotic glacier rarely returns. Even an entire race, perfection-level experts and all, was once devoured in this way. Survival dictated that North Pole dwellers learned to track glacier movements, and after countless eons, they now predict most glacier paths. Through adaptation, North Pole races developed a unique skill: every race's territory can move. In other places, moving a territory isn't extraordinary, but here, clans migrate continually to evade the glaciers. Nowadays, chaotic glaciers no longer trouble the North Pole natives. But for outsiders, the glaciers are deadly. Encountering one is almost always fatal. Many still venture to the North Pole, chasing a rare material known as chaotic cold jade. Used in cultivation, smithying, or domain enhancement, chaotic cold jade is enormously valuable, inspiring many to risk the journey for personal use or to trade. There's no pattern to the jade's appearance, luck alone determines who finds it. The information doesn't mention that place, Lynn Moya noted after reading the North Pole dossier, finding no references to the mysterious area Little Tree and Chaos Child had described. If it was as extraordinary as they claimed, surely it would have long been discovered. Why did Mutin's records omit it? Did something about the place change after Little Tree and Chaos Child fell? Or perhaps the Tao entered, causing the site to vanish? Both seemed possible. Lynn Moya shared these guesses with Little Tree and Chaos Child, but neither had answers. Only by visiting himself would he know. 2 days later, the teleport ended, and Lynn Moya arrived in Guangdong. Guangdong seemed unchanged but was now on high alert. With the South Pole at war, Guangdong's cultivators had readied for battle, gathering at Lintung City for defense. The local God Alliance outpost, itself a powerful battle artifact, had flown off to join them. When war breaks out, it will play a vital role. Lin Moya didn't linger in Guangdong. Instead, he departed directly and, relying on his sense of the Fifth World domain, took the Ferry of Calamity towards it. Meanwhile, Xiaopin continued absorbing primordial qi. His bloodline was almost fully awakened. Soon, it would be complete. Though his outward level hadn't changed, still Chaos Great Completion, his fighting power was already on par with perfection. Lin Moya could not let Xiaoping awaken fully, otherwise the Tao would notice and kill him. Lin Moya estimated that awakening 90% of the Golden Wing Ping's bloodline was enough. Any more was too dangerous. Now, over 70% had awakened, and the rate was slowing. Lin Moya instructed Little Tree and Chaos Child to cut off the qi at 90%. While the ferry was in flight through the void, Lin Moya entered his storage space to meet with Yinda. Yinda was efficient. In a few days, he'd gathered 11 tribe members, all Chaos Great Completion Silverlight rabbits like him. There was little rank among them. They were united by warmth and kinship. Now that Yinda had advanced a step, his aura pressured the others he led, and they obeyed. All the rabbits knew that Lin Moya was untouchable. Angering him would mean not just personal doom, but possibly annihilation of their kind. Yinda saluted. Sir Lin, as you asked, everyone is here. Lin Moya nodded. And you explained everything to them? Yes, once they ascend, they'll work wholeheartedly for you. Lin Moya assessed the group, huge, Chaos Great Completion beasts, but none dared meet his gaze. Such beings, with only the realm and no real power, would be enslaved or destroyed in chaos. He said, you know what's at stake. I'm offering you a chance, help me, and I'll grant you freedom. But just the 4 elders aren't enough according to the chief elder, 16 at perfection are required. So, I'll raise all of you to perfection. Same deal, when the work is done, a realm of your own, free to live as you please, nobody will bother you. Their eyes shone with hope. Freedom was a dream for many generations. Thank you, Sir Lin. Yinda was the first to bow in gratitude, and everyone else quickly followed. Lin Moya could tell their gratitude was genuine. The Silverlight rabbits were simple, honest, rarely deceitful. With a thought, he summoned a clump of primordial qi. The rabbits immediately grew excited, though they didn't understand what it was. Instinct told them it was precious. Yet reason kept them in place. They listened and waited for instructions. Lin Moyu, satisfied, drew runes to create a chaos array with 11 channels for chi. A mass of primordial chi entered, splitting into thousands of threads. He placed Yinda at the array's heart and taught him the controls. The others each received a thread of chi, managed by Yinda. The process couldn't be rushed. Slowness was critical, or the body would explode. Yinda followed every direction. Lin Moya knew it would not be long before he had 16 assistants ready to cultivate his domains. To read ahead, subscribe to my P at Trian. Chapter 4498, Sharp Gold Beasts, Xiaoping's Battle Power. Chapter 4498, Chapter 4498, Sharp Gold Beasts, Xiaoping's Battle Power. Chapter 4498, Sharp Gold Beasts, Xiaoping's Battle Power. The Ferry of Calamity sailed through the void for several dozen days, long past Wandong, still some distance from the Fifth World Domain. Even though both are in the eastern part of the Central Domain, the journey between Wandong and the Fifth World Domain still takes hundreds of days. This isn't because the ferry is slow. Chaos itself is just unimaginably vast. Without teleport arrays or spatial rifts, even the ferry consumes endless time. It could cross the entire Fifth World Domain in under half an hour if it went full speed. Suddenly, the array supplying Xiaoping with primordial chi stopped. The energy flow ceased. Without it, Xiaoping opened his eyes, displaying clear irritation like a person rudely awakened from deep sleep with a burst of grumpiness. But upon seeing Little Tree and Chaos Child, his annoyance vanished immediately. He wouldn't dare act out around these two powers. Lin Moyo explained calmly, "Your Golden Wing Pun bloodline has awakened to 90%. You mustn't go further, or that entity will come for you, and you'll surely die." Xiaoping stuck out his tongue. The enormous tongue whipped through the void like a lash. "I understand. Thank you, Father." Lin Moya said, "There will be a chance in the future to fully restore your bloodline. I have a method in mind, but it's not perfected yet, and I'm still working on it." Xiaopeng replied, "I trust you'll manage it." Lin Moya nodded, "Once you recover, come out. The ferry is too slow. Maybe you can move us faster." In a flash, Xiaopeng manifested in the real world as a golden rock, not entirely golden, only his wings gleamed gold, the rest stayed the same. Xiaopeng became a ray of golden light, taking off in the lead towards the Fifth World Domain. His speed was at least 100 times the ferry's, leaving a long streak of gold through the chaotic void. "So fast, at this rate, we'll reach the Fifth World Domain in under 10 days, Lin Moyo observed as Xiaopeng streaked by, noticing the surrounding space was unchanged, no twisting or folding, just pure speed. Speed in chaos has an upper limit. To exceed it, one must manipulate space itself, as perfection experts do by warping or creating passages. It's not about their bodily speed. But Xiaopeng was different. He'd reached chaos very speed limit any further, and he'd surpass it. Back then, the Golden Wing Ping exceeded such limits by current standards. It meant standing above the rules, true quasi-supreme. Little Tree said, "The Ping's speed was once many times faster than this." Chaos Child commented, "He relied on that speed to stir up trouble and got surrounded and killed for it." Little Tree said, "Such is his nature. Hopefully this one won't repeat it." Overhearing, Xiaopeng transmitted, "I'm quite obedient." 10 days later, Lin Moya reached the location of his Fifth World Domain. The domain was shrouded in chaotic chi and concealment arrays. Strong cultivators could walk right by and still not find it. Yet now Lin Moya spotted others nearby. Creatures were prowling close, a whole group, clearly searching for something. They moved in their true forms rather than humanoid, a rarity in the Central Domain where most races take human appearance, a custom shaped by ages of human rule. So Lin Moyo immediately recognized these were the sharp gold beasts from the texts about Spirit Meow Domain. Long ago, Spirit Meow cultivators created time-space channels to control various worlds. Those worlds were from different domains. Eventually, though, they angered a certain world's power, who retaliated and all but destroyed the Spirit Meow Domain. Now, these creatures from an unknown domain had tracked its remnants down, likely led by lingering aura within the domain. These guys really hold a grudge. Lin Moya mused, bemused they'd remembered for so long. Who knew what else he might not know? No matter, their presence meant he could sever Spirit Meow Domain's karma. If they could hunt him down, he could repay the favor. These Chaos Minor and Great Completion Realm beasts meant nothing to him. Xiaoping, as gold light, zoomed toward them. The beasts noticed Lin Moyu, and one growled, "Sharp gold beasts are working here, outsiders, leave." He didn't finish speaking before a gold flash ripped through the void and pierced his head. Words were pointless. His body shattered, and his soul vanished. A Chaos Minor Realm beast dead. Lin Moya said icily, "What are you speaking to me that way?" His action and tone set the beasts raging, courting death. Several sharp gold beasts in great completion form lunged. They were bold because Lin Moya seemed to be only Chaos Minor Realm, and Xiaoping's aura was strange, using primordial chi. Xiaoping's powers were all battle, not reflected in surface rank. To others, Xiaoping was only Chaos Great Completion unless he released his might. That's all others perceived. Thus, a Great Completion beast and a Minor Realm human dared kill their kin, which the sharp gold beast saw as flagrant outrage. The sharp gold beasts all looked peculiar, but each bore a long, sharp golden horn on the forehead, their mark. Lin Moyo had no interest in this race. "Kill them all, leave none," he ordered Xiaoping. Xiaoping was itching for a fight. After awakening 90% of his bloodline, he had no sense of his own true combat power. Perfect timing, he could use them for a test. He accelerated dramatically, now easily reaching Chaos Max speed. In a blink, Xiaoping, as golden light, darted among the beasts before they could even respond. Moments later, sharp gold beasts in great completion form burst with gold light, their bodies shattered, souls gone. Xiaoping killed them so fast they never realized how he attacked. He then shot off towards the rest. The minor realm beasts wouldn't be spared. Lin Moyo had commanded, leave none alive. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4499 Nonsense, of course a physical body. Chapter 4499 Chapter 4499 Nonsense, of course a physical body. Chapter 4499 Nonsense, of course a physical body. It only took 2 breaths for Xiaoping to traverse tens of millions of miles, killing several Chaos Great Completion Sharp Gold Beasts and over 100 Chaos Minor Completion Sharp Gold Beasts. The whole process was incredibly fast. Only streaks of golden light flashed in the void before the battle ended. Even Lin Moyo could only vaguely track Xiaoping's actions. If Xiaoping was already this quick, the golden winged ping of its prime must have been even more terrifying. That kind of speed is a nightmare for countless beings. Even arrays can't stop him. With a wave of his hand, undying flame swept through the void, reviving all the fallen sharp gold beasts in roaring fires. Lin Moyo ignored them, letting the fire burn, and approached the 5th world domain. With a wave, he dispersed chaotic energy, undid his array, and revealed the 5th world domain. As master of the 5th world domain, he held complete dominion. Master, you're back. A phantom of the soulless beast appeared outside the domain. Seeing Lin Moyo again after so many years, the soulless beast was clearly delighted. Lin Moyo scanned the 5th world domain, instantly understanding its internal state. Everything was stable, all as it should be. Many eternal beings had advanced in cultivation. Time was short, but in the future, they might reach chaos level themselves. Circumstances had changed now that he was realm lord and had brought the domain into chaos itself. Their prospects proliferated. The domain was heading to an even better place soon, where primordial chi flowed and the domain could be perfected. Everyone's strength and foundation would drastically improve. Soon, new experts and talents would emerge in abundance. Of course, Lin Moyo wouldn't play the fool. He would impose restrictions. Anyone who left the 5th world domain had to heed his summons when called upon. Kindness is one thing, foolishness is another. You've done well. Keep managing the domain. There are other tasks for you ahead, Lin Moyo said. The soulless beast respectfully answered, as you command, master. Just give your order. Lin Moyo motioned him away, then locked onto the Spirit Miao domain inside the 5th world domain. Spirit Miao domain once projected itself alongside the Grand World, using its power to partially restore itself. Its real body had always remained here, damaged and fragile compared to its prime. Domains take millions of years to grow after devastation. Recovery is many times slower. It was lucky for Spirit Miao domain to have survived at all. Lin Moyo reached out. The domain's great law surged, forming a massive hand that forcibly pulled Spirit Miao domain out. For the first time in many ages, Spirit Miao domain reappeared in chaos. Assaulted by chaotic energy, the domain buzzed, struggling to withstand it. The 5th world domain's power shielded it. Next, Lin Moyo targeted the listening beast within the domain's virtual layer. The listening beast, roused from slumber, felt an irresistible force, then in a flash, found the world changed. A familiar yet strange aura enveloped him. His ethereal body suffered under the chaos energy, turning even more transparent. He existed in the virtual realm because he couldn't survive otherwise. He could visit the real world, but not stay long. Once, as Spirit Miao domain's law enforcer, his physical body was lost in cosmic war. Only his soul remained in the virtual realm. Now, yanked into chaos energy would soon kill him. In panic, he heard Lin Moyo's voice, don't panic. A gentle force screened him from the chaos, steadying his body. Only then did the listening beast see Moyo. It's you, Lord Realm Master. You nearly scared me to death. Lin Moyo smiled, surely you aren't that timid. The listening beast said, I am that timid, my lord. Why have you brought me out? Lin Moyo replied, didn't you want freedom? I promised, and now I'll keep my word. The beast's eyes shone, you can really do it. Lin Moyo, yes. Now you have 2 choices, stay as a soul or I'll give you a physical body in complete chaosification. The beast didn't hesitate. What kind of question is that? Of course, a physical body. To him, life without a body was inconvenient and restrictive. Though some creatures exist purely as souls, it wasn't for him. Lin Moyo fully supported his choice. It was personal, and there was no absolute superiority between body and soul. Alright, I'll reshape your body. Any requests? The listening beast thought a moment. No demands so long as it's tough. I'm afraid of death. Lin Moyo laughed, alright, no problem. Trouble yourself to sleep for a bit. With a finger tap, Moyo sent out a surge of soul power, and the listening beast fainted. He opened his storage space, tucking the beast inside. Lin Moyo would never reveal his storage space unless it was to beings like the Silverlight Rabbits, who could never leave. Since he owed the listening beast freedom and would send him into chaos, he'd never reveal this secret. Even a sworn oath was unsafe, in case greater powers could extract memories later. Inside, Moyo summoned a thread of primordial chi for the beast's soul. The soul grew strong. The chi would form a solid foundation and raise its potential cap. Next, Lin Moyo selected tough materials, melting them with soul fire to craft the body. These materials served one purpose, toughness. They wrapped the soul, which shaped them into a template. Here, Lin Moyo was like a creator, rewriting rules to make the process simple. Life force surged, as if a new being was gestating. The shell was just the first step. True reconstitution meant the soul would eventually fully merge and refine this body. Once the soul and chi fully fused, Lin Moyo released the beast from storage and used chaos energy to complete his chaosification, granting him true survival in chaos. The whole process went smoothly. A day later, the listening beast awoke, the bewilderment in his eyes clearing into understanding. To read ahead, subscribe to my Patreon. Chapter 4500, Fulfilling the Promise. Chapter 4500, Chapter 4500, Fulfilling the Promise. Chapter 4500, Fulfilling the Promise. Why are you shaking? Lin Moya looked at the trembling listening beast, who was shivering in such a rhythmic way that it almost looked funny. Because of these tremors, the listening beast could barely speak clearly, stammering out, think, wanted, to. He couldn't string together a full sentence. Not only was his body shaking, but even his soul was trembling, so much so that even his spiritual transmission was interrupted by the shakes. Lin Moyu, of course, knew the reason behind it but watched in amusement. Once high and mighty in the Fifth World Domain's virtual realm as the Spirit Meow Domain's supreme rulekeeper, now he was in this sorry state amusing to see. His soul was merging with the new physical body infused with primordial chi. The soul's foundation grew stronger and the body was in the process of becoming more powerful, but during this synchronous growth, neither body nor soul was stable, so he couldn't stop trembling. Based on the current situation, the listening beast would keep trembling for a while longer. Lin Moya wasn't rushed, letting him shake it out while he got on with his own business. His main purpose this time was to take both Fifth World Domain and the Spirit Meow Domain away, but first, there were small things to handle like the listening beast, and the Chaos Great Completion Expert, Flower Fairy, who was trapped in the Fifth World Domain. Back then, Flower Fairy obeyed the Supreme of the East Pole and invaded Skyvoid. They were defeated, many died or fled, and Flower Fairy was trapped ever since. For ages, her greatest wish was freedom. At that time, Lin Moya made a deal he'd let her go in exchange for information, but before, the time wasn't right. If she broke the deal, Lin might face a tough enemy. Now, he had nothing to fear and was willing to keep his promise. He located her space, summoned the domain's rule, isolated the area, and then pulled out the domain, a quick and easy job for him. Space shattered within chaos, and a castle appeared, its surrounding gardens also emerging, all part of the treasure. This artifact was no ordinary item. Thanks to it, Flower Fairy survived. Once in chaos, the movement woke Flower Fairy. Fragrant breezes carried her out of the castle, her beautiful face showing sleepiness. This is chaos. I'm finally out. Gradually, her gaze brightened as she took in the familiar aura of chaos, feeling at home at last. She couldn't recall how many years it had been since she felt the breath of chaos. Lin Moya said, "My promise is fulfilled. You're free now. You can go." Flower Fairy held her silence, greedily absorbing the ambient chaos. Not having that energy for so many years had left her hurt and unable to advance her cultivation. Returned to chaos, it was like a withered flower drinking in sudden rain. She devoured the energy, quickly restored her strength and soon reached chaos great completion again, even showing signs of further breakthrough. Destruction begets creation, at least for Flower Fairy. This ordeal meant that her cultivation was sure to soar in the coming years, maybe even reaching perfection. After several breaths, she recovered, looked at Lin Moya with complex emotions, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, deist." Lin Moya replied, "A promise is a promise. Going forward, the road is yours to walk. You're in the central domain, far from the East Pole." Flower Fairy nodded. "I understand, sir. The Desolation Scar isn't easy. Even a Chaos Great Completion Expert is not safe. However, with her castle, Flower Fairy would be fine." Lin Moya updated her on the situation. The South Pole and Central Domain are at war, and the East Pole's status is unknown. Most likely they'll be fighting soon as well. For Flower Fairy, this intel was critical. She replied, "Thank you for the warning, deist. I'll stay in the Scar a while longer and wait for the wars to end before returning." She was clearly not eager to get involved in the conflicts. Lin Moya smiled, "Go ahead, I have other things to do, so I won't see you off." Flower Fairy bowed again. "Thank you, deist. May we meet again if fate allows," and turned into light, fleeing into the chaos with her castle. The listening beast's voice called out, "Aren't you afraid she'll come after you later?" He was still trembling but now able to talk. Lin Moya shook his head. "Just a great completion expert, nothing to worry about. Besides, I always keep my word. You should know that." Listening beast said, "Can you help me a bit more?" "I've already prepared for this," Lin Moya said, tossing him a jade token. The jade detailed the current state of chaos, especially in the central domain. Everything Lin Moya knew, he included. With the infusion of primordial chi and a rebuilt body of the finest materials, the listening beast was now nearly half a step into chaos, far more powerful than before. With chaosification complete, just a little cultivation would see him to chaos minor completion. That's no big deal in chaos, but as long as he stayed in the central domain, he'd be safe. His rebuilt body, crafted of unique materials, was incredibly tough. Lin Moya said, "Complete integration of body and soul will take time. Once you finish, you'll fully refine your new form. Then, when flesh and blood are reborn, your future cultivation will not be hindered." The listening beast understood. "So what will you do next?" "I've got things to do, not for you to know. Learning them won't help you, only bring you death." The listening beast seemed to shudder again, though with all the shaking, it wasn't clear. His look did change. "I want to find that person." Lin Moya said, "He'll probably come looking for you soon. No need to search. If he wants to see you, he'll come. If not, you could search all chaos and still miss him." That person naturally meant the Supreme by Zhong, the White-Robed Elder. Long ago, many things the listening beast did were at the White Robe's behest. In the Fifth World Domain, the Green Robe and White Robe worked many schemes, all to help Lin Moya grow. They supposedly wouldn't intervene, but still couldn't resist making arrangements. If the listening beast really was Bai Zhong's follower, he'd probably show himself. After half a day, the listening beast completed his initial integration and no longer trembled. He took human form, bowed deeply to Lin Moya. "This favor I'll never forget. If I have a chance, I'll repay it. I'll go now." Lin Moya waved. "No need. Just live well. Maybe fate will bring us together once more. We'll meet again, if fate allows." Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.